Chapter 181. This guy is so young, he will definitely be a level 5 in the future. Shouldn't we build a good relationship with him? Are Williams, Nicholas and Nicole blinded by greed? He extended his hand and smiled to welcome. Welcome, Wizard Dole. With the help of you intermediate pharmacists, the meeting should be fine. Dole walked up, shook hands with him, and then quietly stepped back. Thank you, Director Pine. Dole will definitely do his best. Pine looked at his expression and felt a little dissatisfied. What's the point of doing your best? I can tell from your expression that you don't plan to work hard. Pine stepped back, and Lamb stepped forward and met the other people in the Provincial Hall one by one. After a while, with Lamb's intentional or unintentional introduction, Dole got to know these big shots. Except for the mayor of What City, What Standin', the two deputy mayors, Mick from the Tracy family and Wharton from the Cecil family, came down to give Lamb enough face. In addition, almost all the leaders of the Provincial Military Department, Provincial Police Department, and Public Security Department came. Dole met all the leaders this time. He focused on the people in the military department. This person was still from the Watts family, Watts Wolf, a very burly and strong middle-aged man with a dark complexion and a terrifyingly vigorous blood. This was Finn's leader. When Dole looked at him, this person nodded to him, and Dole responded. As for the others, they seemed to be indifferent, and Dole didn't care. Anyway, he was just here to make soy sauce. The meeting was over soon, and then everyone went up to the second floor and gathered in the huge conference room in the municipal office hall. After entering, they were divided into several groups. People from different families sat together, people from different forces sat together, and people from Arangel Academy sat together. Nicole, Williams, Nicholas, Lamb, and Dole sat in a row. Today, they represented Arangel Academy. When they came in, there were 3 people sitting in the hall. They stood up at this time. Dole took a look and saw that the person sitting in the middle was the ruler of What City, What Standin'. The 2 people on both sides were his deputies and staff officers. They were all middle-aged men, one bald and the other wearing a magic dress. Dole took a look at the 3 people as he walked, and then sat down. Everyone sat down quickly, and after a moment of silence, Stanton's deep and majestic voice sounded, "It has been more than 2 months since the South Bay Swamp incident, and no more specific plan has been put forward. That's why I called you all together to discuss this matter face to face. Our opponent, Fengxiu City, has already started building a city on the other side. If we are a few days late, I'm afraid we will fall behind." As soon as Stanton finished speaking, the bald middle-aged man said, his voice was sharp, as if he was pinching his nose to speak. "Today, a plan must be decided no matter what, and all forces must not shirk, otherwise they will not leave the door of this conference room." His tone was a little stern, and he seemed a little angry. Dole was a little puzzled when he heard this. What happened in What City these days? Everyone was silent for a moment, and less than 10 seconds later, another person in a magic dress stood up and said, "Now vote on the location of the city." Hearing this, the hall became serious. Dole's mouth twitched. After so long, the specific location has not been determined. These people are really slow. He did not have the right to vote, so he simply closed his eyes and began to build the spell nodes of the flame shield in his sea of consciousness. It would probably take a while for him to speak. The meeting became serious at this time. They had already discussed and argued about the new location several times. Today, they just wanted to settle the matter. As the vice president of Arangel College, Lamb had 1 vote, so he needed to be present. The meeting was carried out in a very serious state. Soon, the votes were counted, and the location was decided. In the end, the location determined by the provincial director won. Everyone looked at each other, and breathed a sigh of relief. After the location was determined, other plans were determined, the detoxification method was determined, and manpower and resources were allocated. Almost every force began to make a new round of fierce debate for the quota. What puzzled Dole was that few people had signed up a few days ago, but this time, almost every family sent people out, and they were all geniuses. For example, Willie and others who opposed Morris were the most outstanding young people of the Cecil family. The Cecil family spared no effort, and at the same time, there were many candidates from the city lord's mansion. I don't know how many times they argued before, but this time it didn't take long. In the end, everyone got the benefit. Anyway, all families and forces had to contribute money and effort when the city was built. After the list was confirmed, the specific plan was confirmed. At this time, it was the turn of 3 wizard forces to speak: the Pharmacist Guild, the Honor Wizard Union, and the Arangel Academy. There was also the Alchemist Guild, but in the city of Watts, the Honor Wizard Union represented the Alchemist Guild. After determining the address, Arangel discarded 2 of the 3 immature plans and kept 1. The Glory Wizard Union also took out its own plan, compared the 2, and started a fierce debate. Whose consumption is the lowest, who has the strongest effect, who uses the most cost-effective materials, and is easier to collect. At this time, it was Dole's turn to take action. The Pharmacy Guild and the Glory Alliance Wizard Guild are actually neutral organizations. The Glory Wizard Union is a semi-official organization, while the Pharmacist Guild is a purely neutral organization. This time, they came out to participate in the matter of setting up a branch. The Pharmacist Guild is full of old pharmacists, while almost all the people from the Alchemy Department and the Pharmacy Department of the Glory Wizard Union are there. The president of the Pharmacist Guild is Hualai, the only 5th-level pharmacist in Huazi City. After discussing for a long time, he said, according to the pharmacist standards, the most effective one is naturally the best. The South Bay Swamp is full of toxins, heavy metals, and small molecule toxins are countless. I looked at the plans of Arangel and the Alliance. After combining with ours, the effect is not much different. We just need to choose the plan with the lowest consumption. Nico held an opposing opinion at this time. Although the plan of the Pharmacist Guild consumes less, the materials are difficult to collect. With the plan represented by our Arangel, a large amount of basic materials can be selected as the raw materials of the antidote. Although the consumption is a bit higher, we can purchase the materials at any time. If we follow the plan of the Pharmacist Guild, we may lose more than we gain. As for the Glory Wizard Alliance, they can't get a say at this time. They are used to spending lavishly, and they have not made any achievements in this plan. At present, there are only 2 plans left. Stantine glanced around and saw the 2 arguing. At this time, he couldn't help but feel a headache. They are all good plans. Everyone was discussing fiercely and arguing endlessly. He glanced at Hualai from the Pharmacist Guild. This guy is indeed a level 5 pharmacist. His moves are extraordinary. He thought for a while and said, since one has the lowest cost and the other is cheap, why not adopt both? One is responsible for the southeast direction, and the other is responsible for the northwest direction. How about it? You report the plan for each square hectare first, and then calculate the gains and losses. Fengshu City has already started to build the city. We can't fall behind others. Hualai looked unpredictable. As soon as Stanton opened his mouth, Arangel gave away half of the profits. How could people be happy about this? He immediately said, our Pharmacist Guild can coordinate materials from all over the place to ensure that the opportunity is not delayed. I'm afraid Arangel College doesn't have this ability. Chapter 182. Before Nicole could speak, Williams retorted. Although the Pharmacist Guild can do this, our Arangel Academy is not without familiar chambers of commerce. Over the years, our Arangel students are everywhere. As long as the word spreads, it is not easy to get materials. As long as the quantity is sufficient, they can also make money. The 2 families started arguing about this again. The people around were silent when they saw this. No matter which family wins, they will make a lot of money in the end, and they will only have income after building this city. After arguing for a while, the bald man next to Standing knocked on the table, and the meeting place became quiet again. Standing glanced at the representatives of the 2 families, and was a little speechless. Arangel is their own people. The deans are from various families in what city, and the students are also recruited within the city. On the contrary, the Pharmacist Guild usually sends people down from above. He is more inclined to Arangel Academy. At this time, he said, the one who proposed the plan from the Academy this time is Wizard Dole, right? First, tell me why you made such a choice. Dole thought to himself, it was finally his turn to speak. He stood up, turned around and saluted everyone, and said slowly, my idea is this. The South Bay Swamp is vast, and the amount of detoxification potions or other detoxification methods needed will definitely be very large. In terms of efficiency and speed, faster speed is naturally better. Efficiency means using more advanced materials, more advanced refining methods, and more advanced means. At present, the number of pharmacists and apprentices from the 3 forces in what city is obviously not enough to support the high-efficiency plan. In terms of speed, low-level detoxification solutions have a wide range of materials, are easy to collect, and are simple to configure. Only a second-level pharmacist is needed to prepare most of them, and the configuration is fast. This is what I mean by speed. I have read the plan of the Pharmacist Guild, and it is indeed efficient. I admire many of the techniques in the plan, but the requirements for pharmacists and alchemists in the plan are too high. Take our college as an example. The number of pharmacist students is not supported, and alchemy can be better. Hearing this, the people around suddenly understood. Nicole, Nicholas, and Williams talked a lot, but none of them were as thorough as Dole. Yes, they ignored the issue of the number of pharmacists in what city. At this time, the Pharmacist Guild also fell silent. As the Guild of the Pharmacists, they knew how many pharmacists there were better than anyone else. At this time, Nicole, Nicholas, and Williams also looked at Dole at the same time, and had a new understanding of this guy's language ability. Standing laughed, and swept his eyes over everyone. This kid finally got to the point. His name is Dole, right? Let the people below get in touch with him more in the future. Do you have any questions about this? Standing announced directly. After a while, the venue dispersed and everyone filed out. Lamb walked behind Dole, patted his shoulder, smiled happily, and said, "If you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have thought about it. The Academy is going to make a profit this time." "It's okay. Didn't the Pharmacist Guild get half of the area?" Dole also laughed. Lamb chuckled, "That's different. If their production can't be improved, that half will be occupied by us sooner or later. With you, the City Lord's Mansion has already favored us." Dole nodded. The City Lord's Mansion wanted efficiency. They had easy materials to collect and more people at the bottom. They were faster than the other party. He was not worried that the Pharmacist Guild would embarrass him. They were all for what city, and would not be involved in these issues. After reaching the gate of the provincial government, Williams, Nicholas, and Nicole came forward and invited Dole to their family for a chat. Dole refused them on the grounds that he had to go back to make a witchcraft model, but he accepted the token. After this battle, they also recognized Dole's identity. After returning to the Lamb Mage Tower, Dole came to the laboratory, notified Morris, Luochio, Faisi and others of the situation, and left the matter to them. He returned to the room alone and began to study the flame shield. The flame shield can increase the flame affinity by 30%. Only when he made this thing, he could be considered a real second-level wizard. A second-level wizard without defense ability should not be considered a second-level wizard. On August 15th, the second semester of the Academy started. The number of applicants here exceeded 40. In addition to the third-level pharmacists, who had already graduated, there were more than a dozen people who signed up. Some of these people were civilians, and some were nobles. After seeing the list, Dole had a headache, because these noble students actually had a good reputation in the school. They also knew their requirements for students, and some people did not dare to come to sign up. Williams and Nicholas were still trying to get people in, but they were directly rejected by him. Lamb's intercession was useless. The most embarrassed were Luochio and Faze. Except for the real nobles, basically no one went to them to sign up. The two of them were also very angry, and they privately lobbied some nobles. This semester, they were ready to show their true abilities to teach. The rumors lasted for 7 or 8 days before the list storm passed. It was not until a few days before the official start of school that Dole's place calmed down. In addition to the people of Arangel Academy, the military office with good relations with Dole, and the Pharmacist Academy with average relations also came to intercede. There was nothing to say about the City Lord's Mansion. Dole handled the matter impartially and refused sternly, but on the side of the Pharmacist Union, he accepted 10 pharmacist formulas and happily accepted 10 disciples. The number of students in his class finally exceeded 50, becoming the class with the largest number of students on the wizard side, even more than the students in the witchcraft class. In early September, when school started, the classroom had been replaced with a large classroom, and it was equipped with a magic blackboard driven by magic crystals. Dole only needed to project the things in his consciousness into the darkness, and the pattern on it would automatically change, and it could also form a complete continuous image, just like a magic theater in a theater. This greatly improved his teaching efficiency and accuracy, and the content became richer and richer. Morris and Sano were still in the class. Although they were promoted to level 3, their foundation was not stable. Dole's courses were all practical, and he would help them at ordinary times. On September 3rd, after the first class, as soon as Dole took a step, the students who had come to the laboratory surrounded them to receive the level 3 students. "Mr. Morris, are there any places in the laboratory? I want to join." "Yes, Mr. Sano, I want to join." "What conditions are you willing to set?" "Accepting imperial orders and producing antidotes. Such a huge profit has long alarmed all wizards in what city, especially those students who are trying their best to get into Dole's class." Morris and Sano looked at each other across the table, smiling. There were 7 level 3 pharmacists in the class, all of whom were from Dole's school, but in the end, they were the highest in status. The two of them struggled for a long time, and the final effort was not in vain. Morris coughed, walked out of the crowd, coughed, and said, "Regarding the laboratory, it is not decided by the two of us, but by all of us level 3 pharmacists. So let's go back and discuss this matter. Besides, we don't know your level yet, so let's wait until you have attended some classes. You have also attended Lecturer Dole's class today, and you should have a deep impression of it. Chapter 183. The old students were calm, but the new students had a deep understanding. One of the nobles said, after listening to the Lecturer Dole's course, I think the courses taught by the previous lecturers are simply the worst. It's a pity that the lecturer doesn't like it. Otherwise, I would have a few friends who could come. After hearing this, some people disagreed. Don't introduce anyone. It's already very good that Teacher Dole can let you in. If you can't improve your mental control and accuracy, it's useless even if you are a noble. Lecturer Dole doesn't care whether you are a noble or not. The speaker was one of the third-level pharmacists, Raman. Raman was a commoner, and his status was not as good as that of a noble, but after being influenced by Dole, he was more confident than a noble. A third-level pharmacist's status is comparable to that of a baron, or even higher. The classroom was boiling with excitement, some agreed, and some were embarrassed. Morris glanced at Raman and smiled awkwardly. I believe that as long as they are under the guidance of Lecturer Dole, no matter what they were like before, they will definitely change. I still say that you have to wait until you are capable before you can make money with me. Regardless of your status, it is also a matter of Lecturer Dole's words to enter and exit. He said it directly, so that Lecturer Dole would not be furious and kick him out. Sano also echoed from the side, that's right, Lecturer Dole will not sell face to anyone, only looks at ability. I hope you can improve your ability as much as possible, instead of bullying others with your status. As long as you are promoted to level 3, you will have the capital to be arrogant. Dole didn't know that the classroom was already noisy. As soon as he returned to the Lamb Magic Tower, Gudus came in from outside and muttered, Dole boy, the teacher called you over. You are so angry because you are so angry. Dole patted Gudus's shoulder in annoyance. Gudus was full of resentment, and touched his shoulder that was hurt by the pat. It's all your fault. You were promoted to level 2 so quickly. The teacher is seriously dissatisfied with me now. Dole was powerless to complain. Then you should work hard. Did you feed so many potions to the dogs? The resentment in Gudus's heart suddenly turned into embarrassment. Oh, maybe it's because of my lack of talent. Okay, go quickly. There are also several deans in the meeting, such as Nicholas and Williams. It is said that Dean Arangel will also participate with a magic clone. Gudus's expression turned into envy. Dole was stunned. Arangel, the level 5 wizard, finally came out. He nodded and said, I find you some potions to purify your magic power later. I go first. Gudu was immediately delighted, slowed down. After going downstairs, Dole went straight to the Arangel Magic Tower, where today's meeting was held. The Arangel Magic Tower is usually not open. This 15-story magic tower is usually empty. It is only open when Dean Arangel is awake. Now it is open, proving that he is awake. When he came to the gate, the light of the magic circle swept over him and quickly passed through. Dole was directly sucked by a force, and then the whole person flew forward lightly. The power surrounded him, and Dole couldn't break free at all. He was shocked for a short time. After crossing the first floor and coming directly to the second floor, his figure stopped at the door of a room. The power was released, and Dole regained his freedom. He looked around, and had some knowledge of the power of the Arangel Magic Tower. He could not resist it at all. He exhaled and gently pushed open the door. At this time, in the huge room, there was a long round table. Almost all the senior leaders of Arangel that Dole had met, and had not met were there, including the warriors, and the heads of the administration. He just took a look and knew where he was and walked away. At this time, there was no one at the main seat of the round table, and even the first few seats were empty, but the people in the back were full. Dole walked and scanned everyone. This time he met all the senior executives. He sat down slowly, and everyone's eyes left him. Lamb nodded to him. Dole didn't know why he was asked to attend. This meeting was inexplicable. At this time, the first few seats at the conference round table suddenly had a wave of energy, and various lights shone. Soon, 5 people appeared. At the end of the round table, at the top, was an old man with black hair. He had a broad forehead and deep eyes. He glanced at everyone and glanced at Dole, who was sitting at the bottom. The other people also looked over. When the old man appeared completely, everyone stood up and bowed to him respectfully. Dean Arangel. Arangel stood up at this time, pressed his hands down, and a heavy and thick voice with a hint of oldness sounded, everyone, no need to bow. He turned his eyes to Dole, and his expression became gentle and kind. I saw a new face. Lamb, why don't you introduce it to me? The others slowly sat down. Lamb extended his hand and invited them. Master Dean, for masters, this is Dole, a pharmacist I met on the way to the Northern Kingdom. Along the way, I was deeply impressed by Dole's pharmacy knowledge, so I specially invited him to be the lecturer of the advanced pharmacy course in our college. In the past year, under the careful teaching of Dole, our college has a total of 7 third-level pharmacists. Hearing this number, those who knew it were silent, and those who didn't know it immediately opened their mouths into an O shape. Lamb had already put on a smile on his face. Lecturer Dole has been promoted to the 4th level with his own efforts. Perhaps in the future, our college will have a super senior lecturer. Arang and the 4 phantoms all looked at Dole at this time, especially Arang, who looked Dole up and down. Dole bowed slightly at this time. Meet the dean and the 4 adults. Arangel sighed and said, not bad, not bad. I welcome you on behalf of Arangel College. Lamb said loudly at this time, Dean Arangel, the purpose of alarming you and the 4 adults this time has been reported to you and the 4 adults. Our Arangel College is now contracted for the antidote. All resource allocation and resources obtained still need the mediation of the dean. Speaking of this, Williams, Nicholas and others nodded quickly. Nico said at this time, yes, Dean, this is a big business. We need to use some chess pieces and hidden pieces. You and the 4 adults agree. Arangel looked at both sides, and the 4 people exchanged eyes, and quickly made a decision. The next agenda has nothing to do with Dole. He knows a lot of things, such as the relationship outside Arangel College, some secret chambers of commerce, etc. He is confused. However, he soon realized that Arangel's position was very special. He was the strongest person in the academy and the founder. His position was very high. If he couldn't decide something, he would immediately make the decision himself. Dole also knew the 4 figures. They were all 4th level wizards in seclusion in the academy, second only to Lord Arangel. Dole also knew their identities. Chapter 184. These 4 are Sultai, Simon, John, and Worth. They were all partners, who grew up with Dean Arangel, and eventually formed the first team of the academy. Except for Worth, who joined the Watts family later, the other 3 were nobles, who were granted titles by the Empire, but they were not nobles of the city of Watts. Therefore, the degree of freedom of Arangel Academy is very high, and it is often not restricted by the city of Watts. Among the 4, Worth looked at Dole, who was sitting at the bottom, with a slight admiration in his eyes. After the retreat ended a few days ago, he was surrounded by a lot of information from his family. In all the things in the past year, Dole participated in many things, and they were all major events. The request of the Watts family was to try to get Dole's forgiveness at the meeting, because Vice Dean Nicole played a very shameful role. I don't know how long it took, and the 4 people of Arangel finished their discussion. Arangel stood up from his seat and said calmly, regarding the benefits generated by the new city of Watts, all the rewards will go to individuals. We will divide the other benefits into 20 parts, 10 for the college, 2 for the Alchemy Hall, 2 for the Magic Potion Hall, half for each of the vice presidents, half for each of the 4 people, 1 for Dole himself, and the other as a reward for all those who participated in this matter. When the new city is mostly built, our Arangel College will build a branch. Those who want to go to the new city can come here to sign up, and the 4 of us will decide who will guard it. The meeting lasted a very long time, but the final summary was only this paragraph. After the meeting, the people around applauded. Some people were jealous, some were envious, and some were expressionless and helpless. All kinds of people were in it. Dole got one by himself, which was something he didn't expect. He wanted to refuse, but he didn't have the chance to speak. He didn't even have the chance to speak until Dean Arangel, and the other 4 disappeared completely. Then everyone left one after another. At this moment, Nicole left from a distance and came to Dole. She said with some envy, Lord Worth asked me to give you something. Dole was a little stunned. What does Worth mean? Nicole has been making things difficult for him all day, and he came to give you something again. Is there something wrong? He didn't take the thing, frowning at Nicole. At this moment, Lamb came from the side, took the thing in Nicole's hand, held it in his own hand, and smiled faintly. I accepted it for Dole. Seeing this, Nicole was also relieved. She bowed slightly and left quickly. Dole looked at his leaving back with some confusion, turned around and looked at Lamb. Lamb grabbed Dory's hand, stuffed the thing into his hand, and smiled faintly. You must accept the things given by the elders, otherwise it will be considered impolite. You don't want to offend a 4th level wizard. Dory pursed his lips. If he offended a 4th level wizard, did he want to die? He held his hand, and held the thing in his hand. This is a box with a seal on it. He couldn't see what it was with his mental power. He could guess that Nicole must know, otherwise her expression wouldn't be so envious. It seems that I have to go back and take a look. He thought for a while and said, that's it, but I don't understand. What does this mean? Lamb chuckled. The big guys usually have complicated meanings when they take action. Maybe it represents him personally, or maybe it represents their family. No matter what the reason is, in short, he is using gifts to win you over. This thing should be worth a lot, but no matter how valuable it is, it depends on how you choose it. Dole looked at the things in his hand and felt that they were a little hot. He actually wanted to wait until he was strong enough to deal with the Huazi family. Now it seemed that the other party's attitude was a little strange, but it was a good thing that he got 2 gifts for nothing today. He took the gifts and was about to go downstairs. He raised his head and looked at the leaders of the colleges in front of him. His brows suddenly frowned, because a monkey appeared on the shoulder of one of them. The monkey was observing him, and was observing him intently. The monkey turned his head when he saw him looking up. He looked at the monkey, and didn't sense any blood. It should be a mechanical creation. Then he looked at the man's back. It seemed to be a certain person in power in the Alchemy Hall. Why was he looking at himself? If he wanted to observe himself, he should have seen enough in the conference room just now. He lowered his head, thought for a while, and then began to check his equipment. In this world, there is no love without reason, and no hatred without reason. Walking out of the Arangel Hall with Lamb, Dole had a small round bead in his hand. This round bead was very inconspicuous, but he was holding it firmly in his hand at this time. He looked at the man, frowning all the way. When he arrived at the foot of Lamb Tower, Vice Dean Lamb stopped and looked at Dole. His eyes were calm with a hint of solemnity. After this incident, you are also a very important member of my Arangel Academy. Every move will be noticed, especially this time. What we didn't expect was that Dean Arangel rewarded you with 5% of the profit alone. This is unprecedented. There may be some things coming in the future, and you need to be prepared. Dole nodded. In the past 2 years, he has deeply felt the complexity and variability of human beings. He said carefully, I will pay attention to it. Try to reduce going out before level 3. Lamb nodded, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, although you are not specifically responsible for the antidote, Morris, Sano and others use your name. After this incident, the pharmacy hall in our Arangel Academy is not worthy of its name. After the meeting today, the top management will consider some resource allocation issues of the academy. You have to be careful that they target you. Dole complained in his heart, I have been targeted. He didn't say anything, just nodded, and said, I will be careful. At this moment, he felt something was watching him. He didn't turn his head, but glanced with his peripheral vision, and saw a big bird observing him on a tree outside the square. Lamb nodded, turned his eyes, looked around intentionally or unintentionally, and continued, everyone is safe here in the magic tower. Be careful outside, but you are now a 2nd-level wizard, and I guess no one will be so reckless. Lamb smiled, then turned around and walked into the Lamb Tower. Dole didn't look around, but followed directly. Back to the huge potion hall, Nicholas was a little depressed. The plans he had set before were all rejected by Dean Arangel. He was originally ready to summon all the pharmacist students and re-establish the authority of the potion hall, but he was suppressed by the damned Dole. Is Dean Arangel dissatisfied with me, the master of the potion hall? Nicholas thought of this, and his heart became gloomy. Chapter 185. Arangel College is a whole. The number of students each year, the investment of what city, the donations from various nobles, and the support from the society constitute the total income of the entire college, which is constantly changing. The college is divided into the warrior side and the magic side. The college has always invested more money in the magic side, which is divided into potions and alchemy. Of course, whoever contributes more will get more. Now Dole has jumped out and won the favor of Dean Arangel. He has taken 1/20th of all the benefits this time. Nicholas, the vice dean, and the head of the potion hall, instantly felt the pressure. The potion hall was originally weak, and the amount of money each year was not much. Now the money has suddenly increased, and Nicholas instantly has a lot of ideas. He thought about it, and decided to ask Williams. In the room, Dole sat on the bed, meditating, while dividing a little bit of mental power, constantly infiltrating the small particles in his hand. The skill of using 2 minds at the same time is not a very advanced skill among the 2nd-level wizards. He meditated and used mental power at the same time, which was barely enough to support it. This small particle is a pure alchemical creation, and there are defenses and traps on the outside. If anyone wants to crack this small particle, they first need to break through the outermost defense, and then face the traps inside. If they are not careful, the small particle will be damaged. The refiner of this thing has at least a 3rd-level alchemical level. Unfortunately, although Dwelai's magic pattern level is not good, it is also at the second level, and the level of mental control is higher. He quickly found the loophole and successfully invaded. As soon as he entered the small particle, Dwelai was shocked by the dense and complex magic patterns inside. A small particle less than the size of a thumb actually integrated thousands of magic patterns, and he didn't recognize many of them. Seeing this, Dwelai's face darkened. This man really spent a lot of money. It seems that it is time to study magic patterns. Thinking of this, he gave up the idea of studying small particles, took out a small medicine bottle containing medicine, unscrewed the bottle cap, and put the small particle in. No matter what function it has, it will become a dead thing that is nothing when it enters this small medicine bottle. Dwelai's mouth curled up slightly, put the medicine bottle on the bedside, picked up a book from the bedside, called Intermediate Magic Pattern Learning, and read it with relish. After more than a year in the Glory Empire, Dole's strength and attainments in potion science have improved by leaps and bounds, but he has not made much progress in magic pattern science and material science, and he knows nothing about puppetry. So he is ready to settle down and study it. Even if he doesn't get it back, he must at least understand its function, otherwise he won't know the function of something he doesn't know. Time passed slowly for 5 days. It was his second class. Dole walked into the classroom slowly. As soon as he entered the classroom, Morris, who was sitting at the front, and Sano winked at him wildly. Dole was still a little puzzled, not knowing what was going on. At this time, he raised his head and looked at the back, and suddenly understood. At the back of the classroom, there were 2 strangers sitting. Their clothes were even different from those of the Arangel Academy. They were pure black with some patterns on them, which looked like the people from the Dark Academy he had seen. At this time, he had walked to the front of the desk, frowned slightly, and said lightly, "Do the 2 people at the back have relevant permits?" One of the 2 stood up and smiled faintly. "Teacher Dole, we are day students of the Dark Academy. We are here to study for a month. We have obtained the consent of the Great Elder Sultai. Here is the document." He walked up slowly, and as he walked, he took out something like a magic scroll. Dole did not look at the document, but frowned. "Day students of the Dark Academy? I don't seem to have received any notice that someone is coming." Sano, who was sitting below the classroom, covered his head with a little pain at this time. He told Lecturer Dole yesterday. Maybe he didn't read the note? The man's expression became slightly unnatural. The document was naturally not fake. They had gone through the formal channels. How could this person not know? He looked proud and his eyes became a little confused. At this time, he came to Dole, and put the document on the table in front of him with a haughty look. Dole did not look at it with his eyes, but scanned it with his mental power, frowning slightly. There was no problem with the document. It was indeed issued by the Academy. There were 2 names on it, Sauron and Physos. Dole didn't say anything. He took a look at the man and felt that he was quite arrogant, so he said, "Since there are relevant documents, please sit down. Don't speak without my permission. If you speak nonsense, please leave." He didn't even look at the documents and was ready to start the lecture. The man didn't leave, but stood in front of the podium, showing a standard aristocratic smile. "We too came here yesterday. We heard that Lecturer Dole was from the Northern Kingdom, so we came to see him. I didn't expect Lecturer Dole to avoid us. I met him today, and found out that Lecturer Dole is so young. He is rare in the Northern Kingdom Supernatural Society." At this time, the classroom was extremely quiet, and everyone was staring at the man. Dole looked at the man, not knowing what he was going to do. Yesterday, he was practicing, and no one paid attention to him. What does it mean to avoid seeing someone? He thought for a while, and said, "I am just a small lecturer in Arangel College. In addition to teaching, I usually do experiments the rest of the time. I don't have much time. Unless the college notifies me, I will not easily see anyone. If you want to attend the class, please go to the back. If you don't want to attend the class, please don't disturb other students' normal classes." The man's face suddenly froze. At this time, Morris stood up and said to the man with an unpredictable look, "Zoro, since the lecturer has agreed to let you audit the class, why are you still talking so much? That's right, go to the back to listen to the class. You've almost wasted 10 minutes of the lecturer's time." Another person stood up and spoke. "The people of the Dark Academy are really rude. Just nouveau riche." Zoro was trembling with anger. He knew that most of the people in this classroom were civilians, and he was very disdainful in his heart. He looked back, and suddenly his eyes narrowed. Morris and the other few who spoke together were all nobles. Dole said lightly at this time, "Enough, stop talking, and this class will be cancelled if you talk again." He glanced at Sauron. "You are still standing there?" Is there anything wrong with your brain? Sauron went back to the back in disgrace, his expression a little ugly. Damn it, he is just a commoner, and he dared to talk to me like this. But he didn't dare to refute loudly. If he continued to talk, others would definitely tear him apart. He looked around, and it seemed that there were still many nobles. Didn't they say that this person's students were all ordinary people? How could there be nobles? Physos, who was sitting next to him, looked solemnly and looked ahead seriously. If I were you, I would listen to the class honestly. This person is not simple. He can teach 7 or 8 third-level pharmacists. Anyone would listen to the class honestly. He said lightly, and then ignored Sauron. Chapter 186. Dole did not change his teaching habits easily because of the addition of 2 people. He still spoke with passion and emotion, using various vivid cases to explain how to become a qualified third-level pharmacist. Everyone was listening carefully, and no one spoke at all. Soon, Sauron and Physos were attracted by Dole's course, and the idea of messing up in the middle was aborted. The content of Dole's talk was absolutely rare, and they did not dare to interrupt easily. One morning, for hours passed quickly. Dole did not have the habit of answering questions in class. When the time was up, he immediately turned around and left, leaving a lonely back. The content on the blackboard had not completely disappeared, and it would still exist for a while, and everyone was writing furiously. After a while, Morris finished writing first. He closed the notebook with satisfaction, and then turned his head and looked at the students. These are not only the teacher's students, but also companions, friends, and partners who grow together. He looked at the last row, where Solon and Physos were also writing furiously. From their expressions, it could be seen that the 2 must be very satisfied with this class. He coughed, startling Sano next to him. Do you have any ideas about those 2? Sano had just finished writing, and was still thinking about the teacher's class. He rolled his eyes and said, I don't have any ideas. After the teacher was promoted to level 4, his pharmacist skills have obviously improved a lot. I don't even have time to learn, and I'm still caring about others. Morris smiled faintly. You, who come from a small family, don't have a big picture view. Do you believe that after these 2 people go back, the Dark Academy will definitely take action against the lecturer? Sano looked puzzled. Even if they do, what can they do? It's not like no one has not had this idea, but they were still blocked. Do you think Weisstein Lamb is a vegetarian? They're just 2 small families. They can't make any big waves. Do you think they won't have any bad thoughts after listening to this class? Sano looked thoughtful. That's right. The lecturer's class is so exciting, there's no guarantee that they won't have any bad thoughts. Otherwise, go and test the waters? I heard that the founder of the Dark Academy is well funded, and is poaching people everywhere. The lecturer is so outstanding, there's no guarantee that they won't have any bad thoughts. After the 2 discussed, they turned around and walked to the back. It's not that Sauron has no ideas, but that he has too many ideas. Before coming here, he thought it was just an exaggeration. After really listening to a class, he thought about the courses taught by the teachers of his own academy, and they were simply incomparable. One is full of dry goods, and the other just wants to keep the identity of the academy lecturer. In terms of content quality, they are not at the same level at all. There are too many things that can happen in a class, and they have completely changed their ideas when they came before. Sauron was going to go back and talk about it. If such a lecturer came to their academy, it would be a real blessing for their students. Physos had almost the same idea in his mind. He even thought of directly worshipping Dole as his teacher. As a pharmacist, it is the right way to focus on developing potions. He has been stuck in calmness for a long time, and the tutor has no correct guidance at all. He has been stuck at the 3rd-level pharmacist for several years. The 2 looked at each other, and showed the same look in their eyes. At this time, there was a movement in front, and he saw that the only noble disciple from the 3 major families in that class was walking in front. Morris. Before they came, they knew about this person. Although he was a direct descendant of the 3 major families in Huazi City, he was just an ordinary servant with an awkward status. He would never be noticed in his life, but since he was promoted to a 3rd-level pharmacist, his status has changed dramatically. Speaking of this, Lecturer Dole also contributed. Looking at the direction they came from, Sauron was a little stunned. They were coming for him. He thought it was not good. At this time, Physos also saw Morris and Sano coming together. The information about these 2 people came to his mind, and he felt a little cautious. Sano and the others could ignore him, a small figure, but Morris could not be ignored, although this guy might have some trouble with his family now. The 2 looked at each other, put away the notebooks in their hands, and slowly stood up to show enough respect. Morris stood in the aisle in front of Sauron and the others, with an indifferent expression. Zoran Physos, 3rd level pharmacist? Hearing this, Zoro and Physos straightened their chests. Before Zoro spoke, Physos showed a slightly confident look and said lightly, "Like you, we have just been promoted, so we came out to learn. I'm afraid he came here to make trouble, but unfortunately he met the lecturer, who is so tough." Morris was about to sneer, but he heard Sano next to him laughing. Sano said calmly, "I heard that the pharmacy department of the Dark Academy is very special. There are many people below level 3, and few people above level 3, otherwise they would not come to our academy to study. How about it? What did you learn today?" Physos' mouth twitched, thinking, no matter how bad the pharmacist profession in our academy is, it is better than yours? Where does this guy get his confidence? He snorted and said proudly, "Our college has a 5th level pharmacist, 3 4th level pharmacists, and a total of 17 3rd level pharmacists, and countless 2nd level pharmacists. Tingshu City, Huazi City, and Luoyan City are all big cities, but because they are located in the north, the pharmacist industry is not as good as in the south. There are even fewer senior pharmacists, and the 5th level pharmacists are just in name only. Among the 3 cities, the pharmacists in Huazi City were the most declining before last year. Unexpectedly, Dual Eye suddenly appeared, and then the number of 3rd level pharmacists in Huazi City was increased all of a sudden. This is the key to their coming this time." After just listening to one class, the two of them knew that this person had some skills. No wonder the college let them come to audit, and even exchange resources, and gave up some other things. Sano smiled immediately, and then said sinisterly, "Since your academy is full of talents, what the lecturer said today may be of no use to you too. Otherwise, how about you tear up the notes you took today?" The two people's faces froze, and instantly became gloomy. Dole returned to the room, sat gently on the stool, and cast his eyes on the alchemy table on the table. There were a lot of messy materials on the table, all of which were waste. He paused, re-energized, and continued the research that he had not completed before. In the wizard world, there are many things worth studying: magic patterns, magic, alchemy, puppets, potions, any one of which requires a lifetime of research. Dole originally studied potions to the extreme, but an alchemy creature appeared in Middle-earth, and made him start studying this thing again. He didn't want to know who wanted to follow him, or what information he wanted to obtain. He only wanted to figure out how to prevent such things. The last meeting was an opportunity, but also a crisis for me. I came into the sight of the senior management, but for those senior management, I became a resource or even a prey. This was not a good thing. Chapter 187. Dole, who has read many books, knows that when his life develops to this stage, he has to make some changes. Standing in this important position, he will either become the prey of others' pursuit or become a chess player. Lamb can block most of the maliciousness from the outside world for himself, but after all, Lamb's identity and strength are here. Malice that exceeds his own ability will bring some trouble and threats to Lamb. He thought about these problems while doing alchemy. The best solution at present is to establish his own power. As long as there are enough people and the personnel composition is complex enough, the current situation can be solved. But in this way, he will be tied to Arangel College, which is extremely unfavorable for the development of his career prospects. On the alchemy table, the magic patterns merged together and combined with the materials. Soon, the magic patterns disappeared on the surface of the materials and completely merged with the materials. The thing is done. Dole breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the thing, and put it in his hand. There are many standard equipment in alchemy, and the magic arrays inside are fixed. After tens of thousands of years of evolution, they have become the most optimized structure, the most mana-saving, and the most powerful. Such things are called standard equipment. In addition to standard equipment, most of the things designed and made by alchemists themselves account for the majority. Standard equipment is certainly more mature, but because it is too mature, the market share is very high, so the demand is very low. He picked up the thing, put it in his hand, infused it with mental power, and then activated it. The magic light flashed above, and a burning red line shot out from the front and shot forward. The red line only shot out 3 meters before it stopped and quickly disappeared, leaving only a warm air band in the air. Dole nodded. This thing was just a test product and had no use. It looked good, but it was just for show. The temperature of this red-hot line was not even as powerful as the burning hand. It was just for scaring people. He put the thing down and made the second one. He needed to make 16 of these things, and then combine them into a set of tools. 3 hours later, a large disc-shaped thing with a basin in the middle appeared in front of him. After finishing this thing, Dole put the alchemy table aside and ignored it. According to the proportion, some metals were taken out. Dole put them in the disc, and then activated the magic circle. The disc lit up, and a high temperature of nearly 1,000 degrees was emitted from it, which completely melted the metal, and formed a ball of liquid. At this time, he released the magician to wrap the melted metal and shape it. The metal turned into a half-body armor. Dole had worked as a blacksmith, and knew how to improve the toughness and hardness of metal. By constantly adjusting the strength of the magic circle, he released energy to bombard the half-armor. Soon, the thin half-armor became thinner, but the toughness and hardness were more than doubled. It was originally a level 1 half-armor, but it was directly upgraded to level 2 in terms of material. After finishing all this, Dole breathed a sigh of relief, then closed the disc, took the alchemy table again, and prepared to engrave magic patterns on it. A moment later, a half-armor with magic patterns such as firmness, toughness, and dispersed power was freshly produced. The level of this half-armor was as high as level 3, ranking in the middle level of level 3. If such a thing was sold, it would be at least around 200 gold coins. Dole was not satisfied with the half-armor, as it was only his first work. Throwing the half-armor aside, he started designing again. Weapons and armor have always been the favorites of adventurers, mercenaries, and caravans. High-level alchemists often have 3 or 4 high-level caravan partners, and they will never lack money in their lives. Dole did not intend to enter the alchemy world, he just wanted to better understand alchemy and understand how it works. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, there was a knock on the door outside. Dole looked through the door and saw Katyusha. "She's back?" With a move of mental power, the door opened. Katyusha saw Dole standing in the hall with a strange disc and alchemy table in front of him, and she knew what he was refining. With a glance, there was a half-armor casually thrown at his feet, which seemed to be very good. But she didn't look at him for long, but bowed slightly and said, "Dole, the teacher wants to see you." Dole turned his head and said, "Okay, didn't Dean Lamb say anything?" Katyusha spread her hands. "No, but it should be related to the Dark Gate Academy." Dole's heart sank, and said, "I know, I go now." He closed the alchemy table casually, sorted out the things on the table a little, and walked out of the room. "Let's go!" Among Lamb's disciples, Katyusha is not old, only less than 30 years old, and has not married yet. She is a famous celebrity in the academy. I don't know how many people want to pursue her, but I haven't heard of anyone succeeding. As Lamb's disciple, Katyusha's background is also ordinary. She is somewhat resistant to aristocrats in her heart. I don't know how many young men she has rejected, but there are few outstanding candidates among ordinary people, so it has been delayed until now. However, for the long life of a wizard, this time is nothing. Top floor living room. Nicole sat opposite Lamb. Her face was a little gloomy, and Lamb's face was even gloomier at this time. "I disagree. Dole is fine here with me. As for the matter of the potion hall, this is the instruction of Lord Arangel, not my attention. The people in the potion hall are useless and suppress dissidents. What does it have to do with Dole?" Nicole sneered. "Dole is here, which has seriously affected the reputation of our Arangel Academy. He should either go to the potion hall or set up a new magic tower. Anyway, he can't be here. Nicholas asked you to come, why didn't he come himself?" Lamb also sneered. "I'm here to discuss with you now. With his current strength and ability, he is enough to command a magic tower." Nicole was not to be outdone. Lamb sighed in his heart. Dole's current fame and strength are getting stronger and stronger. He can no longer accommodate him here. This is not the first time Nicole has come here. He can no longer protect Dole. He asked Dean Arangel, but Dean Arangel did not respond. The other 4 did. Their opinions were actually very simple, letting him make the decision. Lord Worth did give an idea, letting Dole leave the magic potion hall independently and kick Nicholas out, but in this way, Dole would be on the opposite side of Nicholas, which was also very disadvantageous for him. Nicholas was a 3rd-level wizard, and Dole was only a 2nd-level wizard. Although Dole had an advantage in magic potions, wizards ultimately spoke with strength. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. The 2 of them shut up immediately. The door opened, and Dole and Katyusha stood at the door. Dole also saw the scene inside at this time, and was a little surprised. He thought it was someone from the Dark Academy inside. Chapter 188. "Hello, gentlemen." Dole bowed slightly as he walked in. Nicole and Lamb stood up and bowed to Dole. Before Lamb could speak, Nicole said loudly, "Dole, your current strength and ability have reached the stage of independently commanding a magic tower. Are you willing to command a magic tower?" Dole was shocked. Commanding a magic tower is something he only dared to dream of. Why is it on the agenda now? Lamb's face changed, and he said in a deep voice, Vice Dean Nicole, what are you doing? Are you roasting Dole on the fire? Dole's brain reacted instantly. Yes, even if he was to command a magic tower, it was not now. He was just a small second-level wizard, maybe not even as good as Katyusha. And Katyusha at the door was also shocked at this time. It turned out that they had been discussing this matter these days. Forcing Dole to leave here? This is probably the purpose of Vice Dean Nicole. As long as he leaves here, they will have a way to make Dole submit. Dole stared at the two of them blankly, somewhat confused. He thought for a moment and said, You two, is this the Dean's idea, or someone else's? My strength is not enough to control a magic tower, not to mention that I have no intention of controlling a magic tower. Nico sneered and said, It's not someone's idea, but everyone's idea. What you are doing now has affected the normal order of the Academy. Now, either go to command a magic tower, or go to the potion hall. The potion hall of our Arangel Academy has now become a joke in what city? Dole's mind suddenly understood, so that's the case. After the incident in the South Bay Swamp, his place directly became the window of Arangel Academy to the outside world. Many people would rather go to him than to the potion hall, so it's no wonder that there would be objections there. He opened his mouth and smiled faintly. This matter has nothing to do with me. Many things were done by my students. I just provided reference opinions, not the main body. If it is to be merged into the Magic Potion Hall, it is also the business of my disciples. The Magic Potion Hall itself is not good, and my students are unwilling to join, so it is not anyone else's fault. Nico was speechless. She held back and lowered her voice. No matter whose problem it is, in short, what you and your students have done has affected the order of the Academy. Lord Arangel asked us to solve it ourselves. Anyway, you can do it. Lamb sneered at this time and said, whether it is merged into the Magic Potion Hall or commanding a magic tower alone, Dole's fate will probably not be good. It's just a matter of your words to deal with him in the future. Unless you give up some of your authority, I will not agree. For so many years, Lamb still doesn't know what she is planning. Dole's current income depends entirely on the Rose Caravan. Here, they dare not mess around, but if Dole goes out, I'm afraid he won't be so easy to talk to. Nicole's face darkened. How could I? Are you questioning my loyalty to the Academy? Hee hee. The two of them were deadlocked. Dole also understood that Lamb could not protect him. He thought for a while, and said loudly, I am willing to go to the potion hall, but the premise is that I will not obey Nicholas's management. Lamb and Nicole both fell silent, and looked at Dole. Lamb was a little shocked, and didn't understand why Dole made such a decision, while Nicole was happy. But when she heard Dole's request, she frowned slightly. Forget it, let's get Dole out first. As long as he can leave here, we can talk about the future slowly. Then let's do it this way. I go find Nicholas. Nicole immediately stood up, and bowed slightly to the two of them. She needed to confirm this matter as soon as possible. Hey, I don't know what to say. You went to the potions hall. Although Nicholas is unlikely to embarrass you directly, he still has the final say on the affairs of your students, Lamb said with some embarrassment. Dole smiled. He was not worried about this matter. There are many level 3 students among my students. They are united. Nicholas has great power. As long as they don't listen to them, they can't do anything. After all, we are just an academy, not a sect. Hearing this, Lamb was thoughtful. It sounded like Dole had a way to deal with it. However, he still sighed and said, after entering the Magic Potion Hall, there will be more troubles for you in the future. As far as I know, at least several nobles will come to you directly or indirectly. I don't know the details of two of them? Dole was stunned. After hearing this, he turned his mind slightly and remembered something. So he said, those are the two nobles I met on the way from the Northern Kingdom. They may also have taken a fancy to my talent in magic potion. This is not a big deal. He paused. As for the other nobles, I am not worried. As long as I am still in the academy, and as long as I am still useful, they have to listen to me. If they dare to force me, I can't guarantee whether there is anything else in the medicine. Dole's face showed a hint of coldness. Lamb was slightly stunned. He seemed to have forgotten that this man was not a spoiled nobleman, but a ruthless man who had gone through untold hardships to leave the Northern Kingdom. So he sighed again and said, if that's the case, then I won't say much. If you can't handle something, come to me. I have made some progress recently, and I think I'm not far from level 4. Now it was Dole's turn to be stunned, and his expression became strange. Others were happy to be promoted to level 4, but when it came to Lord Lamb, he was unhappy. What was going on? It was relatively difficult for wizards to be promoted before level 2. After reaching level 3, it would involve the essence of elements and the essence of witchcraft, and promotion would be relatively difficult. If some special means were used, it might increase the progress, but the road behind would be a little difficult to walk. Did Lord Lam take a shortcut? He blinked and said, I will. Lord Ram has been promoted to level 4, which is gratifying, but you must not be anxious. There is still a lot of time in the future. Lam sighed and said, some things are beyond one's control. For my current situation, the ceiling is level 4. I just go in early. With such talent, there is no better way. Dole didn't know what to say. He turned and left. I haven't even reached level 3 yet, so I can't consider level 4. Back in his room, he thought about it, put his hands together, formed several seals, and sent out several messages. In the laboratory, Morris, Sano, Raman, Sketchers, and other third-level pharmacists were doing experiments and raised their heads at the same time. Everyone looked at me, I looked at you. Raman was a civilian wizard, and he didn't know what happened at this time. He said with a happy face, brothers, the teacher seems to have summoned us together. Sketchers was also surprised. Yes, it seems that this is the first time that the lecturer has summoned us together. I guess it's either a great thing or a great bad thing. Ah, bah, Crow's mouth. Sano said with some disdain. Different identities are destined to think about problems in different ways. But he was actually a little worried. Chapter 189. Morris stood up with a frown on his face. He had more information channels than the others. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Since the teacher is looking for us, it must be a big deal. Let's go! Dole was much younger than them, but they couldn't stand up to him. That makes sense. Let's go! We know what happened when we get there. That's right. The most likely reason is that there are some changes in the academy. I heard that at the last meeting, it was decided to give us a full 10% of the profits as a reward. We made a fortune this time. More than that. Now we are the most popular people in the entire academy. I guess someone is jealous. The most likely person is the pharmacy hall. As they walked and talked, several people actually guessed the whole thing. When they arrived at the door of Dole, the door opened and everyone entered in a line. Lecturer. Lecturer. Dole was standing in the hall thinking. When he heard the voice, he turned around and nodded. He said lightly, I called you here today to announce a decision of the academy. I will move out of here and merge into the potion hall, so I want to ask for your opinions. The 7 people who just came in suddenly became quiet, and their mouths became O-shaped. You really got it right, you're a jinx. Someone whispered secretly. Everyone knew that this was a matter of time. After all, the academy has its own rules. Morris had received the news a long time ago, and said, Lecturer, we are originally from the potion hall, and we can go back now, but it's a bit unreasonable for them to let us go back like this. We don't accept that Nicholas, the palace master, will get a credit for nothing. That's right, we won't accept it. Dole smiled, he looked at the 7 people, his face showed a relatively calm expression, and said, this matter has been decided by the top management, so the next step is to discuss the specific matters. As for what role the pharmacy hall will play, I think everyone understands that they will definitely get the credit, but we will not lose a penny of what belongs to us. If Nicholas or others want to swallow up our things, we can just go on strike at that time. Hearing the word strike, the 7 people were silent. If something happens, this may be the worst way, but it is definitely the most effective way. After talking for a while, Morris frowned and said, then we have to discuss it with other students. Dole nodded and said, I won't get involved too much in this matter. You try to solve it peacefully, and don't make too much noise. It is estimated that the order from above will be conveyed in 2 days. Everyone must know it. Dole said a few words, and hurriedly ended the conversation. He was a little confused now, whether to form his own pharmacist apprentice force, or to recruit people from outside to do pharmacist, business integration, and transportation integration business. Very confused. In less than half a day, several vice presidents of Arangel College sat together to discuss this matter. Nicholas was naturally more excited, while Williams looked pale, and let this guy get the advantage again. The location of the Magic Potion Hall is directly connected to Tallinn. There is a huge palace-shaped building on the side of Tallinn. Just getting close to the Magic Potion Hall building, you can feel a majestic momentum. The potion science of Arangel College itself lags behind others, but the infrastructure is very good. There are countless magic circles arranged inside. Even if an accident occurs, the assistance of the magic circles will not cause much impact. In the eyes of any profession, potion science is a time bomb. Nicholas stood at the door of the potion hall, looking at Dole who was coming, a little surprised. This guy came here without bringing anything? He has space equipment? Next to Nicholas, several other people from the potion hall stood by to welcome him. They were the Deputy Hall Master York, the Logistics Director Eric, and the Purchasing Director Judy. Dole slowly came to the door and saw such a scene. If it was a year ago, so many people were waiting for him, which would definitely make him a little flattered, but now these 4 people are standing in front of him, and he doesn't want to look at them together. Wizard is a profession that looks at strength and future. These people, no matter how strong they are, will not be much higher. They can already see the ceiling of the profession. Nicholas was calm and composed, with a beaming smile on his face. On behalf of the Potion Hall, I welcome Master Dole to join us. The Deputy Hall Master York was a young man who looked at Dole with a cold gaze. After Nicholas finished speaking, he glanced at him and said lightly, Master Dole is finally willing to join our Potion Hall. Hearing this sarcastic voice, everyone's expression was a little strange. Nicholas' expression did not change. Dole glanced at York. Who are you? I am York, the Deputy Hall Master. York said proudly. Dole said, Oh, so you are the Deputy Hall Master. With 2 Hall Masters, you and Nicholas, it's no wonder that the Potion Hall has been so unpromising for so many years. Hearing this, Nicholas and York's faces suddenly changed. York jumped up like a cat with its tail pinned down, and said, What do you mean? Dole snorted coldly. Literally, in Arangel Academy for so many years, there are only 2 third-level lecturers, Luoqiu and FaZe, and you 2 are also third-level pharmacists. I want to ask, how many senior students have come out of the academy over the years? Dole was not afraid to scold back directly when others disrespected him. Nicholas's face was extremely ugly. Dole targeted York, but he also brought himself in intentionally or unintentionally, saying that he was the master of the Magic Potion Hall. The Magic Potion Hall was so useless, it was just slapping itself in the face. Nicholas slightly released his aura and suppressed Dole. If Master Dole can improve the status of the Magic Hall, you can make suggestions instead of making sarcastic remarks here. Dole turned his head and looked at Nicholas calmly, his tone still flat. I'm afraid that even if I make suggestions, it will be useless. Eric and Judy looked at each other, and they were so tense before they even entered. Judy was a lady, and she stood out at this time. She was only 27 years old this year, standing gracefully at this time, smiling slightly. Okay, 3 of you, let's talk about some things inside. The students are all watching. That's right, let's talk about it inside, Eric said without any fluctuations in his voice. There were not many people around, but there were 1 or 2 students, and they all looked over here at this time. Dole glanced at this York, not knowing why he was so hostile to him, and Nicholas was originally an enemy, so there was no need to be polite to him. He grinned. Where is my residence? Please take me there. He looked at Eric. According to the intelligence, this man should be in charge of logistics, and that woman should be in charge of purchasing. As for the sales of potions, there are 2 channels. One is that the pharmacy hall purchases them themselves and Nicholas and York sell them, and the other is that the students take them out to sell. Chapter 190. The Potions Hall of Arangel Academy is weak. Compared with the powerful Alchemy Hall, it is not a little weaker. There is not even a 5th-level pharmacist. Dole has always judged his own position very accurately. He needs to be a pure pharmacist, he needs to settle down, he needs to have enough ability to protect himself, and have enough confidence to stand anywhere, so he chose to go so far on the road of potion learning. Relying on Lamb is just to strengthen himself. Now he is strong enough, and not afraid of anyone. After being promoted to the 4th level, it can be said that he is popular wherever he goes, so he is not afraid of the difficulties of the Potions Hall of Arangel. It is difficult for you, but when my ability becomes stronger and stronger, you will only become less and less confident. Dole raised his head, his calm face did not look at them, and passed by the 2 people. Seeing Dole's disdainful expression, York and Nicholas looked a little unhappy. Walked into the Potions Hall, and looked around. This is his 2nd time here. Last time he came here for registration, but this time he really moved in. Eric led the way, and smiled faintly. There are 300 laboratories in our Potion Hall. The ventilation, fire protection, and inactivation of each laboratory are no worse than those of other colleges. There are 10 advanced laboratories, and 3 vacant laboratories. I will take you to see them now. Dole nodded. He didn't care about the size of the laboratory. As long as there were enough, it would be fine. How many students are there in the Potion Hall now? Including Luoqiu and FaZe? Eric sighed and said, there are only more than 100 students in total, and many students are alchemists and potion masters, which are not their main jobs. Usually, There are less than 50 people living in the potion hall. Dole was a little surprised by this number. There should be a lot of first-level potion masters, right? Eric smiled bitterly. Not many. There are more than 100 in total, distributed in various magic towers. What about the second-level ones? Dole was a little surprised. There are quite a few, more than 100. Oh! What alchemy lacks is not low-level pharmacists, but high-level ones. Our academy, including you, has only 2 fourth-level pharmacists, and no 5th-level pharmacists. Otherwise, it would be impossible for us to have so many third-level wizards. In this regard, we are not as good as the Dark Gate Academy. They have more third-level wizards than us, although many of them are nominal wandering wizards. Eric is very talkative, and directly pointed out the key points to Dole. Dole touched his chin. Pharmacists are very important, and even related to the development level of wizards in a region. Level 4 pharmacists can only make level 4 potions to meet the needs of level 2 wizards. Level 3 and above wizards need level 5 pharmacists. There is no level 5 pharmacist in Arangel College, which is enough to explain the problem. He smiled faintly and said, there will be level 5 pharmacists. Isn't it true that there are 7 more level 3 pharmacists in a year? Eric smiled when he heard this. This is what he likes to hear the most. The Magic Potion Hall has a total of 5 floors. The space on the 5th floor is very spacious. The laboratories are evenly distributed in every corner, and each laboratory is very huge. Eric took him around, and Dole didn't choose much. He picked a room at random, and determined his residence. Dole walked into the Magic Potion Hall. Although Nicholas and York were depressed, they had to start their own actions, publicize it to the outside world, and start integrating the resources of pharmacists. There are only 2 level 4 pharmacists in Arangel and Dole. The other pharmacist is none other than the nobleman Wordsworth. He usually does not take action, so Dole's promotion is very critical. They are going to add another advanced course, which is open to level 3 pharmacists. This is the final reason for bringing Dole to the Magic Potion Hall. Damn lamb, it delayed their plan by a year. Nicholas and York looked at each other, and then went down to start preparations, publicity, hanging various banners in the academy, advertising, etc., and even publicity to Word City. Lamb Tower, the Antidote Laboratory. Morris Sano, and others stood in the front. They got the news that Dole Wizards had moved to the Magic Potion Hall. Although they didn't have to go there for the time being, it was only a matter of time. This matter had been discussed a few days ago. Morris coughed and said, we can't do anything about this matter. Let's talk about what to do. What else can we do? Let's go! To be honest, the facilities in the laboratory of the Potions Hall are more complete. Raman said, his temper was a little softer. You can't just go there for nothing. Lecturer Dole doesn't even have an identity. We, as students, will be manipulated for nothing if we go there. Skechers was a little indignant. Sano raised his head and coughed, not really. If the lecturer goes there, he will at least be a deputy hall master. It's just that it hasn't been announced yet. I tend to go there. After all, the laboratory is better. Morris glanced at Sano. This guy must have been manipulated by someone. He coughed and said, then go ahead, but we can make conditions. With so many of us, we are not afraid of Nicholas's mischief. Dissatisfaction with the Magic Potion Hall has not been a day or two, and this sentence immediately resonated with everyone. Yes, that is, make conditions, I agree. We don't have to hand in the potion every month, let them buy it themselves. I have the same idea, they have to hand it in every month, and the price is quite low, isn't this bullying? Soon, everyone was excited. Morris and Sano looked at each other and laughed in their hearts. This thing is done. Just at this time, there was a knock on the door outside the laboratory. The door opened, and it was Finn, the Deputy Director of Logistics of the Wat City Military Office. Finn glanced at the people who were shouting, and muttered in his heart, what happened to Arangel College again? After seeing Morris, he waved and shouted, where did Dole the pharmacist go? Someone interrupted and said, he was taken away by the Potion Hall. Finn was a little surprised. Potion Hall? He knew something about Arangel College. Dole had always lived with Vice Dean Lamb, because the Potion Hall didn't pay much attention to him. Now they wanted him back. What's the big deal? He asked again, who is in charge of the antidote now? Is it Nicholas? Hearing this, everyone felt a little strange, because no one was responsible for this matter. Dole was in charge before, but in fact, it was several third-level students and Goodus in Lamb Tower who were in charge. Now that Dole was gone, the antidote was still being made, but no one knew who was in charge. Finn saw the expressions of the people, and his face was a little angry. What the hell? He snorted, closed the door, and went directly to the top floor. Chapter 191. Lamb looked at Finn with a helpless expression, and said, "A few days ago, Dean Arangel came out of retreat, and decided to rectify the atmosphere of the Academy, and integrate the resources of the Academy. He brought Dole back to the Potion Hall, but gave him a position of Deputy Hall Master, but it has not been officially announced yet. The affairs of the Academy under Dole have always been the responsibility of the students themselves. In fact, it has little to do with him. He is just a guide." Finn stared at Lamb. "Then who should we ask for the order from our military office now?" Lamb was a little surprised. "Didn't Morris give it to you?" Finn thought of the scene he saw below, and felt a little helpless. "They are making trouble below. Can I give it to you?" He paused. "I don't care. I came here to ask for the antidote today. Give it to me quickly. If you don't solve this matter, the cooperation with Arangel College will probably end here." Lamb. Hearing this, he immediately became serious. "I go down and arrange it. We won't be careless about the Imperial Order." Finn nodded and said, "Do it as soon as possible. I ask our supervisor to find Dean Arangel later." Lamb asked in confusion, "So urgent?" Finn's face changed and his voice became louder. "How can we not be anxious? Now the South Bay Swamp is in the period of large-scale development. The production of antidotes here must not lag behind. If it lags behind, I'm afraid none of you can bear the responsibility." Lamb said solemnly, "Then how about this? You come with me and report directly to Dean Arangel." Finn had a headache. There were too many messy things in Arangel College. He didn't want to get involved. He thought that this matter would proceed quietly under the leadership of Dole, and nothing would happen. Just a few days after returning, Dole was forced to go to the Magic Potion Hall. He knew what level the Potions Hall of Arangel Academy was at. It was useless, but a few high-ranking officials were good at grabbing credit. Coming out of Lamb Tower, they came to the gate of Arangel Tower. The gate of the Magic Tower was slightly closed. Seeing this, Finn breathed a sigh of relief. The two stopped and turned back at the same time. Behind them, Nicole and Nicholas came together. Lamb frowned a little, and Finn nodded slightly. Dole took things out of the storage bracelet one by one and arranged them around the room. He now found that it was so convenient to have a storage bracelet. He didn't need to bring anything when he went out. The whole person was a mobile warehouse. Unfortunately, the storage capacity of the bracelet was still too weak. It was completely full after just putting some things in it, which did not meet his requirements. If Arangel Academy continued like this, he would consider leaving here, finding a new place, and continuing to live. With his current ability, he would live well wherever he went. He cooperated well with the Rose Chamber of Commerce, but he still had many chambers of commerce to choose from if he left the Rose Chamber of Commerce. The multinational Chamber of Commerce such as the Flame Chamber of Commerce was also on the list. He was not afraid of being controlled by others. As for life threats, as long as Lord Ball did not leave, he would be safe. He only needed to practice step by step. After reaching the second level, the number of witchcrafts increased. With continuous fireballs, explosive fireballs, flame shields and fire element control, he could play with fire in a variety of ways. In terms of combat power, he was not inferior to those geniuses. The speed of meditation slowed down. After a few months, the size of the fire element only increased by a few centimeters. At this stage, the height increased by 1 centimeter, the width would also increase, and the total amount of fire elements would increase a lot. At this speed, it would take a long time for him to reach 2 meters. At this moment, he suddenly lowered his head, and after a moment, he raised his head with a slight smile on his lips. He thought that Finn had come in the past few days. With Finn putting pressure on the Academy, even if he didn't want to be an official, he would still be a Deputy Hall Master. It was indeed the case. He chose to compromise with the Potion Hall at this time point for the same reason. He put down the things in his hands, turned around and walked out of the experiment, and then quickly walked into the Airing Tower. In an office on the top floor, the illusory figure of Airing sat behind a chair. In front of him were Lamb, who was somewhat relieved, Nicholas and York, who looked a little ugly, and Nicole, who looked expressionless. As for Finn, he stood aside with an expressionless face. In addition, Wordsworth, a 4th-level wizard, also stood aside, staring at the illusory figure, and his face seemed very calm. As soon as Dole came in, everyone looked over. The room was unusually quiet. Dole came in, and could only hear the sound of his own footsteps. Airing stood up from his chair. He looked around at everyone around him expressionlessly, and said calmly, "After discussion, Dole is appointed as the deputy head of the Magic Potion Hall to manage production matters. Dole, do you agree?" Dole bowed slightly and said expressionlessly, "Yes, thank you, Dean." Seeing his expression, Nicholas and York sighed secretly at the same time. Dole was too threatening. It was their fault that they had no ability. At this time, Wordsworth glanced at Dole, and a faint aura flowed out of his body, covering him. He said calmly, "There are 2 fourth-level pharmacists in our college, and I am the other one. However, I have been in seclusion for many years, and don't care about pharmacy. You are a 4th-level pharmacist, and you have taken over the production of the potion hall. Then, some things will be done by you." Dole was a little surprised. What did this mean? But he soon thought of something, and his face changed slightly. Feeling the power of Wordsworth at this time, he said carefully, "Lord Worth, my production is limited, and I will give priority to the Rose Chamber of Commerce. This is a contract I agreed to earlier, and I cannot breach it. As for supplying to the 2nd-level wizards of the Academy, I am afraid that I will disappoint you." The mental pressure is very comprehensive. Dole feels that his shoulders are heavy, as if a mountain is pressing on him. That is not from the body, but from the spirit. Wordsworth's expression changed, his face sank, and he said, "Then I think you don't deserve the position of Deputy Hall Master." Dole raised his eyebrows, and was not afraid of this 4th-level wizard. Arangel looked at Wordsworth, and then looked at Dole. The expressions of both of them were unusually firm. At this time, Lamb's forehead showed some sweat, and his face looked at Wordsworth with a bit of an ugly face. This guy is obviously making things difficult for Dole. Nicholas and York were delighted at this moment. Dole did not resist the mental pressure. Wordsworth was obviously trying to embarrass him. He snorted and nodded lightly, "I don't need this position." After that, he bowed slightly to Arangel and said, "Dean, I want to go out for a while. If you don't stay here, I will slip away." Dole had this plan. The room suddenly became deathly quiet, and everyone was stunned. The most surprised person was Finn. Hearing this, he was overjoyed. "Haha, Master Dole, my Imperial Mage Corps welcomes you to be a guest." Chapter 192. Arangel's eyelids drooped slightly. After looking at Finn, he turned his gaze to Wordsworth, and shook his head slightly. This 4th disciple is still a little utilitarian, otherwise, he should have been promoted to level 5 after so many years. Dole is not going out, he is preparing to leave. A level 4 pharmacist is very popular wherever he goes. He thought for a while, and said, "Dole, don't worry. Worth's words only represent him personally. This time, I called you here to inform you to come back. Your students can return to the potion hall, and be under your exclusive control. As for your going out, let's talk about it after this period of time. Now part of the college's income depends on him. Who will benefit from driving him away?" Worth's face was extremely ugly. Dole was slapping him in the face. He was about to release his momentum to teach him a lesson, but he felt his shoulders were heavy. He looked at the teacher and found that he was looking at him expressionlessly. He didn't dare to act rashly, and put away his momentum. The teacher has been pursuing the 6th level for so many years, and doesn't want to be in charge, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't know what he means. He slowly stepped back, glanced at Nicole, lowered his head slightly, and stopped participating in this matter. Dole looked at Arangel, and nodded heavily. He looked at Wordsworth, looked at Nicole, and then looked at Nicholas, and shook his head slightly. To be honest, he was a little disappointed. If it weren't for Lamb's kindness, he might have left here a long time ago. He fell silent, and looked into the distance. Arangel frowned when he saw this. It is impossible for such a talented pharmacist to not have a bit of arrogance. It seems that he compromised very easily now, but from what he said just now, it can be heard that he does not want to stay here. If a 4th-level pharmacist leaves the academy like this, then Arangel Academy should really go bankrupt. He thought of many things in his mind, and then said, "You all leave." Then he said, "Dole, stay." Everyone looked at Arangel, bowed slightly, and then slowly left. Soon, only Arangel and Dole were left in the room. Alan looked at Dole and said calmly, "Do you think we don't value you?" Facing a level 5 wizard alone, Dole was still under a lot of pressure, but he was not afraid of the other party. He said directly according to his inner thoughts, "I am not someone who wants others to value me, I just want to find a quiet place to do research, that's all." Allinger probably understood what Dole meant by coming to Dole. "I have learned about your situation from other people. You came from the Northern Kingdom, and you just need a quiet place? You need power to rely on, you need to buy spell models and potion formulas, and I'm afraid it's not possible to do it alone." Dole smiled when he heard this. "Do you think, with my ability, where will I lack these things?" Allinger was stunned. He lowered his head, thought carefully, and his expression became serious. A capable pharmacist probably doesn't lack these things. With his current strength, It's not difficult to even pull up a team directly. To be honest, I am quite disappointed with the atmosphere at Arangel College. The top management is short-sighted and has no overall view. They only care about the petty gains in front of them, and cannot see the distance at all. If Arangel College continues like this, it will be a luxury to even become a secondary college, let alone a higher one. Dole simply opened up. Arangel's face suddenly darkened, and a sense of power suddenly emerged from his body. He just looked at Dole, and Dole felt as if there was a volcano sitting in front of him, as if it could erupt at any time. I don't worry too much about the academy. Maybe there are things like what you said, but after all, Arangel Academy is the only academy in Huazi City. Dole felt the pressure. Then you should know how many people the Dark Gate Academy has poached from Arangel Academy for so long. As far as I know, there are as many as 5 intermediate lecturers in our academy. Arangel naturally knew these things. Since waking up, such things have been slowly decreasing, but many lecturers of students seem to have the intention to go out. The Dark Gate Academy has received strong support from the government, military, and local nobles of Fengxia City. It has strong funds and poach people everywhere. This is no longer their business in Huazi City. The surrounding cities have been poached by them. Arangel lowered his head and said in a deep voice, I know about this matter. They want to leave with my consent. Otherwise, they would not leave. They are just intermediate lecturers. There are still many in the academy. But what I don't understand is why you want to leave. Arangel Academy didn't force you so much? Lord Arangel, are you kidding? If there is no coercion, why would I go to the potion hall? Arangel's face sank. All pharmacists are under the jurisdiction of the potion hall. What's wrong with this? Dole shook his head. This is true, but go and ask, how many pharmacists are willing to go to the potion hall? The potion hall is almost a private territory. Private territory? Arangel was somewhat shocked by this accusation. After all, this is an academy. How could there be such a thing as private territory? He slowly put away his momentum and said solemnly, I will go down to investigate and give you an explanation on this matter. Dole nodded and turned to leave. Looking at Dole leaving, Arangel shook his head. This child has the ability, but he is too undisciplined. Thinking about it, he clapped his hands. Soon, a black shadow walked in from outside. His whole body was wrapped in black, with only a pair of eyes exposed. The man half knelt on the ground, and a low voice sounded, Master Arangel. Arangel said, Tell me what happened in the academy during my absence. Dole walked out of the Arangel Tower, and Lamb was waiting anxiously at the door. Seeing Dole coming out, Lamb's face was happy, and then a trace of guilt appeared. He just heard that Dole was about to leave. How is it? The dean didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Dole shook his head and said, No, we just chatted for a few words. Lamb sighed and said, Since what happened, if you want to leave, I personally don't object. The atmosphere in the academy is not good now. You are in Lamb Tower, and I can still protect you. If you leave Lamb Tower now, I will be hard to say. Nicole and Nicholas and others are too selfish. To be honest. Dole nodded and said, Let's wait and see. If they are still like this, I will leave the academy. I want to be promoted to a level 5 pharmacist, and I can't do it without a slightly more stable environment. When Dole said this, a copper bell hanging on the eaves of Lamb Tower suddenly vibrated, absorbing their voice fluctuations into it. Lamb raised his eyebrows. Do you have the idea of reaching level 5? Dole shook his head and said, Not yet, but I have mastered the level 5 ingredients of some potions. There are only a few main ingredients left, and I need to be proficient in the techniques. Chapter 193. Lamb had a happy look on his face. If you can be promoted to level 5, and make level 5 potions, I will definitely support you. Dole laughed. Then you must not forget Lord Lamb's kindness. The two smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. Lamb actually sighed slightly in his heart. Dole was undoubtedly capable, but the people in the academy were too short-sighted, and could not see the longer term. Now they just wanted to take advantage of it, which was so easy. When Dole really left that day, he wondered who they would go to. Moreover, after the recent events spread out, I am afraid that the military office, the Pharmacist Guild, the City Lord's mansion, and the Dark Gate will be ready to move. Returning to his laboratory, Dole closed the door and continued the experiment. In Lamb Tower, Nicole and Lamb talked to the students about some things and gave up some interests. Morris and others discussed and decided to move to the Magic Potion Hall. On the one hand, it was closer to Lecturer Dole, and on the other hand, the conditions there were better. But the premise is that the Potion Hall will not restrict them. This is the most basic, otherwise. Even if Nicholas is reluctant, there is no way. Now, the military orders all depend on them. which makes Nicholas even more jealous of Dole. After moving to the new laboratory, then almost sat in the laboratory, watching them complete various materials. The matter of Arangel College gave him a headache. Now it is lagging behind 2 cities. If Arangel continues like this, I am afraid things will be really troublesome. One day later, several large convoys slowly drove out of the city of Watts and headed for Arangel College. After they left, a convoy composed of the Imperial Legion also slowly set off, and its target was also Arangel College. 2 hours later, several convoys arrived at Arangel College one after another. The caravan in front was still a little surprised, and made way for the convoy behind. Someone saw that the person sitting in the carriage of the convoy was the boss of the military department of Watts City, Watswa, the second person in the Watts family. After Watswa came out, another person stood up soon. It was Watts Wolf, the elder of the Glory Wizard Alliance. The two got off the carriage, quickly changed to horses, and disappeared at the gate of the college. Outside Tallinn, the two jumped off the carriage and walked into Tallinn with their entourage. Soon, Arangel received the news. He was slightly surprised, and then went down the tower to greet them in person. Seeing Wow, Arangel strode forward and smiled. Welcome, welcome. I didn't expect you to come to my place. Wow wore a noble robe today, which made him look more gentlemanly. He looked at Arangel and smiled faintly. Dean Arangel is still elegant. I came here today for no other reason than to check the progress. I heard from my logistics manager that there may be some problems here, so I came to check it out. Arangel's face changed slightly, and he said calmly, No, I integrated the resources of pharmacists a few days ago, which may have touched the interests of some people. Vice Dean Nicole and Worth are too eager for quick success in this matter. Wow was stunned. Are Nicole and Worth members of the Watts family, or did they do it? He thought for a moment and said, No matter who they are, the current focus is on the key work of the new city. No matter what the matter is, they must make way for this matter. The purpose of my coming today is to talk about this matter. For this reason, I specially called the Honor Wizard Alliance. Arangel's mouth twitched. Isn't this wolf one of yours? This is the attack of the Watts family. He smiled but didn't smile. Then please come in. As a level 5 wizard, this is still his magic tower. Even if a level 6 master comes, he is not afraid. 10 minutes later, the magic potion hall. A few quick knocks sounded at the door of Dole's laboratory. Dole's eyes passed through the magic circle and penetrated the door. He saw Morris and Sano. He controlled the magic circle, opened the door, and saw the two people running in hurriedly. Morris said anxiously, Lecturer Dole, the people from the Watts family are here. Dole was a little confused. They are here, what's the matter? Morris was a member of the Cecil family, and he was a little anxious when he saw this situation. The Watts family's approach has always been more domineering, and it might affect their interests. He said anxiously, the people who came are big figures in the military office and the Glory Wizard Alliance. The matter involved may be about the antidote. I'm afraid they will do something bad to us. Dole was relieved and smiled. If it's for this matter, what are you afraid of? We are in a high position, and they are asking us for help. What are you afraid of? Just do what you should do. Hungry, it seems to make sense. I'm just afraid that they will harm you, lecturer. Sano touched his head. The two looked at each other. Dole shook his head. Don't be nervous, maybe it's a good thing. Besides, the worst result is to cut my budget. If it doesn't work, I can just leave the academy. Hearing this, Morris and Sano were shocked, and they felt uncomfortable as if they had eaten a fly. They finally met a good lecturer, but now they are forcing the teacher to leave. Can they stay in this broken academy? The two sighed and said, Lecturer, wherever you go, we can follow you. If it doesn't work, we can set up a small organization exclusively for potion masters. Okay, with so many of us and your careful teaching, we are definitely not worse than any other organization. Dole lowered his head, his eyes gleaming, and he said slowly, I have actually thought about this, but many things have not been resolved yet, otherwise we can't go out rashly. The problems of raw materials, sales, and various forces, if these are not resolved, we will still be forced by others when we go out. Morris said at this time, Teacher, do I actually have a way? Sano also straightened his chest at this time. Obviously, the two of them had discussed it countless times. Dole's expression became serious, you say? Morris said, Teacher, I'm afraid you have fallen into a misunderstanding. We can't just hang on to one tree. We can go with you to the new city. The new city needs us, and with the strong support of Watts City, we can definitely gain a foothold in the new city. Dole raised his eyebrows and thought. Whether it was the Watts family, the Cecil family, or the Tracy family, the current focus was on the new city. No matter how dirty they were, as long as the new city was not built, they would be of great use. If they went there now, it would be the best time. But, would Arangel College let them go? Dole thought about opening a branch there. If all these people were taken away, Dean Arangel might not agree. He thought about it. Maurice and Sano were relieved to see how Dole looked. The lecturer was thinking seriously at this time. There might be a chance for this matter. Chapter 194. After a long while, Dole raised his head, his eyes solemn. I go talk to Vice Dean Lamb, and see what he means. Maurice and Sano showed joy on their faces. This is their goal today. Instead of wasting time here with them to defend the status quo, it is better to take the initiative. Anyway, the new city is in ruins now, and now is the most appropriate time to go. You can make money, gain fame, and gain popularity. Why not? Dole thought for a moment and raised another question. We don't even have a magic tower. Where can we go to make potions? This is a problem. You can rent it, but the rent is not cheap. Sano said at this time, there are many ownerless magic towers in the academy. You can apply for it, and we can rent it together. When the time comes, we can drive the magic tower over there. With your current strength, it should be able to start. Moreover, we are going there to establish a branch to expand the reputation of the academy. Dean Arangel should agree. Dole's mouth twitched. The consumption of a magic tower is not a small number. Even if the magic tower can absorb magic elements to replenish itself, it will consume thousands or even tens of thousands of magic crystals in a day. Generally, magicians who own magic towers are at least level 3, and they must also be able to make money. Elemental wizards, who rely on combat power for their livelihoods, will never think about it in this life. He wanted to own a magic tower himself, but his current strength did not allow it. He had to be at least level 3 to plan this matter. Morris hesitated for a moment and said, in fact, lecturer, you can also consider the investment of other forces. Hearing this, Sano's ears immediately stood up. Dole looked at Morris, shook his head, and said, except for neutral forces, I will not accept investment from any force. This is the bottom line. If you use other people's things, you have to be a tool for others. I don't want to live this kind of life for a day. Morris and Sano heard this and thought about it. But then, the two sighed slightly in their hearts. In the entire Arangel Academy, except for Dole, I am afraid that only the dean has such a free and easy ability. Others will more or less rely on the existence of others. Dole thought about it, and said, don't let go of the antidote for Xinxing. This is related to your future. In addition, you can ignore Nicholas. Before the matter in the South Bay Swamp is resolved, Nicholas has no control over you. This is Dole's bottom line for coming here. Morris and Sano smiled. How could they want to snatch something from them? Putting this matter aside, Morris and Sano began to ask Dole some professional questions. They were very serious in the course, and would come to ask privately. Anyway, it would be useless if they didn't ask. Dole patiently answered some questions, and drove them away with a smile. After the two left, he sat at the table and thought about some questions carefully. Where to go? If you want to stay, you can still stay. If you don't want to do anything, it's useless for others to force you. But it's still difficult to do some things when you are harassed so disgustingly every day. At this time, he thought about the magic tower. How great it would be if he had a separate magic tower. The magic tower is the magician's laboratory, residence, and flying fortress, and it has a variety of functions. The wizard world has developed for so many years, and has already had detailed regulations on the regulations and scale of magic towers, resulting in many specifications of magic towers. The triangular magic tower, known as the poor man's magic tower, has a total of 6 regulations: defensive, flying, and offensive. The lowest level 3-story magic tower costs hundreds of thousands of gold coins. For a second-level wizard or even a third-level wizard, this price is quite terrifying. Above the triangular magic tower is the pentagonal magic tower, which has slightly fewer regulations, only 3, but the function of each regulation is much stronger than the triangular magic tower. After all, there are 2 more corners, and the layout of the magic circle is relatively loose. The lowest level is also a 3-story magic tower, and the price is almost 700,000 gold coins, which is very terrifying. The next level up is the hexagonal magic tower, and the octagonal magic tower. With each additional corner, there are more choices for magic arrays and more powerful functions, but the cost is also rising sharply. Even if an average 4th-level magician has all his wealth, he can basically not build a hexagonal or octagonal magic tower. These 2 specifications are generally exclusive to forces. Dole wants to refine his own magic tower. He is not going to consider a triangular tower. The lowest must be a pentagonal one. However, he will have to save money for a long time to build a pentagonal tower with slightly better specifications. A rough estimate is that he will have to prepare about 800,000. His current monthly income is about 10,000 gold coins, plus the share from the academy, and some miscellaneous things, about 15,000 a month. It is simply unimaginable to save up 800,000. Therefore, recently he had to put aside the things at hand and focus on the medicine. If the orders from the military office were divided, he could receive about 200,000 yuan, which seemed a lot, but it was not much. He was still short of money. Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked at Ball, who was sleeping soundly in the corner, and asked, "Boss Ball, how can we make money quickly?" Ball's voice became lower, and he said without raising his head, "Killing an arson for a gold belt, and going out to rob to make money the fastest." Dole's mouth twitched. "Then what's next?" Ball raised his head and laughed. "Like me last time. If you find a dragon's treasury, that would naturally be good." Dole licked the saliva at the corner of his mouth. He knew that Ball made a small fortune last time, but he didn't think of relying on him. "Your two things are not practical. I am only a second-level wizard." Ball put his head down again. "Then, there is no way. I know you want to build your own magic tower. So much money is almost impossible to operate. If you can be promoted to a 5th-level pharmacist as soon as possible, you can save enough in a few months." Dole was a little distressed. "I also want to. A slightly better 5th-level potion. Dare to ask for 5,000 gold coins per bottle, but 5th-level medicinal materials are not easy to handle. I have to at least change the alchemy table to a 4th level, and improve my mental strength a little bit." Ball smiled and said, "You can refine 5th-level poison. Poison does not require so many requirements. As far as I know, some people like advanced poisons." Hearing this, Dole's eyes suddenly lit up. Recently, he has been refining medicine and almost stupid. First he was enlightened by 2 students, and now he was taught by Ball. He felt that his brain was not enough. Poison. This is feasible. Thinking of this, he put down all the work at hand, disguised himself, put on a black robe, walked out of the potion hall, and quickly disappeared in the academy. Alchemy Hall. An old man suddenly raised his head. His eyes penetrated the wall and looked at the outside world. He seemed to see the sky outside the hall. On a big tree, a mechanical bird flew out of the academy at this time, following closely behind him. Chapter 195. What is this kid Dole doing out at this time? He even changed his appearance and wore black clothes? Wizards have disguised potions, which can easily change their appearance, but no matter how a person changes his appearance, the frequency of his mental power will not change. Among the 3rd-level wizards, they only look at the frequency of mental power. His eyes have been on the mechanical bird, looking at Dole below. At this moment, he found that Dole's figure disappeared. "Hey!" He hurriedly let the mechanical bird fly higher, but it was too late. The next moment, his eyes went black and he lost all vision. In the room, the wizard covered his eyes and his face looked a little ugly, but the next moment, he showed a hint of a grim smile at the corner of his mouth, and then he formed a seal with his hands and sent a message out. "Lord Ball, is there only this one person?" Under the shade of the tree, Dole looked at Ball at his feet and said speechlessly. Ball nodded and said, "In the potion hall, there are only 2 people who are capable of making such lifelike flying birds. One is Hall from the Tracy family, and the other is Linwena, who is from a minor noble family. Linwena is unlikely to monitor you, only Hall." Dole smacked his lips. "The Tracy family, haha, these nobles are all the same." Ball snorted. "This is not a characteristic of the nobles, but a unified characteristic of powerful forces. The nobles in this world have only magnified this characteristic, but it is still the same in essence. The same force will also have many contradictions within it. For example, there are many different voices in the Watts family. At least the city lord's mansion, and most of the Watts family members are not wearing the same pants." Dole thought of Nicole and Wolf from the Glory Wizard Alliance. He shook his head. No matter what the reason is, their centripetal force towards the family will not change. At most, they will change their ways, that's all. Ball looked at Dole with some surprise. "Oh, you have become smarter." Dole was a little helpless. "I also like reading books, okay? There are so many stories in them, and it is easy to summarize some lessons." Ball nodded and said with a little sigh, "The greatest advantage of humans is that they created words and books. They can preserve thousands of years of history, experience, lessons, and summarize innovations, which other races do not have." A man and a dog walked on the official road. At this time, Dole walked into the jungle and quickly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already 10 kilometers away from Watt City. He came out of the wilderness. He was a little embarrassed, but he seemed to be in a good mood. Baal's figure had disappeared, and no one knew where he went. Following the large army into the city, Dole wandered around outside, enjoying the surging crowd for a moment, feeling the prosperity of the world, and then slowly walked into the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild is a good place to make money. There are a large number of tasks to choose from, low level, high level, and super high level. The highest level task in Huazi City even has millions of gold coins, but this task has been completed by the City Lord's mansion itself. It is the task of expelling the South Bay Swamp Green Dragon. The second high-value task is also to kill super high-level monsters, including level 4, level 5, and even level 6, various dragons living in dangerous places. There is no shortage of adventurers and dragon slayers among the human race, but most of the dragon slayers often become dragon feces, and only a few people get glory and money. Hunting high-level monsters is the most valuable task, followed by some tasks to open up territories. These are basically tasks for nobles, and the price is not low. There are many tasks, and there are naturally many high-paying ones. There are actually many tasks with tens of thousands of gold coins, but most of them are limited to professional levels, genders, and adventurer levels. Few people will cross levels to take risks because the risk is too great. Dole looked inside, and easily found what he wanted. Looking for dragon snake venom, 500 milliliters for 50,000 gold coins. Looking for advanced antidote, at least level 5, 10 milliliters for 10,000 gold coins. Looking for flower rain poison, 100 milliliters for 30,000 gold coins. Looking for antidote formula, level 5 and above, 30,000 gold coins. There are actually quite a few of these things. Many poisons are specially developed for monsters. Dole discovered a poison specifically for fire lizards, water-permeable poison. After writing down the names of these poisons one by one, Dole walked out of the Adventurers Guild and came to the Pharmacist Guild. This time, when he entered, he used his original appearance and wore the clothes of Arangel Academy. He came to the hall and went directly to the window. There was a man at the window. He didn't recognize him, but asked with a smile, "What potion does the wizard need?" Dory said, and handed over a note, "I need all the recipes on it." The man looked at Dory and smiled, "You are also a pharmacist." He took the note, took a look, and then his pupils shrank and his heart beat uncontrollably. This is all poison. Who is this person? What is the purpose of refining these? If all of this is refined, the whole city will be threatened by him. He quietly kicked a button under the table with his foot, and then said to Dole in a professional manner, "Please wait a moment, I will verify it." On the second floor of the Pharmacist Guild, several heads quickly popped out and looked down together. The teller called the police. This is no joke. When they saw the person at the counter who called the police, someone said softly, "That's Lecturer Dole from Arangel College. I will go to receive him in person." The person who spoke was Novik. At this time, the man at the counter was still dealing with Dole, racking his brains to keep him. At this time, he saw someone coming from a distance, and he was overjoyed. "Elder Novik is here." Dole saw the man's expression, feeling a little puzzled. He looked back and laughed. "It's Lord Novik, long time no see." The man at the counter was stunned. He actually knew the Lord. What was going on? Who was this man? Novik came over and said with a smile, "You came without notifying me so that I could receive you in person. What are you doing this time? Are you selling pharmacists or buying formulas?" Dore stood up from the stool and said helplessly, "I'm short of money recently. I want to buy some atypical formulas to make some money." Novik glanced at the man at the counter, and the man quickly took the list. Novik took a look and was a little surprised. "You mean you can make money from this? The success rate of these things is not very high?" Dole shrugged and said, "It's not high, but it's also level 5. The price is there. At least you can make money, right?" "Wizard Dole, you are kidding. How can you be short of money? Logically speaking, everyone in what city is short of money, but you are not. I heard that you took 10% of the potion share between us in the South Bay Swamp. How much is 10%? It must be 200,000 gold coins." Chapter 196. Dole's mouth twitched. He looked around. Except for the guy at the counter who opened his mouth, almost no one looked at them. A lot? Not much. Novik thought about it, and understood what Dole wanted to do. This guy was said to be ostracized in Arangel College. I'm afraid he wanted to have his own magic tower. A magic tower, according to this guy's temper, must be very good. He can't take out 700,000 or 800,000 gold coins at once. He smiled immediately. "I guess you're going to do it. We will sell you the formula of these poisons, but you have to sign a contract and can't spread it out. Dole nodded. I still understand the professional norms. In addition, you should be a certified 4th level pharmacist, otherwise these guys at the counter won't recognize you. Hearing this, the man at the counter opened his mouth even wider. This unbelievably young man is actually a 4th level pharmacist. The portrait of a 4th level pharmacist should be hung in the hall. No wonder Lord Norwick is so close to this person, too young. So enviable. He thought of a name, Dole, the little wizard from the Northern Kingdom. It turned out to be him. After coming to the 2nd floor and chatting with Norwick for a while, Dole got the formula as he wished and signed a contract. After signing, Norwick laughed and said tentatively, Lecturer Dole, are you interested in changing jobs and developing here? Our pharmacy union can give you an annual salary of 100,000 gold coins. Dole was stunned, then shook his head. I don't want to join any forces. His eyes were very firm. Norwick understood and nodded. My words will always be effective. Of course, if you become a level 5 pharmacist, then this price will not be worthy of your status. Dole shook his head. It's not easy to become a level 5 pharmacist. The difficulty in obtaining the main materials is one aspect, and the material processing is the biggest part. So far, I have not been able to process level 5 medicinal materials. Norwick has a deep understanding of this. Wait until you reach level 3 wizard. After level 3, the strength and control of mental power will be greatly improved. Then there will be a way. Many pharmacists have to wait until level 3 before slowly mastering the skills of level 5. Level 3. Dole was a little speechless. Under Norwick's insistence, he reluctantly certified the identity of a level 4 pharmacist, and then left leisurely. After Dole left, Norwick thought about it, and spread the news that Dole certified the level 4. The wizards in Huazi City have always been weak, mostly because there are very few high-level pharmacists. Without spiritual potions, wizards improve slowly. Level 5 spiritual potions are in short supply, which is what the wizards in Huazi City are most dissatisfied with. In Arangel, the Pharmacist Guild has no way to deal with this phenomenon. The appearance of Dole has brought a little bit of fresh air, but unfortunately, all of Dole's level 4 spiritual potions have been bought out by the Rose Chamber of Commerce. Although this Chamber of Commerce looks like a small Chamber of Commerce, the background behind it is very complicated, and it also involves a member of the royal family. It is not easy to move, otherwise they would not buy back Dole's potions from the Rose Chamber of Commerce. To be honest, the Magic Potion Hall of Arangel College is a bunch of idiots. If they had such a great god, how could they give it up so easily? It's really stupid, hopeless. After leaving the Pharmacy Guild, Dole felt a little distressed. Although it was poison, it was not used at all in normal times. There was no way to deal with the price of the potion formula. There were 10 kinds of poisons, which cost almost 30,000 gold coins, and nearly 2 months of income were all spent. Next, he had to buy materials. Many shops would not have the materials for poisons. The city lord's mansion had strict supervision in this regard, so he still needed to contact the Chamber of Commerce, adventurers, or directly issue tasks to purchase the main materials for these poisons. Dole originally planned to contact those who issued the tasks directly, but he was afraid that the refining would fail and affect his reputation, so he could not contact them for the time being and had to wait until it was done. Thinking of this, he prepared to go to the guild. Not far from the Pharmacist Guild, Dole felt that someone was watching him. There were many people watching him, but this gaze was very different. He stared at him for a long time. He had been watching since he entered the Apothecary Guild, and he was still watching after he left the Apothecary Guild. Dole was a little daunted. He was being watched. He went to the Adventurers Guild silently, without any worries. And even if someone was watching him now, they probably wouldn't do it in the city, because the movement between wizards was too big. After entering the Adventurers Guild, Dole posted several tasks, rented a room, and directly purchased poison herbs at a high price. Poisons above level 5 are very rare and difficult to refine. As soon as Dole's character was released, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. After all, high-level poison herbs themselves represent a lot of information. Dole had just sat in his room when 2 burly warriors walked in together. Your Excellency wants to collect lizard poison grass? Level 5? One of them said. Dole nodded. Without saying anything, the man took out 2 strange bright red herbs from the small box behind him. The herbs looked like ordinary grass corroded by something. As soon as they left the wooden box, they gave off an unpleasant smell. The 2 hurriedly covered their noses and held their breath. This thing is extremely valuable. 1 plant is their income for several months. Dole waved his hand, and the mental force field came out of his body and directly enveloped the 2 herbs. He probably weighed them with mental power and said, 3,000 gold coins. Deal. The two warriors were very happy. Dole took out the money, paid the money, and put the herbs away. The two saw that the herbs suddenly disappeared, so they each looked at Dole deeply. Dole didn't care, just smiled and said, I will also collect other poisonous weeds above level 5. The two people saw Dole's expression, and they were slightly startled. The man lowered his head and said, if there is any, we will contact you as soon as possible. May I ask your name? Dole, currently working at Arangel College. The man nodded and said, we have noted it. If there is anything, we will come to you. As soon as the two left, a man shrouded in a black robe, revealing only a pair of eyes, was very mysterious. He walked in slowly, without saying a word, took out a handful of weed-like things, and handed them directly in front of Dole. Sir, can we make a deal? Dole looked at him, his tone deep. If you want the finished product, you need to wait a while. I buy the herbs. Naturally I want to refine them, but now it's just the trial stage. The man lowered his head, then raised his head, his eyes showing a hint of threat and eagerness. If you have a level 5 poison, we are willing to buy it at 30% above the market price. Is this true? Dole looked at him expressionlessly. A deal is a deal. We only talk about deals. If you don't want to trade, please leave. Chapter 197. The man was silent for a moment, then picked up the item. I understand. Let's trade. 5,000 gold coins. 5,005. Deal. Dole didn't want to waste time talking to others. He needed a 5th level poisonous grass, which in itself sent a signal that he wanted to refine a 5th level poison. This kind of poison was difficult for even a 4th level master to be immune to in the first place. Offending such a pharmacist was definitely something that no force would think of. The man turned around, showing a deep look, and then left. Next, Dole saw all kinds of people, and spent all the gold coins on his body in one breath, and then cancelled the task. Among these people, except for a small number of people who got the poisonous grass by luck, most of them were hiding their heads and showing their tails, fearing that their true faces would be known, which made Dole a little solemn. Pharmacists have a strong deterrent effect among both ordinary people and professionals. After all, this is a synonym for mass destruction. At the same time, all the families also received news that Dole was buying up all kinds of poisonous herbs above level 5 in the Adventurers Guild. Most of the forces were silent, and only some of them became more enthusiastic. There are countless forces in Huazi City. In addition to large families, there are many small organizations, nobles, and underground forces. One of them is an underground organization called Guehwake, which is the most notorious. It is more annoying than the Killer Guild because they often do things without considering the consequences. At this time, in a dark basement, 2 candles were kept bright. 2 men in black sat face to face, and one of them reported to the other. You mean, someone is buying up all kinds of poisonous herbs? The man in black half knelt on the ground and said, yes, boss, among them are the dragon and snake venom that we are asked to collect. The man in black who was sitting on the ground touched his chin and thought for a while, and said, is the identity of that person confirmed? It is confirmed. He is the newly promoted 4th level pharmacist of Arangel, the little wizard Dole from the Northern Kingdom. He is currently only 3rd level, and has a weak background. If we bring him here and make poison for us, there should be no problem. The man in black who was sitting on the ground snorted coldly, you are afraid that you will not die quickly enough. Do you know what the price of offending a pharmacist is? The man in black argued, if we strictly control the amount of materials, keep a close watch, and don't give him a chance, there should be nothing wrong. The man in black thought about it, and it seemed feasible, so he nodded and said, then this matter is left to you. Be sure to do it beautifully. If you die, I will not remember you. The man in black was silent, then bowed slightly, and turned away. At the same time, in the same basement, in a side hall of the Assassins Guild, this kind of thing was also happening. The difference was that they had no intention of kidnapping people, but only wanted to cooperate. After all, the assassins were the experts in using poison. Dole didn't know how much trouble his action had caused. After purchasing the poison, he walked out of the Adventurers Guild leisurely. It was already dusk, and the western sky was full of red light and a little dim. Looking around, Dole frowned a little, because he keenly sensed that there seemed to be many people around him watching him. What's going on? He frowned. He had been thinking about leaving the city and returning to Arangel College, but now it seems that the situation has become a little complicated. At this time, the people in the dark also saw that Dole had nothing on him. He was empty-handed. There are only 2 situations. He has storage equipment. Second, he hired the Chamber of Commerce, But no one heard that he hired the Chamber of Commerce, so everyone was shocked that he actually had storage equipment. This is a new situation. At this moment, a man walked out from the edge of the street and came not far in front of Dole. This is the appearance of a butler. Everyone's eyes were on him. Even Dole was no exception. "Hello, I am the steward of the Tracy family. I am under the order of my master Edward. Please invite Dole Wizard to come to the mansion for a chat." Dole looked at the visitor and felt a little strange. He had also heard of the Tracy family. It was just a middle-class noble family. Its own strength was average, and the number of family members was small. However, the head of the Edward family, Viscount, had good strength and had a certain say in the city of Watts. What did he invite him for? He thought for a moment and said, "I have something else to do today. Please tell your master that I will come to visit you if I am free someday." The housekeeper frowned when he heard this, thinking, he is just an outsider pharmacist, but he is so disrespectful. He lowered his voice and said, "It's just a small party. It won't take up too much of your time. Besides, it's already dark now. Wizard Dole has to find a place to rest anyway, right?" Dole looked at the housekeeper, memorized his face, and shook his head slightly in his heart. "I don't know what it means." He lifted his foot and walked away from the steward without even looking at him. The steward's face suddenly turned pale. "You don't know what's good for you." The steward was angry, and he turned around and cursed. At this moment, his face suddenly changed, and he slowly fell down with his hands on his chest. His face was a little blue, and his limbs were pale. Dole's voice came from the front. "Be a man, try to be low-key, otherwise, you won't know how you died." He didn't mean to kill the steward, just to teach him a little lesson. He quickly disappeared on the street. Not long after, the steward got up from the ground. His forehead was full of sweat, and he was still frightened. And this scene was also seen by the people around him, and they had a new understanding of Dole's danger in their hearts. This steward, a second-level warrior, was actually hit silently, and they didn't see how Dole did it. For a time, Dole's threat increased rapidly, and many people backed off. Seeing this, the Assassin's Guild members silently leaned back. This guy is indeed an expert in using poison. We need to plan carefully. Why not let others go first and consume the poison on him? The Assassin's Guild came with 3 silver medal assassins. At this time, they greeted each other in secret and disappeared without a trace. Sensing the people in the dark disappearing one by one, Dole was actually relieved. Is the charm of a 4th-level pharmacist so great? Arangel College is really weak. He thought about it, and was not in a hurry to go out. He stayed there first. The best hotel in Watts City is naturally the Peony Flower House, invested by the City Lord's Mansion. It is the largest and most massive building with 10 floors. There are all kinds of services inside. There is nothing you can't think of. The accommodation service inside is also first class. He heard about it from Sano, the descendant of the nobles, so he hailed a carriage on the side of the road and pointed out the location. After sitting in the carriage for a while, Dole arrived at the magnificent place. Peony is the mascot of the Watts family. At first glance, the whole peony flower shop is like a blooming peony, luxurious, graceful yet solemn. There are 2 doormen at the gate who are dressed more decently than nobles. Chapter 198. After paying the fare, Dole got off the carriage and walked briskly inside. He sensed that the eyes behind him had slightly decreased, so he raised his mouth slightly and walked into the gate without stopping. As soon as he entered the peony flower house, he could see all kinds of people standing in the hall. It seemed that this place was not a place to stay, but a place for socializing. He could see all kinds of gentlemen and ladies. Basically, those who could be here were nobles. Before he stood still, someone came up to him in surprise. "Hey, what are you planning to do?" Dole said slowly, "Stay in the hotel. What kind of rooms do you have here to choose from?" The man smiled immediately. "This is your first time here. Please let me introduce it. We have 3 types of rooms here. The first type is the ordinary room, which only provides accommodation and meals, with hot water, shower, etc. The second type is the member room, which has various services. As long as you can think of it, we will provide it here, and there are various programs to choose from. The third type is the VIP room. You can treat the VIP room as your own home, and you can make any request." Dole raised his eyebrows and said, "There are quite a lot of services. I just stay for 1 night. Let's take an ordinary room." "Hurry up, I'm in a hurry." The man immediately led Dole to the front desk. As soon as he arrived at the front desk, a person who was resting next to him looked up, suddenly stood up, came to the front desk, waved to the girl who was handling the service, sent her away, showed a gentle smile in front of Dole, and said slowly, "It turns out that Wizard Dole has come." How about opening a member room for you? I guarantee thoughtful service. Dole looked at the man in front of him, who was just a slightly handsome middle-aged man. He didn't know him, but he knew him. He shook his head and refused the request, saying, I need a quiet room, the kind that won't be disturbed all night. The man immediately understood and said, I understand, I arranged for someone to help you. He made a gesture to the person at the front desk, and the person immediately understood. Master Dole, do you have any other needs? We also provide other services here, such as various trading services. Do you have any rare drugs? We can also help you sell them here? He showed a look that all men understand. Dole laughed. I haven't refined that kind of thing yet. If I have it, bring it next time. His eyes were a little strange. Seeing that this guy was so familiar, I thought that there were many pharmacists who came here to have fun, and they should sell some hallucinogenic drugs or aphrodisiacs. The middle-aged man understood, so he smiled and said, You can stay in the hall for a while. These people are the elites in our Huazi city. If you can take a few people back, I think some people won't mind. Dole glanced at the hall behind him. Some women seemed to have frequently set their eyes on him. He looked at the middle-aged man and shrugged, I'm still young. After saying that, he turned and left leisurely. The middle-aged man heard this, and his mouth twitched. This guy is really humorous. 16 years old is not young. Those noble sons, who have no talent, can come out to have fun at the age of 14 and contribute to the family's expenses. Dole is indeed not very old. He is 16 years old this year, and he looks a little more mature, about 20 years old. He walked through the middle hall and came to the elevator room at the back, and soon came to the third floor. He found his room, according to the house number. At this time, he looked into the corridor, and he felt that someone was looking at him. But when he looked, he didn't see anyone. Dole looked as if he had eaten a fly, his face turned a little ugly. He ran here, and someone was looking for trouble with him. You know, here you need 3 gold coins a night, enough for ordinary people to live for a year. Strength. Open the door, enter, close it. He raised his hand casually, and a stream of energy hit the door and disappeared. Then he formed seals with his hands, and several magic patterns hit the ground under his feet. After all this last night, he immediately did the same on each window, and after a while, he sat on the bed and meditated. It must be said that the decoration of the ordinary rooms here is also quite luxurious. The floor is a cashmere carpet, the table is a fragrant sandalwood that has been there for who knows how many years, and there are all kinds of silk and velvet all over the world. It is luxurious to the extreme. In this way, 3 gold coins a night does not seem expensive. After finishing everything, Dole took out a small bottle of mental potion, drank it all, then closed his eyes, and meditated to recover. Before, he only relied on his own ability to improve his strength, but now it seems that he has to use potions to quickly improve his strength. Taking drugs is the norm for any professional. Taking drugs has hidden dangers. This is the consensus of all senior professionals, but many people have to take drugs because the improvement is too slow and cannot meet the requirements. As for the hidden dangers, they can be adjusted by other means in the future. Dole thought so too. As a pharmacist, he had too many ways. In the dark room, there was silence, only the sound of Dole's slow breathing. Time quickly came to the second half of the night. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked out the window. He just felt that the magic pattern he had arranged was triggered, and the magic pattern sounded an alarm. When he was wondering, the magic pattern at the door also sounded an alarm. Hey, there are quite a few people coming. I don't know which force they are from. Dole looked into the darkness, took out 2 small bottles from his waist, held his breath, opened the bottle caps, and then threw one to the window and the other to the door. Powerful 3rd-level hallucinogenic drug. At this time, the door was slowly opened by unknown means, revealing a black figure. He seemed to be a shadow, coming in through the crack of the door, and then the door was quietly closed. No sound was made. At this time, a sound came from outside the window, and an extremely subtle footstep fell to the ground. In the darkness, the 2 men ran straight to the bed. They held their breath and didn't inhale any air. Dole was also a little surprised that the 2 men didn't fall for it. The other party should know what means he has. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly, thinking that I can't do anything if I don't breathe. In a flash, he suddenly went down, and there was another bottle in his hand, which shattered. An unpleasant and pungent smell spread in all directions as if it exploded. At the same time, the 2 men rushed directly to the bed. They rushed to nothing, and at this time, they suddenly panicked, because their bodies suddenly began to itch, and the itch went deep into their bones. The 2 men even exposed themselves, and didn't care to take Dole away, and rushed to the window. Dole was lying on the ground at this time, and his mental power moved slightly, and the door and windows were all closed. A series of magic patterns lit up on the ground, emitting a faint light, and 4 red lights suddenly appeared, cutting each other in the air. Puff, puff, puff. The 2 were hit by the red light, and their clothes were instantly burnt. The skin under the clothes was burned by the strong light and heat, leaving a black mark. Chapter 199. One person shouted angrily, turned around and slapped Dole with one palm. Dole was not afraid of him. The flames in the room slowly rose, bringing light to the room. A circle of flame surrounded him, which was the flame shield. At the same time, under the flame shield, a transparent energy field surrounded him at the same time, which was the magic shield. In a flash, 2 magic shields were formed at the same time. At the same time, he jumped to the side. The man missed, and the red light fell on his face, revealing his black mask. He was itchy all over, and he was itchy, but he was a ninja, and he didn't dare to breathe. Seeing Dole dodge, he slapped Dole with both hands. The other person had come under the window at this time. A flash of light flashed in the air, and the window was cut in half. Go! He finally couldn't help it, let out a breath, and then gently inhaled a little bit, ready to escape. Then, he felt dizzy, and many double images appeared in front of his eyes. His limbs seemed to lose control, and did not obey his command. In less than 2 seconds, he fell to the ground. The black-clothed man who was chasing Dole saw this, and his face changed slightly. He did not care about chasing Dole, and jumped to the window. Did I let you go? Dole was chased for a long time, and was angry. At close range, he was no match for the 3rd-level warrior, but he had more means. As soon as the man left, he flicked his fingers, and 4 or 5 streams of light quickly went to the other's back. The man was also a ruthless person. He did not care about exposing himself. The fighting spirit quickly covered his whole body. He took this hard, then jumped up and jumped out of the window. Before leaving, he turned in midair, and a stream of dochi shot into the room, directly hitting the head of the man who fell to the ground. Dole saw this, and controlled his mental power. 4 or 5 red rays shot out from the ground, facing the dochi wave. The dochi wave was very powerful. Just a slight contact, the red light broke directly and continued to come down. At this time, Dole jumped up and threw himself directly under the dochi wave. The dochi wave fell on him. Boom! The flame shield was instantly broken. The magic shield shook violently, and stood up steadily. Dole breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his hand to prop up his body, and his mental power quickly extracted energy from the air, forming 3 or 4 3rd-level magic patterns, which were sealed on the window. After all this last night, he turned his wrist, and there was an extra medicine bottle in his hand. He opened the stopper of the medicine bottle without saying a word, and stuffed it into the assassin's mouth. The assassin drank it unconsciously, without leaving a drop. Dole heaved a sigh of relief at this time. Judging from the fighting spirit, these 2 guys should be level 3 warriors. If he hadn't been prepared before, he would have been tricked by them. I wonder which force is so bold that they dare to deal with a pharmacist. Less than 5 seconds later, there was a rapid knock on the door. Wizard Dole, are you okay? Dole didn't want to open the door at all. It's okay, you can leave. A different voice came from outside. The voice was a little low. Is there a killer? Please let us in? Dole was a little annoyed. What did he do earlier? Why come in now? He said coldly. Don't use it for the time being. The room is full of poisonous gas. You will die if you come in. Don't worry, I will deal with the things inside when the sun rises. There was a sudden silence outside. After a moment, Dole felt that everyone was slowly leaving. He breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the people on the ground with a slightly cold face. He released a light spell to illuminate the entire room, then took out a bottle of blue potion from his backpack again, opened the bottle cap, and poured it into the assassin's mouth again. In less than a minute, the assassin's eyes opened, his pupils were completely dilated, and he had no independent consciousness at all. Dole asked, Are you from that organization? The assassin said without hesitation, The Strange Fire Sparrow. Dole blinked. He knew this organization, the 2nd largest underground force in what city, trafficking in people, taking orders to kill people, and doing all kinds of evil, but their nest has never been discovered, which makes people very strange. He didn't even ask why they were looking for him. It was nothing more than those few. Dole's previous abilities had always been rumors, and now, he was officially registered as a 4th-level pharmacist. This is definitely the object that all forces want to fight for. It doesn't seem to be a surprise that the strange fire sparrow came to him. But they dared to take action here, which shows the power behind them. The Peony Flower House is the largest hotel in what city, and also the most luxurious hotel. People like them are either rich or noble. They dared to take action here, and their determination should not be underestimated. Dole thought for a while, took out a small notebook, and continued to ask, "Do you know who is inside?" His pupils began to shrink at this moment, and he seemed to struggle, but after a moment, he relaxed. "The one who cooperates with me is Huang Yin, our superior is Alpha, our subordinate is Brother Fox, and our..." At this point, his expression began to struggle again, and his pupils contracted sharply. "Our leader is..." He opened his mouth and made a silent sound. Dole frowned. Sure enough, he was banned. At this time, the assassin's body trembled violently, and suddenly with a bang, his head exploded, and red and white scattered in all directions. Whatever hit the magic shield, it immediately blew the magic shield inward. Seeing this, Dole's face darkened. The strictness of this organization seemed to be higher than he imagined. The mental power enveloped the corpse, and put it into the storage ring. Dole glanced out the window. It was pitch black outside, with only a few stars sprinkled down. He couldn't see far away. A stream of wind blew by, and there seemed to be something weird in the wind. There was no blood on his clothes, but he rolled around on the ground in a bit of embarrassment. He looked outside, then jumped out of the window, and disappeared into the night. The other party knew where he lived, down to the room, so he must have been under surveillance, or had planted spies in the hotel. He didn't want to stay here anymore, so leaving quietly was the best option. He used his mental force field to distort the air around him, creating the illusion of invisibility, and at the same time controlled the wind element, falling from the upstairs, and soon landed on the street outside, then walked towards the city gate along the shadow. The dark street was very quiet, with no one there. The constant flow of people during the day and the night formed a very strong contrast. Dole was not nervous. Although he was only a second-level wizard, with the poison on his body, if a third-level warrior wanted to trouble him, he could still easily solve it. He was afraid that wizards above the third level would take action. In the city of Wutz, wizards above the third level were already considered the leaders of a large force, and they should not come to trouble him. He restrained his breath, moved forward slowly, and soon passed several intersections. The walls of Wutz City are very tall, and are guarded by powerful soldiers 24 hours a day. It is not easy to climb over them, but this is not too difficult for Dole. Chapter 200. A small team of guards came from the corner of the street. Dole stopped and approached the wall next to him, hiding in the darkness. The guards quickly passed by and disappeared into another street. The security in Wutz City at night is very safe, but it is not impeccable. At least along the way, Dole found several cases of thieves. At this moment, he felt a faint murderous aura coming from behind him. He turned around suddenly, and saw a man wearing scale armor standing not far behind him. The man's face was exposed, with an official hat on his head, looking at Dole's position with a puzzled look. Dole's heart trembled. He was discovered by someone. Looking at this man's clothes, he seemed to be from the special department of Wutz City. He remembered that he seemed to be a silver guard. The Huazi City Public Security Bureau has two teams. One team is patrol officers, who are responsible for ordinary events. They handle all kinds of things, while the other team handles things that ordinary public security officials cannot handle, such as bandits and masters. These people are the so-called silver guards. Some are warrior-level masters, and some are wizards. The composition is very complicated. The lowest level of silver guards is also level 3, and the highest is level 5, which is very powerful. This person discovered himself. Dole thought about it, removed all means, and walked out of the darkness. The silver guard saw Dole, and his eyes showed understanding. He thought for a while, and said, "You are Dole Wizard. You were attacked in the peony flower shop, and you didn't expect to appear here." Dole was slightly startled. The silver guards were really well informed. He smiled lightly as if nothing had happened. "I didn't expect that Lord Silver Guard actually knew me." The silver guard laughed immediately. "Recognizing people is our specialty. We must know all the important people in what city. What are you going to do? Are you going to leave the city?" He glanced at the direction where Dole was walking. Dole nodded. "I am being targeted in the city, and want to leave the city. I wonder what this silver guard can teach me." The silver guard did not move, standing opposite Dole with a slight chill in his heart. He got the news that the two third-level assassins did not do anything to each other at close range, and their strength was very strong. "We haven't found out the identity of the person who offended you, and we didn't find anything valuable in your room. So you don't plan to pursue it and just leave like this? Dole sneered. What if we find out the identity? What can you do? The Silver Guard's expression turned cold. This is looking down on them, the Silver Guards. In the city of What's, there is nothing that we Silver Guards can't do, and there is no one that we Silver Guards can't kill. Dole showed a mocking look on his lips. He waved his hand and threw the corpse out, saying, in this case, you can deal with it, weird fire sparrow. The corpse fell to the ground with a bitter sound. Seeing this, the Silver Guard's face changed. The other party has space equipment. The other party captured this person and tortured him by the way. Is this weird fire sparrow's person? He thought of many things in an instant, and his heart sank slightly. They received news during the day that Wizard Dole bought all kinds of poisons, and might be preparing to refine a batch of poisons. At night, they were attacked. These people were obviously preparing to catch this person from the Northern Kingdom, who had no background, but they didn't expect that the other party would be so difficult. Strange fire sparrow. Silver Guard was a little embarrassed. They really didn't have much leverage over this organization, and they didn't even know where the people were. Seeing Silver Guard's look, Dole knew what was going on. He was just bragging, but now, he was slapped in the face. This guy must be very embarrassed. He waved his hand, and put the body into the storage bracelet, saying lightly, I want to go out now, what do you think, Lord Silver Guard? Silver Guard sighed and said, hey, I take you out, provided you don't cause trouble. Dole shrugged and said, I'm a good citizen. If others don't deal with me, how can I deal with others? Silver Guard nodded. Dole has been in what city for so long, and his reputation is still good. At least in the eyes of the bigwigs, this wizard of the Northern Kingdom is very disciplined, rarely comes out, and hardly causes trouble. He nodded and said, then please follow me. Do you need me to take you back? Dole showed great confidence, as long as we leave the city, I don't mind a few people following me. That way, I can have more experimental materials. The Silver Guard was suddenly startled. Experimental materials? Human experiments? This second-level wizard seems a little crazy. However, ordinary pharmacists, especially those who are good at various poisons, are not afraid of ordinary warriors. They have too many ways to kill a person. Pharmacists are known as the most terrifying type of wizards. Please follow me. The Silver Guard nodded, turned around, and ran to the back along the alley. Dole followed closely behind. Lord Dole, do pharmacists need talents? The Silver Guard said as he walked. Dole nodded. Talent and hard work are both indispensable. Many people have talent, but unfortunately they don't work hard. The Silver Guard nodded and said, I have a relative's child who has good talent, a real plant talent. Unfortunately, after being sent to the Dark Gate, she has not made much progress. After so many years, she is only a second-level pharmacist. If you hadn't been late, I would have sent her to your academy. The Silver Guard has great authority, even comparable to ordinary senior officials. In special circumstances, he has the power to execute first and report later. When he said this, Dole felt the strong confidence in his words. He thought for a while and said, the academy has opened the door to convenience. It's not too late to send her now. The Silver Guard shook his head, I have no money left. Although the cost of Arangel Academy is low, it is not too much. He closed his mouth and didn't want to talk about this matter anymore. Dole nodded. The two followed the alley and came to the bottom of the city wall. At this time, the Silver Guard showed up and made a few gestures secretly. Dole's heart trembled, and he prepared himself secretly. At this time, a whistle was blown on the city wall. Hearing the whistle, the Silver Guard led Dole to the passage beside the city wall. The two came to the city wall one after the other. At this time, there was no one on it. Seeing this, Dole understood a little. This is because the Silver Guard didn't want to be seen. Standing by the city wall, he said to the Silver Guard, thank you. The Silver Guard nodded and smiled. In fact, we are not at ease if a person like you stays in the city. We are relieved when you leave. Dole was a little helpless and said, okay, if you have something, you can come to me. He glanced at the bottom of the city wall. In the dark night, you can't see the bottom with ordinary vision. The city wall seems very tall. If you jump down from here, ordinary people will definitely fall into the mud. Having said this, he jumped onto the city wall, then jumped and disappeared into the darkness. The Silver Guard breathed a sigh of relief and clapped his hands. The guards hidden around came from all directions. Sir? The Silver Guard looked at them and said lightly, you can report what happened tonight truthfully. I don't want you to see it because that person is too dangerous. The leader of the guards came forward and said lightly, yes, sir, who is that person? Dole? The guard nodded and stopped asking. The silver guard quickly disappeared on the top of the city. He needed to go back to report. After the second level, the ability to manipulate magic elements is greatly enhanced. Even if he jumps from a height of tens of meters, manipulates airflow and wind elements, his descent speed is not slow, and he can even glide forward. Chapter 201. After landing on the ground easily, Dole took a quick step and ran away. His black figure quickly blended into the wilderness. After a while, a small figure followed him. Dole, why do you come out at night? Ball's voice sounded from behind. Dole was startled by the voice, and looked back at Ball saying, you know that scaring people can kill them. Ball snorted and said, I smell the smell of blood. Did you kill someone? Dole told the story again. Ball snorted, if you can't do it, just take the hallucinogenic potion and improve your strength. When you reach level 3, your meditation method will change drastically, and your strength will be improved again. I will get you a good crystal stone and make a staff, and your strength will be close to level 4. Now you are being held back everywhere, and I feel uncomfortable living like this. Dole's mouth twitched slightly. He thought about it, sighed, and said, okay, I go back and make preparations. Hallucinogenic potions have great risks, and I can't do it. Ball sneered, there is no risk. With your mental power, there is no danger. Don't scare yourself. At this time, he suddenly turned his head and glanced into the darkness, then went back to look at Dole. You idiot, have you been tricked again? Dole stopped and carefully observed himself with his mental power. At this time, he felt something was wrong. There was a faint smell of blood on him. He didn't feel anything just now, but now it seemed a bit strong, and a bit too strong. Is there something wrong with the corpse? The strange fire sparrow was indeed strange. He simply stopped and looked into the darkness. There were only 2 people from the strange fire sparrow, one tall and one short, one man and one woman, both wearing a strange fire sparrow mask, which looked quite strange in the dark world. The man looked at Dole, who stopped, a little surprised, and he saw Ball next to Dole at this time, and frowned even more. The other party discovered him in advance. He glanced at the woman and said a little cautiously, things may have changed a little. This guy is really hard to deal with. There was no expression under the woman's mask, but her eyes betrayed her. Dole must be captured, otherwise this trip will be in vain. The man looked at Dole, who was calm, and said, this guy is a pharmacist, who knows what dangers there will be, you should be careful. The woman said, I know, if we 2 level 4 wizards can't deal with a level 2 wizard, it would be too cheap. She jumped up into the air and swooped down on Dole like a big bird very fast. And Dole also saw the speed of the woman. This was obviously not an ordinary level 3, but a level 4. He could only see a faint shadow. He had no choice but to look at Ball. Ball looked at Dole, somewhat helpless. Level 4 warriors are indeed a bit tricky for you, let me do it. Do you want these 2 people to live or die? Dole said expressionlessly, if you want them to live, take them back and interrogate them, maybe you can find out something. Okay. The woman quickly pounced in front of Dole, waved her palm, and slapped Dole in front of her. Dole did not move at all. The woman was a little confused. What was wrong with this guy? Why didn't he move at all? Was he cheating? Anyway, she extended her fighting spirit from her hand, which quickly turned into a dark chain and entangled Dole. Her movements were very fast, almost completed in a flash. At this moment, her body suddenly paused, and no matter how hard she tried, it seemed that she couldn't use it. She was horrified. Behind him, the man also rushed over at this time. After seeing the woman's movements, his face changed slightly, his feet paused, his body stopped abruptly, and then he turned over and was about to go back. At this time, he found that he couldn't move himself. He turned over halfway and fell from the air. He was a dog eating shit. The man and the woman were horrified. At this time, they didn't know what happened. This guy was just waiting for them. How could this be possible? At this time, they saw that Dole's dog slowly walked up and seemed to be disdainful of the 2. The 2 felt that their bodies could move, but their strength disappeared. The 2 men looked ashen. 2 level 4 warriors attacked together to deal with a level 2 wizard, but they actually failed. The 2 men felt cold in their hearts. Dole walked up to the 2 men with a rather calm expression and said expressionlessly, the strange fire sparrow, it is indeed the strange fire sparrow. The corpse can also harm people. As a poison pharmacist, you have taught me a lot with this trick. The man said bitterly, you are not bad either. A level 2 wizard can harm 2 level 4 assassins like us. It's really amazing. Dole's mouth twitched. He was incompetent. This was the credit of Lord Ball. His eyes were slightly cold, Like a pig? How can I come out alone without some trump cards? You can't think of this? You two are really lucky to be alive until now. If the strange fire sparrows are all idiots like you, why haven't they died yet? The faces of the two men suddenly turned the color of liver, and their eyes were red. I will fight you. The man lost his strength, and only had the strength of his flesh. He rushed directly to Dole. Dole waved his hand, and his mental power condensed into magic power, forming a huge hammer, and suddenly slapped the man. The man seemed to be hit by a carriage, and flew out in an instant, rolling in the distance. The woman saw this, and her face turned pale. To deal with two people who had lost their strength, their flesh was at most level 1, and Dole controlled the energy to directly impact, with excellent results. The woman saw this and swung her hand, pointing directly at Dole. Two sharp steel needles stopped in front of Dole, and the steel needles were blue, and nailed directly on the magic shield. Dole's face changed, and his face changed when he looked at the woman. The woman was also stunned. Magic shield, this extremely difficult magic, he actually knows it. Didn't this guy just get promoted to level 2? She was still in a daze, and her eyes suddenly went black, and the whole person fell out directly. Dole kicked the woman away, and did not intend to tease the two. He directly manipulated the energy to form 2 hemp ropes, tied the two together, suspended in the air, and then flew towards Arangel College. Basic energy manipulation is a must for every wizard. He can form any magic, but the power is not as good as the magic of the orthodox spell model. The difference is nearly 5 or 6 times. It is still no problem to just tie someone up. It took 3 hours for Dole to return to the entrance of Arangel College at dawn. There was no one at the entrance. Dole walked straight to the potion hall, and quickly disappeared at the entrance. Back in the laboratory, Dole opened the magic circle, isolated an area, released hypnotic gas into it, and threw the two in. Before the two reacted, they took a breath of hypnotic gas, rolled their eyes, and fell down directly. Seeing this, Dole ignored them. With the herbs and prescriptions in hand, he could make poison. These two people could be used as living materials for drug testing. Level 4 assassins should have good resistance, and should not be easily poisoned. Ball frowned when he saw this and said to Dole, "You should hurry up and improve your strength. Put the poison aside for now." Chapter 202. Dole lowered his head, and looked at Ball, feeling a little entangled. "I have just entered the 2nd level not long ago. It is difficult to upgrade to the 3rd level in a short period of time. Even if I take hallucinogenic drugs and mental potions, it will take more than half a year. If there is no financial income during this period, how long will it take to build the magic tower?" Ball was a little speechless, and said earnestly, "You should improve your strength first, and the magic tower will be discussed later. I will protect you. What are you afraid of? I have almost recovered to the 6th level now. Looking at the whole city of Huazi, who dares to touch you?" Dole was a little dazed. This is the first time that Lord Ball said he would protect me. In the past, he always said that you should let go and try to solve it yourself, and I will not participate. What happened these days, however, with Ball talking, he felt relieved, so he nodded and said, "Then I will focus on improving my strength and put other things aside." Bear hummed, found his doghouse, lay down comfortably, and said, "Take your time, don't worry. The city of Huazi is turbulent, and there is no ripple on the surface, but it has turned the world upside down. The strange fire sparrow organization lost 3 people in one breath, a 3rd-level warrior and 2 4th-level assassins. I don't know when this news was leaked. This time caused an uproar. The strange fire sparrow attacked Dole, but the inexplicable loss of 3 people, 2 of whom were 4th-level masters, surprised everyone. This is a 4th-level master. Even in the army, a master who leads a party disappeared quietly. This news is simply too shocking. After the incident of the strange fire sparrow broke out, many forces were glad that they did not take action, and at the same time, they were shocked by Dole's poison attainments. Apart from the poison, they could not think of how Dole could defeat the joint efforts of 2 level 4 masters. For a time, countless people came to Dole to find powerful poisons. The subsequent effects caused by this incident shocked the entire Arangel Academy, and the reputation of the Arangel Academy's potion hall rose. At the same time, Lamb took this opportunity to propose that Dole take charge of the potion hall. The situation in Arangel's potion hall was changing. At this time, Dole had no time to take care of this matter. Under the urging of Ball, he had emptied his mind, lay on the bed, took mental potions and hallucinogenic potions, and fell into an endless illusion. He still remembered that the first time he took hallucinogenic potions, all kinds of terrifying sounds appeared, and this time, pieces of terrifying images appeared in his world. Entering the illusion, it was like a dream. Dole stood in a large grassland, surrounded by flat ground, and the light green grass exuded the breath of spring. As a wizard, he knew that these things were all transformed by his spirit, and the whole world was condensed by his spiritual power. On the distant horizon, a wolf suddenly appeared at some point. The prairie wolf had long, strong limbs and a slender body. As soon as he appeared, he pounced fiercely at Dole's position. Dole didn't even look at it. The wolf pounced in the air, twisted its body, and quickly disappeared. Just as he was thinking about how the illusion would deal with him, a group of wolves appeared on the distant horizon, with more than 20 of them. Dole was dumbfounded, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. After killing the wolf with difficulty, the world around Dole collapsed, and the space was only half of what it was before. The sky became distorted, and a huge dragon-shaped creature formed in the sky, quickly covering the sky and the sun, blocking the entire sky. The pressure brought by the huge body made Dole breathe faster. Terror and fear instantly filled his heart. Dole forced himself to remain calm. Facing such a huge creature, he quickly thought of a solution in his mind. This is my world. I should be able to mobilize all my strength to attack this behemoth. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his figure had become extremely tall, almost the same size as the monster. He waved his hand casually, and the monster roared and exploded, disappearing. Dole relaxed for a moment, and then the sky darkened. Above his head, another huge creature quickly formed. As soon as he formed, he stepped down with lightning speed. Dole was caught off guard and was directly stepped on, and his body was instantly torn into pieces. Boom. Intense pain filled. It was like being tortured to death. There was no part of his body that didn't hurt, as if every nerve was pulled and torn. In the next second, he appeared in another place. As long as the world didn't perish, he wouldn't die. He took a deep breath, and then his body became as big as the other one. He punched out, and the whole space shook. The monster was hit by the punch and instantly tore into pieces. Blood spilled into the sky. I don't know how much time has passed, and Dole doesn't know how many enemies he has dealt with. I don't know how many times his body has been broken, and he is numb. The world was originally a wasteland, and then it became dark, but he became taller and bigger. He stood in the void, looking around tiredly, and he felt that he was about to collapse. At this moment, a bright light appeared in the dark sky, and the light instantly occupied his entire field of vision. In the room, Dole was covered in sweat, as if he had been fished out of the water. He opened his eyes, and a look of relief appeared on his tired face. This hallucinogenic drug was really perverted. I don't know what the person who was given the hallucinogenic drug by me looks like inside, whether he will be scared to death. He felt his fire element, showed a satisfied smile, and then fell down and fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it took. He opened his eyes. Refreshed, his mental power was extremely active, and he was a little surprised to feel the form of the son of the fire element. The fire element was originally about 1.3 meters tall, but now it has grown to 1.5 meters, which is more than 1/10 of the increase. For a wizard who has just entered the next level, this progress is simply terrifying. The mental power after taking the hallucinogenic potion is not empty, but more condensed and stronger than before. Dole did not feel any discomfort. He clenched his palms and felt that his body was full of strength. The fire element broke through 2 meters and entered the third-level wizard realm. Now it is only halfway. Dole suddenly felt full of motivation, but after taking a hallucinogenic potion, he needed a month of buffer time, otherwise it would easily cause irreparable damage to his mental power. He opened his eyes, communicated with the magic circle around him with his mental power, and then lowered his head, and a message flowed through his heart. He only spent 5 days in seclusion this time, but drastic changes had already taken place outside. He thought about it, formed a seal, and sent a message. Soon, Morris walked in from outside. "Teacher Dole, you are awake." Morris walked in and said with a smile, "You have received my news. Deputy Dean Lamb nominated you as the deputy head of the Potions Hall, and most people agreed." Chapter 203. Dole smiled, stood up, and slowly walked to the hall. "Don't Nicholas and York have anything to say?" Morris sighed in his heart at this time. "Of course there is, but the college did not consider their opinions this time. Besides, your strength is obvious to all. Whoever opposes is mentally ill." Morris also got the news recently that the most powerful underground organization in What City, the Strange Fire Sparrow, was defeated by the lecturer. Although he didn't know whether it was true, the family had already ordered him to win over at all costs, so this should be true. Dole nodded and said, "Is there anything else?" Morris thought for a while, and said strangely, A wizard named Carl came to me and said that after you finished your retreat, you should inform him. He knows you? Dole blinked, as if he was lost in memory. He finally came out of the eternal forest. Give me its message mark, and I will go find him. Morris nodded. It is normal for wizards to exchange communication marks with each other. Given the lecturer's temper, he is willing to meet this person, so this person is an old friend after all. How is the antidote? How is our progress? Dole asked casually. Morris smiled and said, Arangel College is now going all out to provide antidotes for the new city. It has mobilized all the strength of the college, the caravan, the Chamber of Commerce, and all the connections accumulated by the college over the years. The monthly turnover alone exceeds 300,000 gold coins. What do you think? Dole nodded and said, the affairs of the new city are more important than anything else. This represents our value and cannot be sloppy. In addition, are there any new problems? Morris shook his head and said, no, we can solve it ourselves, so don't bother you. Dole nodded and said, I have about a month of free time. You can come to me during this period. Morris nodded. He hesitated for a moment and said, Lecturer, are you short of money now? Dole curled his lips. Lack, what's wrong? No wonder you want to refine poison. The 5th level poison is relatively easier to refine. I have nothing to do. After sending Morris away, Dole came to the living room, took a rest, and prepared to start experimenting with refining the 5th level poison. As a pharmacist, whether it is orthodox potions, poisons, or antidotes, they are all means of making money and the foundation of their livelihood. This is what they should focus on most. A wizard without money is nothing. This is the consensus of all wizards in the wizarding world. Hypnosis room. Dole opened the magic shield, opened the formation, and took a person out from inside. These 2 people were in a coma every day, and they were regularly fed with immortality drugs, just like livestock. The man was brought to the laboratory next door, fixed on the table, and injected with drugs. Not long after, the man woke up from his coma. He slowly opened his eyes, and saw Dole wearing a white suit and a mask, and he panicked. His mask had long disappeared, revealing a slightly mature and gloomy face. Wizard Dole, what are you going to do? Please let me go, I can pay my own ransom. He struggled, but it was useless. The effect of the drug on his body had not yet passed, and he could not sense any fighting spirit at all. He now regretted why he had to provoke a pharmacist. Dole had a potion bottle in his hand at some point, and he just glanced at the man coldly, and said, You are now a test subject. If you survive 5 rounds of poison, I will consider letting you go. The man was in despair. 5 rounds of poison, wouldn't it be a death without even a slag left? He struggled violently. At this time, Dole's mental power moved, and the man's head suddenly seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer, dizzy, and twitching all over. Dole made 3 kinds of poisons: rain flower poison, dragon snake poison, and flower cicada. Rain flower poison is a range poison, with strong volatility, but not very toxic. As long as you survive 1 round, the toxicity will gradually decrease. It is often used for early detection and rear-end use in a narrow range, while dragon snake poison is a poison made by the dragon's strong magic resistance. It is very toxic and specifically targets powerful dragons above level 4, while flower cicada is a real mass-killing poison. Dole made the flower cicada for himself. If anyone dared to plot against him, he would kill his whole family. This time he was really going to be ruthless. He not only wanted to make the flower cicada poison, but also wanted to find a way to enhance its power. He knew about the toxicity of white cicada and black cicada, but he didn't know the harm of flower cicada, so he wanted to find someone to test it himself. After knocking the man over, Dole opened the magic shield to isolate himself from the inside and outside of his body, and then dropped a drop of flower cicada poison on the ground. The poison evaporated very quickly, and it disappeared in an instant almost as soon as it was dropped on the ground. Dole turned his eyes to the man, carefully observing his situation, and took out a small notebook to record it. About half a minute later, the man's body began to twitch slowly, his expression slowly became unnatural, and his skin slowly became ulcerated. But that was all. Not long after, his strong warrior physique took effect, and he recovered his previous function. Dole understood that the strong resistance of a level 4 warrior allowed him to resist the poison this time. He waited for a while, then poured 2 drops on the ground. The man's condition this time was a little more serious than last time, but it was only serious. Not long after, his condition stabilized and returned to normal. The man was in great pain at this time. He had no fighting spirit, and his recovery ability was reduced. This damn pharmacist tested some unknown poison that could burn the skin by volatilization. It was really terrible. He felt a burning pain in his lungs. At the same time, he felt Dole's terrifying mental power sweeping in his body, as if observing something. Is this still a level 2 wizard? After 2 rounds of experiments, Dole roughly remembered the corrosive effects of the flower cicada on the body. This poison is simply a disaster for ordinary people. It also has a very powerful effect on warriors below level 4, but for level 4 masters, it is just a little uncomfortable. Although the strong physique of a level 4 warrior will not be immune to the damage of the flower cicada, it can resist the damage caused by the flower cicada, causing the drug to lose its efficacy. Next is the rain flower poison. Finally, it is the dragon snake poison. Dragon snake poison is a very fierce poison. It targets powerful dragon-attributed creatures. Dragon-attributed creatures themselves have strong magic resistance and poison resistance. You can imagine the poison made against them. After taking a mouthful of dragon snake poison, the man rolled his eyes directly. In less than 5 seconds, the whole person collapsed on the bed and lost his breath. Seeing this, Dole frowned a little. Wow, the poison is so severe. Afterwards, he slowly dissected the man and found that the guy's internal organs were corroded by the poison into a ball of blood, and only a piece of skin was left on the outside. After recording all of this, Dole ended the experiment. Chapter 204. Carl stood at the entrance of Arangel College, looking up at the lizard gate, sighing in his heart. Talents like Dole are indeed welcomed wherever they go. He joined the college as soon as he came in, and as a lecturer. It was really amazing. When he arrived downstairs of the Magic Potion Hall, he handed in his visiting card, and in the surprised eyes of everyone, he slowly walked into the Magic Potion Hall. He was led by a young apprentice, who asked as he walked, "Master Wizard Carl, I heard that you came from the Northern Kingdom with our Deputy Hall Master Dole." Carl didn't know what the student meant, so he nodded and said, "Yes, we met in Chris County." He turned his head and paused. "Deputy Hall Master Dole? Is he the Deputy Hall Master now?" The apprentice smiled faintly. In the entire potion hall, Lecturer Dole has the strongest potion strength. If he was not the Deputy Hall Master, we would probably not accept it. Deputy Hall Master Dole deserves the title. Chris County, I have never heard of this place. Carl sighed, not knowing whether he was sighing for Dole or for himself. Chris County, that is a very remote place. If you walk there from here, it will take at least 3 months. The two walked and chatted, and soon came to the door of a laboratory on the top floor. The apprentice bowed slightly and said, "You go in by yourself, I won't go in." After that, he turned around and left. Carl bowed to him. The door of the laboratory opened at this time. Carl was slightly stunned, and then walked in calmly. At the door of the reception room, Dole looked at Carl, walked up slowly, and gave Carl a big hug. "I thought you would come back to see me soon, but I didn't expect that almost a year and a half has passed." Looking at his old friend, Dole felt that time had flown by. Carl also sighed. He looked at Dole carefully and found that this guy had not only grown taller, but also more handsome, with a sense of power. He had heard that this guy had been promoted to level 2 for a long time. Carl smiled faintly. Something happened in the Eternal Forest, and the flame caravan almost got caught up in it, wasting too much time. "By the way, Ivan and Candace didn't come to you, right?" Dole shook his head and said, "I don't know, it's just a small family. Arangel Academy may have warned them a long time ago." Carl said, "You are lucky, hee." The two walked slowly into the living room, and then the door slowly closed. As soon as he entered the room, Dole immediately opened the magic circle to isolate the inside and outside, and at the same time opened the magic circle he added inside to make the surroundings of the room silent. Carl came to me, it must be about the meditation method, but I don't know what price he can offer. As soon as Carl entered the room, his eyes suddenly brightened. "Master Dole, I have found something that can be exchanged for your meditation method. This time, you can't refuse." Dole smiled faintly. "I knew it would be like this. I have prepared it for you a long time ago." Carl's eyes brightened even more. He touched his arms and took out a scroll, carefully opened the scroll, and suddenly a strong breath of life emanated from it. Dole was a little confused. What is this thing? How can it have such a strong life essence? At this time, the scroll was completely opened, revealing a small section of wood. Dole looked at Carl, not knowing why. Carl sighed and said, "I have spent a lot of time thinking about this thing. You have never seen this thing, right? This is a branch of the eternal tree." Dole's head buzzed, and his eyes were fixed on the branch, revealing an incredible look. There are 10 kinds of sacred trees in this world. The first one is naturally the world tree of the natural elves. It is unique, and even gave birth to the entire elves. It is great and majestic, just like a god. The second one is the Phoenix Wood. It is the place where the Phoenix clan lives. It is born with the dual attributes of wood and fire. It has the most powerful flame in the world, the Phoenix Fire, but its life attribute is slightly lower than that of the World Tree. Although the Eternal Tree ranks 9th, it is a sub-body separated from the World Tree and also has extremely powerful life energy. If a wizard has a magic wand made entirely of the Eternal Tree, his strength will change dramatically. Although Carl only had a few branches in his hand, they were priceless to Dole. Such a thing would definitely be enough to exchange for a meditation method, but which meditation method should he exchange for? He couldn't help but look at Ball next to him. At this time, Ball also looked over with a light in his eyes. This thing was definitely a good thing for him. Just give him the fire element meditation method, he is a fire element. Ball directly transmitted the message. Boss Ball had spoken, how could Dole not obey? He immediately said, you are a fire element, I have 2 meditation methods. One is the fire spirit meditation method, and the other is the fire element meditation method. The first can be cultivated to level 5, and the second can be cultivated to level 6. Although the fire element meditation method is a little lower in level, it is relatively easy to cultivate and easy to upgrade to a high level. Although the fire spirit meditation method is of a high level, it is more difficult to cultivate. Carl was ecstatic. He didn't expect that there would be such a harvest here in Dole. Whether it was level 5 or level 6, it was something he couldn't imagine. He immediately said, I want the fire spirit meditation method. His own meditation method only reached level 4. After level 4, there was no way to go. Moreover, it was too difficult to exchange for meditation methods above level 5. It was not something that could be measured by gold coins at all. Even if he used the branches of the World Tree to exchange, others might not give it to him, and it might even be snatched away by others. This thing was a hot potato in his hands. He didn't expect that there would be such a big harvest here in Dole. Level 6 meditation method. This is a great thing. He was immediately excited. Dole didn't care. Anyway, he explained the difficulties. Since Carl wanted level 6, he would give him level 6. He returned to the laboratory, took out a pen, and wrote down the meditation method bit by bit. Carl didn't watch Dole write the meditation method. For him, it was all his anyway, so he might as well try it out. At this time, Dole said softly, don't walk around, some areas are highly poisonous. Carl's heart trembled, and he didn't dare to run around, just looking around in the living room. It must be said that it's different to have a big force behind you. There are all kinds of equipment and materials here, high-end alchemy tables, extremely precise weight scales, and other materials. It can be said that Dole came to the right place. This guy is said to be at level 2, and his cultivation speed is quite fast. Carl himself is also at the peak of level 2, almost close to level 3. After changing the meditation method this time, the speed is estimated to slow down, but he will definitely be promoted to level 3 within a year. This is his confidence. What he got is not a branch of the Eternal Tree. It took him a lot of effort to get it. He also owed a big favor to the Flame Caravan. He sold it to the Flame Caravan for his whole life. Chapter 205. Soon, Dole took out a freshly made booklet and came to Carl. One hand handed over the goods, the other handed over the book. Carl couldn't wait to take the book in his hand, sat beside him and opened it, while Dole took the branch of the Eternal Tree and read it. This thing really contains a huge amount of life essence. Just holding it in your hand, you feel comfortable all over your body, and every tiny part of your body is cheering. This is definitely a good thing. At this time, Ball came over, he came to Dole, slowly raised his head, and said, this thing is useful for my treatment of injuries. Let's take half each. I will pass you a potion, and you make it. Dole nodded and said, okay. Ball's eyes lit up. He opened his mouth and spit, and a white light shot into Dole's eyebrows. Dole closed his eyes, and accepted the white light. Soon he was shocked. This formula actually has no grade, but the materials are hard to find. He thought for a moment and said, Lord Ball, what are these materials? Ball opened his mouth and spit out a lot of things, which fell to the ground. Dole had nothing to say, it seemed that this guy had prepared it long ago. He looked at the ground, and then searched for the corresponding things inside. The information Ball gave him was not only the names of various things, but also the characteristics and appearance of the materials. There were more than 40 kinds of materials. He searched for a while, and found that most of them were there, only a small part was missing, but the missing materials were all low-level materials, and he just needed to find someone to buy them. The transaction between one person and one dog was not seen at all by Carl, who was standing next to him. What he could see was that Dole was studying the branches, and the dog was lying there. At this time, Carl was reading books tirelessly, and didn't care about Dole at all. The more he read, the more he felt that this meditation method was profound and extensive. As long as he fully understood it, it would not be difficult to advance to level 5 or level 6 in the future. It was great. At this time, Dole had already packed up the materials, made seals, and summoned his subordinates. He didn't need to take action on some small matters, just let the students handle them. Since they wanted to establish a force in the future, they also wanted to follow, so how could they not use it? Not long after, Morris walked in from outside, looking excited. Dole gave him the list. I need the things on it. You go and collect them as soon as possible. I can't show up recently. Morris nodded and said, Okay, lecturer, do you need anything else? He winked. Dole said unhappily, That's all. Practice hard every day, and don't have any crooked thoughts. Morris chuckled and said, Lecturer, you are an adult now. Go play. After sending Morris away, Dole turned around and looked at Carl, who was still looking at him. He lowered his head and thought. The potion that Bar gave him was called Super Activation Potion. It was not only for the body, but also for the mental power. The two most expensive main materials in it, the first one required something with very abundant vitality, and the other one was a magic core above level 6. Bar had magic cores everywhere. He robbed a green dragon's warehouse, and got a lot of good things. Now he got branches. The other things were used to neutralize these two things, and make them work slowly. It was not important, but the pharmacology was worth Dole's exploration. This is a magical prescription. As long as he knows the effect of this prescription, he can use most of the things that surpass the grade to make medicine. Alchemy is a very great subject. Dole has always known this matter. As for making this thing into a magic wand, it is a no-brainer. Ball sucked the other things back, and left a white gem. This thing is a reward for you. Dole bent down and picked up the gem, a little surprised. This is a pure spiritual gem. If it is made into a magic wand, it is engraved with high-level magic patterns, and it is at least a 5th-level magic wand. The place where Lord Ball robbed the green dragon's treasure is quite rich. He was a little envious. While he was thinking, Carl stood up with a little joy and said, Dole, this transaction is successful. Do you have some healing potions? I want to buy some on behalf of the Flame Chamber of Commerce. Dole turned his wrist, took back the gem, turned around and smiled faintly. I don't have so many potions, but my students should have a lot. I take you there to ask. Carl nodded. It seems that you are doing well now. Congratulations. Dole shrugged, just messing around. In fact, I think it was more comfortable when I was in the Chamber of Commerce. He showed a look of nostalgia. The two walked out side by side. Carl patted his shoulder and said, It's normal for you to have this idea. When I was still in the academy, I often encountered some unpleasant things, so I left the academy later. But no matter what, you are now settled and improving your strength is the fundamental. Dole nodded. They soon came to a large laboratory on the 4th floor. Dole called Sano over and talked to him. Sano led Carl into the laboratory. The next thing was very simple. The students were very welcoming. After all, everyone likes the business of giving money. However, most of the students were surprised to hear that Carl was from the Flame Chamber of Commerce. After all, the Flame Chamber of Commerce was not small, and it was a multinational chamber of commerce. They all knew the history of Lecturer Dole. They realized that it was this person who brought the lecturer here. They became curious and many people asked about Dole's past. Seeing that everyone was so enthusiastic, Carl told some of Dole's things, but didn't say too much. Dole was generally a relatively serious and hard-working person. There was almost no criticism to speak of. Basically, it was a positive influence. Before Carl came to Arangel College, he heard that there were several more level 3 pharmacists in Arangel College than before. He didn't expect that they were all students of Dole. He was a little surprised. You know, before this, the Magic Potion Hall of Arangel College in what city was the weakest, and the most famous among several northern provinces. Every student was very active in selling potions, especially the 3-level pharmacists, Ramen and Sketch at the beginning, and later Dunkey, Yunlong, and War Guy. As a noble, Sano's own potions were basically supplied to the family, and the potions of the 5 people were seriously promoted to the market. Wizard Carl, has Wizard Dole always been so hard? Dunkey and others were a little surprised. Carl nodded. He has always been very hard. When I just met him, he had just reached level 1. I didn't expect that he was promoted to level 2 after more than a year, and the magic potion was also promoted to level 4. It's not fast, but super fast. Ramen was a little surprised. Such a genius is almost comparable to the magic family in the Empire. Within a year, the potion learning has not been left behind, and the wizard's ability has also been gradually improved. This? Chapter 206. Shocked. This is a genius. If we ignore the lecturer's teaching ability, his training speed is a bit exaggerated. The youngest of them, Kai, is almost 20 years old this year, and Lecturer Dole is only 16 this year. In front of Lecturer Dole, they did not feel that he was only 16, but like a 40 to 50-year-old fox. Everyone looked at each other. After being shocked, Ramen put his mind at ease and suddenly said, "Wizard Carl, we want to reach a long-term supply agreement with you. How about it?" Hearing this, others also looked over. Carl smiled faintly. "Even if you didn't say it, I would have thought so. The level of pharmacy in Arangel College is beyond my expectation. After I go back, I will report to you all, and then come to a more detailed agreement. How about it?" Everyone smiled, and Ramen said, "That's the best." Carl was surprised at this time and said, "Isn't this matter in the charge of Dole?" Everyone was a little helpless, and Sketch said, "The lecturer doesn't have much time. He does experiments and practices every day. He has no time to take care of these things. We are in charge. You should have heard when you came that we are also in charge of the things in Shinshin. We only ask him about things we don't understand." Carl thought about it. Dole's position in his heart did not decrease, but became more noble. He himself should not care about these things. He is not a person who likes to take charge of things. Moreover, this will reduce conflicts with surrounding forces. This is definitely something he can do. At this point, Carl's main purpose of coming here has been completely achieved. After sitting Carl down, Dole began to study the spiritual gem in his hand. As a wizard, the staff is naturally the best energy product in nature, especially various high-grade woods, which have good energy conductivity and are lighter. The best material for a magic staff is the 10 sacred trees, but it is not so easy to get. Although he has a branch in his hand, after half of it was reserved by Ball, the remaining half is not enough to make a staff, and he dare not take it out with his current strength. In addition to the 10 sacred trees, the most suitable ordinary wood is mulberry, elm, locust wood and other woods with high spiritual affinity, mixed with some other materials with high bonus, and the energy conductivity is not low. Dole does not have such materials in his hand, and he needs to collect 1 or 2. In fact, the older the wood, the price is not low. The value of more than 100 years, and about 1,000 years is often in 5 digits, and it is gold coins. The body of Vice Dean Lamb's magic staff is made of the heart of a 1,000-year-old locust tree. Thinking of this, he raised his eyebrows, stood up immediately, and prepared to go out. Just as he came to the door, Carl's figure came from the corridor. "Dole, thank you for this time, then I will go back first." Carl smiled warmly. Dole was also small, gave Carl a hug, and said, "Come and see more when you have time. I have a lot of good things here," he said with a beaming face. "Of course, I have reached a preliminary agreement with your students, and when the time comes, you can directly ask people to come and get the goods." He suddenly made a move, hammered Dole, and said, "You are good, you have trained 7 third-level pharmacists. If Ivan and Candace knew about this, they would be scared to death." Dole smiled faintly. "It's nothing, they are all talented." Carl knew Dole's teaching ability, otherwise he would not have been able to learn to refine magic patterns. After talking for a while, Dole sent Carl downstairs. After the two said goodbye, Dole went straight to Lamb Tower. As soon as he moved, he found that several malicious eyes were coming from all directions. He frowned, and his mental power quietly formed a magic barrier around him, looking around. All those malicious eyes disappeared at this time. Dole frowned, but he did not stop, but went directly to Lamb Tower. It is estimated that no one in the academy dared to attack him, and these people probably didn't know which forces they were. Arriving at the bottom of Lamb Tower, Dole walked in. "You want a piece of locust tree core?" Lamb looked at Dole with some surprise. This guy finally remembered to refine a magic wand for himself. Dole nodded and said, "I got a spiritual crystal, which just happened to be made into a magic wand." Lamb smiled, shook his head, and said, "High-quality wood is hard to find. I also spent a lot of effort to find a little heartwood of a 1,000-year-old locust tree. I used all of it to refine the magic wand in my hand. There are no more. If you want it, I know where to find it. The vitality of the locust tree is very strong. There are many in the mountains and forests. You can find many in the mountains, but the locust tree with the hardwood is absolutely 1 in 1,000. There are very few." Dole heard this, and his eyes lit up. "Is it far?" I go get it now. Lamb smiled, and a white light appeared behind him, flying towards Dole. Dole received the white light, put it into his consciousness, analyzed it carefully, nodded, and said, "Thank you, Dean Lamb." Lamb smiled and nodded, saying, "This kind of thing is best done by yourself. There will always be some problems with what others bring back. If you are not satisfied, it would be great if you can go and get it yourself. In addition, congratulations, the position of the main hall master is just around the corner." Dole didn't care about this and said, "I won't say more about this. If you are willing to give it, give it. If you don't want to, I just don't want to be bound." Lamb's mouth twitched. This is probably the person who hates fame and fortune the most that he has ever seen, but it's good this way. He concentrates on studying potions. When he can become a level 5 pharmacist, he will have his own say in what city. There are many level 2 wizards, and the number of potions required is also very large. Level 4 pharmacists are very popular, but pharmacists above level 5 will be more popular because the demand for level 3 wizards is greater. Lord Lamb, please help me find a level 5 alchemy table. I pay for it myself. Dole thought for a moment and said, "Then I go out for a few days." Lamb nodded and said, "Okay, go early and come back early. Also, be careful. That place is not very peaceful." Dole nodded and then walked out of Lamb Tower. When he came outside, Dole felt the attention of the people around him and felt a little irritated. The disadvantages of having no power and no strength were perfectly reflected at this time. These bastards really have no scruples. It would be great if he had level 3 strength or powerful witchcraft now. Thinking of this, he touched the bottles of potions on his waist and shook his head slowly. He needs time. Back at the potion hall, Dole said to Ball, "I'm going to the famous mountains." "Are you going?" "There are green dragons there." Ball raised his head and opened his eyes instantly. He was very excited. "Go, go, go. I'm almost thirsty." Dole smiled and said, "I prepare first. This time I go out, it may not be too peaceful." Ball shook his head indifferently. He stood up, stretched, and said, "What is peaceful or not? Eat it all up." Chapter 207. Dole's mouth twitched. Ball really doesn't care about food. "Don't worry, I make some things first tomorrow." Ball muttered a few words in dissatisfaction and lay down again. Dole saw drool at the corner of his mouth, so the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. A lot of poisons have been made in the past few days. Make some more today to ensure that there is no mistake. If the strange fire sparrow can send out a 4th level master, then other secret forces must be able to do it. To deal with a 4th level master, more poisons must be prepared. In addition, there are healing medicines, mental potions, and powerful hallucinogenic potions. More preparations must be made. Who knows how long it will take to go out this time? This time out is a test for him, and also a test of his recent practice results. The next morning, after sending a message to Vice Dean Lamb, he changed his appearance, hung a tortoiseshell-like thing on his body, and slowly slipped out of the magic potion hall. It was not yet completely light. He was dressed in a warrior outfit, with a delicate-looking sword hanging from his waist, and walked out of Arangel College slowly. As soon as he walked out of the college, he did not walk directly on the main road, but sank into the jungle. As soon as he entered the jungle, he unfolded his body skills, manipulated the energy of heaven and earth, and quickly moved through the woods. When the sky was slightly brighter and the city gate just opened, he was already standing at the city gate, waiting to enter the city with others. Was City is not open 24 hours a day, and the city gate will be closed from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. every day. Was City has a large flow of people, plus various caravans. The queue at the gate is not short. Not long after paying the money, Dole walked into the city, and went straight to the Adventurers Guild. At this time, the city has begun to become active, especially at the city gate, waiting for the morning market to open, and waiting for farmers outside the city to come into the city to sell vegetables. Arriving at the Adventurers Guild, Dole came to the window and submitted the task. The tasks he took were all related to poisons, which required special people to test. The teller asked Dole to wait. Dole was not in a hurry, and stood at the counter waiting. Not long after, an old man came over. He took a look at Dole's dress and lost interest. Most pharmacists don't like to come out themselves, but ask others to come and sell. This is a common practice, because wild pharmacists are easily attacked and kidnapped outside. What poisons do you sell? If the effect is not good, the buyer will be angry. The old man spoke slowly in a dull voice. Dole took out a pile of potions, and said expressionlessly, "You can use various means to test them. I have confidence in these poisons." The old man nodded, then took out some things and sat on the counter to test them. The more he inspected, the more surprised he was. These poisons were really good. This was a 5th level poison. There was another 5th level pharmacist in what city? After the inspection, he glanced at Dole and said with a heavy expression, "Young man, can we talk to the person behind you? We can hire him." Dole shook his head and said, "He just passed by and asked me to sell these things. He will leave here soon." "That's a pity, a 5th level pharmacist." The old man sighed and said, "These poisons are very good." He waved to the teller and said, "Check out, these are all qualified." The teller opened his eyes wide at this time. "It's impossible. This is a task worth nearly 100,000 gold coins." Not long after, Dole got the gold coins as he wished. However, it was not real gold coins, but gold notes worth 100,000 gold coins, 10,000 taels each, which can be exchanged at the Imperial Bank at any time. It is absolutely fair. Walking out of the gate with the gold notes, Dole felt that there were many more eyes behind him. He slowly walked out of the adventurer, and then walked along the street to the auction house. He came to the auction house not to buy anything, but to borrow the spare room inside to change clothes. At the city gate, Dole, wearing ordinary wizard equipment, walked out of the city gate slowly, with a symbolic staff in his hand. He was heading to the South Bay Swamp. The South Bay Swamp at this time was very different from before. The road was full of adventurers, troops, and ordinary people, and the road was completely paved, unlike the previous road with water and mud. Although the South Bay Swamp was taken down, there are still many toxins left, which breathe the arrival of many other creatures. The entire South Bay Swamp is actually quite dangerous, which breeds a large number of adventurers. In addition, there are indeed many treasures left by predecessors in the South Bay Swamp waiting to be developed. Every day, someone finds rare animals and becomes rich overnight. Some people also find abandoned ruins in the South Bay Swamp, and find some rare weapons, armor, and even martial arts. South Bay Swamp is now definitely a paradise for adventurers. Therefore, the construction of the new city is a must for Waz City, which can bring them benefits. After walking less than 10 kilometers, Dole saw several nobles coming out of the city, leading a large number of teams, and heading straight to the South Bay Swamp. Dole didn't like nobles, and usually stayed away from them. This time, he came out to relax, because he had been too bored in the magic potion hall these days. If there were no disgusting stalkers, he would be happy. One person and one dog, enjoying the leisure time. Their strange combination naturally attracted a lot of attention, but seeing Dole's face, that said no strangers allowed, few people came up to chat with him. It was noon soon, and they had walked about 30 kilometers. At this time, they were still far away from the South Bay Swamp. Ball was a little impatient about this. If you were level 3, it would be great to use flying magic to travel directly. Dole was also a little helpless, saying, "If I were level 3, I wouldn't have to come out at all, or I would have a better staff." Ball said, "You idiot, you can also hold the spirit gem in your hand and use it as a staff, but your magic power is probably not enough." Dole naturally knew that if he took out the spirit gem, it would probably cause a beating by everyone. He said helplessly, "Lord Ball, if you want to have fun, please go." Ball snorted, rolled his eyes, turned around and disappeared from Dole's sight. He had wanted to hear this sentence for a long time. Seeing Ball slowly disappear from his sight, Dole's mouth twitched. "I'm just talking, don't take it seriously." Without Ball, Dole felt that the world around him was much less safe. He looked around, and it seemed that no one noticed him. It was noon, and he found a higher place on the roadside, took out his bag, took out his dry food, and ate. The newly built avenue was a little lonely, and from time to time you could see people with carriages and horses passing by. When these people saw Dole, some of them looked at him and looked at him, while others looked at him seriously. Not long after, there were as many as 6 adventure groups that greeted Dole, but these adventure groups were all small adventure groups, and the strength of the group leaders had just entered the extraordinary level not long ago, about the 1st or 2nd level. Chapter 208. While eating, Dole looked into the distance, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Just then, a huge team came from a distance. Most of the horses they rode were wearing armor, and they looked very imposing. On the back of the leader was a small flag fluttering in the wind, with an ugly big lizard painted on it. He recognized this flag. It belonged to the famous Lizard Dragon Adventure Group in what city? Their leader had given him a business card. According to Morris, this mercenary group was formed by several young men from small nobles. Their strength was pretty good, all around level 3, but their character was a bit bad. The horses galloped wildly, and soon arrived in front of him. The dust raised by the horse's hooves was overwhelming, which made Dole frown. He waved his hand and controlled the wind to blow the dust aside. There was a burst of crazy laughter in the running team. Dole's face was gloomy. He stood up, protected himself with a magic shield, and controlled the wind to roll forward. He has never been one who doesn't fight back. After doing all this, he changed direction and walked towards the wilderness. Haha, a wandering wizard, quite interesting, Boss Jerry. Do you want to recruit him? Val said while riding a horse and galloping. Jerry was relatively mature. He didn't say anything just now. He also saw the wandering wizard. He shook his head while sitting on the horse and said, "Don't provoke trouble. Wandering wizards are generally difficult to deal with." "What are you afraid of?" "He is just one person. He was scared by us and dared not speak." Another noble youth, Moses, looked indifferent. Gary looked at him helplessly and said, "At this distance, the wizard will not do anything to us. When we get further away, it will be much easier for him to deal with you." At this time, he felt that something was wrong with the horse under him. It seemed to be panting a little, but the horse was not running fast. He turned his head and looked at the distance behind him. The wizard had disappeared. While he was thinking, a sound of pain came from behind him. A series of horses suddenly fell down. The team was in chaos, causing a huge chain reaction. In just a few seconds, more than half of the horses fell to the ground, and the whole team was in chaos. At this time, he suddenly jumped up and leaped into the air, because the horse under his butt seemed to be in trouble. The front legs tilted and fell directly. People and horses fell, which was the current team. Gary waved his sleeves and slapped the air, making a snapping sound. With the help of the reaction force, he fell in the distance. Dust floated in front of him, and his face was extremely ugly. At this time, there was a burst of shouting in the team, the shouting of horses and people, which was endless. Jerry released his fighting spirit and sensed the surroundings, but he could not sense anything. He looked at his fallen horse, which seemed to be fine. It just fell and got up quickly, but it was panting a little. Damn it, it must be that wizard just now. Moses fell and became a little angry. His armor was all covered with dirt, and there was a horse behind him that bumped into him. His hat was a little crooked, and he looked very embarrassed. He jumped out of the team and said fiercely. Jerry cursed inwardly. The team was in chaos for a while, but soon recovered, but the horses were a little bit wrong, and seemed to be a little weak. At this time, he felt his breathing was a little rapid. Damn it, that wizard's method is so clever, just a little trick. It caused such a big harm to the team? Jerry looked back, and the wizard had completely disappeared. I told you to keep a low profile, see? Jerry found an opportunity to curse all the people who had just participated in the ridicule. Moses and Val closed their mouths at this time and dared not speak. There were no wizards or wizard apprentices in the team. They didn't know what happened. After such a thing happened, they could only move forward slowly and dared not use horses too much. They were still hundreds of kilometers away from the new city, and they didn't want to walk there. At this time, Dole had already gone deep into the wilderness and headed straight towards Mingyang Mountain. He had seen the end of the Lizard Dragon adventure group, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I teach you a little lesson, so that you know that wandering wizards are not easy to offend. Level 2 wizards are already considered to have a certain status in Huazi City. Pure elemental wizards have begun to join major adventure groups to earn money for medicine. The powerful ones have already gained a certain reputation. Level 3 wizards are the backbone of each force. As for level 4 wizards, they can be regarded as the leaders of a force, and do not bother to participate in some activities at ordinary times. As for level 5 wizards, there are actually not many in the entire Huazi City. Dole is now level 2, so he is eager to enter level 3. The wasteland is different from the road. The wild beasts and monsters on both sides of the road have been cleared countless times, and there is almost no danger. The wasteland is full of dangers, and there are countless poisonous snakes and beasts hidden in the bushes. Not long after Dole entered the wilderness, he felt the deep malice from nature. The poisonous snakes hidden in the grass, the poisonous insects flying in the sky, and the extremely aggressive birds, as long as they could be seen, all greeted him, and all hit the magic shield. If it weren't for the magic shield, he would have to clean them up one by one, which would probably take a long time. Fortunately, there was a magic shield. He opened the magic shield, controlled the wind element, lowered his weight, and ran along the grass in the wilderness. Strong energy fluctuations were emitted immediately, forcing back the careful thoughts of some beasts. In one breath, he advanced about 50 kilometers and arrived at the edge of the South Bay swamp. Looking down from here, He could see the huge South Bay swamp basin. After using magic power for an afternoon, Duali's magic power was almost consumed by more than 1/3. The sky was getting a little dark, and he decided to rest here. Take out the tent, sprinkle poison and insect repellent powder around, and clean up a little, and a simple camp is vacated. In addition to these, Duali also threw out some small reconnaissance magic arrays. These things are much more advanced than those in the Flame Chamber of Commerce. They are all made by himself. The arrays are composed of magic patterns above level 3, and the radiation range is as high-end as more than 100 meters. If you buy them outside, one starts at least 50 gold coins. After finishing, he got into the tent with satisfaction. The wilderness at night is as terrifying as the mountains. Even if you are fully prepared, you can hear low roars and various sparse sounds around at night. After all, the sudden appearance of a huge tent seriously affects the mood of the natives. Duali didn't care about them, but practiced seriously until the sky was slightly bright. Now it has become normal to practice instead of sleep, and even a trace of fighting spirit has been flowing in his body. He will soon be promoted to a first-level warrior. Of course, taking the warrior route is for disguise, not that he really wants to take this path. In terms of wizard talent, he is much stronger than a warrior. Chapter 209. At the foot of Mingyang Mountain, a small group of adventurers approached the bottom of the mountain. A short man quickly rushed out from the mountain. He landed silently, and came to another young man in a very chic manner. "Brother, the road ahead is open. That man did not lie to us." The young man nodded and looked back at his brothers. Including him, there were 5 people in total, all of whom were students of Arangel Academy. Unlike those genius students, they were all civilian students, and they were the top students among the civilians. The information should be correct, but everyone should not take it lightly. If we can capture the 3-tailed fox this time, we can go back and be a little quiet for a while. The young man sighed. The 4 agreed with this. At this moment, the young man turned his head and glanced at the South Bay swamp, and suddenly he was a little stunned. In the distant swamp, a young man came over from the water lightly, very cool, and his purpose seemed to be Mingyang Mountain. They saw that the man was wearing a magic robe, and he was actually a wizard. How dare he come here alone? The 5 people had a thought at the same time. This person is really brave. Since the South Bay swamp was conquered by the Empire, large monsters have been driven into the mountains, and the entire South Bay swamp has become the back garden of humans. This has the advantage that the human territory has expanded and the scope of activities has become larger, but the disadvantage is also obvious. The tentacles of the adventure group are forced to extend outward to the more distant Mingyang Mountain, which is more dangerous than the South Bay swamp, and the risk factor is greatly increased. Therefore, recently, the number of adventure groups in Mingyang Mountain has increased greatly, but because the relationship between humans and monsters is inherently hostile, and the South Bay swamp incident has occurred, the battles on the mountain have always been fierce, with casualties every day, and almost no one dares to enter the mountain alone. The young man glanced at the short man and said, "Go ask him if he is willing to join the team and what his goal is." The short man nodded, quickly blended into the darkness, and went far away. He was the scout of the team, the fastest and the strongest. Dole crossed the South Bay swamp, and soon came to the foot of Mingyang Mountain. He carefully compared the location, fearing that he had gone to the wrong place. There are actually many locust trees in Mingyang Mountain, but there are only one locust tree with a tree heart, not to mention a 1,000-year-old tree heart, which is even rarer. Moreover, without exploration, it is impossible to know whether a locust tree has a tree heart, so he will waste a lot of time here. He also saw the 5-person adventure group. Seeing the short man coming towards him, he shook his head. This is a student of Arangel's own academy, and he doesn't want to refuse forcefully. Just when he came to the foot of the mountain, he sensed that the short man jumped out from the darkness, stood far away, saluted him, and said, "Wizard brother, are you alone?" Dole nodded and said, "You are all students of Arangel Academy, right?" The short man was stunned and said, "Yes, if you are alone, do you want to team up with us? We are going to Silent Valley." Now it was Dole's turn to be stunned. His goal was also Silent Valley. It seems that the route he took was correct. He thought for a while, and said, "There may be evil things lurking in Silent Valley. Do you dare to go there?" The short man smiled immediately. "Of course we have made preparations." Dole shook his head and said, "I may have to stay in the mountains for a while, which is not in line with your goal." The short man was a little unconvinced. People who come here basically go to Silent Valley, and recently it is said that there are many warm jade mines in it. Most people go to find warm jade. This person obviously doesn't want to team up with him. He didn't ask too much, but bowed slightly and said, "Then we see each other again if we're lucky." Dole returned the bow. The short man jumped back. After a while, he returned to the team and said to the young man, "This wizard looks familiar to me. He seems to be a student in the academy. He said he will stay in the mountains for a long time, which is inconsistent with our goal." The young man nodded and said, "Forget it, Gus, let's go. The Silent Valley has been turned over several times recently, and many people have been killed and injured. We have to go there as soon as possible and occupy a good position." "Gus, that is?" The short man nodded. The 5 people quickly entered the mountain. Dole, who was far away, looked at the 5 people and smiled slightly. Originally, he didn't know the exact location of the Silent Valley, but it was great that these 5 people wanted to be his guides. He used a little trick to leave a mark on the short man, and he just had to keep them from a distance. Mingyang Mountain is a larger mountain range than Cameron. It is tall, dangerous, and the valley is very deep. There is no passage in this mountain that has been opened by humans. It is a real world of Warcraft. Except for the edge, it is unknown to everyone. The Silent Valley is actually deep in the mountains. After entering the mountain, you still have to walk a distance inside. It is a very quiet valley, surrounded by mountains, and most of the trees are mainly old locust trees. Such a place is easy to attract ghosts and in objects. In addition, it will also attract some human wizards who practice darkness, death, and undead witchcraft. There are very few living things here, and it is usually very quiet, so it is called the Silent Valley. However, in order to prevent this from happening, the Gory Wizard Alliance would regularly drive a magic tower over here, so there were almost no high-level evil wizards in this area. Following the team, from noon to night, Dole saw the existence of this Locust Tree Mountain area. He felt a little strange, because the closer he got to this mountain area, the more he felt his spirit was very active, and there seemed to be a strange energy in the air, slowly nourishing his soul. Mental power belongs to Ian, and locust trees also belong to Ian. He seemed to understand something. If he practiced in such a place, would it be twice the result with half the effort? But the problem is that such a place must be full of various evil things with Ian attributes, and it is actually not safe. If you are invaded by evil spirits and ghosts during practice, that would be a real big deal. Dole just thought about it, and threw the idea behind him. He gave up following the youth team, then turned his eyes, and looked around, looking for reference objects, determining his position, and carefully comparing the position of the 1,000-year locust tree heart mentioned by Master Lamb. Walking and looking, he soon found a reference, which was a big stone with some words written on it. Dole had lived in the jungle for a while. He knew that in the mountains, the most troublesome thing was not finding the way, but finding the direction. In the dense forest, it was difficult to see the sun. The surroundings were all the same mountainous areas. It was normal to not be able to tell the direction. Taking out the compass, Dole quickly went deep into the mountain and walked towards the designated location. The deeper he went into the Silent Valley, the more he felt the coldness around him. This coldness was extremely harmful to the body. It felt a little bit cold, but it was very good for the soul. The more excited the spirit was, the more it was affected by the surrounding environment. If you only care about the spirit and ignore the body, it is easy to get hurt here. Walking slowly in the dense forest, he hardly saw any insects here. The surroundings were terribly clean. Chapter 210. There must be something wrong here. Dole observed the surrounding locust trees while walking. There are many tall locust trees in the Silent Valley. The closer to the center, the taller the locust trees are. Some locust trees have canopies that block out the sun. One locust tree can block out the entire sky. However, the larger the locust tree, the less the heart. When you get closer, you will see that it is empty. Dole walked a short distance, and was deeply shocked by the locust trees around him. There are not only 1,000-year-old locust trees here, but even thousands of years old locust trees. There are many locust trees that can be hugged by 3 people, 4 people, and 5 people. At this moment, among the many locust trees, he saw a small locust tree. This small locust tree seemed to be only more than 100 years old, and only 2 people could hug it, but it occupied a small mountain area alone. The surrounding locust trees were quite far away, and the other trees around it were completely suppressed. Dole's eyes lit up, and he walked forward carefully, ready to get closer to observe. At this moment, he felt that the surroundings were getting colder and colder, and he felt something was wrong. He immediately released his spiritual stance and sensed the surroundings. As soon as his spiritual power was released, he felt extremely comfortable. He almost moaned. It was too comfortable. His spiritual power quickly extended forward and soon came to the front of the locust tree. At this time, he felt a force piercing him fiercely, making a small hole in his spiritual power. Severe pain. Dole frowned, retracted his spiritual power, and looked at the locust tree with his spiritual power tentacles, but saw that there was a shadow above the locust tree. A poisonous snake-like smoke was hovering in the sky, issuing a silent deterrence to him. Ghosts. Ghosts are also good at mental power. In the wizard system, there are many people who use ghosts as a means, and there are countless related records. The biggest advantage of ghosts is that they are not afraid of any physical attacks. They are good at various mental witchcraft, mental shock, mental piercing, soul devouring, possession, and creating illusions. They are okay against professions with weak mental power such as warriors, but they are not feasible for professions such as wizards, who are good at mental power. The snake ghost felt Dual Eye's huge mental power, roared in a pretentious manner, then turned around and ran away. Dual Eye felt something interesting. He slowly came to the locust tree and put his hand on it. The locust tree is een, which can nourish mental power. After being branded with magic patterns, it is extremely beneficial to mental power. This tree has been growing for many years. The een energy inside is very pure. Dual Eye's mental power just penetrated into it, and he felt a spiritual power feeding back, which made him feel that his mental power was a little stronger. Good stuff. He just did a brief investigation and was a little disappointed. This tree has a core, but it is a little young, only about 200 to 300 years old. The age of the locust tree is about 700 to 800 years, but it is not easy for the core to grow, and it is only 200 to 300 years old. Dual Eye was still a little disappointed. He stood up, patted the locust tree, and continued to move forward. The silent valley was terribly silent. Except for the sound of the mountain wind blowing and the leaves swaying, there was almost no other sound. He came from the valley to the top of one of the mountains, and then went down from the top of the mountain. On the way, he encountered many locust trees with cores, but the cores were not old enough, which was a pity. However, the energy was quite rich, allowing Dual Eye to absorb it fully. He sighed, and decided to go to the place Vice President Lem mentioned. Silent Valley is not a valley, but a mountainous area. There are about 12 peaks around it, and the highest peak in the middle is about 2,000 meters. Dole looked at the top of the mountain, and after knowing the approximate location, he went into the forest and headed in a certain direction. It was late at night, and Dole walked for a while. When it was almost dark, he was ready to find a place to rest. The biggest advantage of Silent Valley is that there are very few living things, so there is no need to be afraid of sneak attacks. He only needs to be careful of ghosts. Soon, he found a platform with large stones in the valley and rested here at night. Practice at night. As soon as he entered the practice state, Dole obviously felt that his mental power increased much faster than in the academy, almost 3 to 4 times. Wow, practicing here for 1 month can be better than practicing outside for half a year. What a good place. Dole quickly entered the practice state and began to absorb the power of the surrounding world. Time passed by little, and soon it was midnight. The Fire Elemental Sun's meditation method was very high, and it could be cultivated to the 5th level at most, transforming into a real fire element. The cultivation was very fast. With the nourishment of a large amount of Yin Qi from the surrounding locust trees, the fire element quickly boiled up, and the progress was extremely fast. If he cultivated here for 2 months, it would not be a problem to enter the 3rd level. However, Dual Eye also knew that this effect would definitely not last long, otherwise this place would definitely be full of wizards. But no matter what it was, he decided to stay here for a few more days. At this time, he drew out most of his mental power, opened his eyes, and looked through the tent into the darkness. Far above the valley, there were panicked footsteps, as if someone was running for his life. Wandering in the mountains in the middle of the night, these people really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. He was very fast, and some were in a panic. Some people fell while walking, looking very miserable. These were the sounds transmitted by the gadgets released by Dole, and he didn't see the real situation. The number of people in this group was quite large, comparable to the number of the Lizard Dragon Adventure group he met on the roadside 2 or 3 days ago. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt strange in his heart. Could it really be them? But the number was a little wrong, as if there were fewer people. Not long after, he really heard the sound with his ears. The group of people came quickly, almost daring not to make too strong a sound, and was about to pass by him and go down the mountain. At this time, someone looked up and was immediately shocked. "Brother, there is a tent here, and there are people." The voice was very light, and they seemed to be afraid of making a noise, almost speaking with their throats. The team slowed down instantly, and everyone looked at the tent in the valley in shock. The young man's face suddenly became overjoyed, and he said in a very weak voice, "Keep your voice down, we will go around, and the monster behind us should not chase us." The young people around him were relieved when they heard this, and most of them wiped the sweat from their heads and nodded hurriedly. The group thought they were very light, bypassed Dual-Eye's tent, and went down the mountain quickly. Behind the tent, Dual-Eye looked at the group leaving, and his face was a little strange. It was really the lizard-dragon mercenary group, and the enemies met on a narrow road. At this time, he had already sensed that something was coming down from the mountain, and the energy in the surrounding air was very strong, and it was of an attribute. This group of people should have encountered a powerful ghost. Dual-Eye didn't want to make trouble, but it would take some time to pack up the tent and various utensils, so he could only fight hard. Ghosts are not affected by physical attacks, but only by spirit and will. Chapter 211. He thought about it, opened his mental power, and formed a small barrier. At this time, the ghost had arrived. In the dark night, everyone was a spiritual body, and both sides could see each other clearly. At this time, a thing like a shadow leopard appeared, with a huge body, about 3 meters high. The energy of the whole body was like liquid flames, rising around the body, and it looked very scary. Wherever the shadow leopard passed, the surrounding world was still, and circles of negative energy eroded the surroundings. Except for the locust tree, other trees withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dual-Eye muttered in his heart, "So this is the reason why there are no other trees?" The shadow leopard stopped, and in the dark night, a pair of huge green eyes looked at Dual-Eye, as scary as it could be. Dual-Eye looked at the shadow leopard, not panicking at all. This shadow leopard looked a little exaggerated, but its real strength was only level 2. It was just at night that its strength was added. With the advantage of the terrain here, it looked more terrifying than level 3. The reason why those adventurers couldn't win just now was because physical attacks were ineffective. In the middle of the night, they were panicking and didn't dare to fight head-on, with fighting spirit, which led to the scene of fleeing in panic. He casually took out a bottle, opened the cork, and threw it directly. Powerful hallucinogenic potion. The shadow leopard saw the bottle, and was a little confused. This enemy who looked as powerful as him thought that he could defeat me with a small bottle, while his confused consciousness was thinking, the powerful hallucinogenic potion evaporated, and invisible smoke entered his soul. At this time, the size of Dole in the shadow leopard's eyes quickly increased at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his size soon exceeded tens of meters in height. The shadow leopard was confused. What was going on? What was going on with this person? Dole's body was getting bigger and bigger, but his body didn't change. Seeing the other party getting bigger and bigger, the shadow leopard was suddenly a little scared. Its body kept shrinking, and soon became the size of a bead. He suddenly ran back. At this time, Dole, who was very exaggerated in his eyes, suddenly made a move and grabbed him. His huge arms, and exaggerated body, like a mountain pressed down, and grabbed his head. The shadow leopard's eyes showed infinite fear. He ran faster and soon disappeared from Dole's sight. Dole stood next to the tent, and his body didn't change at all. At this time, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I don't know what horrible thing this guy saw, but he was so scared that he ran away. He shook his head, went back to the tent, and continued to practice. Jerry stood on a stone panting. Behind him were Moses and Val, the 3 strongest members of the team. The 3 looked at the pitch-black night, and felt a little bit of a lie. "Brother, the ghost didn't chase us." Val took a breath and looked behind him carefully, but didn't sense anything. Jerry breathed a sigh of relief and took 2 deep breaths. It should be entangled by the people in the tent. It shouldn't be a big deal tonight. I didn't expect that there must be ghosts where Nwanyu is. It's really weird. Moses shrank his head. He looked behind him. There were a total of 12 people, but now there are only 10 left. He felt a little daunted. He said, "Brother, let's find a place to rest. This is not a solution. Let's get out of the Silent Valley first." Jerry waved his hand and slapped Moses on the head, roaring in a low voice, "You want to die? You dare to run around in this damn place." Moses was hit on the head and dared not speak. He looked around and was a little scared. Jerry moved his fighting spirit to his eyes, looked around, and said, "Rest here. There are only ghosts in this Silent Valley, no other creatures, so don't be afraid." The others were relieved when they heard this. They ran for half the night and were exhausted. No one knew who was in the tent. There were only 2 people at most. They were really brave. Could they be wizards? If they were wizards, would they have known about them long ago? Thinking of this, Jerry's face turned ugly. They were just tricked by a wizard a few days ago. It took them a long time to recover. Now they have offended another wizard. How can they live in the future? He thought about it, called the scouts and the team over, and gave them orders. After hearing this, the scout hesitated for a moment, then quickly returned with 2 people. At this time, Val packed up his things, came over, and saw Jerry's actions. So he asked curiously, "Brother Jerry, are you afraid that the man can't stop the ghost?" Jerry sighed and said, "No, I'm afraid of offending the person in the tent. I suspect that there is a wizard in it." When Val heard the word wizard, his face changed, and the lesson of the past few days was still vivid in his mind. He muttered, "At most, it's just an apology." His voice became smaller and smaller, so small that he could hardly hear it. In this place where no one lives, you have to have a chance to apologize. After scaring off the ghost, Dole looked at the darkness around him, with a hint of white light in his eyes. Wizards have many ways to see things in the dark, and Dole himself is no exception. He uses mental power to stimulate the eyeballs and magic power to stimulate the body. It is easy to see the surrounding scenes, but not as clearly as during the day. The fire in the locust tree forest is particularly strong. It is a bit cold at night, and a hint of coldness is icy. This is not for the body, but for the soul. Dole didn't know why the team dared to survive in the forest at night. Did they have any good things on them? He thought about it, and decided not to think too much. He would go and look for it tomorrow. When he found the locust tree core, he would stay here for 2 days, and then go back. Soon, he entered the state of cultivation again. When the sky was just slightly bright, when there was a ray of light in the eastern sky, Dole walked out of the tent and packed his things. After practicing for a night, his magic virtual image grew by 2 centimeters, and now reached a height of 2 meters and 6. It was a surprise. It was really good to practice here. After Dole collected all the things, he followed the light above the valley to identify the direction and walked deeper. There were no living creatures in the silent valley. It was very quiet, so quiet that it was scary. Whether it was in the mountains of the northern kingdom or in the mountains of other places, it was very lively. Such a quiet mountain was a little uncomfortable. While walking up the mountain, Dole observed the surroundings and thought about the purpose of those people. He came for the locust tree core. What did they come for? He thought about it. There seemed to be nothing else valuable in this silent valley, right? He was a little confused. The sky soon brightened. Dole had walked about 2 kilometers in the woods and came to the halfway point of the mountain. Walking in the mountains is very complicated. It seems that a short distance takes a long time to walk. On the way, I encountered a few locust trees with tree cores, but unfortunately they were not old enough. There were also ghosts living there. Their strength was too weak. They were directly dissipated by Dole's mental shock. Chapter 212. In this world, the formation of ghosts is mostly dependent on chance, and they are rarely seen. The formed ghosts will gradually dissipate due to the sun and the surrounding environment. This quiet valley is full of yin energy, which just forms a perfect environment for ghosts to survive, and can attract a steady stream of yin ghosts from all around. Near noon, Dole walked to the top of the mountain. There were stones everywhere, and it was difficult for plants to grow. The top of the mountain was bare, but Dole, who had been walking for a day, saw the long-lost sky, and his vision suddenly widened. In the distance, there were mountains and valleys, and the mountains were shrouded in mist. Various birds of prey were flying in the sky. At a glance, there was an inexplicable horror in the mountains. At this moment, Dole looked to the side and back, and he felt that there seemed to be a living thing in the mountain over there. Not long after, he saw a small adventure group coming up from below. The people of the adventure group walked out of the woods and paused for a moment. Someone immediately saw Dole standing on the top of the mountain. The team soon became chaotic, and 1 or 2 of them looked at Dole with unfriendly eyes. A single wizard. What does this mean? There was also a wizard in their team, a middle-aged man, who looked at Dole and shook his head slightly to the people around him. Dole was too young and too shabby. He didn't even have a proper magic robe. He looked like a fool. What value did he have? A shabby wizard. Dole felt the malice of the adventure group, but didn't care. It was too normal. At this time, the wizard and the team came out, stepped lightly on the ground, and came towards Dole. The magic robe on his body emitted this energy fluctuation, which seemed to reduce his weight. He just moved lightly and flew towards him. "Little friend, are you here to look for warm jade?" the man said in a loud voice with a hint of unquestionable tone. Dole didn't like the other person's tone very much, so he said without even looking, "No, this is the first time I heard that there is warm jade here." The wizard flew to a place not far from Dole at this time, looking at him in surprise. "You are not here to look for warm jade, are you? Sephora japonica core?" Dole nodded, and he looked into the distance. At this time, he no longer had the mind to look at the scenery. After seeing the direction clearly, he lightly jumped and flew down the mountain. The wizard was stunned, and saw Dual Eyes suddenly became a little more daunted. He could freely control the wind element without any fireworks. This is a master. In the team, two scout-like figures looked at each other at this time, and looked calmly in the direction where Dual Eye went. A wizard walking alone, isn't that a mobile vault? The two glanced at the others. At this time, those people did not notice Dual Eye, but were resting with all their strength. At this time, the wizard came back, shook his head, and said, the wizard came to find the locust tree core. He could walk here. Obviously ordinary locust tree cores could not meet his requirements. He should be looking for the 1,000-year locust tree core. There will be at least a 100-year-old ghost entrenched in a 1,000-year locust tree core. His strength cannot be too low. Hearing this, the two scouts became more excited. If his strength is not low, it means that he should have a lot of money. Dole noticed the malice and the adventure group. He did not make any other moves. He disappeared after floating into the forest. The place where the 1,000-year locust tree core is located is still several hills away from here. At his current speed, he will definitely not be able to reach it today. As he walked, he thought about what he had just encountered with the wizard. Warm jade. Is there really warm jade in this mountain? Jade is also a very important resource for wizards. Most magic patterns above level 2 and magic arrays composed of magic patterns need to use jade, a mineral, and its value is no less than magic crystal. Warm jade is known as the king of jade among jades. It can nourish the soul. Wizards wear it on themselves and refine it into various tools. Their own strength can slowly increase to a certain extent. The effect is very strong and obvious. If you can find a small piece of warm jade, it is definitely worth 1,000 gold. But if there is warm jade in the Silent Valley, why did it only explode now? Dole felt that there was a conspiracy. He put this matter aside and walked through the mountains and forests to find the core of the 1,000-year-old locust tree first. Soon, another day passed. On this day, Dole found the figures of several adventure groups. He avoided them from a distance. These people were all desperate people. If they really saw him, I am afraid the result is still unknown. However, these people were conscious. They searched in the mountains during the day and retreated at night. Not many people dared to spend the night in the Silent Valley. Soon it was night. At this time, the wind blew in the mountains, and the clouds came out. The clear sky was slowly replaced by a layer of dark clouds. Without the moonlight, it was pitch dark in the mountains. Without light, Dual Eye's vision was completely useless. He could only open his mental force field and observe the surroundings. He found a small highland platform, set it up, and continued to live in the valley tonight. The humidity in the air continued to increase. He knew that it might rain tonight. Soon, drops of rain fell from the sky, hitting the leaves and falling on the ground. A series of rain sounds came from all directions. The magic circle arranged by Dual Eye also had a series of vibration sounds, which made him speechless. He didn't expect that the formation he had carefully arranged would be destroyed by raindrops. If someone came to kill him, he would definitely avoid it. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and soon it gathered into a small stream in the valley and flowed down the mountain. The temperature in the mountain gradually became very low, and the world around him gradually became colder. At this moment, Dual Eye suddenly walked out of the tent and looked into the mountain. He felt that the power of the soul seemed to be erupting from a distance and coming towards him. Wallalalalo. The sound of rain was getting louder and louder, hitting him around drop by drop, and the magic shield bounced off and fell on him without meaning to. The air was getting colder and colder, and the energy came from a distance, as if freezing the world. Dual Eye took a breath. What level of ghost was this? He felt that his soul was frozen. He, a delicious human soul, and a wizard. The terrifying voice came down from the mountain, and quickly approached Dual Eye. Feeling the other party's powerful mental power, Dual Eye was a little confused. This ghost was at least level 4. How could this be possible? This is just the outskirts of the mountain. How could there be such a powerful ghost? He was immediately frightened. As the ghost approached, the Yin Chi became stronger and stronger. His mental power was swept away by the Yin Chi. He felt that there were many illusions in front of him, all kinds of strange and terrifying monsters, all kinds of huge sounds, deafening, thunder, lightning, fire, blood, impacting his mental power, and endless information rushed in his face, filling his mind. Dual Eye's soul was almost dispersed by the powerful Yin Chi in an instant. He tried to converge the mental power he could control, restore his mobility, throw several bottles of powerful hallucinogenic drugs into the air around him, and organize his mental power to counterattack. Ghosts are powerful and chaotic mental aggregates. Dole also encountered such a powerful ghost for the first time. He almost died at the first sight. Chapter 213. The ghost just lightly swept him, and did not really launch an attack. In the rainy night, the ghost's terrifying tall figure soon appeared not far from Dole, and the man and the ghost officially saw each other. Dole groaned faintly, because he felt that the powerful hallucinogenic drugs thrown around were only volatile to 10% under the rain. The ghost approached quickly, and the energy radiated to the surroundings. Dole felt that something was wrong with the surrounding changes, because ice chips began to fall from the sky. The ice chips hit his bed and the tent, making a bang 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 sound. This is too scary. At this moment, the ghost's huge figure stagnated in the distance, and the chaotic and violent thoughts became more chaotic. It rushed to the sky with its fangs and claws, as if it had seen something incredible. When Dole saw this, his eyes lit up. He raised his hand, and threw 2 of the 5 bottles of powerful hallucinogens he had left into the ghost's body in front of him. This time, in order to expand the effect, he even hit a small fireball in it. Boom! The fireball exploded, and the powerful hallucinogen splashed out and merged with the ghost's body. The huge ghost's body collapsed suddenly. He seemed to have encountered some irresistible force. Large pieces of ghost energy drifted in all directions, and terrifying sounds emanated from him, which were extremely terrifying. Crying and howling, just hearing it in his ears, Dole felt his heart trembling. Seeing that the powerful hallucinogen was useful, he immediately turned around and ran into the mountains. This powerful hallucinogen was at most level 5, which was not enough to collapse the ghost's core. Once he recovered, he would still be unlucky. He didn't want the tent or the things, and just ran away. At this time, the surrounding fields turned into a piece of snow white. The water fell and turned into ice and snow residue, covering the ground with a layer of white. Dole slipped and fell without paying attention. He didn't have time to look back, got up, and continued to run forward. What demeanor and self-esteem seemed particularly unimportant at this time. This is too scary, a level 4 ghost. What do those Glory Empire wizards do for a living? When the ice around him turned into water, he finally felt the normal temperature again. At this time, he had run almost 2 kilometers away. This range was beyond the range of the ghost, but he could still feel the huge energy behind him, and could hear the terrifying voice, and the suppression of the soul came from behind. The biggest crisis in his life was this, and the most important thing was that Boss Ball was not here. He looked at the dark world around him, his eyes lighted slightly, and he continued to run in one direction. 2 kilometers is not a safe distance. Soon, the rain in the sky gradually became lighter. He didn't know where he ran to. He could only see a mountain wall on the left, and a small river on the right. Standing under the mountain wall, the rain could not fall, and the ground was still dry. He looked around, breathed a sigh of relief, and decided to rest here. It was so exciting and scary in the middle of the night. Next time I meet those bastards, I must give them a lesson again. Damn. He was covered in mud and water, looking very embarrassed. Fortunately, he had a few sets of clothes in his bracelet, so he just needed to change into them. After finding a new place, taking out the spare tent and arranging everything, Dole went in. No words were spoken all night. In the morning, the heavy rain had not stopped yet. The water in the valley turned from a small stream into a muddy river, flowing endlessly down the mountain. His ears were full of rumbling sounds, which reminded him of the mountains in the Northern Kingdom, which were like this when it rained. The mountains in the Northern Kingdom were much colder than here. When it rained, he wished he could light a stove instead of using it here. The power in the surrounding heaven and earth still tended to be in. Dole sighed. Today was ruined again, so he honestly went back to the tent to rest and meditate. Although he was a little embarrassed last night, the progress of the Son of Fire element did not slow down too much. He grew 2 centimeters taller. If he stayed here for a few more days, he would definitely grow to about 2 meters 89. If it weren't for that terrifying ghost, he would like this place very much. The sky gradually brightened, and the rain still didn't stop. Looking at the rain outside, Dole sighed and stayed in the tent obediently without going out. Ball stood on the tall mountain, with some blood stains with bubbles on his mouth. With a lick of his long tongue, the stubborn blood disappeared. This is the blood of the red dragon, which has a strong corrosive effect. Unfortunately, for the 7th level Ball, it is nothing. There are really a lot of things to eat in this mountain. In 3 days, he ate a green dragon and a red dragon, barely filling his stomach. When he was about to eat the 3rd dragon, he felt something in the mountain watching him. It was an enemy of the same level, and Ball did not dare to underestimate it. He was not recovered from his injuries yet, so he did not dare to be too presumptuous. Therefore, he was ready to stop here, and when his strength recovered, this famous mountain range would be his hunting ground. The rain kept falling from the sky, and drops of rain flowed from the corners of his eyes, making him look like a terrifying god and demon. His body was about 50 meters high, and he was bigger than the mountain when he stood on the mountain. All the demons in the surrounding world trembled. "Hellhound, why don't you leave?" Seeing that Ball was standing on the top of the mountain and was not ready to leave, the creatures in the mountain suddenly became angry. Ball heard the voice and immediately locked the target. In the mountains 100 miles away, on a mountain peak, a large winged monster emitting white light looked through the void and looked at himself. Seeing this thing, Ball showed his teeth. "I thought it was something that threatened me, but it turned out to be a white dragon." When did the white dragon stand up for these chaotic and low-ranking 5-colored dragons? The white dragon's eyes showed no expression. "Hellhound, are you questioning my patience?" Bear snorted and said, Okay, for your sake, I have a bite this time." He jumped up instantly, fell into the mountain, and soon disappeared. The white dragon on the mountain was very large, more than 100 meters long. Looking at Ball's figure, he was a little afraid, and his dragon face was extremely gloomy. When did this world actually have a creature like a hellhound? Or did he run over from that world? He couldn't figure it out, but this hellhound was obviously injured and his strength was not at its peak. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to stand up like this. The strength of a truly mature hellhound is very terrifying. He thought about it, and prepared to warn other dragons, and other races of the vassal dragons. This huge mountain range is not just for their dragon family. Ball left coordinates on Dole. He passed through half of the mountain range, through the dense clouds, and through the rain and fog, and soon came to the valley where Dole was. Chapter 214. Ball fell from the sky, and landed slowly on the ground. Dole poked his head out of the tent, and took a look at Ball, whose body had returned to normal. The man and the dog looked at each other. "Why did you choose such a broken place? If a rock falls, it will crush you to death." Ball walked over and said unhappily. Dole pulled the corner of his mouth. "This is not bad. I was concerned about escaping last night, so I didn't care where this place was." Ball was a little confused and blinked his eyes. "Escape? This place doesn't seem to have. Hey, there is a powerful ghost?" Ball's eyes swept through the mountains and felt a little interesting. "Yes, a few stupid adventurers didn't know why they alarmed the ghost and almost killed me." Dole opened the tent and said, "Come in. I don't know when this rain will stop. It's really annoying." Ball shrank his body, turned into an ordinary appearance, crawled into the tent, and lay comfortably at the position of Dole's head. Entering the tent, he glanced at Dole and said, "This place is good for cultivation. These few days, your strength has improved a lot." Dole closed the tent door and nodded, and said, "This place is full of energy, which is good for mental strength, but I feel that the effect is slowing down. Under normal circumstances, after 5 days, when your mental strength adapts to the surrounding world, it will slowly decrease." Ball confirmed. Dole looked at Ball and thought, "This guy knows a lot. How many dragons did you rob?" "2, a green dragon and a red dragon. The taste is okay." Ball smacked his lips a few times, and spit out 2 huge round magic cores, and a huge barrel. A strong smell of blood emanated from it, instantly covering the entire tent. Seeing what was in the bucket, Dole's mouth twitched. This was dragon blood. This is the blood of a red dragon. It has a great effect on your fire element meditation and physical training. Drink it. Don't worry. Even if it pollutes your blood, you can get rid of it when you become stronger in the future. Ball lowered his head nonchalantly, rested his head on his paws, closed his eyes, and prepared to rest. Dole covered his nose and took a look at the red dragon blood. He was a little repulsive and excited. This is the blood of a red dragon. The dragon blood potion made from the blood of a red dragon in pharmacy can improve a certain degree of flame resistance, improve the qualifications of the fire system, and improve one's own abilities in all aspects. It is quite valuable. If you sell this blood, it will definitely be a sky-high price. I didn't expect it. Lord Ball, you are like this. Last time you ate it, not even a scale was left. This time, you left a bucket of blood. Not bad, not bad, you have made progress." He resisted the nausea and stretched out his finger to dip it in the bucket. He immediately felt a burning pain in his finger. Dragon blood is highly corrosive and can cause great damage to the body. He stretched out his hand, saw the miserable state of his fingers, and shook his head. Weak fighting spirit surged out of his body and quickly gathered on his fingers, stimulating the recovery of blood and flesh. while absorbing the power of the dragon blood in his fingers. After a while, he felt that the fighting spirit was a little stronger, and at the same time, there was a warm corrosive force in it. Although it was very weak, it had a certain effect. Thinking of this, he took out a beaker, scooped a bottle from the barrel, and then covered his nose and poured it directly into his mouth. Boom! It was as if a streak of flames passed through his throat, and a sharp pain instantly jumped from his heart to the top of his head. Pain. The pain was so severe that it was like drinking a mouthful of magma. From the mouth, teeth, throat, stomach, every inch seemed to be burned by fire. At the same time, an invisible energy was released from the blood and rushed to all parts of his body, and other parts began to hurt. Dole's mind was instantly surrounded by pain, and the pain continued to hit his consciousness, wave after wave. He clenched his teeth and tried to maintain the last bit of consciousness. Ball sat next to him, glanced at Dole with a distorted face, and shook his head slightly. The human body was so fragile. This little power was not enough to tickle him. At most, it was like the chili peppers and seasonings when eating, but it was like a poison to Dole's intestines. He released a little bit of power to help him comb his hair. I don't know how long it took. When the sky was slightly dim, the sweat on Dole's forehead finally went down, and his skin turned red, as if it was cooked. At this time, he regained consciousness and panted. Seeing the bucket in front of him, Dole was a little scared, but he still gritted his teeth, scooped another bottle, and continued to drink. There was another sharp pain, but it was much smaller than the last time, and his body gradually adapted, greedily absorbing various substances in the blood. Dragon blood contains huge energy and rich nutrients. Drinking blood is like eating, and there is no need to worry about starving to death. As the dragon blood was infused into his body, his physical strength continued to increase, his weak fighting spirit became strong, and the son of element also began to rise rapidly. It almost improved his strength in all aspects. This heavy rain lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The small streams in the valley turned into a flood, roaring and rushing down the mountain with a rumbling sound. At this time, Dole's height increased sharply, almost to about 2 meters, and his aura was more than twice as strong as before, but his skin had returned to its previous state, and a layer of brown stuff fell on the ground. He opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and felt that his body was full of power. In addition, the Son of Element also broke through 3 meters. The Son of Element's huge body does not mean that it is just a larger body. In addition to the greater magic power, the temperature of the core is higher, and some wonderful changes contained in the fire element are also constantly increasing. That is the law of power given to the fire element by heaven and earth. When Dole felt these, he slowly relaxed his mind, and felt the power of the fire element itself. Lord Ball is really a surprise. Just a bucket of red dragon blood can improve him so much. This time when he goes back, he can boldly do what he wants. He is level 3. Dole was a little excited. Feeling the power in his body, he felt that he finally had some power to protect himself. This was real, tangible power. The waves in the valley were still roaring. The sky was clear, but he still couldn't leave. He had to stay here for a day. He lowered his head, glanced at the wooden barrel, and burped. He drank most of the blood in the wooden barrel, and there was still a little left. He planned to take it back for experiments. Moreover, this blood had no effect on him. His own body had improved. He didn't even need too much mental power to release the continuous fireball technique. His affinity with fire increased linearly. He didn't even need mental power to feel the active fire elements in the surrounding world. With a slight flick of his finger, those fire elements would jump and rush towards him. Chapter 215. This feeling is so wonderful. He is just an ordinary talent. He will become like this after drinking dragon blood. He can't imagine what those geniuses with real fire physique will look like. Thinking of this, he was silent for a while, and began to recall the 3rd level witchcraft. The first thing he wanted to learn was the wind spell, the upgraded version of the light body spell, the flying spell. With the light body spell, you can make a short jump, but with a flying spell, you can control the wind energy to fly. Wind and fire are inseparable, and the son of the fire element can also control the wind energy with ease. The spell model of the flying spell was bought back a long time ago, and put in his mind. Now that he is strong enough, he can finally learn it. Damn it, Jerry, that bastard, dared to sneak attack us. When I go back, I must tell the seniors. The short Gus was injured and kept sneaking in the shadows. It rained too hard these days, so they had to withdraw from the Silent Valley. There were no living things there, and there was not enough food. If the 3-tailed fox hadn't been active around the Silent Valley, they wouldn't have wanted to come to this place. But they didn't expect it to rain right after they arrived, and it rained for 3 consecutive days. Everyone's face was green now, because they were hungry. Gus was very agile, jumping between the mountains, and the mud under his feet seemed to have no effect on him. Not long after, he came to a cave. There was a rushing water at the entrance of the cave. He jumped violently with the help of the platform, crossed a distance of 7 or 8 meters, came to the front of the cave, and went directly in. "Are you injured?" The young man saw Gus, and his eyes suddenly showed a hint of fierceness. Gus nodded and said, "Brother John, it was that bastard Jerry who hurt me. They are still looking for the legendary warm jade in the Silent Valley." It was that bastard. Gus's teammates immediately said indignantly, "Let's go and cause them some trouble, these damn nobles." John thought for a while, his eyes became serious, and said, "Since they dared to hurt you, let's go back and ask the boss to decide on this matter. It's normal to fight to the death in the mountains." "Where are they?" After Gus told the location, John nodded and said, "It's a pity that we don't have wizards, otherwise we can ambush them. It rained for 3 days in a row, and their food was eaten up. I guess the other side's food is almost the same. The rain stopped today, and they should retreat for a short time. In the mountains, you can't stay too long. This is the practice of all adventure groups. This heavy rain is also an accident." At this time, there was a movement outside. Gus's face changed, and he sniffed with his nose, and his face changed immediately, saying, "Boss, it's a group of gorillas." Everyone held their breath and dared not move. At this time, a howling sound came from the entrance of the cave, as if a large group was passing by. Dangers are everywhere in the mountains, and it is very likely to face enemies, opponents, and strange creatures from all sides. At noon, the long-lost sun finally passed overhead, bringing a touch of warmth to the mountainous area. There are more than 300 spell nodes for flying, and it is also a 3-dimensional variable model, which allows the operator to control the wind flow to fly in all directions. The spell model is very complicated. After a day of construction, less than 1/10 of it was built, which made Dole a little discouraged. It was so difficult to master a 3rd-level witchcraft. If you can release a 3rd-level magic, you can be called a 3rd-level wizard. If you can release more than 3 3rd-level magics, you will be called a senior 3rd-level wizard. If you can release more than 5, you will be called a genius. It is still too early for Dole. Dole does not want to be a genius. He just needs to master the magic that he should master and have enough self-protection ability. His goal is not to fight with anyone, but to become a master like Boss Ball, a super master. This is his goal and his yearning, so he doesn't care much about ordinary conflicts. Dole is still a little uncomfortable with the surge in power, after being promoted from the 2nd-level high level to the 3rd level in one breath. He needs a few days to adapt. Building a spell model is a good adaptation process. It not only exercises control, but also familiarizes with one's own mental power. With control and control of the spirit, the real strength will naturally reach the 3rd level. After entering the 3rd level, he became more proficient in the control of the 2nd-level witchcraft. Dole tried it, and found that he could even release the continuous fireball spell seamlessly. With the increase of mental strength and agility of thinking, he could even control the scale of the spell model at any time, so that the fireball spell would change in an instant, change the direction of emphasis, change more frequently, and the scale of the spell model could also be controlled and strengthened. A fireball spell used to be only the size of a human head at most. Now, he can control the scale of the fireball spell to more than 3 times the size, and the attack power has increased several times. This is the power of a 3rd-level wizard, a doubling of strength. After learning this, he felt that it was a wise choice for him to save Ball back then. Whether it was meditation or other methods, it had brought earth-shaking changes to his life, especially now. A bucket of dragon blood allowed him to directly upgrade to the 3rd level, which was a terrifying speed of progress. The blood of the red dragon completely changed his physique, which was heavily biased towards the fire system. Although he did not have the talent of the red dragon itself, this improvement was enough for ordinary people. Go back and find a high-level fire-type fighting spirit method to practice, and see if there is any improvement on the warrior side. The fighting spirit trained by the basic breathing method is still too weak. Dole experimented for a day, and set many goals. After entering the 3rd level, his mental power was large enough, and he could try the 5th level potion when he went back. He felt that he should be able to try 1 or 2 of the levels that he could not break through in the magic potion this time. From the 2nd level to the 3rd level, this is a substantial improvement. However, it is too difficult to truly master a 3rd level witchcraft. Although there are drawings of spell models and many learning experiences, it is too difficult to master a 3rd level witchcraft. The complex model and the ever-changing node changes are a headache at a glance. After he really started to build, he knew why the strength of witchcraft at a high level is measured by the amount of witchcraft. Without strength, witchcraft cannot be built at all. He estimated that it would take at least half a month for him to master the art of flying. The sky became brighter and the weather became clearer, but the surrounding environment did not change much. After a full day, the water in the valley subsided slightly, and the roaring sound was slightly reduced. At this time, it was the most dangerous for adventurers in the mountains. The animals and monsters had been hungry for several days. This was a good time to go out for food and hunting. Soon it was night. At night, Dole found that the bonus of the training speed brought by the surrounding environment was gone, and he sighed a little. At night, the mountain wind whistled, and the mountain became cold. Soon, it was 12 o'clock in the evening. Dole was practicing, and he suddenly raised his head and looked into the mountain. Chapter 216. Above the valley, a very pure chi suddenly erupted, eroding in all directions, and a very strong sense of terror and chaos sent out a silent howl to the surroundings, as if he was swearing his position and his ability. The chi was vented unscrupulously, radiating dozens of surrounding hills, and covering the entire silent valley. The silent valley became silent. Not long after, several roars came from the distant mountains, confronting the chi energy. The roar was full of power, ambition, and majesty, and it seemed that it could not be desecrated. It was a terrifying creature from another place. The momentum of both sides was against each other, and no one was willing to fall behind, full of the taste of swords drawn. Dole sat in the tent, and the little expansion just because of the improvement disappeared immediately. He opened all the hidden runes in the tent, and added some magic crystals. This was the 4th level ghost. His several bottles of powerful hallucinogenic potions did not affect him, but made him improve a little. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and his eyes looked bitter. Ball raised his head and looked at Dole, saying, "This ghost has obviously reached the late stage of the 4th level, and has initially mastered the changes in the energy. Although his thinking is still a little confused, his core will is about to emerge. If we catch him as a helper, it will definitely be the best." In the darkness, Dole looked at it unhappily. "I don't have this ability. It was good enough that I escaped from his hands last time. How dare I pluck hair from his mouth?" Ball snorted twice. "Not now, but I can do it later. Tomorrow, we will quickly find the core of the 1,000-year-old locust tree and retreat quickly. It's uncomfortable to sleep in this place." He moved his butt, obviously very dissatisfied with the ground. Dole nodded. The 4th level ghost howled for half the night, and all creatures near the silent valley were trembling. All the adventure groups around the silent valley fell silent at this time, looking at this side in the dark night, with different expressions. Jerry was resting in a cave on the edge of the silent valley. They lost another person today. It was a conflict with other adventure groups. Of course, the other side was not easy. They killed 3 people and retreated separately. It was a very famous poaching group. At this time, the moonlight in the sky was bright, and a small part of the moonlight was twisted and fell on one of the peaks. There was a thing with fangs and claws flying in the sky. Jerry saw at a glance that this ghost was the one that chased them that day. The fluctuation of chi was too obvious. This guy actually advanced. How is this possible? There are countless ghosts in the Silent Valley, but they never come out at ordinary times. The highest strength is only level 3, and there are almost no ones above level 3. This ghost is so powerful all of a sudden. Is it because of Nuanyu? When he thought of this, countless lights appeared in his eyes. Level 4, a bit tricky. At the same time, in other places, the adventurers also looked over here, thinking in their hearts, and the word Nuanyu kept rising in their hearts. Only Nuanyu can make ghosts advance so quickly. It is a treasure that nourishes the soul. If you get it, and sell it to wizards above level 5, you will definitely get rich overnight. The adventurers were excited. Of course, there are also adventurers who plan to retreat quickly. Level 4 ghosts are not for them to deal with at all. Instead of dying in vain, it is better to change the target. Among the people who retreated, there was the Arangel student team. They planned to kill a few level 3 monsters and return to the academy, leaving the matter of Nuanyu and the fox aside for the time being. After one night, the water in the valley has dropped to the level of an ordinary stream, and the ground is dry, and people can walk freely. Dole walked out of the tent, looked around, called Ball, and began to pack up the tent silently. In view of the level 4 ghost yesterday, he decided to find the 1,000-year-old locust tree core today and leave this place of trouble. Ghosts will not move during the day, and sunlight is their natural enemy. Only when they reach level 7 or above can they walk freely, so it is still safe during the day. It took a little time to collect everything, and Dole officially stepped into the mountains. This time, his goal was clear, and he almost didn't take a detour, and went straight to the top of the mountain. The locust tree core was at the other end of the valley, and he needed to go through the top of the mountain to get there. In fact, he also wanted to see what kind of thing was there at the location of the ghost that could make its strength increase so quickly, and the powerful hallucinogenic potion didn't have such a fast effect. After his physical body was upgraded, he felt that his endurance and physical strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and walking in the forest was like running. In less than an hour, he came to the top of the mountain, and saw the situation on the top of the mountain. He was a little surprised, because there was a tall but very dilapidated locust tree on the top of the mountain. It was charred all over, and together with the ground and other plants around it, the air was filled with a burnt smell. There was only such a locust tree on the entire mountain top. He suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "Lightning struck locust." Locust trees belong to Een and especially like sunlight, but most locust trees will not grow on the top of the mountain because there is obviously a lack of water here, but this locust tree is different. His tree body is huge and firmly rooted on the top of the mountain, without any signs of withering. His tree crown was broken and charred everywhere. Some thin paper strips stubbornly grew out of the tree, greedily absorbing the surrounding sunlight, and living tenaciously, that is, not dying. There were many cracks on the tree, charred all over, all of which were struck by lightning. It's not dead yet. If it happens a few more times, this tree will become a monster. Dole was shocked. There would be ghosts lurking in such a tree? Isn't it afraid of being killed by lightning? He could feel that there was a cold energy lurking in the tree body. Under the high sun, the cold energy did not dare to come out. Dole was a little moved. It seemed good if he could cut a branch from the lightning-struck locust tree. Thinking of this, he observed carefully. The trunk of this big locust tree obviously had no tree core. The trunk had been empty for a long time, but it did not affect its own properties. He just took a look and saw a dry and cracked trunk struck by lightning. Although the trunk was dry, or even dead, Dole was surprised to find that this branch actually had a little bit of tree heart. Seeing this, he immediately flew forward without saying a word and wanted to climb up the tree. At this moment, his eyebrows were pierced with pain, and he felt a strong sense of crisis. The crisis was not on the tree, but on the other side of the mountain. His attention was attracted by the big tree just now, and he forgot to observe the surroundings. After feeling the crisis, in an instant, the magic shield was propped up. At the same time, he forced his body to twist in midair, and with a flick of his wrist, a small sword appeared in his hand. The arrow broke through the air at a very fast speed. Dole only had time to turn around, and the arrow shot onto the magic shield. The powerful force made the magic shield concave inward, and the powerful fighting spirit attached to it collided wildly with the power on the magic shield, emitting waves of energy. At this time, Dole finally turned around and looked at the arrow with a sword. Ding! His wrist went numb, and the arrow was successfully chopped off. At the same time, the spiritual power he released had captured the movement in the distance. Without saying a word, the flames around him quickly ignited, and 5 fireballs condensed into shape in an instant. Chapter 217. Dole's quick reaction and counterattack shocked the people in the dark. What level of wizard is this? Why is this fireball so fierce? However, they are not stupid people. Someone immediately drew a bow and shot arrows. 4 or 5 arrows appeared in front of Dole in the blink of an eye. Bows and arrows are faster than magic. Dole felt a strong crisis. He remained calm in the face of danger. After feeling the sharp edge in the dark, he fell quickly. 5 huge fireballs flew out, 2 of which exploded quickly in the distance after flying out, and the other 3 fireballs rushed down the mountain. The violent explosion of the fireball caused a surging wave that blew the arrows that were still on the way off. The strong airflow blew in all directions, and even blew Dole, who was still falling, violently. Then he wanted to retreat, and he hit the big locust tree behind him. At this time, he felt the Yin Chi on the big locust tree slowly reviving, and his face changed slightly. In the distance, someone shouted, "Retreat quickly, this is a level 3 wizard, archer, fire suppression." As the 3 fireballs fell, 3 shocking bombardments came from that direction, followed by 3 or 4 strong screams. Dole had no time to care about those damn adventure groups. He jumped up again, and jumped into the air, heading straight for the branch he had just set his eyes on. At this time, he felt the sharp edge in the dark again. He cursed inwardly, controlled the wind flow around him, and moved horizontally. Several sharp edges flashed around him, and pierced into the tree fiercely, making a violent chopping sound. He looked back and saw that only the tip of the arrow went in. He was slightly stunned. The arrow shot by the level 3 archer only went in so far? How could this be possible? He had no time to look back at this time. He lowered his head and strode forward, while controlling the wind flow to reduce wind resistance and reduce weight, and ran in another direction without looking back. He had already felt the speed of the Inchi recovering from the locust tree. If the 4th level In Ghost came out, the consequences would be disastrous. Although the In Ghost was afraid of the sun, and could not come out in person, it was not something that a small 3rd level wizard like him could contend with just controlling the dark energy between heaven and earth. Dole's actions surprised the embarrassed adventure group in the distance. Why did he run away? In the blink of an eye, Dole's figure had disappeared at the foot of the mountain. Everyone calmed down, the wizard ran away. A few people were still in shock among the rocks in the distance. Dole's fireball was too powerful, directly killing 3 of them, and the rocks flew out, injuring 2 more. Fortunately, they had many archers to deter the wizard. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The leader was a middle-aged man, who looked at the locust tree with a light in his eyes. Everyone, this is a lightning-struck locust tree. It's impossible to encounter it at ordinary times. If we take it back, it can be worth at least millions of gold coins. We're rich. A man next to him had a gleam in his eyes. Brother, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. That's right, brother. The group of people were immediately overjoyed. The eldest brother nodded, his face flashed with joy, and said, Go. At this time, on the other side of the mountain, a group of people also quietly climbed up the mountain, and they also saw this scene. Behind the stone, Gary's face changed slightly, and he said, It's the Crazy Lion mercenary group. Their leader is level 5. They'll only showed a pair of eyes and smiled faintly. What are you afraid of? Such a big tree, they can't eat it all by themselves, and I guess there will be other people in a while, and then we will divide this big tree. Besides, such a big locust tree is also a lightning-struck locust tree. I don't believe there is no trick in it. Gary's heart moved. He thought of the level 4 ghost chasing them at night. His eyes became uncertain. The wizard just now is the wizard we met on the road before. His methods are strange. We should be careful, and go out later to see the situation first. The people around nodded in agreement. The shadow cast by the ghost a few nights ago was too big for them. They dared not take the risk to go out. 2 people in the team had already died, and they did not want to lose a 3rd person. The noise just now was too loud, and the sound of the fireball explosion resounded through the valley, echoing. The Crazy Lion mercenary group quickly followed and headed towards the locust tree. They were less than 200 meters away from the locust tree. This distance was nothing for the 2nd and 3rd level masters. It was just a few breaths, and everyone chased after them with shining eyes. They had limited time, and had to leave the silent valley before night. Everyone was still frightened by the situation last night, and did not dare to stay on the mountain. At this moment, the middle-aged man saw the arrow on the tree and his face lit up. This tree is so strong, it must be a good thing. He just took a look and said, Let's cut it down. At this time, he felt the air around him was a little cold, and looked around. It didn't matter if he looked at it, he was immediately shocked, because above their heads, there was a small piece of dark cloud, just covering their heads. Others hadn't noticed this situation yet, and they were ready to cut down the tree. Jerry looked at the situation in front of him, and was a little frightened. This lightning-struck locust tree was indeed the host of the ghost. In just 2 breaths, there was an abnormal cloud in the sky, and the top of the mountain began to become gloomy and windy. Except for Gary, the others were also quite frightened at this time. Go! Gary gave the order directly, and then turned to go down the mountain. The others were even more frightened and ran down the mountain. It was not the first time they encountered ghosts, so they naturally knew what to do to save their lives. The leader of the Crazy Lion mercenary group, the face of the middle-aged man was extremely stiff. At this time, someone came over and said with ecstasy, Captain, what's wrong with you? We are going to get rich. The middle-aged man's face was extremely ugly, and the sweat on his forehead was flowing down. Run. After saying this, he lowered his body, and the fighting spirit gushed out of his body crazily. He ran forward quickly, and ran 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. The people around were stunned. What happened to the captain? At this moment, they saw that the Inchi in the air was so strong that it turned into a terrifying giant hand, brushing past them and grabbing behind the captain. Wherever the Inchi passed, everyone's body and mind were frozen. They felt that they could not move. Everyone was shocked. The hand was very fast, and quickly grabbed the middle-aged man's back. The middle-aged man was not a pushover either. He threw out 4 or 5 things from his arms, including alchemy and scrolls. After those things were thrown out, they immediately emitted all kinds of strange energy and blocked behind him. Some even directly produced violent array energy. The giant hand rushed over rudely and slapped all the things away with overwhelming force. However, when it touched the last scroll, a strange force quickly came out from the scroll, covering the giant hand. The giant hand dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye and finally disappeared completely. The spell was annihilated. Chapter 218. Around the locust tree, there were many shadows on the ground. They suddenly appeared and took root under everyone's feet. Everyone was unable to move, and watched the shadows from the ground, entangled their bodies, and then, not long after, a gust of wind blew through the air, and everyone's body suddenly turned into dust and disappeared, leaving only some clothes and armor. Hundreds of meters away, Dole hid behind a rock, watching all this with fear and trembling. It was really the guy from last night. It seemed that he had to wait for a while, until he calmed down. He was determined to get the lightning wood. If it didn't work, he could only ask Lord Ball to kill the ghost. But as long as he could get a little bit of lightning wood, it would be fine. It didn't matter whether he asked Lord Ball or not. Although the ghost could manipulate all kinds of negative energy, its body did not dare to appear directly in the sun. As long as he waited until he fell asleep, Dole could get close and cut a piece of wood back. Lightning struck wood, no matter how old it is many times stronger than the core of a 1,000-year-old locust tree. As time passed, the sun shone, the energy was withdrawn, and the top of the mountain quickly returned to its previous warm state. The mountain breeze blew, without the previous biting meaning. Dole looked around. The top of the mountain is so small, there are only so many places to hide. Just now, the ghost went berserk, and the people around had already fled. He saw several familiar teams had already fled down the mountain in disgrace, looking for some warm jade somewhere else. He now found that the news about the warm jade should be a lie. In the past few days, several murders have occurred in the mountains, and they should be people who were tricked. About half an hour later, the temperature on the mountain rose, and the ghost completely fell into a state of silence. Seeing this, Dole restrained all his breath and walked out from behind the stone. This time, he did not even release a little bit of mental power, and even opened all the hidden equipment on his body to ensure that no trace of magic power was leaked. He came to the locust tree with a sword. He had just observed it, and he needed a little bit of branches with locust tree cores. Now it was just the right time to look again. Carefully observing, for fear of disturbing the ghost, Dole walked very slowly. Not long after, he saw another thick branch, which should have a tree core. After thinking about it, he bit the sword in his mouth and slowly climbed up the tree. As long as there is no energy fluctuation, the chi and the ghost will not pay attention. After many lightning strikes, the big locust tree was full of charred bark and various new buds. Although there were still some old branches, there were not many. Dole saw one of the thicker old branches. Slowly crawling over, he came to the front of the old branch. Dole looked at the charred tree hole and felt a little scared. He had to get the branch down as soon as possible, otherwise the ghost would come out again, and he would have to summon Lord Ball. Thinking of this, he stood in front of the branch, raised his sword, put it on the locust tree, and tested the position and strength. He raised the sword violently, and then used all his strength to chop it down. Bang! After eating dragon blood, his strength has far exceeded that of an ordinary first-level extraordinary warrior, and is even comparable to a second-level Zhao Fan warrior. Without using Do Chi, this sword of pure flesh has a force of about 300 to 400 kilograms, but it did not cut the branch. Dole was a little confused at the time. He raised his hand again and chopped down again along the previous position. After several consecutive sword strikes at the same position, Dole's forehead was sweating. He was afraid of disturbing the ghost in the tree. Puff! The sword in his hand was empty, and the branch broke and fell to the ground. At this time, some subtle chi in the tree began to condense. Dole didn't have time to wipe the sweat off his face. He jumped up from the tree, jumped to the ground, and then ran down the mountain dragging the branch. While running, he looked at the wood texture of the cut branch and breathed a sigh of relief. There was indeed a tree heart. The brown tree heart seemed to emit a strange and fragmented purple light, which made him almost unable to open his eyes. He was very fast and quickly escaped and disappeared in the mountain. Ball was standing on the other side of the mountain at this time, standing on a stone. Seeing Dole's useless look, the corners of his mouth twitched. This guy really cherishes his life. Seeing that Dole succeeded, he took a light step. It seemed that he had only taken 2 or 3 steps, but he had already come to Dole's back. Dole ran for several kilometers in one breath, and came to the dark valley. Then he stopped, took a deep breath, and sat on the ground. It was too exciting. Dole looked at the locust tree branch on his shoulder, and his eyes lit up. After catching his breath, he took out his sword and cut off all the extra branches on the branch, leaving only a bare stick. While stroking the stick, he used his mental power to explore, and his mind was full of joy. Lightning Locust. The locust tree core has a particularly good mental affinity, and it has the power of an attribute, but the heart of the lightning locust tree has an extra thunder meaning, which belongs to the thunder meaning between heaven and earth. In the future, when he specializes in the Son of Storm, this thunder meaning will have a huge effect, amplifying thunder and lightning, and it will not be a problem for him to comprehend the true meaning of thunder and lightning. This is what the heavenly thunder left behind. It is naturally endowed with a hint of heaven and earth majesty. It can amplify almost any lightning spell and greatly increase its power. Ball walked out from behind Dole and came to him. He looked at the locust tree core, nodded slightly, and said, "This material is good. Although the locust tree branch is a little old, it is also 400 or 500 years old. The thunder contained in it perfectly makes up for the other things. If this is made, the grade will be at least extraordinary level 5 or above." Dole nodded excitedly. He touched the branch inside. This trip was not in vain. He stroked the branch as if he was stroking his lover. At this time, Ball turned his head, looked at the mountain, and smiled faintly. "Dole, don't be too obsessed. Didn't you notice? You have been surrounded." Hearing this, Dole immediately raised his head and looked at the mountain. Just now, in order to prevent the ghost from discovering, he gathered all his breath in his body, and did not observe the surroundings at all, let alone observe with his mental power. After Ball said this, he immediately released his mental power, and felt the murderous intent hidden in the dark. The mountain was full of murderous intent. He ran all the way down and only rested for less than 2 minutes. The other party had surrounded him? Could this be the group of people who spread the news secretly? Looking at the dark forest, Dole stood up expressionlessly, and began to use his sword to clean the bark and excess white trunks on the tree core. He only needed to leave the brown tree core. In the shadow, the crisis was getting closer and closer. At this moment, in Dole's mental force field, 4 extremely fast arrows shot out from the shadow from different directions, and shot directly at his position. The arrows almost blocked all his angles. Dole was not in a hurry. He stepped forward lightly, as if he had predicted the future, and dodged the arrows. He was free and easy, and he kept sharpening the wooden stick in his hand. In the forest, those people had exposed themselves, and suddenly a rain of arrows came. Dole opened his mental force field to cover more than 100 meters around him, perfectly capturing the flight trajectory of the arrow. Archers are the natural enemies of magicians. They hide in the dark, and it is difficult for magicians to withstand a round of archers shooting, especially high-level archers. The arrows they shoot can even turn in midair or explode, making them hard to defend against. Chapter 219. Dole was walking in the rain of arrows, not panicking at all. The archers in the dark were all shocked at this time. Is this guy a human or a ghost? How can he be so powerful? He is just a level 2 wizard. Why does he have such ability? Has he been promoted to level 3? After level 3, the mental force field covers a wide range. As long as the physical fitness is up to standard, it can indeed do so. However, a few days ago, they clearly confirmed that this guy was only level 2. In the darkness, one person made a gesture, and the rain of arrows stopped. A series of whizzing sounds rushed out of the forest, and went to Dole's position. How could Dole dare to let them get close to him? Although he was level 3, this level was not enough. A level 3 wizard without level 3 witchcraft was equivalent to level 2. When the rain of arrows stopped, he immediately squatted down, manipulated the wind elements around him, and ran down the mountain fiercely. "Archer, stop him." A loud shout broke out in the woods, and a voice quickly approached from far away, approaching Dole. The voice contained great energy, and even had a trace of fighting spirit. Sensing the crisis, Dole looked back, and saw a strong man rushing out of the forest. He was about 2.67 meters tall. At this time, a pair of triangular eyes looked at him gloomily, and rushed over quickly. The fighting spirit armor on his body condensed into substance, and the flames in his hands also condensed into substance. This man was a 4th level extraordinary warrior with terrifying strength. Fortunately, he didn't use a bow. If he used a bow, he would have to summon Lord Ball. At this time, several sharp arrows flew in the air, blocking his way. Dole had no choice but to turn around quickly. There were constant whizzing sounds in the surrounding forests, and several more figures appeared, chasing after Dole. He took a look and found that each of these people was level 4. Damn it, which mercenary group is this, or a poaching group? Why are they chasing after a small magician like him? He suddenly shouted to the big man behind him, "If you chase me again, I won't be polite." The man sneered as he chased me, "Be good, lie down quickly, and let me kill you." Dole's mouth twitched slightly, and he quietly threw 2 bottles of black potion on the ground. "Then don't blame me." He added this sentence silently in his heart. "Who gave you the courage to chase a pharmacist? You are really impatient to live." The bottle exploded on the ground, and pieces of gray dust radiated in all directions. At this time, Dole had already opened the magic shield to isolate himself from the outside world. Dole's action did not hide the eyes of the warriors behind him. He just glanced at the broken bottle on the ground, and his face suddenly changed. He suddenly braked at the back, then tightly closed his mouth and nose, looking ahead in doubt. "Be careful, he has poison on him." He turned around, changed direction, and continued to chase. With this buffer, Dole rushed down the mountain for more than 30 meters, increasing the distance. At this time, several sharp arrows shot from behind the mountain, but Dole's shadow could not be touched at all. The people on both sides passed through the edge of the valley, bypassed this space, and continued to chase forward. If a large group of warriors could not catch up with a wizard in the mountains, wouldn't it be laughed out loud if it was spread out? In the past few days, they have done several jobs, and they are all very happy. At this moment, a man in the valley suddenly fell to the ground. The speed was so fast that he flew out, and then hit a big tree hard. Boom! The big tree shook violently, and the man turned over and fell to the ground, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, the man who was about to bypass the poisoned area suddenly changed his face, and retreated quickly. This thing? The radiation range is so far? Retreat. Their encirclement was not actually completed. When Dole rushed out, he went down all the way. It only took a little time to rush out of the encirclement. When he dropped the black potion, he was already standing outside the encirclement. When the first person who surrounded him from the side fell down, Dole's figure suddenly stopped. The wind element around him pushed him to stand still. He turned back and looked carefully at the people running out of the forest. These people were masked, and only their approximate body shape and occupation could be seen, and even their age could not be seen. Without saying anything, he waved his hand, and threw several black medicine bottles behind the level 4 warrior. Dole's action made the man who was retreating behind him change his face wildly. "This is a pharmacist. Retreat quickly, retreat quickly. Use poison arrows." Someone suddenly shouted in the mountain. Hearing this, Dole was stunned. At this time, someone in the forest cursed in his heart, "Pharmacist, what's the point of using poison? This guy can poison shallow in one go, how can ordinary poison kill him?" Several archers in the jungle shot a few arrows at the bottle in the air. As expected, the bottle was shot down and exploded in the air. Black dust spread around at a very fast speed, leaving only one fish that escaped and fell to the back. Seeing this, Dole's heart trembled. These people were quite strong to be able to shoot the flying bottles. Unfortunately, he encountered him. Seeing the black dust in the air, and the black medicine bottle falling behind, the 4th level warrior's eyes were about to burst. Without saying a word, he jumped to the side and rushed into the jungle. Damn it! How can he be such a strong pharmacist? The pharmacist can be so agile. This speed is almost comparable to that of a 2nd level warrior. The man covered his mouth and nose tightly while running, not daring to breathe or speak. As for the other people in the forest, some ran away, and those who did not run away soon fell to the ground. The others had already fled the area. 2 minutes later, there was silence in the valley. Dole stood there without moving, looking around quietly. The valley was still the same valley, nothing changed, but there were a few more men in black lying on the ground. Ball appeared at Dole's feet at this time, a little surprised. "Your trick is so smooth. A group of level 3 and a level 4 were scared away by you. Is the poison so useful?" Dole's mental power has not been withdrawn, and he looks around vigilantly. Poison is feared by all creatures. "You are level 7, of course you are not afraid, but are you afraid of the legendary dragon pond blood?" Hearing this name, Ball shrank his head and said, "That is a poison that can kill level 9 creatures. Are you kidding?" "Of course not. Pharmacists are the most terrifying existence among all professions." "Okay, we can go clean up the battlefield," he said, and threw a few black bottles to the distance, causing them to break, and black dust spread out. In the distant mountains, seeing this situation, the face of the 4th level expert turned pale. Who on earth is this person? So cruel and ruthless? The black dust is unknown what kind of poison, and how can it be so toxic? "Boss, we have run into a tough guy. A thin man came quietly from a distance with lingering fear, standing not far from the man in black, and said with lingering fear, "Fuck, if I knew that he was a pharmacist, I would never go up to him even if I killed him. This kind of person is the most vicious. To kill a pharmacist, it is impossible without special conditions." He looked in other directions of the valley. There was no wind in the mountains, which provided a perfect environment for the poison to work. Chapter 220. It would be great if we had a wind wizard who could blow away the poison gas. The thin black-clothed man sighed and said, "Boss, we lost 6 people, and Titi was also killed." The black-clothed man's eyes burst red when he heard this, and his heart was bleeding. Titi was his general, and he died in such an unclear way. Check for me, there should not be many such powerful pharmacists in Huazi City, Fengshu City and other cities. He should be holding a branch from the lightning-struck locust tree. Let's see who holds this kind of staff in the future. It must be him. Okay, boss. I will not be a human if I don't take revenge for this. The black-clothed man said, returned to his body, and disappeared into the mountains and forests. After losing so many people, he needs to make up for it from other places. Dole looked at the black-clothed man lying on the ground, and then looked back at Ball. "Do you eat humans?" Ball looked at him, and said in a gloomy tone, "In ancient times, and even in recent times, you humans were the food of other creatures. What do you think?" Dole thought so too, so he said expressionlessly, "After I finish searching, they will be your food." He didn't have the habit of pitying his enemies. Enemies should be destroyed, and there was nothing more convenient than turning them into feces. What's more, these people didn't know how many people they had harmed, and it was not a pity for them to die. The human race killed each other, and although this kind of thing was common, it was so vicious that how could Dole pity them? He quickly searched the 6 people, and finally summed it up in 2 words. Really poor. Apart from some silver bills, gold bills and weapons on their bodies, they didn't find anything good. It was obvious that the gang hid all the looted items. He didn't find any tokens on these people, and he didn't know their identities. They hid very well. However, he found a good sword on one of the young men. The purple blade was made of amethyst, a good material, and the grade was as high as level 4. It was also his favorite narrow sword blade, so he couldn't let it go. At the same time, this sword was also their clue. There shouldn't be many such good swords circulating outside. He would ask who was behind the trouble. When he finished searching, the bodies disappeared. Ball snorted and asked him with his eyes. Dole nodded, threw away the sword in his hand, replaced it with a purple sword, and inserted it into the scabbard, saying, let's go back, and spread the news about Nwanyu and the 4th level ghost. But I think someone should spread it first. He thought of the adventure group composed of young nobles, and the Arangel Academy team, and his heart sank. He didn't know what happened to them. As for the noble adventure group, Dole actually didn't have much hope. This group of thieves should like the nobles the most. After identifying the direction a little, Dole counted the gains this time. In fact, it was still a bit of a loss. He lost a set of tents, and a set of alchemical items for investigation. Although they were all made by himself, and didn't cost too much money, it was a waste of time after all. In addition, a lot of powerful hallucinogenic potions were also used. This bottle cost hundreds of gold coins, which was simply dripping blood. A lot of poison was used, especially the black powder poison. One bottle cost 300 gold coins. He threw out nearly 10 bottles in one breath. The cost of this trip alone was as high as 7 or 8,000 gold coins. After a quick calculation, Dole felt a little horrified. But it was worth the money to get the lightning-struck locust wood. There were still some hidden dangers in this trip. If someone unknown targeted him, they would definitely know that he had obtained the lightning-struck locust wood. It would only take time for them to find him in the future. He had to be on guard. In addition, he had to be on guard against others coveting his staff. But he thought about it, and put these things behind him. He was at level 3, no longer as timid as at level 2. As long as he could successfully construct level 3 witchcraft, he would have a place in the entire Huazi City, not to mention that he could be promoted to level 5 pharmacist when he returned, and his status would increase greatly. In addition, after taking dragon blood, his physique and qualifications improved a lot, and his cultivation speed was greatly improved. Dole felt that everything was moving in a good direction. Thinking of this, Dole became more confident in his future plans, and the whole person became more confident. At the edge of the Silent Valley, a group of people were fleeing in one direction. They were the nobles led by Jerry. They lost one person, and the others were more or less injured, fleeing into the mountains and forests. Behind them, several people kept chasing them, getting closer and closer. Jerry was running at the back. As he ran, he usually turned back to shoot arrows, forcing the people behind him to retreat and cover his team. As the strongest person in the team, he had the responsibility to do so. He tied an explosive fireball scroll to the arrow, and for a while, the people behind him did not dare to chase him. He now understood that the matter of Nguanyu was a conspiracy. Recently, several adventurer teams had died in the mountains. It should be the group of people who spread the news. His heart was full of hatred. If he knew that it was the mercenary group who did it, he would definitely kill them. Fleeing in the forest, Jerry was full of anger. Those people were powerful and difficult to deal with. Fortunately, he had enough scrolls. At this moment, he felt the crisis and lowered his head suddenly. An extremely sharp breath flew over his head, and then a crackling sound of destruction came from behind. It was the sound of the arrow hitting the wood and bursting. Without saying a word, he looked in that direction, casually pulled out a red arrow, and shot back. Boom! The explosion sounded in the mountains. The forest shook, and the birds flew away. The speed of the people chasing behind slowed down suddenly. A group of black-clothed men were leaping in the valley. They were always hundreds of meters away from the Jerry in front of them, and they could not catch up at all. Although these noble young men were not strong, they had a complete set of props on them, including light scrolls and alchemy equipment. They would get rich if they robbed these young men. But the leader Jerry had all kinds of scrolls on him, which made it difficult to catch up. Seeing that they left the Silent Valley quickly. There were no other monsters in the Silent Valley, so they could chase them recklessly. But if they left the Silent Valley, they would not go deep into the mountains and forests. So angry. At this time, he heard a sound of something rolling behind him. Looking back, he saw 4 or 5 people running and suddenly fell to the ground, and they didn't know whether they were dead or alive. The black-clothed man who led the chase was a little stunned. What was going on? At this moment, he saw a young man in an ordinary wizard robe walking towards them from the other side of the valley with an expressionless face. As he walked, the energy elements of the surrounding world changed rapidly. The closer he got to them, the more inconvenient it was for the people around him to move. The black-clothed man's face changed slightly, and he made a gesture and quickly evacuated to the mountain. At this moment, he saw that the wizard raised his hand, and 4 or 5 fireballs crossed the space at a very fast speed and flew towards them in the mountains and forests. Chapter 221. Run, run, run. Seeing the size and trajectory of the fireball, the man in black knew that this man was probably above level 3, and had an unknown method that could make people fall silently. How could he play? Who is this guy, the black wizard in the city? The fireball sank into the jungle, and suddenly made a shocking explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Several figures were hit by the air waves generated by the explosion of the fireball, and flew out directly, and crashed into the woods. Some people fell to the ground and turned dozens of somersaults, and some hit the locust tree, making a shocking loud noise. Some of these people seemed to have nothing to do, and they got up and ran directly, while some people lay on the ground forever. The wizard was Dole, who wrapped the powerful hallucinogenic drug in the air, used mental power to activate magic, and sent the air over. After these warriors, who were not even wizards, were hit, they could not hold on for a second, and their minds fell into illusions. There were about 20 of them. 3 or 4 of them fell on the spot after his sneak attack. The others ran fast and were not hit, so he used the fireball technique later. After level 3, the power of the fireball technique increased again. One fireball could directly create a 5-meter-long pit on the ground with pure explosion, and the splash damage was up to 15 meters. The shock wave range of the air wave was even larger. If you were hit by the exploding fireball, you would die directly without the protection of fighting spirit. However, it was not very harmful to people above level 3 who had fighting spirit armor. Therefore, the 5 fireball technique seemed to be very powerful, but the trajectory was easy to be judged by people. It did not cause any damage to the level 3, and only injured 2 level 2 people. However, the violent explosion effect and the terrifying power made the others change their faces and flee in panic. The warrior wanted to escape, but unless the wizard had the magic of flying, he would not be able to catch up. Dole raised his hand, and the fireball magic was formed around him again, flying deep into the jungle, and suddenly there was a burst of explosions. This time, he was trying to scare them. The man in black quickly dropped the body and ran away without a trace. Jerry and others were a little confused at this time. All stopped, gathered together, and looked behind. What happened? Who did those people fight with? From the sound, it seems that they met a wizard. Are wizards a match for archers in the jungle? Traditional elemental wizards are poor. Their role in the adventure group is just a mobile turret. Their own defense ability is limited to magic shields, and their mobility is weak. As long as they are targeted by high-speed professions such as archers and assassins, they are basically live targets. Who is this person? How dare he compete with an adventure group of a small team? Greg gritted his teeth and shouted, "Go help him. These people must be the murderers behind the scenes. Kill them." Wall, who was next to him, also gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, brothers, go." Sabins jumped out of the giant axe without saying a word and rushed down directly. At this time, the second round of fireballs exploded, and the air wave of the explosion set off a vibration wave of more than 10 meters, which made everyone a little scared. Who is this? This is probably level 3. Level 3 wizards are probably walking sideways in the city. They rushed over quickly, and when they arrived, there was no other sound in the jungle. Everyone was a little panicked. What was going on? Just then, Gary saw some bodies of men in black. He pointed over there, and everyone turned their eyes over there. Seeing this, everyone was a little surprised. A third-level wizard is so cruel? A third-level warrior is just a scumbag. At this time, Dole slowly walked over from a distance. He had touched 2 corpses. There was no mark on them either. There were only some gold bills on them. It was impossible to tell the identity of these people. The corpses were fed to Ball. He saw Jerry, the noble adventure group that he had messed with once. Jerry also saw him, with a frightened look on his face. "Boss, is it him?" Val's calves were shaking at this time. This wizard was actually the wizard they had met on the road and offended. What should they do? The faces of others were also a little stiff, and the stiffest one was Moses. He had once boasted that he would teach that little wizard a lesson, but now that he was standing in front of him, he didn't even dare to move. "Boss, what should we do? Is it him? He is so young, and he is actually a third-level wizard. How is this possible? Even the geniuses of the Watts family, Sia and Nora, are not so powerful, and he is still so young." Moses wanted to retreat a little bit. It was not a cowardly thing to admit defeat at this time. It was called a strategic retreat. At this time, the distance between the two sides was more than 100 meters, but from the perspective of professional vision, 100 meters was almost the same as standing in front of him. Dole also saw Jerry and his men, and thought to himself that it was really a narrow road for enemies. He ignored the other party, and touched the corpse by himself. Although these people did not bring anything, they still had a lot of gold notes, and some other miscellaneous things, medicinal materials, and other rare items, so the harvest was not bad. They should have robbed a lot of things from others. He also found a few magic cores. Good harvest. Killing and arson gold belt, this is indeed true. At this moment, he saw that Jerry seemed to be walking towards him with his head held high, so the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Jerry was a nobleman, so he naturally didn't want to admit defeat, but he was a third-level wizard with extraordinary means. The black-clothed men who chased them all over the world were no match for him. What could they do? Apologizing won't kill you. What is face? He came to Dole, and saw him strip the body of the black-clothed man and throw it behind him. The body suddenly disappeared in midair. Seeing this weird scene, Jerry's pupil shrank, and his heart beat painfully. Destroy the body? What kind of means is this? He hurriedly lowered his head and said, "This wizard, thank you for your help. I didn't know how powerful you were before, and I offended you. I hope you won't blame me." Dole smiled with a sinister expression on his face. Jerry's heart skipped a beat. Is this guy going to deal with him? He carefully estimated the opponent's combat power ratio, and felt a little surprised. This person has many tricks, including some tricks of a pharmacist. My life is really miserable. At this time, he heard the other party suddenly say, "Which family are you from? It's not easy to pull out such a noble team." Jerry hurriedly said, "Report to the adults. I am from the Tracy family. My name is Jerry. Our Lizard Dragon Adventure group is still a small force in the vicinity." Dole slowly put away his smile and said, "Then do you know who these black-clothed people are?" Jerry smiled bitterly. "I don't know." Dole thought about it, and took out the purple sword from the ring. "Do you know this sword?" Seeing this sword, Jerry's brain was hit by a buzzing, and his expression was extremely horrified. This sword belongs to a brother in his family? How is this possible? Dole saw Jerry's expression. This guy must know him, and he is related to him, otherwise, he would not say anything. His eyes focused, and his spiritual power was released from his body, wrapping around Jerry. Jerry was surrounded by a chill, as if he was standing naked in the snow in winter. His whole body was stiff. He shuddered and immediately said with an unpleasant expression, "Master Wizard, I know this sword. It belongs to one of my cousins." It is made of noble metals such as purple crystal and black iron. Chapter 222. He had already figured out why the sword was in the other party's hands. He was afraid that his cousin had met with an accident. That brother was also a well-known third-level master. I didn't expect it. Dole was also a little surprised. He turned out to be a member of the Tracy family. This was a big problem. He thought about it and said, "Which adventure group is your cousin in?" "Sand Scorpion Adventure Group." Jerry sighed. He probably knew what was going on. The Sand Scorpion Adventure Group has risen very quickly in recent years. Others thought they were really capable. Unexpectedly, the road to rise was so cruel. If the family knew about it, the cousin's lineage would probably be in trouble. Sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Dole's eyes condensed. He lowered his head, smacked the name on his lips, and remained silent for a long time. After a long time, he looked at Jerry and said, "What does your adventure group usually focus on?" Jerry was confused and stunned for a while. Hearing Dole's question, he said somewhat dejectedly, "We usually use various medicinal herbs and materials for monsters as our main means of living, and we also take on some special killing missions." Dole thought for a while and said, "Do you have more tongu grass in stock?" Gary raised his head, his face a little numb. "There are some. This is the main material for the 5th level mental power potion. Sir, are you a pharmacist?" He thought of the previous things in his heart. If the other party was a pharmacist, such a weird method would be understandable. Pharmacists are poison masters. Their strength may not be very good, but their ability to use poison is ever-changing. Anyone who sees them will be unlucky. Dole nodded and said, "I saved you today. Take the tongu grass to save your life and send it to Arangel College. I am Dole. I will buy you at the market price." After speaking, he turned around, and the wind element energy around him was strong, and the whole person quickly disappeared in the mountains and forests. Although he had not completed the flying technique, he still knew some basic nodes. Combined with the control of wind elements, it was not a problem to increase the speed. He had completed the mission on the mountain, and did not want to stay here anymore. He should go down the mountain quickly. The Sand Scorpion Mercenary Group could send people to hunt down the Lizard Dragon Adventure Group, and it was estimated that they could catch up with the others. I don't know what happened to the students in Arangel. This damn Sand Scorpion, I will report them when I go back. He went down the mountain quickly. When he arrived at the dark swamp, it was already late. The dark swamp with rotten water everywhere was silent, and the sky was reflected on the calm water. After so long, the toxicity in some places has begun to decrease, and there are living things, but there are still not many living things. The scope of the dark swamp is very wide, so wide that it can accommodate 3 medium-sized and above cities from 3 different directions. Looking down from the mountain, hundreds of miles are all plains, and you can even see the prototypes of 3 large cities in the distance. Huazi City, Fengshu City, Luoyan City, each city is county level, and they all want to get a piece of the pie here, so it is conceivable. Dole glanced at the distance and thought about moving towards the new city near Huazi City. At this time, there were already many people in the dark swamp. Some were ordinary people, ready to come in to pick up some rags. Some were professionals, looking to see if there was anything to dig, and some were other people. In short, Dole met many people along the way. It was probably when it was completely dark that he came to the vicinity of Huazi New City. The surroundings of the new city of Wats are already completely black land, without any sewage. The walls of the new city have not been built yet, and there are not many buildings inside. Only a large military camp stands next to the new city. Many things have been planted in the open land, and they are growing very vigorously. Dole came to the city gate and prepared to go in. At this time, 2 guards came out of the unfinished city gate and stopped Dole with their hands. "I'm sorry, wizard, it is forbidden to enter or leave the city at night." Dole frowned and said, "Why?" The guard looked at the magic robe on his body, his face was a little difficult, and said, "This is the order from above. Maybe there are some thieves outside who are rampant recently." Dole nodded, glanced at the uniforms on the 2 people, thought for a while, and said, "Are you from the military? Is Finn here?" The guard's face was a little shocked. This person actually knew Chief Finn? Finn is in charge of the military now. Could this wizard be a wizard from Arangel Academy? Thinking of this, the guard said carefully, "Please leave your name so I can pass it on." Dole nodded, and did not make things too difficult for the 2 of them, saying, "Since Finn is here, tell him to come over. I'm Dole." When the 2 heard the name, they looked at each other. This is the person in charge of the antidote they used. Why is he here? Soon, one of them ran back quickly. Not long after, Finn rode a horse and ran out of the dark city. When he saw Dole, Finn was a little surprised. Why is he here? Although it was already dark, from a distance, one could still see this guy in an ordinary magic robe, dressed like a wandering wizard, who was not sure what he was doing. When he got closer, it was really him. Finn ran over and jumped off the carriage. At this time, he felt that something was wrong with Dole's aura. He was full of fire elemental aura, almost overflowing, standing at the door like a giant dragon of fire. The aura of fire was strong. If Dole was just a small flame before, now he has grown to the level of a bonfire, and the flame is so strong that people dare not approach easily. Level 3? This guy has been promoted to level 3. Finn was extremely shocked. Thinking of this guy's age, I have lived in vain for so many years. He looked at Dole with a complicated expression, and forced a smile on his face, saying, Master Dole, you really change every time you meet me. You have just been out for a few days, and you have been promoted to level 3. I want to ask, do you have any tricks? Dole knew that he could not hide it from this guy. He had just been promoted and his breath was indeed a little unstable, so he smiled and said, I have a little chance. Why don't you invite me in? Then exclaimed, your chance is too exaggerated. How old are you this year? Dole smiled and did not answer the question. Then waved away the two soldiers, and then took Dole to the city. All the guards looked at each other. This is really the Dole pharmacist from Arangel College. He has been promoted to level 3? He is only 16 years old. Exaggerated, terrifying, who would dare to attack him in the future? Entering the city, while walking, looking at the surrounding buildings that have been built, Dole told what he encountered on the mountain. Finn was a little skeptical at first, but when he heard about the Lizard Dragon Adventure Group, he actually believed it a little. Jerry, that guy, shouldn't lie. There is indeed something wrong with the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group. I will go back and report tomorrow. If the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group is indeed the notorious thief group in recent years, our military office has no choice but to take responsibility. The Sand Scorpion Adventure Group robbed our military supplies twice, and they were all important military supplies. The higher-ups were furious. If it was them, even the children of the big families couldn't protect them. Dole nodded and said, you can ask the Lizard Dragon Adventure Group for the specific situation. They know the situation. Dole took out the purple crystal sword and let Finn take a look. Finn said, is there a corpse as evidence? Dole laughed, what do you think? Finn's heart sank, looking at Dole with a complicated expression on his face. This guy always has unexpected surprises every time he goes out and comes back. It's simply too much. Chapter 223. There is space in Dole's space ring. When he got this iconic purple crystal sword, he deliberately left the body behind. This so-called Sand Scorpion Adventure Group has already been offended, so it is better to offend them completely at once. After chatting with Finn for a while, he was a little shocked. He already knew the scale of the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group. This is a very large adventure group with members spread all over the province of Alino. If they dare to do this here, the nature of the adventure group itself can be imagined. Next, the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group will be hunted down, and Dole will become the one they want to get rid of as soon as possible, no one else. At this time, there was no one on the street. There was a rotten smell in the dark wind, which made people frown. Standing in the middle of the road, Finn looked at Dole with a complicated expression. The Sand Scorpion Adventure Group was a big deal. Fortunately, Dole still had evidence. If there was no evidence, he would have died if he said these words. Dole looked at Finn, not afraid that he was involved with this adventure group. In the whole city of Wutz, if there was anyone who was deeply involved with him, it would be Finn. He released the body from the bracelet, looked at Finn, and said solemnly, I have met Gary and told him about this matter. This person is his cousin, so I hope you can use other channels to operate this matter, and don't get involved yourself. Finn nodded and said, I will let the disciplinary department of the military office handle it. I will not come forward myself. Don't worry about this matter. It involves too much. It is estimated that there will be results in a very short time. Don't worry, I am not that stupid. Dole nodded, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, then I go first, and I leave here early tomorrow morning. Finn nodded, and said, if you have any questions, just come to me. Dole smiled. After successfully pushing the body out, Dole looked around, found a hotel at random, and knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened, and a head popped out from inside, looking at Dole. Seeing the clothes he was wearing, the waiter was startled and hurriedly opened the door. Welcome, Mr. Magician. After laying out various means around the room, Dole finally relaxed, sat on the bed, began to practice, and continued to improve the spell model. The third-level spell model is very complex, and node variable and node conversion are child's play. Dole worked very hard to build it. According to the current situation, it will take about half a month to build a flying spell. This is still fast. Many third-level wizards take about half a year to fully build a spell model. This is why the number of spell models determines the achievements of third-level wizards. Soon, one night passed. The early morning of the new city of Wutz was very lively. Before dawn, Dole heard the movement on the streets outside through various sensing devices. Horses, vehicles, and people were moving quickly on the streets. The development of the new city requires a lot of people and a lot of work. As long as you do a good job, you will have the opportunity to occupy a territory and be granted a title. This is the biggest motivation for everyone. The most motivated are the nobles, who can directly occupy a territory as their own territory. The streets are very lively, with all kinds of people, most of whom are hardworking and coolies, and they are marked with various marks. Beside them are various supervisors, some of whom are ordinary people and some are professionals. Large groups of people drove out of the city. Dole saw many nobles, and it was obvious that all of them had smiles on their faces. At this time, Dole felt someone looking at him. He turned his head and found that it was Finn walking from a distance, and behind him was a group of people. They soon came to Dole. Finn gestured, and soon someone led a group of horses behind him. Dole was not pretentious. He jumped lightly, sat on the horse, and took the reins handed over by the soldier. "Thank you." He was polite to the soldier. The soldier bowed his head and saluted. "It should be Lord Dole." Dole nodded slightly, looked at Finn, and said, "You are so busy, why do you come to me?" Finn shrugged and said, "This city is also your credit. I decided to explain it to you before I leave." Dole nodded. "It's an honor." As the two walked, Finn introduced them. The entire city is divided into 5 areas according to the general scale of Huazi City, including the City Lord's Mansion, high-end commercial area, low-end commercial area, high-end residential area, low-end residential area, leisure area, entertainment area, and various parks. The scale of the new city is more reasonable than that of Huazi City. The city design has tall city walls, with various corner towers, arrow battlements, and tall watchtowers on the city walls. There are 4 city gates in total, and the gates have a certain depth, which can be used as morning markets and defense against attacks from other directions. This area can also be used as a buffer zone. Outside the city, there are also certain plans. Basically, they are opened up by people with power and strength, and finally they just need to pay taxes to Huazi New City. It is said that outsiders have started to intrigue and fight each other just to compete for territory, and there are many who fight to the death for this. Of course, the number of their antidotes is controlled by the City Lord's Mansion of the new city, and the fight is not going to be very effective. Each faction has its share. Dole nodded slightly when he heard this. Every time a new place is opened up, it will bring new benefits, but also bring stronger conflicts. This is normal. When they arrived at the city gate, Finn also finished his explanation. Dole jumped off the horse, stood on the ground, and smiled. "Thank you, Chief Finn." Finn didn't dare to say it, and laughed. "I'm ashamed. Compared with your contribution to our new city, my contribution is nothing. Come here often when you have time. No matter what, there will be a place for you here. Most of the antidotes are now made by the students." Finn knows this, so Dole can wander around outside, and no one will have any objections. Dole nodded and said, "I've been out for 10 days. It's time to go back. I came here just to take a look. Maybe I will bring people here to open a branch in the future." Finn's eyes lit up and said, "You are most welcome. Our military will hold a grand welcome ceremony for you. There is a large area behind our military that you can use as long as you want." Finn knew about Arangel's style of study and conditions. Dole had long been dissatisfied with him, and even wanted to exclude him. It was not surprising that he had this idea. On the contrary, if he came, it would be good for the new city. There are too many places in the swamp. It is better to have a pharmacist than no pharmacist. In fact, the new city has hired several pharmacists who are responsible for various matters. But there is Dole. This guy has been promoted to level 3 now. After returning, he can be promoted to level 5 pharmacist. No one in the whole city of Wutz dares to ride on his head. This is the key point. Finn's face is shining. Dole said a few polite words, then jumped off the horse, and with a gust of wind under his feet, he quickly went far away. Seeing this, Finn was a little envious. "Sir, is this the 4th level pharmacist of Dole? Has his strength reached this level?" A guard who had been keeping his head down suddenly raised his head and asked Finn. Finn glanced back at the man and said coldly, "You think this is a real genius? Go back and tell the master that the investment will definitely pay off. Don't think about using conspiracy and tricks. It's not enough in front of a pharmacist. He should be able to be promoted to a 5th level pharmacist when he comes back this time. Chapter 224. The man looked at the direction where Dole left and remained silent for a long time. In just a moment, Dole's figure had completely disappeared from the ground, and there was no trace of him. Wizards are more terrifying than assassins in hiding themselves. In the past, the higher-ups always thought that the Rose Chamber of Commerce had only gained a talent, but they didn't expect him to be so powerful. The higher-ups asked me to come down and investigate. Well, this little guy is really good, and he doesn't have the arrogance of other wizards. I talked to him later. Then nodded and said, even so, Dole also has his own arrogance. Don't be too extreme about some things. As far as I know, he knows more than a dozen level 5 poisons. You can weigh them yourself. The man was stunned, and a chill suddenly rose in his heart. Level 5 poison 10. Several? Isn't this too exaggerated? Finn said, why do you think I would please her? Why does the military office try so hard to win him over? Maybe this guy is a terrorist. This guy himself is a weapon of mass destruction. Pharmacists and black wizards are known as the 2 most unprovoked wizard systems. Compared with the head-on systems such as alchemy and array masters, the terrifying effects that pharmacists can create are similar to those of black wizards. Under normal circumstances, no one dares to offend a high-level pharmacist unless it is a one-hit kill. He should be able to be promoted to level 5 when he returns this time. The position of the master of the pharmacy hall will be stable, and there will be no more constraints. At that time, it will be difficult to dig him out. You'd better hurry up. The man nodded. I send a message in a while. The two walked far away and talked in secret, and no one else could hear. After spending 2 days, he returned to Arangel Academy. When he saw the big lizard, Dole felt inexplicably relieved. He was indeed a little too nervous these days. When he returned to the academy, he had to make up for the courses he had learned in the past few days, and spend some time to make a model of the flying spell. As long as the model was made, he could stand firmly as a 3rd level wizard, and from then on, he would have a say in the academy. Thinking of this, his face was calm, and he slowly walked into the academy. As soon as he entered the academy, he saw a group of people passing by. One of them turned his head, looked at the door, and found Dole. One of them immediately reported to the person in front. The man turned around and looked at Dole. This look scared him. How is it possible? Why is his mental power so strong? What kind of meditation method did he practice? Has he reached level 3? There are many geniuses in the elemental system. Among the younger generation, there are 5 so-called masters. The elites of the 3 families each occupy 1 seat. The other 2 are the juniors of the college tutor, and the civilians, who are good at alchemy. The genius of the Watts family is Xia, the genius of the Cecil family is Willie, and the genius of the Tracy family is Matthew. They all reached level 3 at the young age of 20, and are in the stage of in-depth research on the essence of elements. This man is Willie, Morris's brother, who has always been a stumbling block for Dole. How can I not be shocked to see Dole promoted to level 3? This mud-legged man is worthy of being a genius in pharmacy. How can he be promoted so quickly? At this time, the fire element on Dole is very active, and his momentum is exposed. In the eyes of the wizard, he seems to be a huge fireball, emitting a faint light and heat, which is obviously better than an ordinary level 2 wizard. Of course, only people of the same level or above can sense it. He was shocked. This guy was going to sprint to the 5th level pharmacist. When he was promoted to the 5th level pharmacist, even the medium level and above forces would not dare to mess with him. The academy was going to change. At this time, Dole also saw Willie, but just glanced at him and stopped paying attention. Willie's mental power was very strong, even stronger than his own, but what did it have to do with him? He was about to leave. At this moment, Willie came over and shouted from a distance, "Lecturer Dole, please go slowly." Dole stopped and turned to look at Willie. Willie walked quickly, looked at Dole, and smiled slightly. "I have always wanted to see you, but I have never had the time. I didn't expect to meet you at the door. Are you free to have a drink?" This is a typical polite remark. Dole looked at him, and looked him up and down. This guy is indeed a genius of the Cecil family. His figure and appearance are really good. He can be called a handsome man and a genius. This strength should not be underestimated. Dole estimated that he could not beat him head-on. If he wanted to deal with him, he would have to poison him. He thought for a while, and said lightly, "Some other day, I will let Morris notify you." Dole's tone was a little indifferent, which immediately caused dissatisfaction among the people behind Willie. Isn't he just an outside lecturer? Why are you so arrogant? Before he finished speaking, others pulled him back. Willie looked back at the man and didn't say anything. He turned his head and continued to look at Dole, smiling and said, "Don't you have a few minutes?" Dole narrowed his eyes. "No." Willie's face darkened, and he said, "Then please take care, Lecturer Dole." Dole looked at Willie and suddenly laughed. "In a few days, the Rose Chamber of Commerce will have another batch of level 5 spiritual power potions. You are welcome to buy them." After saying this, he turned and left. Hearing this, Willie was silent. Behind him, the wizards were shocked, really shocked. In what city? Why is it so difficult to go from level 3 to level 4? It is because there are fewer level 5 pharmacists, and the output of level 5 spiritual power potions is all monopolized by major forces. Ordinary wizards cannot buy them even if they have money. This guy can actually produce level 5 spiritual potion. What's going on? Boss, is he really? Willie's face calmed down a little bit, looking at the direction where Dole left, and said slowly, "His spiritual power has been promoted to level 3. If he learns a level 3 witchcraft, he can go to the Honor Wizard Guild to certify a level 3 wizard. Level 5 spiritual potion should not be a bottleneck for him. No matter who wants to force him now, it is probably difficult." It is said that this guy also mastered several level 5 poisons, one of which is quite difficult to deal with. Now all major forces don't deal with him much. What are you afraid of? No matter how strong his pharmacist is, he can still be stronger than our elementalists in a head-on battle. One of them said disdainfully. The other one said depressedly, "He can poison you to death, or even poison your entire family to death." When these noble descendants thought of the horror of the pharmacist, they felt a little terrified. After reaching the second level, elementalists are not afraid of pharmacists. They have magic shields to isolate the air, but many poisons are not transmitted by air. They must be cautious enough to prevent a pharmacist's sneak attack. Disclose this news to others. Willie thought for a while, and said to others, he should not have learned the third-level witchcraft yet. It is best to control the outflow of the third-level spell model. The best way to deal with these powerless wizards is to control the formula and the spell model. Okay, big brother. Dole naturally didn't know that Willie was still thinking about dealing with him. He came back today and reported to Nicholas, and then went to class tomorrow. When the 5th level mental power potion came out, he could apply to create a super advanced pharmacist course. Chapter 225. Some students in the class have already graduated, giving them the opportunity to take the level 3 pharmacist course, and freeing up more time for yourself is what a qualified lecturer should do. For people like Morris, Sano, etc., they can apply for classes by themselves. When it does not conflict with their own courses, they can come to listen to their level 4 courses. After thinking about it, it seems to be possible. Dole slowly returned to his room and stood in the hall to think for a while. He felt that this matter was feasible, but if Williams and Nicole disagreed, he could only give up this idea. Anyway, there were not many level 3 students now. Soon, he put this idea behind his mind, turned his wrist, and took out the lightning wood. The remaining part of the whole piece of wood, after removing the branches, was about 3 meters long and about as thick as a thigh. After removing the outer skin and the outer white wood, the remaining brown-red wood core was only 2.5 meters long. The upper end was thin, like a forearm, and the lower end was thick, about the thickness of a calf. It was enough to make 2 magic wands. Dole thought about it, opened the alchemy table, and divided the wood into 2 equal parts, one of which was 1.75 meters long. He put the thick end into the bracelet, and left the thin end. Dole felt a strong energy, which made him feel very comfortable. There was also a very strong thunder and lightning energy in the energy. With just a slight contact, he felt a roaring sound in his ears, which was deafening, as if the sky was thundering. A feeling of catastrophic disaster arose spontaneously, which made people feel very terrified. At the same time, his mental power felt paralyzed. Feeling this, he did not feel scared, but excited. He retracted his mental power, and looked at the wood in his hand with joy. It was not a waste of time, nor was it a waste of risk. Although Boss Ball was here, it was not difficult to go out. Since the lightning wood is such a good effect, then it can be transferred to the meditation method of the Son of Storm. The Son of Storm contains 4 kinds of power: wind, water, thunder, and lightning. The level of the newly formed Son of Storm is at least level 3. With the increase of the staff, he should be able to achieve something in thunder magic in the future. Thinking of this, he decided to practice for a while, and when his mental power stabilized, he would transfer to the Son of Storm. Compared with the wildness and domineering of the fire element, he prefers the elegance and ferocity of the Son of Storm, especially the thunder and lightning witchcraft of the Son of Storm, and the natural flying ability, which is many times stronger than the simple fire system. Moreover, after level 5, the incarnation of the Son of Storm can even control the weather within a radius of tens of kilometers, which is quite fierce and brutal. The meditation method of the Son of Elements is as high as level 8, one level higher than Baal, which is obvious. When he thought of this, his heart surged. He came to the living room, picked up the wooden stick, and activated the alchemy table. The wooden stick was placed on the alchemy table, and suddenly a series of lights shone, and the wooden stick automatically shrank and entered the alchemy table. At this time, he noticed that the alchemy table had little energy, so he put his palm on it, and the palm was slightly raised in the magic virtual image, and a series of magic power dissipated from the body, forming a magic spring, which quickly rushed out of the sea of consciousness, came to the palm, and entered the alchemy table. The alchemy table consumes a lot of magic power. Under normal circumstances, he relies on magic crystals and his own magic power for dual protection. He uses more of his own magic power because magic crystals are more expensive. Soon, the light on the alchemy table gradually became full, and Dual Eye relaxed. There is a set of processes for the treatment of magic wands, including wood strengthening, reinforcement, magic diversion strengthening, mental diversion strengthening, and finally the wand head is processed and inlaid with amethyst. The whole process takes about 3 days, and about 4,000 gold coins can be used. I was thinking about saving money and setting up the magic tower, but now it seems that the higher the level, the more expensive it is. After the magic wand is made, you have to change clothes, pants, shoes, and other jewelry. These are all money, and they are huge sums. There is no money that can't be done with hundreds of thousands of gold coins. He calculated his property, plus what he earned recently, about 150,000 gold coins, which is just enough for a set of equipment. Dual Eye was speechless. After thinking about it, he sent a message out. Soon, the door opened and Morris walked in from outside. Morris was doing an experiment. When he heard the message, he stopped the experiment and came down without stopping. The door opened and he walked in slowly. He saw Dole staring at the alchemy table, his eyes never leaving it for a moment, and runes were infused into it. He was a little surprised and walked over. He saw a wooden stick inside, which seemed to be the body of a magic wand. With the energy of the alchemy table blocking him, he could only see the stick itself with his eyes, and could not feel what it was. He was a little surprised that Lecturer Dole could actually use a magic wand. He didn't notice other details, so he smiled and said, "Teacher, what do you want?" Dole threw out a list and took out a gold card. "Please buy all these things for me." Morris took the list and was slightly stunned when he saw the gold card. 5,000 gold cards. What is so expensive? He lowered his head, looked at the list, and immediately took a breath of cold air. Such expensive things. These materials are all high-level ingredients for making staffs, and the total is indeed almost 50,000 gold coins. Among them, purple agate and purple sky jade are basically level 5 materials, and each one costs 3 or 4,000 gold coins. Good guy. He is not an alchemist, so he doesn't know what these things are made of, but the lecturer's wooden stick looks like it. It's quite ordinary. He didn't think much and said, "Teacher, I can get it done in 2 days." Dole nodded. At this time, he had already put on all the magic patterns he knew. He breathed a sigh of relief, raised his head, and said lightly, "I will apply for a level 5 pharmacist soon. I am going to give up the level 3 course and apply for the level 4 course. I want to ask if you are interested in being a lecturer for the level 3 course." Morris was confused when he heard this. Level 5 pharmacist. What is this concept? This is the most powerful pharmacist in what city? How is it possible for Dole, who is not even older than him, to become a level 5 pharmacist? He suddenly thought of a possibility, unless he was promoted to level 3. So, he took a closer look at Dole, and was immediately shocked. He couldn't see through Dole's strength at all, but he could feel a pressure coming from him. This pressure was not the usual pressure from a lecturer, but the pressure on the rank, just like when he met Instructor Lamb. Have you been promoted to level 3? Dole nodded gently, and said, "I have some opportunities this time. I have been promoted to level 3. In addition, I will tell you about this matter. Others can also apply for level 3 lecturers. You can ask them. Our lineage cannot be broken." Morris's mind was confused until he walked out and stood in the aisle. He slowly came to his senses. The lecturer reached level 3. What does that mean? It means that Nicholas and Nicole can no longer suppress him. What does this prove? It proves that Lecturer Dole can form his own lineage. No wonder he wants to be a lecturer himself and ask others if they have one. He wants to establish a power. Chapter 226. Morris was excited. As long as Dole stood up, there were many people in the class who would support him. After all, apart from lecturer Dole, who could come up with so much practical knowledge, such as Luo Chio and Faze, or even lecturers from other colleges. In the past few days, someone in the class was promoted to a third-level pharmacist. This time it was a woman named Fina, and everyone was excited. He had to go back quickly and pass the news to others. After sending Morris away, Dole thought for a while, closed the alchemy table, took out the wooden stick and put it on the table. The materials were not in place yet, so there was no rush to refine them. In addition to the formal formula for poisons, he only had the formula for mental power potion, which was sponsored by the Rose Chamber of Commerce. Now that the potion was made and supplied to the Rose Chamber of Commerce, it could increase his own value. The market for the 5th level mental power potion was great. As long as he could provide it, it would be sold out in an instant. A large number of 3rd level wizards in what city had been waiting for the medicine to be listed. After reaching level 3, it is particularly difficult for wizards to be promoted. First, after level 3, they need to comprehend certain rules. In addition, there are not enough level 5 pharmacists. The spiritual power potion on the market is extremely scarce, which leads to the inability to quickly improve spiritual power. The price of a bottle of level 5 spiritual power potion is as high as more than 1,300 gold coins, which is also the key to restricting wizards. It is too expensive. As long as he can be promoted to a level 5 pharmacist, Dole's status will directly rush to an important position in Waz City. He will no longer be forced to leave like now, and will directly become the host. Unless a level 4 or 5 wizard comes forward directly, he is no longer afraid of anyone. Level 3, this is a very powerful watershed. Entering level 3 proves that he is qualified to become a high-level wizard. Nicholas's face was quite ugly. The news that Dole had entered level 3 soon reached his ears. What kind of meditation method did this guy practice? How many potions did he drink? How could he level up 2 levels so quickly and enter level 3? He himself was only level 3, and he only mastered 4 level 3 magics. In this way, as long as a period of time passes, with Dole's ability and his potion attainments, he will soon surpass him. No, I must drive him out, otherwise, my position will be lost. He thought about it, and immediately issued a letter of communication to pass on the order. At this time, Nicole, Williams, and Lamb also got the news. Nico was shocked and speechless, while Williams was thinking about what would happen next, and Lamb took a breath. 1 level a year, this is already a super genius. Even in the entire northwest of the Glory Empire, it is considered a top genius, and this is the elemental aspect. Counting the magic potion, it can almost be regarded as a real top genius. Northern Kingdom, what kind of monster did you release? He thought about it, and sent a message to Dean Arangel. Not long after, Arangel sent a message back and asked him to come over. Lamb got up, adjusted his clothes, and then walked out of the magic tower and entered the Arangel magic tower. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw Williams, Nicholas, and Nicole arrived at the same time. The 4 looked at each other and immediately understood each other. Nicholas and Nicole looked relatively ugly, while Williams and Lamb looked relatively calm. Williams smiled when he saw Lamb. Congratulations, I didn't expect that you would be the one who made such a great harvest this time. Lamb nodded expressionlessly and said in a flat tone, It's not me, what's the harvest? The dean is still awake, we can talk about the college's enrollment. Nico's face darkened when she heard this. Dean Lamb, I have always been in charge of enrollment, what do you mean by this? Lamb turned his head and looked at Nico, saying, My meaning is obvious, our students are getting fewer and fewer, I think you and Williams have failed the dean's trust. Williams was stunned, and his face darkened immediately. Nicholas's ugly expression relaxed when he heard the conversation between the 3 people. The college is indeed unable to compete with the Dark Gate College now, and everyone's life seems to be difficult. Thinking of this, he said, Everyone is here for the academy. We are lucky this year. We have produced several level 3 pharmacists, and left many elemental wizards. When level 4 pharmacists are common, maybe level 2 wizards will stay. Nico looked at Nicholas and said sarcastically, Is this your credit? Hearing this, the faces of the other 3 people became strange. Nicholas immediately shut his mouth and stopped talking. The 3 of them walked into the magic tower, and soon saw Arangel. In addition to the 3 of them, there were 4 other people, all of whom were high-level warriors. The 4 looked at each other, and thought at the same time, there must be a lot of things today. Arangel sat in the first seat, and War sat next to him. In addition to them, there were 4 people wearing warrior conference uniforms sitting on the left side of the table. Lamb, Nicole, Williams, and Nicholas came forward one by one and sat on the right side. Arangel saw that everyone was there, stood up, and said in a serious tone, "This year may be the year since the establishment of my college. Except for the magic potion hall, all other aspects have declined. In addition to the fact that we don't have any sponsorship, there are also big problems in management. What we need to discuss now is how to deal with it next." Hearing the word sponsorship, Williams, Nicole, Nicholas, and Worth looked at each other and felt depressed. The college's funds come from 3 aspects. First, the tuition fees of students, which is a very large number, almost supporting more than 60% of the college's expenses. Second, the sponsorship of various families. Third, the commissions of various external tasks, such as magic potions, alchemy, magic circles, and various adventure groups and tasks. The first and second aspects account for the majority, and the others only account for a small part. But only Xiaotu can open up the reputation, high quality potions, highly available alchemy products, and powerful extraordinary students who can handle any task. However, now except for the potion hall, the others are on the decline, which is something everyone knows. Money is a problem that every academy cannot ignore. In the past few years, the academy has indeed been on the decline due to various funding reasons. However, starting this year, our potion hall has made a lot of profits, and we should be able to fill some gaps. Nicholas was in high spirits at this time. Everyone looked at Nicholas with different expressions. Some people were expressionless, and some people showed sarcasm directly. Arangel looked at Nicholas, and the corners of his mouth showed a little helplessness. This guy is proud now, and I don't know if he can be proud in a while. A middle-aged man on the warrior side bowed his head slightly, and said, "We don't have much to do on the warrior side. We can only encourage them to take more tasks. In terms of making money, the wizard side is better." Chapter 227. The warriors gave in, and did not plan to participate. Nicole said at this time, regarding the college budget, "I will say on behalf of our Watts family that we will provide a portion." Nicholas and Williams also said that their families would contribute a portion. "This is fixed." Arangel nodded and said, "Let's put aside the sponsorship issue for now, and talk about the academy." Williams said at this time, "Our Arangel Academy is biased towards the magic side. The warrior side has always been weak due to the blockade of the Empire. We have been working hard to collect more advanced skills, but there has been no effect. This is our fault. On the magic side, there is no problem with the elemental side. Alchemy has always been a strong point, but the formation and potion are relatively weak. Since this year, there have been many third-level potion masters. What I am thinking is whether we can open a few more potion courses, cultivate more potion talents, and improve our potion ability. In addition, the auction house in What City has several secret books about formations. Can we buy them?" He is the vice president in charge of course arrangements, and it is natural for him to say this. Everyone nodded. Speaking of the opening of classes, potion studies are indeed much stronger than before. Thinking of this, everyone remembered Dole, the person from the Northern Kingdom who they did not think highly of. Nicole looked at Williams and asked in confusion, "If we offer a few more advanced potion courses, wouldn't that be a duplication? We already have 3 lecturers?" Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes. Williams said naturally, "Let's offer more advanced courses. Lecturer Dole has been promoted to a 4th-level potion master, so it's only natural for him to take on more advanced courses." Hearing this, Nicholas and Nicole frowned. Let Dole open a more advanced course. Wouldn't that boy's power expand further? Once all the 3rd-level pharmacists in What City go to attend the class, wouldn't they have to go to the class too? Nicholas directly objected loudly, "I don't agree. Dole has been promoted to the 4th level for less than 2 years. How can he teach the 4th-level course?" Hearing this, the 4 warriors didn't speak. Arangel and Worth didn't change their expressions. Lamb was calm, and Nicole smiled. William's mouth twitched, and he said decisively, "If we don't add more advanced courses, I'm afraid all the 3rd-level potion masters will go to the Dark Gate Academy. We must add a 4th-level potion course, even if we have to ask adults to come out." Nicholas' face turned pale, and he was about to stand up to refute. At this time, Arangel raised his hand and blocked Nicholas's speech. He looked at him and said, "As the master of the Magic Potion Hall, how do you solve the problem of our 4th-level courses? The advanced courses are indeed imminent, and Dark Gate Academy is far ahead of us in this regard." Nicholas looked grim. "Does the dean know a familiar 4th-level pharmacist?" Arangel shook his head. Nicholas was speechless. At this time, Lamb suddenly said, Dole has been promoted to a 3rd-level wizard, and will be promoted to a 5th-level pharmacist soon. Arangel and Williams were stunned at the same time. They had not received this news yet. No, how could he be promoted so quickly? He was promoted to the 2nd level not long ago. Arangel moved forward slightly, his eyes solemn. Is this true? Nicholas looked grim. Seeing his expression, Arangel understood immediately. A 3rd-level wizard, even if not a 5th-level pharmacist, with his attainments and the perverted mental control that was widely known, it would not be difficult for him to be promoted to a 5th-level pharmacist. Dean Arangel was refreshed. He looked at Lamb and Nicole, and his voice was slightly raised. What do you think? Nicole's lips trembled a little. Dole was promoted to the 3rd level. How can you be suppressed in the future? Her expression was grim. Lamb smiled and said, It is urgent to add a 4th-level course. We already have 10 3rd-level pharmacists in our academy. If we add a few more 3rd-level courses, and Dole's 4th-level courses, Dark Gate will not have any advantage in potion science. On the contrary, Dole's lecturer level is obvious to all, and maybe we can attract some people to come. Lamb looked at Nicholas and suddenly spoke again. I think Nicholas can step down as the master of the hall, and just participate in management with peace of mind in the future. As soon as he said this, the 4 senior officials on the side of the warriors immediately said, Second. Nicole looked ugly. If Dole was promoted to the master of the Hall of Magical Potion, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lamb would not only have an ally, but also a powerful ally. Nicholas's face looked even uglier. The Hall of Magical Potion was his way to make money. I don't agree. Dole is still young and immature. I don't agree to give him the position of the head of the Potions Hall. I also think Dole is too young. I remember that he is only 16 years old this year, and is not qualified to take on the responsibility. Only 16 years old? The people on the side of the warrior were stunned. A level 5 potion master at the age of 16? This is too exaggerated. How did he get to level 3? Arangel was extremely confused at this time. Everyone turned their eyes to Lamb. Lamb shook his head. I don't know whether he went out this time to find the heart of the 1,000-year-old locust tree in the Silent Valley, or the location I provided. I don't know what happened to him, and he was promoted to level 3. What is Dole doing at this time? He is still building a spell model for flying. The magic circle in the magic potion hall is not as good as the magic tower, and there are not many magic circles to assist meditation, but it is quiet, and no one disturbs. Compared with being in the wild, the speed of building a spell model is much faster. The 3rd level spell model has many more skills than the 2nd level. A spell model contains the characteristics of all the models of the previous 2 levels, and also has more skills such as node transfer and reshaping. The 3rd level model is a variable model. Dole has been studying it for nearly 3 or 4 days, and has a little experience in these. The node is constructed by mental power and magic elements. It should not be a rigid application. It should be like the 3rd level spell model, which is changeable and widely applicable. After understanding these, Dole made much faster progress in the spell model of flying. The spell model of flying is roughly equivalent to the shape of a tornado, but the angle can be changed. This tornado can adjust the wind outlet. If it is forward, it will fly backward. If it is backward, it will fly forward. If it is upward, it will fly downward, and so on. Moreover, the scale of the tornado and the speed of the wind outlet can be adjusted at any time, which means that the operability of flying is very large. Dole wants to get this witchcraft out as soon as possible, so that he doesn't have to walk and can fly at any time. He now wants to learn a high-level fighting skill. After all, it is still useful to improve the physical body, such as dodging bows and arrows, listening to sounds and determining positions, etc. Soon, 6 days passed, and it was time for class again. He just walked out of the room, pushed open the door, and found 2 people standing outside. Chapter 228. The 2 men were the steward Lu Ming and the 3rd level pharmacist Elliot. They used to be members of the Magic Potion Hall. At this time, they were humble and polite. Dole looked at the 2 men in confusion. He had ignored Lu Ming for a long time, and there was no intersection between the 2 of them. Lu Ming was a little embarrassed. He bowed slightly, using the etiquette of a lower position to a higher position, and said, Lord Dole, I'm sorry for offending you in the past. Dole was a little confused. At this time, Elliot smiled and said, Palace Master Dole, Dean Arangel invites you? Dole was confused. When did I become the Palace Master? Wasn't it Nicholas? Elliot smiled happily and said, a few days ago, the hospital held a meeting and removed the position of Vice Dean Nicholas as the Palace Master of the Alchemy Hall. Now there is no Palace Master of the Alchemy Hall, But the biggest possibility is you. You are a 4th level pharmacist who has been promoted to the 3rd level. Whether in terms of potion strength or wizard strength, you are well deserved. What's more, your teaching skills are absolutely undisputed in the Alchemy Hall. When you open the 4th level course, we will also sign up to participate. Dole immediately understood. It seems that Lamb still listened to his advice and reported the situation to the higher-ups. If he teaches the 4th level course, then the power will be greatly expanded in the future. This is a good thing. He thought for a moment, bowed to the two, and said, "Thank you very much. I have been busy with the spell model these days," and closed the room. "I haven't heard any news. I am sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. I will go over now." Lu Ming saw that Dole did not mean to blame him, and he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Please hurry up. Dean Arangel has been waiting for a long time." Dole nodded, slowly closed the door, and then slowly walked out. Behind him, Lu Ming and Elliot looked at his young back with envy. Walking along the way, there was no one in the magic potion hall, and Dole soon came to the door. There were quite a few people outside. Most of them were elemental wizards and warriors who came to buy medicine. As soon as Dole appeared, the noisy voices around him suddenly quieted down slowly, and everyone was looking at this young face. A 16-year-old 3rd level wizard, Dole's talent in wizard attainments is not inferior to geniuses such as Willy and Xia, and even surpasses them by a few points. Horrible. Looking at Dole, everyone fell silent and was relatively speechless. Dole looked at the students around him, without looking sideways, and slowly walked out, and soon left everyone's sight. Under the Arangel magic tower, Dole stopped and looked up at the magic tower with more than 10 floors, and was slightly envious. A wizard who owns a magic tower is a real wizard. If he had a magic tower that truly belonged to him, he would not stay in the academy, and would have set up his own business long ago. Thinking of this, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could make the 5th level potion, the day would pass very quickly. Lifting his feet, he entered the wizard tower. Top floor. Arangel stood at the window with his back to him, looking out silently. Dole walked into the room, and felt a little depressed here. This was the territory of a 5th level wizard. Meet the dean. Arangel turned his head, and looked at Dole. His mental power gently swept over him, and he was shocked. The magic power on the other party was very pure fire magic power, and it was indeed 3rd level. The most important thing was that his magic power carried a trace of the breath of a red dragon. He had faced a real red dragon in person, and had seen red dragon specimens, blood, bones, and scales. If he drank red dragon blood, and the amount was not low, he could indeed achieve this rapid promotion effect. But that was red dragon blood. Even the top families probably had the courage to forcibly improve a person's level. He was a little confused. Who gave it to him? What unknown forces were behind him? He blinked a few times quickly, and then said with a slight smile, "Have you heard about the Lord of the Magic Potion Hall?" As soon as Dole came in, he saw Arangel's expression. He breathed a sigh of relief. Standing in front of him was a level 5 wizard, a level 5 human wizard, the most powerful human he had ever seen. Last time, there were many people, and he didn't feel anything, but now, he was standing alone in front of a level 5 wizard, and it was still quite stressful. Hearing this, he thought for a moment, lowered his head slightly, and pretended to be thoughtful, saying, "Dean Arangel, I have no intention of entering the management." Arangel was a little surprised. He thought Dole would be ecstatic. This further confirmed his thoughts, that there was someone behind this guy. He smiled faintly and said, "What if I appoint you as the master of the Magic Potion Hall?" Dole raised his head and shrugged. "If you insist on forcing it on me, I can try it once or twice." Arangel had expected this, so his smile became brighter. "Then I wish you a happy work. In addition, if you are promoted to a level 5 pharmacist, please go to the Pharmacist Guild for certification as soon as possible, and I will help you say hello." Dole frowned. "Why are you in such a hurry? It's not the new year yet, and it's not the next semester yet." Alang frowned and said, "The Dark Gate has received the news that you have been promoted to level 3. They have spared no effort to poach our students recently. I need your reputation to help the academy save some face." Dole raised his eyebrows. "So that's it," he said. "What about the reward?" "I will give you according to the level of Vice Dean. In addition, as the master of the Potion Hall, you can use all the formulas of the Potion Hall for free." Erlang offered his most generous conditions. Level 5 potion formulas are not low in value. These are the most expensive things that the Potion Hall of the Academy has accumulated over the years. Dole nodded. This condition seems not bad, but it is still too low. I want a level 5 alchemy table, and the Academy will pay for it. Elang raised his eyebrows. Deal, I will personally make you a better one. He continued, what about the level 4 course? Dole also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. It seems that the Academy has reached an extraordinary period. After I reach level 5, I will apply to open a class. I hope that Vice Dean Williams can pass it as soon as possible. Erlanger nodded. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief at this time. The process was not too bumpy. It was almost smooth sailing. Both of them achieved their goals. Erlanger sat on the seat and stretched out his hand slightly. A mental force flashed. A wooden man opened the door and walked out from the side. In his hand was a tray with some fruits and drinks. Dole's mouth twitched a little. If the negotiation fails, will he not be able to eat well? Please sit down. Some time ago, a caravan from the Eternal Forest passed through Huazi City and brought some special products from it. I bought some specially. The wooden man came to the front of the table, put down the things, and flexibly sorted them into different plates. Dole looked at the wooden man and felt a little surprised. This is the alchemy puppet. To be honest, he has never seen such a high-end thing. Chapter 229. This wooden man is the same size as a real person. It is made of wood outside and has a complete human torso, limbs and head. It is very lifelike. Both hands have 5 fingers like a human, which are very flexible, almost the same as a real person. The legs are also very flexible and walk very fast. It seems that the combat power should be not low. However, facing Arangel, Dole did not dare to be too presumptuous and did not use mental power to check directly. Arangel looked at Dole and saw his curious eyes. He thought to himself, he is indeed from the Northern Kingdom. There, ordinary wizards have never seen such a sophisticated thing. This kind of puppet is a 4th level extraordinary creation. It is very valuable and costs about 150,000 gold coins. He explained, its biggest role is to guard, not to serve. If a wizard is approached by a warrior, it is a very terrible thing. Dole nodded, and then was a little shocked. 4th level creation. It is more powerful than himself. He stopped watching, slowly put down his thoughts, and focused on the fruit. He had never seen these fruits before. They were full of magical elements. They were magical fruits. Eating them should have an effect on the body. In the wizard world, things rich in energy are generally not too cheap. This guy spent a lot of money today. He raised his head and looked at Arangel, and said with a slightly serious expression, Lord Arangel, what do you want to know? Arangel's expression gradually became serious. I know you are from the Northern Kingdom, but I don't know why you are so confident. I want to know who is behind you. Now it was Dole's turn to feel interesting. Arangel finally discovered his little secret. He shook his head and said, I don't have anyone behind me, otherwise I wouldn't have come all the way to the Glory Empire alone. If I had someone behind me, how could I let that clown Nicholas force me? Clown? Arangel smacked his lips, and it seemed very appropriate. The management of Arangel College is all level 3, and their strength is not strong. For Dole at present, Nicholas and Williams are not enough to be feared. Okay, you are also a member of the management now. You will know what will happen in the future. A huge college cannot be operated by 1 or 2 people. It requires coordination in many aspects. Dole bowed his head and agreed with this concept, but it does not mean that he agrees with the character of Nicholas, Williams, and others. I am very curious about your promotion to level 3. Can you tell me? Arangel raised his doubts. Dole looked around. Arangel's room is very simple. The style of the room tends to be dark. The floor is earthy gray, the walls are dark, and the room is a little dim. It is said that the dean is proficient in both dark and earth witchcraft. This style is not surprising. And this style will give people a feeling of depression. Dole felt oppressed now, especially after he asked the question. As a 5th level wizard, he had achieved certain achievements in a certain element, so it was not surprising to notice the one on him. He raised his head, looked at Arangel, and smiled faintly. I drank about 20 kilograms of red dragon blood. Arangel's eyes changed from serious to shocked, and then to incredible. 20 kilograms of red dragon blood. Dole nodded and said, yes, about 20 kilograms. Arangel's heart was bleeding. If he was given these 20 kilograms, although he could not directly break through the bottleneck, at least it would greatly reduce the difficulty of his promotion to level 6. His attributes are dark and earth. The blood of the red dragon does not match him, but it can greatly increase the attributes of other aspects of his body. He immediately thought that there was indeed someone behind this guy. Being able to hunt red dragons was simply. He suddenly remembered that a few days ago, The dragons of Mingyang Mountain suddenly went out together to sweep away other monsters in the mountains. Could it be because of this? How powerful and powerful must that person be? This guy is really not simple. He thought about it, and looked at Dole, who felt like a walking nuclear bomb. 20 kilograms of red dragon blood could slowly improve his body, to a certain extent, until he was promoted to a level slightly lower than the dead red dragon level. This guy has a bright future. He thought for a moment, raised his head, and looked at him with hope. Anything else? Dole shrugged and looked at him directly. 1 pound of 100,000 gold coins. Deal? After coming out of the Arangel magic tower, Dole's expression had become extremely calm. 300,000 gold coins, a level 5 alchemy table. He felt a little satisfied, and he had already recognized the identity of the academy. This was the first time he felt a little sense of belonging. After passing through the tower forest, Dole quickly came to the door of the magic potion hall. At this moment, a figure jumped out from the crowd on both sides and blocked him. It was a knight, and his momentum was very huge. When he stood out, everyone around him was looking at him. He performed the standard knight's courtesy to Dole, and said with a smile, "Wizard Dole, my master invites you." He extended his hand, and pointed to the side of Talon. Dole glanced at the man, then turned his gaze to the direction he pointed, and saw a luxurious carriage over there, with exaggerated flags of the 3 major families on the carriage. He just glanced at it, then turned his gaze to the knight, and said with a smile, "Please call me Lord Dole. From now on, the potion hall will be under my jurisdiction. If you need any potions, or have any requests, please go to Steward Looming or others." He took a step forward and left directly. The knight was stunned. Lord Dole? He was a little shocked. When Dole came over, he didn't know what was going on, and took a step to the side. Dole passed by him, and heard a lot of discussions behind him. It really is. Lord, Lecturer Dole deserves the title. The potion hall is saved now. A series of voices came from behind, and Dole felt neither sad nor happy. The knight's face looked a little ugly when he heard the words around him. How could a small knight like him invite the Lord of the Hall of Arangel? The other party did not turn hostile, which was already a great kindness. He turned around in a hurry, saluted Dole from a distance, and then headed towards Talon. At the same time, not far away, several other forces also stood in the dark and watched this side silently. He admitted that he became the Lord of the Hall himself. It seems that this matter is almost certain. A man in gorgeous armor spoke heavily at a corner. For a second-level wizard, we can still use money to win him over. For a third-level wizard, it may not be so easy. This guy was promoted too quickly, and did not give us enough time. Another man said in a gloomy tone. Of course, I was ready to use the beauty trap. This guy suddenly promoted to the 3rd level. Although the beauty trap is still useful, ordinary mediocre powder is no longer useful. Another feminine man said. Forget it, let's win over students from other elemental schools. This guy from the Northern Kingdom is not someone we students can win over. Didn't you see that the people from the 3 major families have failed? Chapter 230. In the academy, the students were not peaceful, but full of various forces, competing for resources, competing for tasks, and conflicts between civilians and nobles were common. The academy rarely managed these things. As long as no one died, they could do whatever they wanted. Conflicts among students can enhance their competitiveness, which is done in every academy. Dole's level has exceeded their scope of winning over, and they can only give up helplessly. A 3rd-level wizard must be a big force, and there are only a few organizations in the academy. Back in the room, before he walked to the door, Dole saw Morris standing at his door with a smile. Dole glanced at Morris, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. What's the matter? Dole asked first. Morris laughed and said, of course, congratulations to the lecturer for being promoted to the master of the hall. The lecturer may not know that the celebration has begun below. Dole had no expression, and glanced at Morris lightly. The descendants of these nobles, whether they are illegitimate or legitimate, have a special skill, which is to win over others and form their own power, which is determined by the nature of their origin. The nobles are not individuals, but groups. They work hard for their own power, or establish their own power all their lives, unlike civilian mages, most of whom like to fight alone. He opened the door of the room, and walked in slowly. Morris saw that Dole's expression was not good, and he didn't know if he said something wrong. He followed Dole into the laboratory, and heard him say, go and make arrangements and prepare for class. The class lasted 4 hours. When Dole walked into the classroom, there was complete silence, but he could see that everyone's face was filled with smiles. As usual, He finished his 4-hour lecture without giving others a chance to ask questions, and then turned around and left the classroom. These people were more informed than him, so there was no need to say anything. After returning to the room, he closed the door of the laboratory and continued to construct witchcraft. 3 days later, he ended his meditation and began to prepare for the experiment. At this time, the level 5 alchemy table promised by Arangel was also in place. The new alchemy table was larger than the old one, and it contained more magic arrays and a larger volume. Correspondingly, it consumed more energy. Low-quality magic crystals could no longer meet his needs, so Dole had to replace them with medium-quality magic crystals. One medium-quality crystal was equivalent to 10 low-quality ones, and he used about 100 pieces in one go to fill the magic crystal slot. The magic crystal alone was worth more than 10,000 gold coins, which was very expensive. But correspondingly, the alchemy table is more delicate and more convenient to operate. The accuracy that could not be achieved before can now be achieved with a little more seriousness. The operation of the magic potion hall is the same as before. Dole did not appoint anyone, nor did he lay off any members. Everything was the same as before, and he did not want to worry too much. One of the transactions with Arangel included this. Except for very important matters, no one would disturb him. The contact with the Rose Chamber of Commerce had long been Sano and Morris. Dole no longer cared about that matter. Except for the high-level potions he made, all other orders were handed over to the Magic Potion Hall. He had long been relaxed, and did not worry about his livelihood. After a very peaceful month, Dole walked out of the laboratory for the first time. Just as he walked out of the laboratory, a man hurried over from the side. Dole released his spiritual power, and it flashed away. The man was the chief steward of the Magic Potion Hall, Lu Ming's immediate superior, and Nicholas's deputy, Aiden. He stopped and looked at Aiden. "What's the matter?" Aiden walked over slowly, feeling a little nervous. "It's like this. We have always been the supplier of the police station and the military station, and also their material provider. Now there is a problem with a batch of materials. After we contacted the 2 stations, they have not responded. I should have gone to find Miss Nicole, but I just happened to run into you. So?" Dole frowned. There was a problem with the materials, which was a big deal, so he said, "Let's go and have a look." Aiden breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Okay, please follow me." Looking at this young and unbelievable master of the potion hall, Aiden was still a little nervous, because Dole's reputation has always been cold, especially in class. The fact that he didn't communicate with his classmates at all has long been spread inside and outside the school. What's more, his own strength is very strong, and he is not an ordinary person at all. If he wants to question himself, then many things he did before will be troublesome. In the past month, he has restrained himself a lot. Soon, they came to the warehouse, accompanied by the warehouse manager House and Harold, both of whom were second-level wizards and very powerful. The warehouse was in the basement of the Magic Potion Hall, occupying more than half of the area, and the remaining half was the finished medicine warehouse. In fact, there were not many medicines in it. Finished medicines were generally in short supply, and there would not be any inventory, so the basement was usually filled with raw materials. He opened the door to the basement and walked down quickly. It was the first time for Dole to come to the basement. He found that there were huge medicine cabinets here. Each room was a medicine cabinet. There were batches of medicinal materials in it, which were classified and kept at low temperature by magic circles. They were well preserved. He asked several people to open the medicine room and take a look, and affirmed their work. Not long after, they came to the front of the rooms in the middle. The administrator House said expressionlessly, "Master Dole, the 2 medicinal materials that have problems are the hemostatic grass and Songyuan grass." Harold walked forward, opened the door, and then stepped back and stood aside. Dole stretched out his hand, and a very bright light flew out from his side, illuminating the surroundings. In the room, where the hemostatic grass and Songyuan grass were stored, in addition to the well-placed medicinal herbs, there were some other things that might be weeds placed in a mess. Obviously, there was a clear difference between the two. Dole just took a look and frowned. He looked back at Aiden and said, "Who is the inspector?" Aiden's face was a little ugly. "We usually don't inspect the things sent by the military office." Dole ignored him, and said lightly, "I will check it later. Take these weeds, and load them on the carriage. I will go to the city." Aiden, Harold, and House breathed a sigh of relief. Although the number of these herbs is not large, they add up to thousands of gold coins, which is higher than their annual salary. They dare not be careless. Soon, the 3 of them came to the door, and the staff behind them began to get busy. Dole stood at the door of the Magic Potion Hall, thinking. The military office and the police station are not a unified force. There are also intricacies inside. The top talents of each family manage a part of it to maintain the most basic surface operation. In fact, they are intriguing and deceiving each other in private. I don't know how dark it is. Dole knows all this. Then sometimes talks to him about some things, who is worth associating with, and who is not worth associating with. Finn is the lord of what city, who is loyal to his boss in the military office. Naturally, what he said was biased, but it was also a little fair. After all, he didn't need to play tricks on others. Chapter 231. The weeds filled up half of the carriage. All the staff around felt heavy in their hearts when they saw the weeds. These were not weeds, but thousands of gold coins, which was not a small amount for anyone. The military and police departments had gone too far this time. I wonder how this trusted hall master would deal with it. Aiden and OSS stood at the door, looking at Dole's thoughtful back, and walked up and said, "Sir, it's ready." Dorai looked back and glanced at the carriage on the side, then nodded and said, "Have someone pull it to the door of the military office. I go find Finn for tea first." As he said that, his mental power moved, and a breeze rose around him. Then the breeze slowly increased, carrying his body slowly into the sky. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Level 3 witchcraft, flying. It had only been a short time, and he had already come up with a level 3 witchcraft. How could this be possible? Everyone looked incredible. It was also Dole's first time flying. After flying into the sky, he manipulated the nodes of the spell model, sprayed the airflow to the side and rear, and slowly flew forward. At the same time, he felt the various gazes from the academy below, but he ignored them, and flew directly towards the direction of Huazi City. The speed of flying can be controlled. The slowest speed is this, flying slowly, and the fastest speed is even faster than a bow and arrow. He can't be arrogant in front of others. Soon, after he flew out of the atmosphere of the academy, he began to increase the output of wind power, and the speed increased. The operation of flying also requires proficiency. He himself has no wind element magic, so he can only extract wind elements from the air. The efficiency is very low, but there is no obstacle to flying. He keeps lowering the height, raising the altitude, turning left, turning right, flying slowly, flying fast, flying freely in the sky. This feeling is quite good. It is indeed called flying magic. It is fun. Dole summed up this point, and continued to float in the sky. Another feature of the third level witchcraft is that it consumes a lot of mental power. No matter how to change the spell model, it requires extremely strong mental control, otherwise the spell model will collapse. At that time, the magic fails, and falling down will kill people. In addition, the speed of mental power consumption is also extremely exaggerated. He played for about an hour, and consumed almost a quarter of his mental power. If it were an ordinary wizard, I am afraid that his mental power would have been gone long ago. Soon, he was not far from Wat City. At this time, the Wizard Alliance waist badge on his waist suddenly emitted a mental wave. Dole was stunned and released this mental wave and let it out. O'Neill's voice came from inside. "Dole, have you completed the spell model of flying magic? So this token can communicate over long distances?" Dole raised his eyebrows, and lowered the altitude at the same time to answer O'Neill. "Yes, Lord O'Neill." The other side was silent. After 5 seconds, a sigh came from inside. "Your talent is a bit exaggerated. Flying is not allowed in what city? You just need to fly to the city gate. In addition, come to the Glory Wizard Alliance and update your information. You are the youngest third-level wizard in what city?" Dolan sighed. He heard the sigh in O'Neill's tone. It is indeed difficult to be a third-level wizard. Some people have been wandering around as second-level wizards all their lives. But I am only 17 years old after the Chinese New Year this year, and I am already a third-level wizard. Others must be envious. This has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that I will be noticed, and many people will not offend me openly in the future. The disadvantage is that I am afraid that I will be really targeted by many forces. There are so many second-level wizards, not worth mentioning. If a third-level wizard is invited to join their forces, it will definitely be a suppression level. So, they will spare no effort to find him. Dole didn't care about this. He landed far away from the city gate, came to the official road from an unknown place, and then came to the city gate. He did not enter the city, but walked straight to the city gate guard. "This wizard, what do you want?" Seeing Dole coming, the city guard immediately came up and asked with some confusion. Dole nodded and said, "Please help me notify Finn to come to me. I am Dole." Hearing the name Dole, the surrounding city guards immediately stood up in awe. The captain immediately said, "Okay, Dole Pharmacist. Dole's name is not useful in other places, but it is definitely useful in the military and police stations. He has made great contributions to the development of the entire new city. Dole smiled. Then I trouble you all. It was already late autumn, and the trees on both sides of the street had begun to turn yellow, and there were some fallen leaves on the street. There were many people on the street, and the temperature was just right, so many people were wandering outside. Dole walked into the city, and saw the bustling market at the door. There was a caravan in the market, with more than a dozen carriages covered by a layer of black cloth. In one of the carriages, several rude mercenaries were swinging wet cowhide whips to drive the things inside down. Soon, 2 women lowered their heads, and walked out tremblingly with trembling steps. Dole immediately understood that this was a slave caravan. As he walked, he took a closer look at the 2 women. Although the faces of the 2 women were not visible, their exposed legs and arms looked very fair-skinned. Although there were some scars, it did not affect the skin color. They should not be locals. The Glory Empire is located in the mid-temperate zone. The people here are all yellow-skinned, and only those further north have white skin. Slaves from the north, who knew whether they had robbed some village or were defeated in the war. Dole frowned. He hated slave traders very much. In his eyes, this behavior of not treating people as human beings should be banned. He frowned and quickly left the market, and went to the military office. Not long after, he met a military carriage on the road. After getting on the carriage, he went to the military office. Not long after, he came to the parade ground in the east of the city. Then and several people were already waiting at the door. Dole got off the carriage and saw Finn, smiling slightly. I came here to verify something this time, and I may have to trouble you. Finn grinned. What are you talking about? We should trouble you. He pointed to the people next to him, and said, these are all my colleagues. He also knew that Dole was promoted to level 3, and knew that everyone would not be on the same level in the future, so he just introduced them briefly to make them familiar. Dole nodded at them, with a slightly serious expression. A carriage from our college will come in a while. Can you help me see what's going on? Finn's expression suddenly changed. Dole is now the head of the Magic Potion Hall. If he has something to ask him and brings something with him, then it is self-evidently troublesome. Before he spoke, someone behind him said carefully, Headmaster Dole, is there something wrong with the medicinal materials? The supply of potions in Arangel Academy is now more than double than before, and the price of the academy is relatively low. The military office is very satisfied and provides a relatively large amount of medicinal materials. Is there something wrong with the medicinal materials? Chapter 232. Dole was about to speak when he suddenly felt something, and looked back at the end of the street. A carriage had already arrived. It was the carriage from the academy. He turned his head, smiled, and said, it's coming. The carriage slowly approached. There was no tarpaulin on the carriage. Soon, everyone saw what was on the carriage. Finn's face changed on the spot. This was not a medicinal herb. Even for an outsider like him, he could see that it was clearly a weed. On both sides of Finn, some people were indifferent, some looked unhappy, and some looked normal. Dole didn't care about their expressions, and smiled lightly. These things were originally hemostatic grass and sinuine grass, worth 1,700 gold coins. I don't need you to do anything, just replenish these herbs. Finn's face was quite ugly. Under his rule, such a thing actually happened. Just as he was about to speak, the gate of the military camp suddenly opened slowly, and an arrogant voice came from inside. The army is moving out. Everyone retreat. The gate of the military office was more than 10 meters long. At this time, the gate slowly opened, revealing the murderous army inside, which looked like a large number of people. The leader was a knight, holding a spear, majestic. When the gate opened, the young knight was also stunned when he saw the scene at the door. The people from the logistics department are here. They are a bunch of big shots. His expression suddenly became a little dull. He rode forward and spoke in a loud voice. It's Lord Finn. Can you please make way for us to go out? There is a movement in the new city. We need support as soon as possible. How come I don't know? Finn was stunned for a moment, and blurted out. The knight glanced at the people outside, and his heart became even more insecure. The entire logistics department was there. In the military camp, everyone knew that no matter who you offend, you must not offend the logistics department. He could make you cry miserably. He jumped off his horse, saluted solemnly to Finn, then took out a document from his arms, and handed it to him. Finn was a little confused, glanced at the document, straightened his eyes, saluted slightly, and said, military orders are like mountains. He made way for the door. The young knight had a solemn expression and saluted again. He got on his horse, and a team of people quickly disappeared from the gate. After the team left, then glanced at the carriage, looked at Dole and said solemnly, "I will give you an explanation for this matter." Dole smiled lightly. His expression revealed that he didn't care, just nodded, and said meaningfully, "It doesn't have to be fast, as long as this kind of thing doesn't happen often." Seeing Dole's expression, Finn was not affected by his relaxed demeanor, and nodded solemnly. Dole said, "I'm going to the Glory Wizard Union. See you later." Then hurried forward and said, "I take you there." Dory didn't look back, but turned around and walked away. He stretched his hand above his head, and waved it. "See you later." Finn's mind became complicated. After Dole was promoted to level 3, he didn't seem to have changed, but his power became more serious. Behind him, an officer came forward and asked in confusion, "Lord Finn, what's Wizard Dole doing?" Finn turned his head, looked at the man, and said lightly, "I'm afraid he's here to register as a level 3 wizard and a level 5 pharmacist." That person and the others immediately looked at each other with thoughts. Dole slowly came to the Honor Wizard Alliance in the north of what city, and slowly walked towards the first magic tower. This magic tower, which is as high as 17 floors, is more than 100 meters high and looks very magnificent at a glance. He was a little envious, and didn't know when he could own such a magic tower. The larger the magic tower, the more powerful the magic array it has, the higher the level, and the more powerful the energy reaction. It can be used as a fixed residence, a travel tool, flying everywhere, and a fortress to face all crises. At the same time, it can also attack all the fortresses that want to be attacked. The magic tower is the ultimate weapon of the magician, which is more useful than any magic wand. A small convoy passed by and slowly passed by him. Several people stuck their heads out of the carriage and looked at Dole. Some people looked proud. This was the magic tower of their Honor Wizard Alliance. Some people looked contemptuously. Where did this country bumpkin come from? And some people were thinking, who is this? At this moment, they saw that in front of the magic tower, Wizard O'Neill walked out slowly. Behind him were his students. They looked behind them, looking into the distance. Some people wondered, who was Master O'Neill looking at? At this moment, they saw that the young man who was just behind them had come to the door. Master O'Neill smiled and greeted him. Those people got off the carriage and looked at this strange scene in shock. "Wizard Dole, you are here." O'Neill breathed a sigh of relief. Dole nodded, and the two of them faced each other and saluted with the formal etiquette of wizards of the same level. Seeing this, everyone at the entrance of the magic tower was stunned. Who is this? His strength is as strong as Lord O'Neill? How is this possible? How could this person be a third-level wizard? Second floor, the review room. O'Neill led the way in front. There were already 3 or 4 people inside, the top leaders of the Huazi City Honor Wizard Alliance, including the Alliance President Dennis, the Vice President Gustav, and the Vice President Byron. This is the highest combat power of the Huazi City Honor Wizard Alliance. Dennis is level 4, Gustav, Byron, and O'Neill are all level 3. Dole felt this, and understood it in his heart. Walking into the quiet room, Dole saluted everyone slightly. "Hello, everyone." Dennis was also seeing Dole for the first time, and was a little surprised. He himself was a genius, and he entered the 4th level at the age of 24. Now seeing Dole, he felt that every generation has its own talents. "Welcome, welcome. It is our honor that Wizard Dole can join our What City Wizard Alliance." Dennis took the lead in setting an example. He is a 4th level wizard, and he naturally exudes a sense of generosity and affinity of a high position. Dole smiled and said, "Thank you, President. I also joined not long ago. I came here after completing my first witchcraft." Everyone looked at each other and expressed shock. O'Neill said with some emotion, "I know, it has only been a short time, and your comprehension ability is too fast." Dole thought about it, and felt that his progress was indeed a little exaggerated. He smiled faintly. Control is a compulsory course for pharmacists. In this regard, I may be slightly better than others. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Pharmacists and alchemists are indeed slightly better than pure elemental mages in controlling magic. Anyway, let's celebrate Wizard Dole's entry into the 3rd level. How about starting the assessment now? Gustav obviously didn't want to waste time on this matter, and went straight to the point. His words were agreed by Byron. Daniel nodded and said, "Then let's start, but I think it's unnecessary. Wizard Dole came to What City through flying magic, so there is no need to test witchcraft." Chapter 233. O'Neill nodded. He had always been in charge of observing the magic circle. He saw it all with his own eyes. Gustav shook his head and said, "It's just a test. It's no big deal." Daniel didn't say anything. Dole nodded and said, "Yes, I agree." At this point, he released his mental power. In less than 3 seconds, a light air under his feet lifted him up. The magic was completed. Seeing this, everyone felt a little surprised. Dole's speed of releasing magic was a little exaggerated. Flying is a relatively complex magic among the 3rd level magic. Dole has just entered the 3rd level, and can easily release it. This speed is quite exaggerated. Gustav spread his hands. "Congratulations, Dole." Byron also said, "Congratulations." O'Neill and Daniel became serious at the same time. Dole slowly landed on the ground. "Congratulations." After changing the badge, Dole officially became a 3rd level official wizard of the Glory Wizard Alliance. After everyone exchanged pleasantries, Gustav and Byron left the room one after another, and the others also left one after another. They were just witnessing, and had no intention of building relationships. Dole had just entered the 3rd level, and had not yet reached their level. Soon, only 4 people were left in the room. O'Neill admired Dole's promotion speed sincerely. It was comparable to the real genius of the Empire, while Daniel sighed that Dole would no longer have to fear the oppression of various forces. A 3rd level wizard still had very strong destructive power. Whether it was the Tracy family or the Cecil family, they would not embarrass him directly in the future, unless they wanted to go to war with this 3rd level wizard head-on. Of course, Dole would not do anything to them. After all, these 2 families also have 3rd level wizards in charge. The high-level power emphasizes the balance of power, not a fight to the death. Our Glory Wizard Alliance is an imperial organization, and it is not closely connected with the local nobles. Our presidents and vice presidents are all transferred from other places, so you don't have to worry, Dole. O'Neill smiled at this time. "Since you have been promoted to level 3, do you want to hold a banquet?" Dole was slightly stunned. Banquets are reserved for nobles. He has read relevant records in many books. The biggest role of banquets is to connect relationships. Whether mentally or physically, they are all reflected incisively and vividly at banquets. He was very disgusted with this kind of thing, so he shook his head and said, "I am just an ordinary wizard and don't want to do anything. Let's forget it." The 2 Neils looked at each other, and looked very regretful. Daniel thought for a moment and said, "It's okay if you don't open it, but I will inform you of this news. Congratulations on your promotion to level 3. In addition, as a member of the Alliance, you have the right to choose a level 3 spell model." Dole thought, there is also this benefit. Level 3 spell models are very expensive. So he nodded. At this time, he heard a familiar voice, and found that it was Lamb who had come over at some point. He was a little dazed. As the vice president, he should come here. He was also his own witness. Lamb was behind the crowd. At this time he stood out, smiled and looked at Dole, and said, "I see that you already have the flying spell, and other fire spell models. Do you want to choose a special spell model?" Now it was Daniel and O'Neill's turn to be surprised. Dole had a spell model? Facing Lamb, Dole felt a little uneasy. He came here alone without calling him. He felt a little sorry for him. Hearing this, he frowned and said, "What is a special spell model?" Lamb hadn't spoken yet. O'Neill looked at Dole and interrupted, "It's a spell model for unconventional elemental witchcraft. The standard ones are spiritual, prophetic, curse, blessing, etc." At this time, he turned his wrist and took out a thick and simple book. Dole suddenly realized, "I have read the relevant records and understand the classification of witchcraft. Except for the elemental ones, aren't the others difficult to practice?" Lamb nodded and said, "It's because it's difficult to practice, so it's powerful. For example, the dangerous contact of the prophecy system can detect the crisis in the next 3 or 4 days. It is very useful for wizards who go out. For example, the curse tracking of the curse type is the best among the tracking witchcraft." O'Neill nodded. At this time, President Daniel groaned and said, "Of course, you can also choose the orthodox elemental witchcraft that you don't know." Dole was silent for a while, and said solemnly, "I want to see the names of these witchcrafts." He didn't need orthodox elemental witchcraft, and he had too many of them. O'Neill nodded. "Letting you see these things is not to make you strengthen your combat power, but to prevent you from being targeted by black wizards. A 3rd level wizard like you is the easiest target for them." Daniel said at this time, "In the Glory Empire, there have been a lot of black wizards gathering recently, especially in the recent period of time." Dole was stunned. He didn't know about this situation. At this time, he took the magic book from O'Neill, and his mental power penetrated layer by layer. This book is just a title and introduction, not a spell model. Prophecy, spirituality, curse, blessing, all kinds of witchcraft are in it, and the strength can be seen at a glance. What he needs is stability, a pure and safe environment, not like to fight with anyone, so prophecy witchcraft is the best for him, but prophecy witchcraft is also the most difficult to learn. After a long time, Dole raised his head and said, if possible, I choose the witchcraft of danger orientation. Danger orientation? The three were stunned at the same time. The essence of this witchcraft is to sense the danger that is harmful to oneself in advance through cause and effect, and perceive the source of danger. It is a very complex and magical witchcraft, and very few people have mastered it. But the effect after practicing is also very obvious. No matter who deals with him, it will be sensed, and many means can be arranged. This guy really has a strong sense of crisis. O'Neill glanced at Daniel, who nodded and waved his hand. Dole felt the magic flowing in the magic tower, and then saw a piece of paper suddenly appear in front of him. He was shocked. There was actually a teleportation magic circle in the magic tower. This was too magical. Daniel handed the paper to Dole and said with a smile, this witchcraft is quite difficult to practice, and it is almost impossible to practice it. This time, our magic tower has taken advantage. Dole shrugged and said, just try it. It doesn't matter whether you practice it or not. Oh, by the way, I want to ask one thing. How is the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group? The Sand Scorpion Adventure Group has not yet suspected him, but in the future, as long as he takes out the magic wand, he is likely to become the enemy of the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group. This is beyond doubt. There are too many clues, and the other party is too lazy to consider it. Although he disguised himself, he has left too many clues as long as he is suspected. Dole's words diverted too much, making Daniel and O'Neill a little uncomfortable. Daniel thought for a moment and said, although I don't know why you are paying attention to this matter, I want to say that if you offend this adventure group, you should be careful. There may be a black wizard behind them. The Sand Scorpion Adventure Group has been an ordinary adventure group in the past few years, but it has committed many major crimes in private. Recently, it has been uncovered. We have sent people from the court to investigate, but there is no information so far. Dole's mouth twitched. I am paying attention because they were exposed because of me. Chapter 234. Lamb, O'Neill, and Daniel all showed shocked expressions at this time. Lamb suddenly remembered that the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group was exposed, and it seemed to be in Silent Hill. No wonder Dole would pay attention to it. This guy actually escaped unscathed from an adventure group. Lamb had a new understanding of Dole's combat power. O'Neill and Daniel didn't know what happened, so Dole introduced his experience in Silent Hill. Of course, he ignored the magic wand. The two people from the Glory Wizard Alliance were thoughtful. After a long time, O'Neill pondered, if there is any news, I will inform you. After leaving the Glory Wizard Alliance, Lamb looked at Dole with mixed feelings. This guy grew too fast, which was beyond his expectations. Now he has offended a very large force, which really makes people feel excited and scared. The Sand Scorpion Adventure Group is not an ordinary force. It is a very large force. The Glory Empire may have to mobilize the power of the entire empire to investigate this matter this time. This guy is really capable of making trouble. Both of them walked towards the Pharmacist Guild without saying a word. When they arrived at the door of the Pharmacist Guild, they stood still. Lamb looked at Dole and said in a heavy tone, are you sure you want to be certified as a level 5 pharmacist now? Dole raised his head, looked at the Pharmacist Guild, and nodded lightly, yes, I need this identity. Lamb breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. After you are certified as a level 5 pharmacist, the main forces of the major families and major forces will extend an olive branch to you. If you don't do well, you will offend the entire family. You need to think about it slowly. Although the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group doesn't know about you yet, if they know about it in the future, the consequences will be equally disastrous. Dole shrugged. I have secretly purchased the formula for the 6th level poison. Lamb's heart sank. The 6th level poison is extremely terrifying for any force. It can directly act on anything below the 4th level. As long as Dole can make the 4th level poison, he will immediately become the most terrifying person in the entire West City, and even the entire Northwest Province. It seems that he has made plans long ago, and he is worrying in vain. He nodded and said, I will help you keep an eye on these things. At this time, Dole's ears will be filled with a voice. Look at the building on the left. This is Ball's voice. Dole turned his eyes, and pretended to look to the left casually. He glanced and frowned slightly. There was a restaurant there. There were several adventurers drinking on the 2nd floor. They looked quite powerful, and were staring at him vaguely. Who are they? The voice in the dark said, I don't know who they are, but they are looking at you. Dole said, I know. He raised his head, looked at the Apothecary Guild, and walked forward. Entering the Apothecary Guild, they passed through the wide and noisy first floor and entered the second floor. At this time, the people from the Apothecary Guild had arrived. In addition to Novik and Wolf, there was an old man standing in the middle. He had a very strong aura and should be very powerful. Seeing this man, Lamb was surprised. "Hello, Great Wizard Macallan." The old man glanced at Dole, then set his eyes on Lamb with a kind expression, and he said at this time, "Little Lamb, are you surprised to see me?" Lamb sighed in surprise. "We haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. I didn't expect to see the Great Wizard McLaren again. How did you find time to come here?" McLaren smiled and said, "I heard that a young wizard is going to be promoted to a level 5 pharmacist. I came here to see him. Even in Watzenberg, it is difficult for someone to be promoted to a level 5 pharmacist at this age, so I am interested." Lamb became excited. He turned to Dole and said, "This is the former president of the Pharmacist Guild, Wizard McLaren. This is Dole, the pharmacist talent I brought back from the Northern Kingdom." Dole blinked, stepped forward, and bowed deeply. "Hello, Wizard McLaren, hello to everyone." McLaren looked at Dole, with a strange light in his eyes. He glanced at Dole, and was slightly shocked. This child's mental power is very pure, his thoughts are very clean, without the slightest impurity, which shows that he is not a spy from the north. This child exudes a very strong power of red dragon blood. It is this power that supports him to quickly reach the 3rd level. How did he get the red dragon blood? You know, even the top nobles, it is not so easy to hunt red dragons. So he looked at Dole, slightly moved, and said calmly, "Potions is a course that requires a lot of learning. How do you view self-learning?" Dole didn't expect him to ask him this question right away. He lowered his head, thought for a while, and then said, "Talent, plus the control of subtle details in the actual operation process. When I first entered the wizard, I learned a very complicated meditation method, which divided the mental power into more than 300 parts, so I have some experience in this regard." Hearing this, everyone was a little shocked. More than 300 copies. Wolf's eyes widened, and he spoke out in disbelief. Dole is no longer a rookie who has just entered the wizard world. He knows what to say and what not to say. What I got is a very common meditation method in the Northern Kingdom, the simulacrum meditation method. At that time, I felt it was a bit simple, so I meditated for a copper coin. Later, I couldn't improve it, and then the excess mental power condensed into a new copper coin. In this way, one by one, I stored more than 200 copper coins. So, in terms of mental power control, I can say that I am better than anyone else, and I also have a talent for potion science. Magtan, Wolf, Lamb, everyone's mouth opened into an O shape. Even all the staff were no exception. Lamb was a little shocked and said, "No wonder you can skillfully control several witchcrafts just after entering the extraordinary. So that's why. Although this method strengthens the control of mental power, the promotion is very slow." Magtan opened his mouth. "Fortunately, you are a pharmacist and can make medicine by yourself, otherwise, you may have just entered the extraordinary now." "That's right." The others echoed and expressed their shock. Macallan was even more shocked at this time. No wonder this child has a pure mind without any impurities, and a relatively simple mind. So that's why his mental power was trained to be very pure at the beginning. If his mind is not pure, I'm afraid, he can't be promoted to the extraordinary at all. This child is worthy of the full efforts of the Pharmacist Guild to win over, and his future achievements are limitless. He looked at Lamb, then at Dole, and smiled. "Do you want to become the honorary elder of our pharmacists?" Now it was the turn of others to be shocked. But thinking of Dole's current strength and attainments in potion science, he is indeed qualified to become an elder. Chapter 235. Lamb's face froze, and he looked at Macallan in disbelief. This was poaching right in front of him. Dole thought for a moment and said, "I am still the head of the potions hall of Arangel College. Doesn't it affect me?" Magtan said with a smile, No, it's just an honorary title. In addition, we may use your name to advertise or something. Of course, it will also be good for you. You are now level 5, and we can sell you some potion formulas at a low price. A level 5 formula is worth tens of thousands of gold coins, and it can't be bought with money." He said this, which just hit Dole's soft spot. Ball has a lot of meditation methods, but the books on potion science are only elementary, low level, and the highest is no more than level 4. He can't pretend to have potion formulas above level 5. After thinking about it, he looked at Lamb. Lamb had suppressed his shock at this time, and nodded to him. "It's nothing to be an honorary elder. It's a good thing for Dole." Dole nodded, and then said, "Then let's get certified first." The only level 5 potions I know how to make now are mental potions and some poisons. Which one do you want me to practice? Not long after, more than a dozen bottles of fresh level 5 mental potions were freshly produced. Needless to say, these potions were divided up by Magtan, Wolf, and several other subordinates. Lamb didn't need them, because Dole had already prepared some for him. After Dole was promoted to level 3, Lamb also saw his path to level 4. After completing the formalities, Macallan looked at Dole with shining eyes and laughed. "Young man, come to Watsaburg when you have time. It is a paradise for pharmacists in the Northwest Province if you want to get more advanced potions." Watsaburg, Dole smacked the name, then smiled. "I will." Macallan was here to take a look, and just happened to run into Dole's matter, not to see him specifically, which made him feel a lot more at ease. His talent so far should not attract the attention of two high-level figures. However, the 5th-level wizard can see the secret of his body, and Dole doesn't want to meet this 5th-level wizard too much. Macallan was just a little interested, so he didn't stay here for long, and left the room, leaving Magtan and Wolf. Of all the people, Wolf had the most complicated mood. The Watts family had offended this pharmacist, and they could only maintain the relationship at present, and they couldn't win him over completely. To deal with this kind of wild wizard, they could have restricted him through meditation, pharmacy formulas, raw materials, and advanced wizard knowledge, but he didn't care at all. Meditation is very advanced, and he is very talented in pharmacy. If they win him over from many sides, there is no shortage of formulas. As for the advanced wizard knowledge, Arangel will open it himself, and they don't need their family at all. What a pity. Congratulations. After Macallan left, the atmosphere in the room became lively, and Wolf was the first to speak. Dole glanced at Wolf, and his mentality eased a little. He slowly straightened his chest, looked at him with a straight gaze, and smiled faintly. "Congratulations." Wolf's face suddenly sank, but he still smiled. Magtan said at this time, "Since you have become an elder, then take a look at the formula first." "What formula do you need now?" "You already have the formula for the mental potion." Dole looked at Lamb and said, "I only have one level 5 formula, and I'm short of the others." "Take a look first. I still have some money on hand." Wolf felt a little uncomfortable when he saw this. Those people who bought the potion formula had to beg for help, but when it came to this kid, others begged him to buy it. The difference in treatment was not ordinary. Even if he wanted to buy it, he had to apply slowly, and could only buy it after everyone passed. Wolf felt a little uncomfortable with this treatment. Lamb smiled at this time. The more famous Dole was, the better it would be for Arangel College. Of course, he had to consider Dole's safety after returning. Today, he did know too many things that were not good for him, so he had to take precautions. The second point was that Dole's meditation method seemed to be quite advanced. Should he buy it as a meditation method reserved for the college? However, this guy's meditation method was so extraordinary that it was estimated that there must be some origin. After walking out of the Pharmacist Guild, the two stood at the door and breathed a sigh of relief. They were not embarrassed. Fortunately, at this time, Dole glanced at the restaurant in the distance and found that those people were still there. He thought about it and stepped into the carriage with Lamb in a different tone. As soon as he entered the carriage, Dole said, "Deputy Dean Lamb, why are you here today?" Lamb smiled and said, "I'm here to submit a level 3 spell model." Dole suddenly realized. Spell models can also be created by oneself. After level 3, one has the ability to create spell models. Lamb can create spell models by himself. Obviously, he has a very high level of attainment in witchcraft. He envied. Then congratulations to Vice Dean Lamb. A new spell model is a lot of money. Lamb's income mostly comes from teaching and the salary of the college. The income is very low, far less than his. So, Lamb smiled and said, "This is also accidental. My witchcraft is more spiritual." He did not speak. Sitting in the carriage, he smiled lightly. "I'm sorry to bother you today. I heard from them that you went to the military office." Dole nodded, his expression not caring much. "This is not a big deal. As long as what city still needs our Allen Academy, they will not dare to play tricks. It is probably an internal struggle." Lamb nodded. "We don't need to care about this matter." The two sat in the carriage and walked out of the city little by little. Dole actually wanted to fly back. It was not easy to fly, but he had to sit in the carriage. He felt a little itchy. He felt that his bow was a little unstable. When they were almost at the city gate, Lamb said calmly, "The mercenaries you saw just now have actually been confirmed to be working for the Trickfire Sparrow. After they confirmed that you were in the city, the matter was clear." Dole frowned. He still remembered what happened last time, so he said, The trick fire sparrow is so arrogant, no one is bothering them. Lamb shook his head. Of course there is a reason. The place where they hide is very hidden. One of the reasons is that no one has found them until now. Another reason is that their founder is too powerful. Under normal circumstances, as long as that person does not take action personally, the city of Wutz assumes that the wizards will solve the problem themselves. Dole was a little confused. Too powerful? Level 5 wizard? Lamb smiled. Level 5 warriors are also very scary. Don't think that the warrior profession can't do anything to you. Within 10 steps, the warrior is invincible. Dole was shocked when he heard this. The carriage slowly entered the wasteland, and soon disappeared at the door. Shortly after they disappeared, several people stood at the city gate. If Dole was here, he would be able to see that these people were the mercenaries he saw in the hotel. Chapter 236. The leading mercenary was very burly, with a pair of exaggerated double axes on his back. He said coldly, "With Lamb here, we can't succeed." "Forget it." Another tall and thin man in leather armor said, "Boss, I saw with my own eyes that he learned the art of flying. I'm afraid it's not easy to catch him. He's a level 3 wizard, and a level 5 poisoner. If we don't handle it well, we may be wiped out." The atmosphere around him suddenly dropped when he heard about the poisoner. The man lowered his head, thought for a while, and said coldly, "When we officially take action, we will have a more advanced antidote in hand. Don't be too scared. It's surprising that this guy has been promoted to level 3 so quickly. You ask the jackal to send a message to that person to confirm the news." After entering level 3, Dole's mental power covers a wide range. At this time, on the left side of the city gate, on a piece of sand, he left a mental power mark, which now covers most of the city gate. Everyone's words were heard word by word. In the carriage, Dole's mouth curled up slightly. "When I learn the formula in my hand, I will play with you." As a guide, Lamb has given him enough security. The next road depends on himself or on Boss Bear. In the wilderness at this time, Bear licked the saliva on his lips and looked at the city gate with some disappointment. Those adventurers didn't come out. It was really disappointing. At his mouth, 2 fingers fell to the ground, bleeding. It's not that Bear deliberately left 2 little fingers, but there was a little poison on the little fingers. Although it's okay to eat it, there's no need to make trouble for yourself. The injury has not recovered yet, so he can't do anything yet. His eyes turned to the distance, to the south base swamp, to the tall mountains, and his saliva could not help but stay. The most delicious thing is all kinds of dragons. Unfortunately, there are still level 6 old monsters in Mingyang Mountain, which is really disappointing. He slowly turned back and forth in the jungle, and all creatures with a little bit of intelligence within a kilometer disappeared. Following Dole out, you can pick up delicious food, and this trip is not in vain. Turning his head, he quickly disappeared in the forest. He needs to eat something else to satisfy his teeth. Eating only people is not balanced. Dole's ears moved, and his heart sank slightly. The strange fire bird is really not thinking. He has been promoted to level 3, but he dares to take action. He is really tired of living. Ball, this guy didn't come out today. What is he doing outside now? Is it time for dinner? Thinking of this, he shook his head slightly. After returning to the academy safely, the two got off the car at the door, and then separated at the entrance of Talon. Dole arrived at the door of the magic potion hall, and found that many people had come. These people were different from ordinary people who asked for medicine. They seemed to be businessmen. As soon as Dole appeared, those people's eyes lit up, and they hurried to meet him. "Palace Master Dole, I am from the XX organization, and want to order a level 5 mental potion from you." "Palace Master Dole, I am Triple X from the XX organization, and want to order it from you." "Don't push, I am XX." Dole was surrounded by people in an instant. He opened the magic shield in time, and blocked everyone more than 3 meters away from him. He glanced at everyone. He didn't know these people. They should have just received the news. I don't know what means of transportation they used, but they came back faster than himself. He pressed his hands down, and made a quiet gesture. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. He said indifferently and expressionlessly, "The spiritual power potion will appear at the Rose Merchant. You can go there to buy it. If you want to buy other potions, you can go to the registration office of the Magic Potion Hall to place an order, and wait for notification." Those people still didn't give up. "Palace Master Dole, we are the Wind Adventure Group. We are an intermediate adventure group." "That's right, we are all intermediate forces." Dole took a look at the strength of these people. The lowest was level 2, and there were a few level 3, but what did it have to do with him? He glanced around coldly, looking down at these people. The surroundings instantly became quiet. Dole emphasized it again, then jumped lightly, using the flying technique and his own strength to pass over the heads of these people, and continued to walk towards the door. At the door, everyone looked at each other. They all thought of the Rose Chamber of Commerce. They did produce a lot of high-end spiritual potions in the past year, but they never produced level 5 spiritual potions. They never paid attention to them. It seemed that those potions were also provided by the new potion master. They all thought that the Rose Chamber of Commerce was going to be rich, because they could produce level 5 spiritual potions. At this time, one of them said, the Rose Chamber of Commerce is actually not small, but a very large chamber of commerce, but it is not very noticeable in Huazi City. It is said that when the master of Dole was blocked, he relied on the medicinal materials of the Rose Chamber of Commerce to get through the most difficult period. One person sighed, you know, this person is so powerful, we also invested in him back then. Another person snorted, there are too many things to regret. Forget it, let's ask over there. The law enforcement team of the academy is coming. At this time, behind the magic potion hall, a group of warriors with gorgeous clothes came towards them, and there were also several wizards. When they saw this place, they all dispersed. What's New City attracted many adventure groups to come here. There was Mingyang Mountain in the distance. They all wanted to rely on the New City to attack Mingyang Mountain. Logistics means supplies, and the two major medicine production places in Huazi City are the Pharmacist Guild and the Arangel Academy. This is beyond doubt. This is the biggest reason why they came here. As for the auction house, it only auctions expensive medicines, which is not cost-effective at all. Dole returned to the magic potion hall and breathed a sigh of relief. After being promoted to a level 5 pharmacist, he can refine a level 5 mental potion. In addition, he still has a lot of formulas to learn, and level 3 witchcraft also needs to be constructed. He must have at least 3 level 3 witchcrafts to be considered to have entered the level 3. Whether it was the potion formula or the construction of witchcraft, each of them required a lot of time, and he simply didn't have time now. After handing all the things over to other people, he began a new round of retreat. Rose Chamber of Commerce. Magtan took the envelope, opened it with a solemn expression, opened the note, and read it carefully from top to bottom. There was not much content in the envelope, but he read it for a long time. After a long time, he put down the note, put his hands on the table, and tapped the table lightly. His eyes wandered, and he fell into thinking. A 5th level pharmacist obviously cannot enter the eyes of the high level, but just the 2 words attention are enough to make Dole proud. Dole sent the list of materials over and prepared to refine the 5th level mental potion. For Magtan, this is a very big news. After all, the profit of a bottle of 5th level mental potion is far more than 10 bottles of 4th level mental potion. The Rose Chamber of Commerce is already in a weak position in What City. If they can monopolize the supply of Dole, then the What City branch will become one of the best in the Northwest. When Dole is promoted to level 6 or even level 7 in the future, they will also be able to make a fortune. Chapter 237. Thinking of this, he stood up and walked outside, and soon arranged all the tasks. There are 2 main materials for the 5th level spiritual power potion, which are actually difficult to collect. He needs to do his best to collect these things, and he can't be careless at all. In addition, he also needs to seek help from the Northwest Rose Chamber of Commerce. Not every 5th level pharmacist can be won over by them. It took them a full 10 days to transport the first batch of medicinal materials to Arangel College. The highest level of the escorting mercenaries was even 4th level. The actions of the Rose Chamber of Commerce caused a little ripple in the entire Chamber of Commerce circle. The large-scale collection of raw materials for the 5th level spiritual power potion, plus the words released by Dole, all the chambers of commerce in Huazi City knew that Dole's production was all given to them except for their own use. For a time, the Chamber of Commerce in Huazi City was turbulent. In an underground passage with excellent protection, there is an extremely well-sealed stone chamber. 2 men in black sat opposite them. Around them, several men in black stood upright. I don't know what is guarding around Dole. We have sent out many assassins, but they all failed. If this continues, our branch will be destroyed if it happens a few more times. A dissatisfied voice came out. The black-clothed man on the opposite side only showed a pair of eyes. At this time, he closed his eyes, and was full of doubts. The most powerful person in Arangel Academy is Arangel. As long as he doesn't take action, a small pharmacist can be easily captured. There must be something wrong. We have all his information. Now the strange thing is here. This person can't be arrested at all. What's going on? You ask me, who should I ask? If it doesn't work, letting CI try it out. With his ability, if it still doesn't work, then we can only give up. Will it be a waste to letting CI go? CI is a silver medal killer of the Assassin's Guild. It is his honor to serve us. Now is the time to use him. It is said above that he is a level 5 pharmacist. This is the last time. If it still doesn't work, give up. The man in black on the opposite side nodded. The organization has suffered too much loss recently, and it has been a bit of a loss. In addition, don't let the Rose Chamber of Commerce have an easy time. The third prince has noticed this. The man in black nodded, understood. Dole naturally didn't know that after he was promoted to a level 5 pharmacist, there would be many forces behind him to operate his affairs. For him, as long as the 3 major families did not move, it would not be a big deal. What he feared most now was that the 3 major families would force him to express his position and get close to a certain force. That would be a real big deal. But so far, neither the Morris family, the Watts family, nor the Tracy family have shown excessive ambitions for him. This may be because they tacitly accepted their status as free men, and no one wanted to make a move, and no one wanted to interfere. Time passed quickly, and it was spring. Around the new year, Arangel College made a big move. First, the college announced in a high-profile manner that it would establish a level 4 pharmacist course and recruit students on a large scale, and the price was 1/4 lower than that of other colleges. The scope of recruiting students was the entire Watts County, and even radiated to the entire northern province. After discussing with Dole, Arangel College devoted all its efforts to the recruitment process of this course, and even did not hesitate to fight openly and secretly with the equally powerful Darkgate College. It is said that during the publicity process, there were no less than 20 fights alone. The 2 families went from fighting secretly to officially fighting openly. The Darkgate Academy also has a level 4 potion course, which has attracted many level 3 pharmacist students, which is why Watts City cannot compete with them. However, when Dole is preparing to give a lecture, the status of potion science in Watts City will change in the future. This is all caused by him alone, so Arangel personally appeared to take charge and escort Dole. Dole sat firmly in the potion hall, and truly felt what his own people were like. Vice Dean Lamb naturally did his best, said people and effort, and the many level 3 students brought by Dole also helped with publicity, and they themselves were living examples. In addition, the Pharmacist Guild also made some appropriate remarks to support Arangel Academy. Therefore, before the new year, the whole Watts City felt turbulent. Arangel Academy alone had investigations from many aspects, and many unfamiliar faces. Of course, this has nothing to do with Dole. Unless they can enter the potion hall, they can pose a threat to him. At this time, his second lethal 3rd level witchcraft has been successfully constructed. Scorching Ray. Scorching Ray is completely different from the explosion of Fireball. It concentrates all energy to one point, using the penetrating and burning effect of flames to attack. The thinner the ray, the higher the damage. The higher the temperature, the higher the damage. It is often used for attacking. This witchcraft is relatively simple, and the spell model is relatively fixed, so it is not so difficult to master. The second witchcraft he is going to construct is the Fire Snake spell. It is considered successful only when the flame is condensed into the shape of a fire snake, and can be freely controlled. The strategic significance of the Fire Snake technique is that after it is released, it can be treated as an independent individual. When not attacking, it consumes very little, and can be used as a long-range auxiliary means. Of course, it can also be very explosive when attacking. It can attack outside the range of mental power, which can be said to be quite practical. He has already constructed half of the Fire Snake technique. After all, this spell node is even more complex and changeable than the flying spell. Dole even feels that this is constructing a small life, which is not even witchcraft. In a blink of an eye, he has been in the Glory Empire for 3 years, and is already 17 years old this year. As for the formula of pharmacy, he has only learned 3 so far: Strength Potion, Agility Potion, and Mental Potion. After level 5, the difficulty of obtaining materials is one aspect, and the tolerance rate of the potion is increased again, and the difficulty of purifying the liquid medicine is increased again, almost to a very demanding level. In the room, Dole put down the mental potion in his hand. Today is the first day of the new year. He put down the potion, and prepared to rest for a few days. At this moment, he lowered his head, and a sense of crisis emerged unnaturally in his heart. Due to the Chinese New Year, the academy had already closed for the holiday 10 days ago. In addition to the local wizards, there were still a large number of students from other places in the building, about 30 in number. Dole had just noticed that Ball, who was sleeping next to the balcony, also raised his head. He saw Dole's movements and looked outside. His dog eyes became extremely dark. Interesting, This person can only be sensed by me when he is so close. This is a master among you humans. Ball slowly got up. His eyes showed a trace of cruelty, and drool flowed from the corners of his mouth. The meat of the master is the most delicious. I want to eat him. Dole looked at Ball, a little speechless. Recently, this guy has become addicted to eating people. No wonder, too many people have paid attention to him during this period of time. Chapter 238. So he consciously said, then I go out. It's not appropriate here. Bear snorted. Dole changed his clothes, and put on the standard magic robe of the academy. There were several small magic circles carved by himself on it. They could stabilize the mental power, and were used by first-level wizards at most. He turned his wrist, and took the magic wand in his hand. The magic wand is now complete. It is pure wood color with retro color and no decoration. The spiritual gem of the other end of the locust tree is firmly embedded on it. After holding the wand in his hand, the magic power on the wand flows and interacts with his own magic power. At least 1/3 of the magic power can be saved when releasing witchcraft. If the magic of lightning and spirit is released, the power can be increased a little more. Unfortunately, Dole is not the meditation method of the son of the storm element yet, and he can't use the magic of lightning. He can use it now, but the power is greatly reduced like the flying spell. He opened the door, walked out of the room slowly, and then walked out in a pretentious manner. Arriving at the door, the steward Lu Ming, who was homeless during the new year, came out and asked, Palace Master, where are you going? Dole had encountered a lot of things recently, so he had to ask. Dole nodded and said, I'm going to find Wizard Lamb. Lu Ming was stunned and said, Lord Lamb is not here. He went to the Honor Wizard Conference in what city? You were supposed to be there, but you were in seclusion. Dole raised his eyebrows and said, What meeting? He really didn't care about this matter. Lu Ming smiled, I don't know the details, but it should be related to what's new city. He thought for a while and said, Recently, a group of iron-scaled giant crocodiles came from somewhere in the South Bay swamp. It should be necessary for wizards to clean them up. Dole thought for a moment, then said, I see, then I go to Wat City and take a look. Lu Ming was startled, and just as he was about to speak, he saw Dole had turned around and left. He hurriedly took out something and began to inject magic into it. He needed to inform others. Dole took Ball and quickly came to the front yard. He said lightly, I haven't been to Wat City during the new year in the past few years. Let's go and take a look today. Ball raised his dog head. I think you want to go fishing. Dole said expressionlessly, there has been constant harassment in recent times. I came out now just to see who will jump out and make trouble. The scorching ray witchcraft has just been practiced and has not been used yet. Now he just wants to wait for the other party to jump out and then see the effect of this witchcraft. If you can beat him, then beat him. If you can't beat him, let Lord Ball satisfy his craving. Why not? Morris stood at the window of the room, watching Dole leave, his brows wrinkled into a river. Among many third-level pharmacists, he and Raman applied for their own third-level courses. On the one hand, they both have a solid foundation, and on the other hand, they are much more organized than others. Sano originally wanted to become a lecturer, but unfortunately, that guy often talks nonsense and speaks in an inappropriate way. After the selection, he gave up on his own initiative. At present, only he and Raman have become lecturer candidates, and together with Luo Chio and FaZe, they have become third-level pharmacist lecturers. At this time, behind Morris, a middle-aged butler said in a very polite voice, Master Morris, this is the condition of the master's house. What do you think? Morris shook his head and said, the conditions are too low. Although I have just become a lecturer, I will not lack all the resources in the future. Leading a team is not a problem. If it is just a mere investment in materials, it is not worth it for me to serve anyone. The butler's face froze. Master Morris, you should know how you are currently treated in our Cecil family. We haven't treated you unfairly. Morris turned around and looked at the butler. His expression gradually eased, revealing a hint of sarcasm. Unfair treatment? Of course, no preferential treatment is naturally not unfair treatment, right? The butler's face looked a little ugly. I can't tell you about this matter. If you have time, go back to the family today and someone will tell you. Besides, tomorrow is the new year. If you don't want to think about the family, you should think about your mother. Morris's face sank, but he calmed down in an instant. He nodded, looked at the butler, and said word by word, I will go back. I hope that the previous courtyard can still be lived in. The butler relaxed and nodded, then goodbye. The door closed quickly. At this time, Lecturer Dole had disappeared from his sight. He was a third-level lecturer, and this was the case. How much pressure would Lecturer Dole face at this time, and what was behind him? It was said that the strange fire sparrow and several adventure groups were already furious. Lecturer Dole didn't say anything, but it was obvious that he was not afraid at all. Could it be that he had already refined the 6th level poison? When he thought of this, he felt sick. A real high-level pharmacist was not someone that anyone could offend casually. If he was not careful, it would not be the person who offended him that would be destroyed. When he thought of this, he thought of his mother and his sister, that naive sister, who didn't know she was playing with the boy from the noble family at this time. When he thought of this, he had a headache. Brother and sister, he is a typical grassroots, who rose to prominence later, while his sister is a typical aristocratic woman, a typical socialite, who does not look like her mother at all, but is exactly like her aunts. Headache. Thinking of this, he turned around, made a decision, and prepared to go back to the family. As soon as Dole left the academy, the news spread in all directions. At this time, in the wilderness, a small mercenary group was lazily lying under a camouflaged grass. They are the notorious chain snake mercenary group. Unlike the adventure group, they only accept employment and never take risks. This is the difference between the mercenary group and the adventure group. Their strength is generally level 2, and some people even reach level 3. Generally, they only take big jobs and never small jobs. At this time, a sleeping rough man stood up. His eyes were bright and slightly cruel, and he said, "The news is here, that person has come out, and the employer is right." 7 people around stood up at the same time, and one of them, a tall and thin man, took a very exaggerated bow next to him in his hand. Did the employer tell us the opponent's route? Where should we ambush? The rough man looked at all his brothers, and said in a serious tone, "He is going to what city, and will definitely fly over us. Just wait here. We must not be careless this time. The opponent is a pharmacist and a 3rd level wizard. Boss, this is not the first time to deal with wizards. As long as you are a little more hidden, ordinary wizards can be easily captured," one person said nonchalantly. He took out a blue knife, put it in his hand, and spun it around. It was so fast that only a shadow could be seen. The advantages of wizards are obvious. They are powerful, weird, and have extraordinary means. However, if it is a surprise attack, as long as they can stab in front of the opponent, then the wizard is a lamb to be slaughtered. No wizard can withstand the surprise attack of a warrior of the same level. The rough man nodded and said, "The opponent is a 3rd level wizard who has mastered the art of flying. He is in the sky, so, Aiden, the 2 of you are responsible for shooting him down with the magic-breaking arrows. As long as this is done, there will be plenty of money." Chapter 239. There are only a few tactics to deal with a wizard: sneak attack, direct close-range killing, breaking the magic shield if you can't kill him, getting close, binding or killing again. There are only a few tactics. The opponent is level 3 and can fly, so naturally they have to take him down first. They have also dealt with wizards with level 3 flying skills. Faced with sudden attacks, they are too flustered to organize an effective counterattack. They can shoot down with 2 arrows of specially targeted magic-breaking arrows. As long as they reach the ground and close the distance, they still have the final say. Everyone quickly check their equipment and scrolls. The reason why scrolls are used is that the wizard's mental power is too strong and the warrior's mental power is too weak. If the opponent can use mental shock, it is easy to beat people into idiots, so mental protection scrolls must be available. In addition, concealment scrolls must be available. The wizard's exaggerated mental power can easily find them. These are all bloody lessons and experiences. After the arrangements were completed, everyone dispersed to the surroundings and hid in their own hiding places. It is winter now. The winter in the Glory Empire is not that cold. The lowest temperature is only -7 or 8 degrees. After a heavy snowfall, as long as there is one day of sunshine, the snow on the ground will slowly melt away. Therefore, for Huazi City, which only snowed once in the winter, only the dark places can still see a little snow stains on the ground, and there is no white at all in other places. And the temperature at this time is only slightly cold for him. Hidden under the transparent magic shield, he can only feel the temperature, but not the cold. After level 3, the range of mental power has exceeded 100 meters, and the maximum distance can cover 300 meters. Under normal conditions, it can also cover a distance of 100 meters around the road. This distance is already quite exaggerated for ordinary wizards. Dole did not fly too high, but just flew over the treetops, looking around calmly while flying. There were few birds in the sky, only a small number, and most of the animals on the ground entered the state of the east. Only a small number of carnivores could be seen looking for food on the ground. At this moment, he felt a little different. Ball's voice sounded, "Do you feel it? Someone is intercepting you in front." Dole nodded and said cautiously, "The other party used concealment means, and I can't detect the specific direction. This is interesting. The scroll is not cheap, which can only mean that the other party has enough funds and determination to deal with him." He suddenly felt a sense of crisis inexplicably. With his current subtlety of spirit, he could sense anyone looking at him within a radius of 200 meters, not to mention hostility, which was one of the innate instincts of elemental creatures. He could sense hostility, but could not sense where the person was, which was enough to explain one thing. The other party was very cautious, and also very experienced. He pretended not to notice, and flew forward without any change in speed. On the wasteland, behind a boring piece of land, the long-hidden tall and thin man suddenly walked out from behind an obstacle, with a slight smile on his lips. This wizard was too careless to dare to fly so low. At this time, Dole was less than 50 meters away from him. At this distance, with the level of a third-level archer, it was almost impossible to miss. One of the third-level design skills is shooting correction. At this time, using it to deal with a completely defenseless wizard is simply a killing knife. As soon as he appeared, he took out the magic-breaking arrows in almost the blink of an eye and shot 3 arrows in a row, silent arrows, directly at the figure in the sky. At the same time, in another place, a man secretly looked deep in his head, looking at the sky, and the big bow in his hand was tightly opened. As long as the tall and thin man didn't hit, it would be his turn to shoot next. At this moment, they saw that the man in the sky suddenly stopped rapidly, and there was a blur in front of him. The 3 arrows that were almost certain to be shot actually flew out obliquely, and shot into the sky. All the heads hiding in the dark changed their faces, especially the other archer, who jumped out directly from the hiding place, and shot at a very fast speed. Swish, swish, a series of arrows shot at Dole in the sky. His shooting speed was very fast. A series of arrows shot into the sky, turning into a state of phantoms. At the same time, the tall and thin man also felt incredible. Obviously, this man had no defense against him. How did he dodge the third-level arrow skill? This is impossible. From shooting to hitting, it was only less than 0.1 seconds. Even a warrior would find it difficult to react. He immediately thought of something. The opponent had been prepared for a long time. His face changed, and he almost shouted. The rough man hiding in the dark also changed his face at this time. The magic-breaking arrow had no effect. What was going on? Seeing the 2 archers exerting their strength together, he also ran out from his hiding place and ran under Dole. In the sky, without Bar's reminder, Dole put a layer of rotating wind wall outside his magic shield the moment he felt the murderous intent, and at the same time inserted a layer of ice crystals behind the wind wall. The unknown arrow shot through the wind wall, shot through the ice crystals, and directly hit the magic shield. The power was reduced a little. After Dole's face changed slightly, layers of deflected force fields were generated from under him, blocking the 3 arrows layer by layer. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. At the same time, with the help of this short moment of blocking, he moved his body to the side by more than 10 centimeters, and finally got out of the flight trajectory of the arrows. These 3 arrows almost shot through all his defenses. A magic-breaking arrow, a low-level magic-breaking arrow worth 5,000 gold coins. He instantly thought of what this was. And then, the wind around him was strong, and the height rose rapidly. Too dangerous. At this moment, the same sense of crisis came from another direction. Without thinking, Dole flew in the sky. His magic power was huge enough, and his speed was extremely fast. He dodged several arrows at once. Several arrows hit his magic shield and other shields, but they did not cause any impact. These arrows were ordinary arrows. He breathed a sigh of relief, but he still did not dare to be careless. He turned his eyes to other directions, and saw a series of arrows shooting at him. His face suddenly changed. He felt a strong sense of crisis on this arrow. Is it another magic-breaking arrow? Thinking of this, he used his mind to raise his body, while controlling the spell model to release wind power to his body, affecting the trajectory of the arrow. At the same time, fire elements were released from his body, forming several large balls of fire, surrounding him. When these fire elements came out, the temperature of the surrounding heaven and earth rose a few degrees. While dodging, he held the bow and arrows. He waved his staff, and the fireball gently fell on the archer. The wizard fought back. The ruffian had already reached Dole's feet, but he had no way to deal with Dole, who had already ascended into the air. Warriors had no ability to fly before level 5. When he saw the fireball being generated, he immediately shouted, "Use the scroll quickly and separate to dodge." The situation was hopeless. Being ascended into the air by a mage meant that he was basically doomed to failure. He saw that the opponent was so good at dodging arrows that the magic-breaking arrows were completely useless. Chapter 240. The magic-breaking arrows are useless, so the only thing left is to run. Thinking of this, he ran away at a very fast speed. At this time, in the wilderness, seeing the boss start to run, the others looked at each other and fled away. At this time, the fireball had fallen, and the two archers began to panic and quickly fled away. They fled in different directions, and fled in all directions. For a while, Dole didn't know who to chase. When the fireball fell, a large pit with a radius of 5 or 6 meters suddenly exploded on the ground, with mud flying and smoke rolling. It looked very powerful. However, such a fierce fireball technique did not hurt anyone. The physical fitness of the warriors was fully reflected at this time, especially the two archers, who ran faster. They were originally agile warriors. Seeing this, Dole aimed at one of them, quickly adjusted his body shape, and chased forward. The two archers ran away separately, looking back as they ran. Seeing Dole chasing after his elder brother, they immediately relaxed and ran relatively easily. On the wasteland, the reckless man who was running at full speed was also stunned. Dole was chasing him. Was he the leader? It was hard for him to understand. He was the fastest, so shouldn't he chase the slower ones? Although he was running on the ground, his speed was almost as fast as Dole's. The fighting spirit on his body formed a series of fighting spirits, wrapping himself in it, and his speed was so fast that he seemed to be flying close to the ground. Dole was flying in the sky, and he was flying on the ground. At this moment, he felt a strong heat behind him. Looking back, he saw a tiny fireball shooting at him at an extremely fast speed. This fireball didn't seem to be very powerful, but it was incredibly fast. He didn't dare to be careless at all, so he turned around and swung an axe. The axe flashed in the sky, and the fireball was split in half. He kept running forward. The power of this fireball was very weak. He was a level 4 warrior, and it was easy for him to deal with it. If he couldn't fly, he could kill a level 3 wizard in a few minutes. At this point, he felt something was wrong, because there were more than a dozen such fireballs in the back, emitting a whistling sound, rushing towards him from behind. Feeling this, his body immediately shook, and his fighting spirit rose from his body, forming a thick layer of armor. He decided to resist these fireballs. Boom, boom, boom. It was like a small stone hitting his body, and the fighting spirit on the armor was flickering due to the flames, but it didn't break. After all, it was level 4 fighting spirit, and the fighting spirit had been liquefied and was about to condense into gungchi. At this time, Dole in the sky was also stunned. This guy was actually at level 4. His fighting spirit defense alone was enough to make him suffer. He couldn't break it at all. Level 3 witchcraft would take dozens of hits to break it. At this time, in the wilderness, the others had already fled without a trace. There was no trace of them at all. The speed of the reckless man was very fast. Dole had almost improved his flying skills to the limit, but he could only barely keep up. He couldn't hit the opponent's fighting spirit armor, so he simply gave up chasing him. Flying skills also consumed a lot of magic power. He stopped and looked at the reckless man who was going away, thinking about something. The other party sent a level 4 master, which was difficult to deal with. He stood there, looking around calmly. The enemy ran away, and the wilderness became quiet, without any hostility. Not long after, a voice sounded in his ear, "Come down, I have caught all these people, and the leader is not dead, I caught him for you. This guy is worth a lot of money, there is some money to be made." Dole nodded slightly, and then slowly landed. He did not chase, naturally waiting for the greedy ball to bring them all. He quickly landed on the ground, and on the ground, an air barrier opened. He went in, and saw 7 people lying on the ground in a mess. None of these people were injured, but they were unconscious at this time, and their bodies were smooth and shiny. Obviously they had been searched by the boss ball first. He took a look, found the rough man, and walked over directly. He came to him, squatted down, pinched the other's cheek with both hands, turned his wrist, took out a bottle of black potion, and poured it directly into his mouth. The rough man gulped down the potion, and soon, he slept even more soundly. Dole took out another bottle of black potion and poured it into the man's mouth again. The man didn't move, as soft as a puddle of mud, and let Dole do what he wanted. Dole put him down, and soon, the man's eyes slowly opened, and drool flowed from the corners of his mouth, like a fool. Dole saw this and slowly asked, "I am Dole, who asked you to intercept me?" The man's eyes turned around in confusion, and his mouth with drool slowly opened and closed. There are two forces, One is the strange fire sparrow. They offer 300,000 gold coins, and the other is a small pharmacist organization called Black Beach, offering 250,000 gold coins. Dole smacked his lips. Black Beach? What kind of stuff is this? Why hasn't he heard of it in the pharmacist industry? What organization is Black Beach? Black Beach is a sub-organization of the Killer Guild. They provide poisons to all parties, but never participate in poisoning operations. Dole immediately understood. It turned out that they were a group of people selling poisons. But why did they tie him up? Do they think they could control a level 5 pharmacist? Who contacted you about the strange fire sparrow? Dole asked again. I don't know. It was a masked man, but I guess it was from the Tracy family. He has a strong blood of hemolytic lizards. Do you have a gifted bloodline? Yes, I have a canine talent. This time it was Dole's turn to be surprised. This guy was also a gifted person. Otherwise, he would not be able to ask for the breath of other people's blood. At this time, the man's mouth drooled more and more, and his eyes moved faster and faster. He was dying. Dole gave him a powerful hallucinogenic drug and a real drug. At this time, his brain must have been turned into a mess by the two drugs, and he was not far from death. Just when he thought of this, the rough man rolled his eyes, and a trace of blood flowed out. A warrior of the 4th level of fighting spirit armor became an idiot, and his brain was completely exploded. Dole stood up and thought for a moment. The Strange Fire Sparrow is the largest underground organization in Was City, and the Assassin Guild spans many continents. It is probably easier for them to deal with him. The matter of the magic tower is urgent. Seeing Dole stand up, Ball restored his huge body, then opened his bloody mouth, bit the rough man's body in his mouth, and then bit it a few times and swallowed it. Dole looked back at Ball and thought to himself, this is the best way to destroy the body. There is no need to torture others. Dole walked out of the air wall and continued to fly towards Was City. The New Year atmosphere in Was City is very strong. The streets and alleys are full of people, and various decorations are hung outside the doors, which looks very festive. Most stores have been closed for a long time. When I went home for the New Year, many stores were still open, and some even hung discount signs. Chapter 241. Dole has two things to do when he goes to the city this time. The first is to make some decent clothes, and the other is to go around the Glory Wizard Alliance to see if there are any other gains, such as some high-level spell models. The last step is that he needs to go to the auction house and post the task of collecting various special materials. He needs a lot of poisons. In addition, he also needs a high-level alchemy notebook. To build a magic tower, very advanced alchemy technology is required, otherwise it can only be outsourced to others. Dole doesn't want to delegate this matter to others, and everything in it must be handled by himself. Although this may take a long time to learn, it doesn't matter. He doesn't need to go to the Alchemy Guild, because the auction house will hold an annual grand auction in the next few days, and there will be many precious things to sell, including various notes. This is not what he planned, but a temporary idea. The people of the Strange Fire Sparrow have the special blood of the Tracy family. This may be true. After all, it is impossible for every family to rise peacefully. I don't know what they are doing secretly, but it may also be a trap to deliberately let him fight with the Tracy family. No matter which one it is, he has to do it, so some high-grade and powerful poisons must be obtained. These are all for self-defense. Soon, he landed not far from the city gate and walked in leisurely. At the gate at this time, some people quickly went around. Dole looked back at those people. His face was neither sad nor happy, and he continued to walk. When he arrived at the city gate, he waved his hand and called a carriage to go to the Watts Hotel. There were many people on the street. Laughter and joy were everywhere, and waves of sound came from all directions. The carriage moved forward slowly, and Dole looked around through the window, feeling that he had really come to the human world. Huazi City was very big, and it was half an hour later when he arrived at Huazi Hotel. After paying the fare and leaving the carriage, he slowly walked into the hotel. As soon as he entered the hall, someone came up to him and said with a little surprise, "Wizard Dole, welcome to your presence. Are you staying here?" Dole didn't know this person, but when he came last time, he caused a lot of noise, and it was hard not to be remembered. He nodded and said, "It's the new year. I stay here for a few days, and also find Ramlos." The steward showed a difficult expression on his face. He remembered what happened last time, and the hotel lost a lot of money. At this moment, Dole flipped his wrist, took out a dozen gold coins, and said, "Last time you left without saying goodbye, I will compensate for the things you destroyed." The manager saw the gold coins, took them, and immediately laughed, saying, "Please, I will arrange it for you right away, Ramos, right? I will call him over right away." He turned around, his face suddenly darkened, and he secretly complained in his heart. The Huazi City Hotel is the most high-end hotel in Huazi City. It covers a very wide range of areas, and has a very powerful intelligence system. Naturally, they know Dole's current situation. He is now living here openly, and obviously his purpose is not pure. If this guy gets angry, he will be a killer. This is an ancestor. Thinking of what happened last time, he had to sigh and then prepare to report. Dole's room is on the second floor of the top floor. It looks plain, but the things in it are very expensive. The wood and decorations all look very exquisite. After waiting for a while, Ramla's figure appeared from his perception. "Brother Dole, long time no see." Ramlas has the temperament of a butler and gentleman. Wherever he stands, he gives people a sense of honor to serve the people. Dole nodded and said, "Excuse me, 3 sets of formal wear and 3 sets of casual wear, with the highest standards." Ramlas nodded, put the toolbox aside, took out a ruler, pen and notebook, and took out a small stool for Dole to stand on, and started measuring. "Brother Dole, you don't go out often, right? Why do you need a formal wear?" Ramlas asked casually while measuring the size. His body shape is much different from before, and he estimated that this dress will be outdated in a short time. The highest standard dress is not cheap, it is made of fine silk, and is very valuable. Dole smiled and said, "I need to wear it during meetings. I usually prefer magic robes." Ramlas was startled. He had forgotten that this casual-looking guy was a magician. He moved cautiously. Dole looked at Ramlas and asked, "A tailor like you must have served many adults. Do they have any particulars about ordinary clothes?" Ramlas smiled and said, "Of course they do. For example, the city lord's clothes are all inlaid with gold edges, and there are also 4-clawed lizard patterns. That is the family emblem. There are many such. In addition, some people need special fabrics. These need to be obtained from other places. It is very expensive. We usually cooperate with alchemists." Dole was a little surprised that getting clothes was so complicated. He looked at Ramlas. He was indeed just an ordinary person, with some traces of breathing techniques at most. He nodded and stopped talking. After the measurement was completed quickly, Ramlas took out a thick book and asked Dole to choose some styles of clothes, all of which were the most popular styles at the moment. Dole chose a few. He was 17 years old this year, and his height had been increasing. These dresses would be shorter in a year at most. But he could not wear them. After all, after becoming the master of the hall, there were constant meetings. It was not good to not have a decent set of clothes. Ramlas quickly left, and Dole also quickly left the hotel, and went to the Adventurers Guild. At the same time, the Glory Wizard Alliance, the Pharmacist Guild, and several other forces also knew that Dole had come to the city. There were only 2 level 5 pharmacists in Huazi City. Dole walked out of Arangel College today. This was an opportunity for many people. Since this guy was promoted to level 5, no one had seen him hanging around outside. In the Adventurers Guild, Dole disguised himself, still using a disguise potion. This kind of thing can confuse ordinary people a little, but it can't confuse masters, but it can block other people's sight, and make them unable to guess who he is. In the hall, Dole came to the window for issuing tasks. There are usually 3 people at the window for issuing tasks, 1 to record, 1 to identify the level of the task, and the last one to decide whether to accept the task. They usually won't accept tasks that are not in the interests of the Adventurers Guild. Sitting at the window, Dole glanced at everyone and said gently, "Please take a paper and pen." The person who was recording was talking to someone else. At this time, he turned his head and Dole took a look. It turned out to be a pretty beauty with a melon seed face, big eyes, and very white skin. She looked fresh and pleasant. He couldn't help but take another look. The 2 people next to the beauty also stopped talking and looked at Dole. Chapter 242. The pretty girl saw Dole looking at her, and a professional smile appeared on her face. She had seen this look countless times. "Please wait." She took the paper and pen and handed them to Dole. She found that he was no longer looking at her, but turned his attention to the paper and pen. She showed a clean and sweet smile and said softly, "Actually, you can dictate, and we will help you record it." Dole smiled faintly, and then his mental power moved, directly pulling the paper and pen on the table, and quickly wrote on it. He did not use his hands. It was too troublesome to use his hands. The beauty was stunned, and when she saw this, she was slightly shocked. This was a wizard at least level 3, and only level 3 wizards had such mental power and mental control. Her expression became serious. The other two also became serious at this time. I don't recognize his face, but it's easy to see the traces of disguise. Who is he? At this moment, Dole put the pen in the air on the paper and smiled faintly. I am Dole, I'm done. He handed the paper over. The woman was stunned when she heard the name, and was slightly shocked in her heart, the newly promoted 5th-level pharmacist. She lowered her head and looked at the paper. The pretty beauty was suddenly shocked. It was all materials for various poisons, and required poison formulas, and the levels were very high. He even offered 50,000 gold coins to buy a 6th-level poison formula. This was too generous. Because it was New Year's Day today, there were few people in the hall. It was empty. There were only some adventurers who looked down and out, so they didn't pay attention to this side. The woman saw the note, and her hands trembled slightly. At this time, the middle-aged man next to him saw his actions, and was a little confused. As a descendant of the nobility, there was no need to be so rude. He patted the woman's shoulder, and took the note from him. After just one glance, his pupil shrank. He looked at Dole with a serious expression. Who did you say you were? Dole, the master of the airing potion hall. The middle-aged man stood up suddenly, but he found that something was wrong with him, so he sat down slowly and awkwardly, touched his hair, and said, Excuse me, what you want is really amazing. According to the rules of the Pharmacist Guild, poisons above level 6 should not be listed in the auction house, but given your identity, we will list the task, but it will take some time. Dole frowned and said, The rules of the Pharmacist Guild? I am the honorary elder of the Pharmacist Guild. Do I need to ask anyone for instructions? At this time, the conversation between the three people had already alarmed others. Dole was a little impatient. No matter who I ask, I need to pose the task. The woman looked at Dole, and couldn't help but feel a little scared. The man in front of her was a killer. Are all level 5 pharmacists so scary? Although a little scary, he still looked handsome, especially the confidence on his face. She thought about it, calmed down, and said, There have been regulations before, and pharmacists have also made preparations. It is not the top of the empire. Various toxic materials above level 6 need permission from the elders of the Pharmacist Guild. You are an elder, and we know this, so we will post it for you for the time being, but we will inform the relevant personnel. Dole glanced at the woman, then at the middle-aged man, and smiled slightly. It doesn't matter, I just need to know the answer. I've been staying at the Waltz Hotel these days. This is my room number. You can notify me if there is anything. He used his mental power to pick up the pen, and wrote a line of numbers on a blank piece of paper. After finishing all this, he bowed slightly, and left the counter. There was no end to the arguments with these people, so it was better to do something else, such as completing other people's tasks. The noise here was a bit loud, and it was hard not to notice him in the empty hall. Seeing Dole moving, those people stared at him with their eyes, some with vigilance, some with infatuation, and some with respect. Dole changed a window to receive tasks. The person in charge was a slightly younger man, with a faint spiritual fluctuation on his body, and he was also a wizard. It's a pleasure to serve you, Dole Wizard. The young man made an opening statement confidently. Dole did not exchange polite words with him, but took out a note from his arms, and then conjured a pile of bottles and jars in his hands, and placed them on the windowsill. He looked at the young man with a sharp gaze and said, I have completed the above tasks, please approve. The man was a little shocked when he saw the bottles and jars that appeared in Chu Rant's possession. At this time, the others were also a little shocked. This guy actually had space equipment. Looking at the bottles and jars, some people subconsciously stepped back a few steps. The young man was a little shocked. He calmed down, looked at the note, and then looked at the bottles and jars. His hands trembled a little. All of them were level 5 poisons. If they were released, I don't know how many people would be poisoned to death. These were all the tasks of those damn adventurers. The sweat on his forehead flowed down instantly. He smiled awkwardly and said, I want to ask an expert in poison to come and check it out. Please wait. Dole nodded and sat there, and began to wait boredly. He thought things would be over soon, but after waiting for a long time, no one came. Just when he was getting impatient, a group of adventurers came into the hall. The aura of these adventurers was very strong. Each of them had at least the strength of level 2, and some were even level 3. As soon as they came in, they attracted everyone's attention. The level 3 expert went straight to the front desk and asked directly in a muffled voice, Do we have the dragon snake venom we need? Yes, that gentleman has it, but our appraiser is on his way, and we are not sure whether it is what you want. The receptionist explained carefully. All the adventurers looked at Dole in unison. Dole was touched by their gazes, turned his head, and narrowed his eyes slightly. The man made a gesture, asked his men to stay where they were, and walked over slowly. "This guy, do you have dragon snake venom?" When Dole got closer, he found that the man was a head taller than him, very burly, and one arm was almost as thick as his calf. It was a bit exaggerated. He nodded and said, "Yes, waiting for identification?" The man nodded and said, "If you have any extra ones, I can also identify them." Dole was a little surprised, but when he thought that these guys traveled all over the country and needed these things, he must know them. So he picked out a red bottle from the bottles and jars on the table, took it in his hand, and threw it directly. Seeing this, everyone's face changed drastically. The soldier was also quite surprised and hurriedly caught it. If it fell to the ground, the consequences would be disastrous. He looked at the other person in surprise, with disbelief in his eyes. This was too casual. Who was this person? Is there such a powerful pharmacist in Waz City? He took the bottle in his hand, looked at it carefully, and then opened the bottle cap in the shocked eyes of everyone. Chapter 243. An extremely strong smell came out from inside. He only smelled a little bit, and quickly put the cap back on. Yes, it's the 5th level dragon snake venom. His feet were a little shaky, and the fighting spirit in his body kept surging, and soon suppressed the toxicity he inhaled. Hand over the task. The man began to relax. Dole looked at the other party, and suddenly had an idea, so he smiled and said, "The dragon snake venom is very toxic, but it also has a big disadvantage, that is, it must be in contact to poison the opponent, and it is effective against dragon-attributed monsters. You should be dealing with dragon-attributed monsters. I have another good thing here, you should use it, but the price may not be too cheap." He got the red dragon blood and some other things from the dragon, so he naturally refined some targeted things and prepared to exchange them all for money. Although his net worth has exceeded 300,000 gold coins now, who would complain about having too much money? The man was stunned when he heard this, so he said, "If you have anything else, take it out. We really want to capture a level 4 dragon, and using poison is also part of the strategy." As soon as he said this, all the adventurers, mercenaries, and even staff around were a little surprised. These people are really brave to capture a level 4 dragon. Everyone knows that a magic beast with dragon attributes is more than 3 or 4 times more powerful than an ordinary magic beast, and it is not so easy to deal with. Dole didn't care about this. He turned his wrist and took out 2 more bottles, one red and one green. One bottle is 10,000 gold coins. He threw it casually. The man did not dare to neglect it, and hurriedly took it in his hand. The 2 bottles of potion were not in a fixed liquid state, nor were they solid. They were active inside, with layers of bubbles rolling in the bottles, which looked very domineering and weird. There were even sealed magic patterns on the outside of the bottles, which were not ordinary items at first glance. The man looked at it carefully and confirmed that it was a poison stronger than dragon and snake venom, so he solemnly said, "Okay, deal." He took out 30,000 gold coins, and sold 3 bottles of potion at a time. Dole was in a good mood immediately. At this moment, a middle-aged figure wearing a magic robe of a potion master walked in from outside, came to the hall, and ran directly to the window. He saw Dole at the window at a glance. Dole disguised himself, and he did not realize that it was the other party, but Dole recognized him at once. Wolf of the Pharmacist Guild. Why is this guy here instead of going home for the new year? Is he short of the appraisal fee? Wolf had a solemn and heavy face, and he didn't know what was on his mind. He came to the counter and asked directly, "What do you want to appraise? My time is precious." The counter pointed in the direction of Dole, and Wolf nodded and walked over. When he saw Dole, he clearly saw the disguised potion on his face. He was stunned. At this time, Dole smiled and said, "Lord Wolf, long time no see." Wolf blinked. "So you are here to appraise your things. What good things have you made?" The other party changed his face, obviously not wanting others to know his face, so he tactfully did not give his name, but he didn't know that Dole had already revealed his identity. Dole said, "It's just some poisons and some tasks. I'm poor recently." Wolf walked with his mouth twitching. "If you are poor, there is no rich person in the whole city of Wazi. I am your customer now." As a 3rd-level wizard, Dole's 5th-level mental potion is selling well in the Rose Chamber of Commerce, and he is naturally one of the beneficiaries. Dole smiled and said, "If you want, bring your own materials, I can help you make it. Of course, charging a fee is a must." Although Wolf is a member of the Wazi family, his character is trustworthy. Wolf blinked, and his expression became serious. He directly transmitted the message, "Okay, I heard that you are going to open a 4th-level pharmacist course, and I will also sign up." Dole nodded and also transmitted the message. It's after the new year. There are already 12 people who have signed up for the 4th level course. What about the cost? 1,000 gold coins per semester. It's already very cheap. Dole was a little helpless. This price was set by the college, which was simply a free gift. Wolf's eyes lit up, and he said, "Count me in." I never thought that I would go to Arangel College one day. When they came to the counter, the woman and the middle-aged man looked solemn. Wolf pretended to look at them, and gave all the potions an excellent evaluation. The pretty woman and the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief, and then happily traded gold coins with Dole. A full 120,000 gold coins, a total of 3 gold cards, 2 for 50,000 and 1 for 20,000. Seeing this, Wolf's eyes almost turned red. This is simply robbing money. Dole used the money to issue tasks and requirements. Redwood over 100 years old, Ironwood over 100 years old, Darkwood over 100 years old, etc., and the ones from 1,000 years ago are better. Wolf has been around Dole all the time. After seeing these things, his heart sank. Dole Wizard is preparing to build his own magic tower. Good guy, if he has his own magic tower, who in the whole city of Huazi will dare to pay attention to him, except the 3 major families. Huazi City is a county city. The annual income of the 3 major families can only support 3 magic towers. So far, only they have built magic towers within the family. Other medium-sized families can't afford any. Dole has been troubled. If this magic tower is built, even if it is 3-story, except for the 3 major families, all other forces, even the Assassin Guild, will definitely stop. So his goal is this magnanimity is not comparable to ordinary people. He looked at this young man, who was dozens of years younger than him, and sighed in his heart. No young man in Huazi City can compare with him. Even the family's first genius Xia may be very powerful in combat ability, but there is no way to compare in temperament. He is a person who can own a magic tower independently. After Dole issued the last task, which was to purchase high-level alchemy secrets, he relaxed. This mission was successfully completed. The next step was to wait at the What's Hotel. He turned around and found that Wolf had not left yet, so he said, "Elder Wolf, is there anything else?" Wolf nodded and said, "I would like to invite you to my home. Don't worry, I have already moved out. I am not in the What's family, but in the 3rd wizard tower of the Gory Wizard Alliance." Dole shook his head and said, "Next time, I will stay at the What's Hotel. I have other things to do. You know, it is not easy for me to come out." Wolf sighed, nodded, and said, "Then see you after the new year. I look forward to the moment when I see the students in the same class." He smiled slightly. The 4th level course, but to catch all the 3rd level pharmacists in what city, there will definitely be no one to attend the class. He is looking forward to this. Seeing those old friends and old opponents led by a young boy, that feeling is absolutely funny. Chapter 244. What's Hotel? Standing at the window, Dole looked down at the bustling city, feeling neither sad nor happy. On the street, everyone was laughing and talking. They were shopping with their relatives and friends, or with their families. He thought of himself. Once upon a time, he had envied such a life, but now, he has gone further and further on this road. So far, except for the wizard lamb and a few students, there is no one to talk to. At the beginning, there was Guduz, but later, Guduz rarely came. Morris, Sano, Ramen and others came frequently. But they had something to ask of him, so they were not real friends. Alas, after living for more than 10 years, he didn't even have a real friend. Dole couldn't help feeling a little sad. But he was still young, only 17 years old now, so he was not in a hurry. He would always find like-minded people. He sighed, left the window, sat by the window, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. At this moment, he opened his eyes and looked at the door. His spiritual power passed through the door, and saw a very gentlemanly middle-aged man with 2 followers coming up the corridor, and their destination was exactly where he was. There were only 3 rooms on this floor, and his was the best one, and it was at the west end. If this person came here, he must be looking for him. Not long after, the door was knocked lightly, making a light knocking sound. At the same time, he saw that some people in the What's Hotel also noticed this side. Obviously, they were scared by his actions last time. Dole's spiritual power surged and pulled the bolt. "Come in." The door opened, and the middle-aged man was slightly startled when he saw Dole sitting by the window. Then, his good education allowed him to walk in slowly. He stood in the hall with a professional smile on his face and said, "Hello, Wizard Dole. I am the External Affairs Manager of the Trisai family Trey. I came here today to formally invite you on behalf of the Trisai family. The Trisai family? Dole's heart trembled. It's not good to be secretive. This is going to be open. He looked at the manager, who was sitting by the window without moving, his mouth slightly opening and closing. The Trisai family? Why invite me? I'm just an ordinary pharmacist. The manager saw Dole's expression and was slightly startled. This guy seemed to have a prejudice against nobles. He thought for a while and said, "We would like to invite you to join our Trisai family and become our guest official, with 200,000 gold coins per year." Dole raised his eyebrows, which was quite generous. A normal small noble could not earn so much in a year. He also kept his expression unchanged and said, "If I join, what do I need to do?" The steward smiled. "Of course, I will go all out to make potions for the family." Dole looked at the steward with a slight mocking look on his face. "Then do you know how much money I make a year?" The steward did not say this, but smiled lightly. "You can gain the friendship of the Tracy family. In this area, you will be safe under our protection." His last word was very heavy. Dole narrowed his eyes and said, "Am I not safe?" The foreign affairs steward looked at Dole with a condescending look. "As far as I know, you have been targeted by the strange fire sparrow, and by others. In Arangel College, with that person, you are indeed safe, but I am afraid that your safety after you come out is still unknown." The steward was a little nervous when he said this. They were clearly ambushing on the way, but nothing happened to this guy now. Obviously, this guy has other means. But no matter how they came, the purpose of deterrence was achieved. If the 4th level didn't work, they could send out the 5th level in the future. The value of a 5th level pharmacist is much higher than training a 5th level warrior. At this time, he saw a trace of solemnity on Dole's face, as if he had confirmed something. He suddenly felt a sudden shock. Dole stood up from the bed, and the magic power on his body surged unnaturally. The air around him twisted, and black air spread. Behind the steward, 2 people rose up at the same time, resisting Dole's momentum, and pulling the steward behind. Dole looked down at the steward, his eyes narrowed, threatening, "Me? What's your name, Trey, right? Where do your family live? How dare you?" Behind him, the warrior shouted, and the fighting spirit on his body was released instantly, and he pressed down on Dole fiercely with all his momentum. His strength was very strong, at the 4th level, forming a substantial fighting spirit armor. The fighting spirit, plus the momentum formed by his will, pressed towards Dole like an illusory tiger. At this time, he saw that Dole had a small black bottle in his hand, and his face changed immediately. The man withdrew his momentum, grabbed the steward with his hand, and retreated rapidly, almost to the door. Dole looked at the steward, and said indifferently at this time, "Get out of here, otherwise I don't mind going to your house. I believe that as long as I spread the word, there are people who will provide information." The steward touched the sweat on his head. He hadn't encountered such a tough guy for a long time. The pharmacist who was good at poison was really difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, he adjusted his mentality, restored his previous posture, bowed slightly in a gentlemanly manner, and said, "In this case, then I'm sorry." The 3 of them turned around and left. In the corridor, seeing the 3 people leave, the others in the dark breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a message was passed outside. The Tracy family returned home in defeat at the Watts Hotel, becoming gossip at the dinner table of some people. In Dole's consciousness, the nobles controlled almost the entire world and infiltrated all aspects, including the military, politics, business, and scholars. However, in the wizard world, although the nobles had a lot of power by virtue of their resource advantages, this was a world that relied on talent, hard work, and talent after all. Among the high-level wizards, civilian wizards actually accounted for the majority, and the top wizards even started from scratch and finally established a huge family. Whether it is the Watts family, the Tracy family, or the Cecil family, they have all invested heavily in wizards, but from the current situation, each family has at most a 4th level wizard. In fact, Dole is still a little cautious about this. He knows the destructive power of a 4th level wizard. Facing a real 4th level wizard, his attainments in pharmacy are actually useless. In the end, it is up to the strength of witchcraft and alchemical equipment to speak. Being threatened by someone, or an entire family, Dole thought that he should change to the more powerful Son of Storm meditation. The Son of Storm is not only multi-element, but also not afraid of any form of targeting. If he wants to change the meditation method, all he has to do now is to observe a real storm. Bar is not without hope. It is the best that he can summon a pure elemental creature. It is simply a joke to expect him to summon a storm elemental spirit. Thinking of this, he got up, left the Watts Hotel, and went to the Glory Wizard Alliance. He wanted to borrow a book. Chapter 245. Coming out of the Waltz Hotel, he quickly blended into the crowd. When he arrived at the North District, it was already deserted and very quiet. Few people would come to the area where the Wizard Tower was located. Arriving at the door of Magic Tower number 1, he quickly stepped into it, and went straight up to the 5th floor, and came to the library. The Glory Alliance Mage Tower, an external magic tower, has a total of 17 floors, of which the 5th to 11th floors are all libraries. And the other towers outside this tower are the same, each of which is a separate school. There are a total of 6 wizard towers, 5 schools, elements, spirits, prophecies, magic circles, and curses, covering all factions of the Waltz Glory Wizard Alliance. Among them, the number of elemental wizards is the largest, and the number of prophecy wizards is the smallest. Compared with the Arangel Academy, which is a simple training institution, the Imperial Wizard Tower is more like a mature witchcraft organization, from the lowest level just entering the extraordinary to the highest level 5. Dole didn't know many people, and he wasn't familiar with the various factions. So far, among other types of witchcraft, he only knew a dangerous prophecy spell. In fact, there are many practical witchcrafts in witchcraft. Whether it's blessing or curse, there are many good things. But the Honor Wizard Alliance controls these things very strictly. He wanted to buy and learn them one by one, but the difficulty and costs were not low, so he just gave up. He quickly came to the 5th floor and entered the library. He looked around and found that he had basically read all the books here, so he went up to the 6th floor and then the 7th floor. The books on the 7th floor are slightly richer than those in Arangel Academy, with a lot of other basic knowledge. Dole mainly wants to read the introduction to other types of witchcraft. After all, some precautions are still needed. Among all witchcraft, prophecy witchcraft and curse witchcraft are the most troublesome, so what should be known should be known. However, he has to read the introduction to the Son of Storm first, preferably a book with mental imprints, which can intuitively see things with mental power. Although the Son of Fire element is powerful, with the blood of the Red Dragon, his talent in flames has surpassed that of ordinary geniuses, but after all, it is a pure system and is easily restrained. Now he has not met someone who restrains him, but it does not mean that there will be no one in the future, so it is imperative to change the meditation method. Now most wizards know that they are practicing pure fire elements, so it is not a problem. After a round on the 7th floor, there are introductions to water elements and fire elements, but no introduction to the Son of Storm element, so he is ready to go to the 8th floor. He was about to go to the 8th floor when a person came in at the staircase. Seeing Dole coming, he stretched out his hand and said hello. Seeing this person, Dole was a little confused. He didn't know him. He was a little fat, but in good spirits, with black hair. After seeing Dole, he nodded slightly and said, "Hello Dole, I'm Hoswell." Dole's heart suddenly trembled. Who is this guy? He is the tower master of a wizard tower. He was going to trick Morris at first, but Morris didn't fall for it. Why is he looking for me now? He said calmly. It turns out to be the tower master of Hoswell. Meet the tower master. To be able to become the tower master, his strength is naturally extremely strong. His strength is already at the high end of level 4. Hoswell's expression was indifferent. As he walked, he looked at Dole and said slowly, "After all, what Arangel Academy can give you is limited. Are you interested in working in our Glory Wizard Alliance?" Dole thought to himself, "Here it comes." He smiled and declined politely. "Tower Master Hoswell, this matter is not up to me to decide, but depends on Dean Arangel. If he is willing to let me go, I would be happy to join the Glory Wizard Alliance. The environment here is excellent, and all kinds of books are complete, which is more suitable for my development." He first mentioned the ball to Arangel, and then praised it so that Hoswell could not get angry. Arangel was a level 5 wizard. How could he give him a small level 3 wizard face? Hoswell was slightly satisfied when he heard this. Compared with Arangel Academy, the Glory Wizard Alliance was the real regular army, the treasure of the Empire, and the other party was very tactful. He thought for a moment and said, "The identity of the wizard Arangel is just an ordinary civilian wizard. He founded the Arangel Academy, and received a lot of help from the Honor Wizard Alliance. If you want to come, he will not refuse openly, but he will not oppose it either." He kicked the ball back. Dole's heart sank. He was indeed an old fox with superb art of dialogue. If he was not careful, he might step into his trap. Thinking of this, he said directly, "Then I will go back and ask Mr. Arangel." Hoswell nodded and said, "It's best if you can do this. Arangel Academy has trained many reserve wizards for us. If you go and ask, he should let you go." Dole thought, "I just don't say anything, isn't it?" Thinking of this, he said, "Since I have the honor to meet Lord Hoswell, I would like to ask you a question. Do you know if there are any records of the Son of Storm in the Glory Wizard Tower? Hoswell smiled and said, Our Glory Wizard Alliance has the most complete records of supernatural life in the entire Western Ring continent. There are relevant records of storm elements, which are terrible lives beyond the imagination of ordinary creatures, but not on this floor, but on the 11th floor. Dole's heart sank. The 11th floor is the top floor of the collection. He does not have the relevant authority, but as long as he has the news, he can slowly plan it. When Hoswell saw this, he smiled faintly and said, Why, are you interested in this elemental creature? Dole nodded and was about to speak, but Hoswell said, If you can help me refine a medicine, I can offer you the record of this thing with both hands. Dole should feel honored to be said so by a 4th-level wizard, but at this moment, there was no one around, and he came to him alone, which undoubtedly showed that his thing could not be seen in public. What is he going to refine? He thought for a moment and said, Please tell me, if it is a special item, and the formula is too demanding, then please forgive me for being unable to help. Hoswell nodded and said, It is a very good little medicine. The refining process is very complicated. I originally wanted to ask Lorenzo Wizard in the Northwest Province to help, but I have always been away from him. Of course, we are exchanging equals. You got the formula, so I will not provide the materials. He smiled faintly and said, I want you to complete this medicine within a month. It's not too much. He released a faint mental pressure and slowly pressed towards Dole. Is this your purpose? Feeling that the other party's mental power was more than 10 times his own, Dole felt a huge pressure and gave in. He was silent for a while and said, I want to see the formula and then determine whether to trade. If the things are too difficult to collect. Hoswell interrupted him coldly, You either accept or refuse. Dole shrugged, then refuse. Chapter 246. Hoswell's face was so gloomy that water could drip from it. He stared at Dole intently, and his mental power directly pressed over him. His entire body was infinitely raised in Dole's world, and he instantly turned into a giant of more than 10 meters. The giant looked down at him, as if he could step on it to death with just 1 foot. When Dole saw this, sweat instantly flowed down his forehead. What was going on? What kind of skills did Hoswell practice that could have such an effect on mental power? It was almost between life and death. Dole gritted his teeth and withstood the opponent's pressure, and just refused to let go. At this time, the giant that Hoswell turned into looked at Dole at his feet expressionlessly, and then stretched out his huge palm and grabbed him. Dole saw the palm falling and tried desperately to fight, but found that he couldn't move no matter how hard he tried, and trembled all over. He knew that this was a mental attack, but he was more than a large level. How could he be the opponent of the opponent? Watching the giant hand fall and cover his head. Is he going to kill me? Dole felt an extremely strong anger in his heart. You are a level 4 tower master. Why do you want to kill me? I will become a level 7 or even level 8 big man in the future, a big man like Ball. How could I die in your hands? This is simply the most ridiculous thing in the world. He was angry. He was extremely angry. Layers of light and fire began to rise on the body of the fire element. With a fanatical dragon flame, it quickly rushed out from the 7 orifices of the body, forming a powerful flame robe. The flame rose up and even turned into a strange blood red. As soon as the blood red appeared, it almost immediately withstood the mental pressure. Dragon flame? Hoswell was shocked when he saw this. He had drunk dragon blood? Or eaten dragon meat? Dragon flame is one of the most domineering flames in the world, even if the opponent is only a small level 3. Can't let the opponent use it. Thinking of this, he slapped down with one hand and fiercely covered Dole's head. At this moment, the flame burned rapidly and suddenly turned into a sky-high fire. The blood-red dragon flame plus Dole's own fire element rose rapidly, burning the hand, and suddenly a ball of light and fire came out. Hoswell raised his hand hurriedly. Even so, a layer of skin was burned off his hand, and the terrifying corrosive flame was still burning in his hand. He regretted it so much that he wanted to die. This secret technique of attacking other people's spirits is powerful, but the sequelae are also very obvious. That is, you can't get hurt. Once you get hurt, it will backfire on your body, and it is the secret technique that backfires directly. He glanced at Dole under his feet, and his face quickly turned pale. He instantly returned to his original appearance, still the same as when he came in just now. He looked at Dole deeply, then put his hands at his sleeves and turned to leave. At this time, Dole, with flames rising from his body, stared at the other party, as if he wanted to eat him alive. They made enemies. Dole took back his hands outside, closed his eyes, slowly restrained his anger, looked at Hoswell's back, and was full of murderous intent. This man is dead. The other party should not dare to kill him, and the witchcraft should be used just to make him surrender, but he underestimated his trump card. The power of the fire dragon bloodline hidden in his body saved his life, and the other party's life. If he continued to attack, Bar would intervene. It would not be Dole who would die, but the other party. This was the most angry moment for Dole. How dare he? At this moment, Hoswell's figure slowly retreated from the corner, his figure staggering a little. In front of him, an old man walked forward step by step. His expression seemed very dissatisfied. When Dole saw this old man, the fire in his heart suddenly disappeared. Dennis. Hoswell, you are threatening the younger generation again. When will you change this problem? Last time, the Cecil family warned you that if your father was not that person, you would have died countless times. Dennis's tone was calm, as if he was just telling a story. Hoswell's face was ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, I just want someone to help me make that thing. What's wrong with that? Dennis looked at Hoswell's expression, a little speechless. Just make the medicine. Why do you need to take action? Who do you think I am? If you do this again next time, go back to the headquarters. I won't keep you here. Hoswell's face was very ugly. He didn't say a word and walked around Dennis. In the library, only Dole and Dennis were left. Dole heard a lot of things. This Hoswell seemed to have a higher level background, and it was not without reason that he came here. He forced himself to make the medicine that seemed to be very difficult, and it was not the first time he did this kind of thing. Why? He left angrily, and now he had a lot of question marks on his head. Dennis looked at Dole with a guilty expression and said, Hoswell was a little obsessed. Sometimes his mind was not clear. He thought that anyone could make potential potions. One of the raw materials of this thing has long disappeared in the long river of history. Hearing the name of the medicine, Dole was stunned. Potential potion, what? Potential potion was not a rare item in ancient times. It can increase people's potential and raise their upper limit. Originally, they could only cultivate to level 3. After taking it, they can cultivate to level 4 at most. It is a veritable magic medicine, and the level is not high, only level 5. But as time goes by, one of the things called dragon mushrooms disappears on the continent, and no one can refine this medicine. Therefore, the way to increase potential has been replaced by other methods, the most famous of which is blood replacement, drinking dragon blood, and various black magic methods. If this person is stuck at level 4 and cannot be promoted to level 5, he will indeed take such extreme measures. Thinking of this, he felt a little scared. Dennis saw Dole's expression and felt a little guilty. He said, Hoswell is a master of spiritual witchcraft. You are one level lower than him, but you still hurt him in the end. It's not easy. Let's do this. In order to compensate you for one request, I will meet one of your requests. It's not worth offending a genius like Dole. He is said to be only 17 years old this year, and he has been promoted to level 3. His future is limitless. It is certain that he will be promoted to level 4, but it is still unknown whether he will be promoted to level 5. It is better to build a good relationship in advance. Dole thought about it, put aside his complicated thoughts just now, and said, I want to see the relevant records of the storm element, preferably with spiritual imprints. Dennis breathed a sigh of relief and said, This is not difficult. Come with me. The two of them went up to the 11th floor in one breath, with heavy hearts. Dennis asked Dole to stand in the reading area, and then personally took a box and placed it on the table in front of him. On the box, there are illustrations of several of the most famous powerful elemental creatures in the West Ring continent, which should be real objects. Chapter 247. It took so many tricks and coercion to get the chance to watch. It's really unbelievable. Dole felt relieved, and his anger about being coerced just now became less. He looked at the 11th floor. There are not many bookcases here. There are only a few bookcases in the empty hall, and there are only a few books on the bookcases. That's all. Each of these books is a big book, with a black cover and a seal on it. No one can see it without permission. The books in here are probably the ultimate essence of what city. He almost blurted out, President Dennis, what price do I have to pay to come here? Dennis thought about it, and observed Dole. He has always found Dole's meditation method interesting. Seeing that he can actually repel Hoswell, he is even more curious about his meditation method. After thinking for a while, he said, Only the top leaders of the Glory Wizard Alliance came here. Your position is just the head of the Potions Hall of Arangel Academy, which has little to do with our Glory Wizard Alliance. You can only join us if you formally join us. Dole was stunned. The Alliance is so strongly opposed to the Academy. He thought for a while and said, The Academy is also training the younger generation for the Alliance. Why can't it be flexible? Dennis smiled and said, those who come out of the Academy are at most just promoted to extraordinary. There are many such wizards in our Glory Wizard Alliance. The Academy only provides a platform. The most valuable one is Arangel himself, a level 5 wizard. Do you know how long it has been since a level 5 wizard appeared in what city? It's been almost 50 years. Dennis sighed. Not only Hoswell is going crazy, I guess the others who are stuck at level 4 are also going crazy. Dole was immediately shocked. Being powerful is not scary, but being powerful and crazy is scary. You don't know what he will do, which is a headache. Wizards have a longer life than ordinary people. According to the average age of 70 in this world, a level 1 extraordinary wizard can be said to be very long-lived, living for nearly 120 years. A level 2 wizard can live for about 170 years, a level 3 wizard for 200 years, and a level 4 wizard for about 230 years. If a level 4 wizard has not been promoted to a level 5 wizard in 180 years, then this life is basically here, the lifespan is fixed, and there is no possibility of advancement. Hoswell has lived for who knows how many years, and obviously, he is anxious. Thinking of this, Dole nodded lightly, no longer bringing up the matter here, but concentrating on reading the book in his hand. He penetrated his mental power and read from the front, the text description, the record, the relevant location, etc., and finally the mental imprint. The storm element is very powerful. It is composed of storms all over. The smallest storm element is hundreds of meters high. Its biggest feature is that it can cause changes in the sky, triggering natural phenomena such as thunder and lightning, heavy rain, and strong winds. Wherever the storm element passes, it can be called a doomsday disaster. Fortunately, this thing usually only likes to be on the sea where the weather changes are more complicated, and rarely comes to land. When Dole saw the mental imprint, his heart moved slightly, and he looked over with his mental eyes. The perspective changed, and soon there was an endless ocean, surrounded by strong winds, big waves, and heavy rain. The wizard who engraved the mark was in such a situation. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the day turned into night. Thunder and lightning were running wild in the clouds, and the crackling roar resounded throughout the ocean. As the thunder and lightning fell and bombarded the sea surface, the ears were buzzed by the huge sound. Under the black clouds, a huge vortex-shaped figure that was several thousand meters long stood proudly. He had almost no complete form, but a rotating storm. What is a storm? It is a relatively large-scale land cyclone. But have you seen a terrifying cyclone covering tens of thousands of meters in radius? The storm element is this terrifying cyclone, slowly traveling between heaven and earth. This is the storm, which is also the body of the storm element. Circles of strong winds, heavy rains, thunder and lightning, tens of thousands of meters in radius are shrouded by terrifying power. This is the body of the storm element. Almost invincible, the most terrifying elemental spirit in nature. Looking at the big ship under his feet, although it is also several hundred meters long, and made of iron sheets, with steam engines on it, it is a very powerful ship, but in front of the storm, it is as weak as an ant. As long as it is caught in it, it may be torn into pieces by the fierce wind at any time and beaten into slag by lightning. Seeing this, Dole was a little shocked. Nature is really majestic and magnificent. He carefully described the storm from top to bottom, felt all the characteristics of the spiritual mark, and then slowly withdrew. When he withdrew, Dennis looked at him with a smile. Wizard Dole, why do you want to see the mark of the son of the storm? At present, except for a few legendary wizards, no one can challenge the storm element head-on, even the weakest storm element. Dole lowered his head, thought for a while, and said, the meditation method I practice is related to the storm element. I need to understand the composition of the storm element. Dennis was stunned and blurted out, aren't you practicing the fire system? Dennis blinked and said mischievously, who told you that I practice the fire system? Dennis was silent, and had a new understanding of Dole. This guy is really suspicious and bad. He nodded and said, we have 5 major meditation methods in Huazi City, and they can all be practiced to level 5. I wonder if you are interested. Dennis smiled and said, no need. Dennis immediately understood that this guy's inheritance must be above level 5. The highest meditation method in Huazi City is indeed level 5, but that does not mean that it can only be practiced to level 5. At the headquarters of the Northwest Province, there are also level 6 and level 7 exercises. The monopoly of meditation is the ultimate weapon of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Dole doesn't need their meditation method, which can only mean that this little guy from the Northern Kingdom has some unknown secrets. In addition, He has recently frequently avoided the pursuit of some mercenaries and underground forces. It is very likely that he has a very powerful trump card, which allows him to ignore all forces. Dennis thought of this and smiled faintly. That's fine. The headquarters of the Glory Wizard Alliance has only the 8th level meditation method at the highest level, and there is no more above that. Even so, it is good for many people to practice to the 5th level. At present, the main force of our human beings is mostly at the 4th or 5th level. There are very few people above the 6th level. Meditation methods above the 8th level are actually useless. He looked at Dole. In fact, I hope someone can practice to a very high level, at least to take up the responsibility of the human race. Dole was silent. Compared with other races, humans are indeed a little weaker. For example, colored dragons are born at level 3 and reach level 5 when they grow up. Those with high talents can even reach level 6 or 7. Humans, on the other hand, have gone through untold hardships and tried every possible way to cultivate, but the ceiling is always the ceiling. No matter how hard they try, it is useless. Chapter 248. Of course, there are also the strongest among the human race. After chatting with Dennis for a while, Dole left the Glory Wizard Alliance Mage Tower. Today's harvest is good, although there were some unpleasant things. After leaving the Mage Tower, the outside world is still empty. When he came to the real street, he saw a lively scene. At this time, he realized that he had spent a long time reading just now, and it was almost dusk. He thought about it. Dennis might have something to do with him, otherwise he would not have waited for him for so long. Turning back to the main street, waving his hand, a carriage came quickly from a distance. Dole got on the carriage, and quickly returned to the What Hotel. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw Ramlas's figure. He stood quietly at the edge of the hall, looking at the door, with a large box at his feet. Seeing Dole coming in, Ramlas immediately followed with the box. Wizard Dole, your clothes are ready. Dole looked at the box and smiled faintly. Sorry for bothering you. How much is it in total? Ramlas had already calculated the number and blurted out. A total of 15 gold coins. The material of the dress is a little better. You will know after you wear it. Dole nodded and took out 17 gold coins. The extra is your tip. Ramlas thanked him profusely. The purchase amount of 1 gold coin is terrifying in this world, which is equivalent to 3 months' salary of a normal person, so Ramlas was very grateful. Dole is no longer short of money, so he doesn't care about 1 or 2 gold coins. Since the clothes are in hand, there is no need for him to stay here. He puts the whole box into his storage bracelet and checks out directly at the front desk. The front desk manager breathed a sigh of relief. If this guy stayed here for 1 day, their security level would be upgraded to the top level. Otherwise, no one could take responsibility if something happened. At this moment, a man came in from outside the hotel. He stood at the door. Under the setting sun, his shadow was stretched very long, extending all the way to Dole's feet. Dole's heart moved and he looked back. It was a middle-aged man in a tuxedo. He looked at Dole with a hint of spirit in his eyes. He walked in slowly, looked at Dole, and smiled gently. I heard that there is a level 5 pharmacist in what city, who came to visit specially. Dole glanced at the other party, and was startled. His mental power was very huge, and he couldn't see through it at all. Such a person was at least as powerful as himself. He pretended to be slightly stunned. At this time, the hotel had completed the formalities. The middle-aged man in the tuxedo smiled and said, traditional wizards pursue strength and the upper limit of mental power. So, you don't need to question my purpose. It's very simple. Mental power potion. I came from Fangzhou County, where there are no level 5 pharmacists. I plan to settle in what city? I hope Wizard Dole can give me more advice. I am Bernard. Dole looked at Bernard with a slightly condensed expression. He bowed slightly and said, welcome. He thought to himself that he still underestimated the power of the level 5 pharmacist. Bernard's eyes were burning. I also signed up for Wizard Dole's level 4 pharmacist course. I hope Wizard Dole can give me more advice. Dole didn't care about this. Instead, he was thinking, how did this guy know his location? Was he following him, or was he sent by that force to entertain him? He did not hide his whereabouts. He came here directly from the Mage Tower, openly. Go to Vice Dean Williams to register. I will pass all the pharmacists above level 3. Dole gave a brief answer. There are indeed too few level 4 pharmacists. If he can train some level 4 pharmacists, then his pressure will be greatly reduced. This is his current idea. After returning, he will switch to the Storm Element Meditation method, which will take a lot of time. Moreover, after switching to the Storm Element Meditation method, there are still many witchcraft models to be deduced. With less time, he needs to train many apprentices to take on the responsibility of his own pharmacist. It is impossible to stay in the academy forever. He plans to open up a place for himself after he builds the Mage Tower. Neither the Arangel Academy nor the Glory Wizard Alliance is the best place for him to stay. There are too many restrictions here. Many thoughts turned in his mind. He ignored this Bernard and walked directly outside. Unexpectedly, Bernard followed him directly and said with a joking face, "Wizard Dole, are you going back to the academy?" Dole said briefly. Bernard smiled and said, "Then I will go too, but I won't live in the academy. I have opened a cave on the mountain. The elements on the mountain are a little more active. Living in the magic tower is a bit too expensive." Dole asked in confusion as he walked out, "If you are a third-level pharmacist, you still lack money? Even if you can't handle a 3-story magic tower, it shouldn't be a problem to buy a simple outdoor residence. There are many such things in alchemy, mainly for adventurers and mercenaries, with good defense and concealment." Bernard smiled gently. "I use this kind of thing. There are no strong creatures outside the Arangel Mountains, so it's not bad to live in it." Dole was thoughtful. His alchemy level is still too low. Recently, he has taken a fancy to a magic circle and is working on it. If the work is successful, he can move out. This magic circle is a small energy pool. It has the function of gathering surrounding energy. Although the effect of the magic tower is stronger, there are more people inside. Everyone meditates together, and the effect of a single person is not too strong. So he nodded and said, "Let's go together." People came to the door specifically, and he couldn't just drive them away. He called a carriage outside, and Bernard took the initiative to pay for it. At the same time, he fired a social idler. The man looked at him and kept apologizing. Dole realized that this guy was observing his whereabouts through others. This is also a good way. He was thoughtful. The two of them quickly arrived at the city gate, got off the car, and walked out of the city gate. Dole looked at Bernard and showed a strange smile. "See you at the academy." Having said this, he immediately flew up and flew towards the distant Arangel Mountains. Seeing Dole's actions and looking at his gradually receding figure, Bernard's face suddenly froze and then turned extremely dark. He actually mastered the art of flying. Oh damn. He didn't have this information, so he sighed, returned to the city again, called a carriage again, and rushed to the mountain depressed. In the sky, Dole manipulated the surrounding light, distorted it, and created the effect of invisibility. While flying, he thought, "There is Bernard, and of course there are others. After opening the 4th level course, it will attract many 3rd-level pharmacists who have been bottlenecked for a long time. No matter what the other party's strength is, he has to find a way to deal with it." Chapter 249. Some of these people may be level 2, some may be level 3, and some may even be level 4. I am considered to have boosted the magic level of the entire What City in disguise. No wonder Dennis would personally supervise Hoswell. Just when there was a conflict, Dennis quickly appeared. If so, if I open level 5 courses or even level 6 courses in the future, can I set up a separate pharmacist college? Thinking of this, he was moved. If I can gather a large group of pharmacists and set up a college or school of my own, I am afraid I will occupy a place in the entire Glory Wizard Alliance. Of course, the premise is that his strength is strong enough. If not, I am afraid that I will be making wedding clothes for others in the future. While thinking, he looked at the Arangel Mountains in front of him, and fell into a state of contemplation for a while. At this moment, Bar's figure suddenly jumped to his side. It shook itself up, then looked at the Arangel Mountains and said, "Are you interested in moving out?" Dole knew that Bar might have heard his conversation with Bernard, so he shook his head and said, "I have this idea, but it's not mature yet. At least we need a magic tower. I have placed an order for materials at the Adventurers Guild, and now I need high-level alchemy knowledge. It's not suitable to go out now." Bar nodded. He has always seen Dole's growth. "Okay, I go to Mingyang Mountain to check it out in the evening, and you can take your time first." Dole looked at Bar and said, "You are encouraging me to go out so much, I'm afraid you are just itching to talk." Ball laughed. "My strongest level was level 7. When I met you, I was level 0. Now I am at the peak of level 5. If I want to recover quickly, I will naturally recover fastest by eating high-level creatures. If I eat a level 5 dragon, I can be promoted to level 6. I am not afraid of the giant dragon in the mountain." Looking at Ball, and then looking at the scenery that kept going backwards, Dual-Eye's mouth twitched. The level 7 boss is so awesome that he eats dragons like eating snacks. I wish I could be so awesome someday. Okay, I speed up. Do you have any high-level alchemy knowledge? Ball narrowed his eyes slightly, then opened his mouth and spit out a book, I've been waiting for you to ask. Hori's Alchemy House. Dole saw the title of the book, and his eyes lit up immediately. This guy really has stock. He took the book in his hand, and his hand sank. This is also a big book, half a meter thick. Turning to the first page, he saw that each sheet of paper below was not thick, but very thin, which means that the content of this book is very, very rich. Dole's eyes lit up. Ball laughed and said, after eating so many people, there must be some stocks. There are also a few books on alchemy, which are more powerful than this, but they are very difficult. You should learn this first. When you reach level 5, I will find you a new one. Whether it is magic or alchemy, after reaching level 4, it will involve the principles of laws. If you can't learn it, it proves that you don't have talent in this area. He knew Dole's talent, which was inclined towards pharmacy. In addition to his own training, his mental control was extremely strong, but he didn't think Dole could have much attainments in alchemy. After all, everyone could be omnipotent. The biggest advantage of this guy is that he is serious. Of course, as long as he is determined, he can still make something. Dole's eyes were shining at this time, flying and reading. The basis of alchemy is magic pattern science and material science. Any subject is similar. Different schools use and transform basic magic patterns differently. Some schools are good at using blessing magic patterns. Some schools are good at using explosive magic patterns, and some schools are good at mysterious magic patterns. There are many different types. As soon as I opened the book, I saw various introductions to basic magic patterns. This book is quite new, no more than 100 years old. It should be the unlucky guy who was eaten by Ball within 100 years. The development of magic pattern science is not as fast as that of potion science. Every new magic pattern must be verified for a long time. Therefore, this Hori's Alchemy Magic House is quite practical. The most important thing is that this is an alchemy focused on magic towers. Dole's eyes lit up after just one look. He felt that he could complete the construction of the magic tower in just a little time. This book was too professional. If that's the case, I can live in Mingyang Mountain in the future and occupy a piece of land as my main residence. Of course, people are still necessary, otherwise it would be boring to be alone without anyone. From now on, I have to find some partners. Dole thought about it and set his sights elsewhere. The flying speed is about 3 times faster than the ground speed. It used to take more than 2 hours to get back, but now it only takes less than 50 minutes to get to the school gate and see the huge lizard gate. Landing at the gate, Dole landed easily. There was no one at the gate. It was very bleak. Entering the academy in winter was like a no man's land, with leaves all over the ground, no one cleaning, no one watching. It was like a desolate scenic spot. He quickly returned to the magic tower. Time passed slowly, and the lively New Year atmosphere lasted until January 20th. Both the teachers on the warrior side and the teachers on the magic side gradually returned to the academy, and the academy began to gradually become lively. At the same time, the hired servants and the slaves of the academy began to work and clean the academy as a whole. The magic potion hall also had some popularity. Many students returned, and the entrance of the magic potion hall became lively. The return of the students will naturally attract other people, all of whom are seeking medicine, including adventure groups, mercenaries, and various nobles. Dole has accumulated a lot of level 5 mental power potions, as well as some other strength potions, agility potions, etc., all of which are level 5. Just when he was thinking that no one was coming, there was a knock on the door. His eyes penetrated the door, and saw the scene outside. Magtan actually came in person. Who is this person next to him? He seems to be very powerful. He waved his hand, and the door opened. Magtan walked in, and saw the bottles and jars on the table at a glance. They were all finished products, and his eyes lit up immediately. Forgive me for coming uninvited. This time, I am with Hades, the future captain of the transport team. Hades is very burly. He has a sense of power wherever he stands. His strength should be very strong. He is a square-faced young man, wearing golden armor, and a very exaggerated sword hanging on his waist. He looks very powerful. Dole came over and smiled lightly. Hello, two of you. It's nothing. I have been waiting for you to bring it. The quantity this time may be a bit large. I may need money recently. Chapter 250. As the president of the Chamber of Commerce, Magtan is naturally well informed, especially for super important customers like Dole. Magtan slowly walked to the front of the table, looked at the bottles and jars on it, narrowed his eyes, smiled slightly, and said, I know, in fact, you don't have to go to the Adventurers Guild to pose tasks. This kind of large-scale business is more suitable for the Chamber of Commerce to operate. Do you want to refine a magic tower? If so, I can introduce you to 2 chambers of commerce. They specialize in this kind of thing. Of course, you don't have to be afraid of the price. I guarantee this. Dorlai's intentions have never been concealed. He smiled and said, "Thank you very much, or I don't have to operate it, and I can leave it to you to operate it. I just pay the fee." Magtan nodded. "Okay, if that's the case, then I won't pay you for these things, and then we will transport the materials here?" Dorlai nodded and said, "No need to transport it here. Transport it to what's new city. I will go there from time to time in the future." Magtan suddenly became thoughtful. Hades was shocked when he heard the conversation between the two. This young man was as terrible as Magtan said. At this stage, he was already planning the magic tower, and he was completely relying on himself. This little guy was really amazing. Those trash in the Empire were all trash, who relied on their status to eat the rich. They were useless. After the two chatted for a while, he decisively interrupted and said, "Excuse me, are you unhappy here? Why do you want an independent magic tower?" Dole turned his head and smiled faintly. "It's not as happy as having your own place to live under someone else's roof." Hades understood immediately, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. A third-level wizard is enough to own a magic tower. With the bonus of the magic tower, his strength is almost level 4, enough to deal with the attack of ordinary enemies. If this guy is determined to establish his own power, he may pull away a large part of the pharmacists. He himself is a super mentor of pharmacists. In fact, these are not the point. The point is that he is only 17 years old this year. Too scary. The third prince asked me to come here to build a good relationship. It turned out that he was not just a chess move. Maybe there will be a big surprise in the future. Magtan and Hades looked at each other, heard the meaning of each other's words, and showed a slightly shocked expression. Dole smiled and said, "I am from the Northern Kingdom. I am not naturally able to integrate well with local forces. I have been in the academy for 3 years, and so many things have happened during this period. This is a clear example. If there is a chance, I will not choose to live under someone else's roof. Perhaps, I will lead some people to the new city. The new city has already taken shape, and various forces have gone there to occupy the points. Arangel Academy is no exception. However, it was not them who went there first, but the warrior department. They accepted employment and cleared the beasts in the swamp. It was considered to be a scout there. Dean Arangel also mentioned this intentionally or unintentionally in several meetings. Magtan nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. "The main purpose of my coming here today is to see your plan. Now I understand that Hades will become the new material transporter in the future. In addition, we will open up supply to you above level 5. After more than a year of hard work, our Rose Chamber of Commerce Huazi City branch has been recognized by the top, and has increased management and investment. We have decided to officially cooperate with you. This cooperation includes all aspects, yourself and your students." Dole had never known the details of the Rose Chamber of Commerce, but he was still a little surprised that the Chamber of Commerce had never collapsed despite its low profit margin. Seeing Dole's contempt, Hades snorted coldly and said proudly, "The Rose Chamber of Commerce has its own plan, dividing each area into 3, 6, and 9 levels. Only those above the 6th level can form their own transport team. There has been no profit in Huazi City. It is only the 3rd level in the headquarters. Now it has been promoted to the 6th level, and can form its own caravan. The headquarters of our Rose Chamber of Commerce is a large caravan, focusing on the transportation of various rare materials within the Empire. Huazi City is short of resources, and has no profit, so it is just a station. If we cooperate with you, and carry out large-scale pharmaceutical cooperation, then we can afford the transportation of a caravan." Dole heard this and said, "Oh, he didn't know these." The operation of the Chamber of Commerce seemed to be far more complicated than he imagined. He thought for a while, and said, "Excuse me, who is the owner of the Rose Chamber of Commerce?" Hades immediately put away his expression and shut up. Magtan smiled faintly at this time. In fact, if Wizard Dole is interested, he can ask outside and find out that one of our main persons in charge is the current third prince. Dole took a breath of cold air. The Royal Chamber of Commerce. No wonder it has such confidence, and is not afraid of the suppression of any other chambers of commerce. No wonder a small chamber of commerce dares to withstand the pressure of other chambers of commerce and forces, and independently supply itself. It turns out that the confidence is here. The boss behind it is actually a prince? Is he going to take a fancy to me? This is not a good sign. Dole immediately wanted to back out. Seeing Dole's expression, Magtan showed an expected look. He smiled and said, Dole Wizard, don't worry. In the Imperial capital, there are many pharmacists above level 6, and most of them have their own forces. Cooperation with pharmacists is the main measure taken by major chambers of commerce. There will be no suppression or other things. The power of a pharmacist is much more terrifying than that of an alchemist, and no one will offend him easily. Dole looked at Mag-Tan, nodded, and said, we will talk about these things later. Let's finalize the current things first. I may not have much time to refine potions in the future. I will leave it to the students to do it, but I will strictly control the quality, and there will be no quality decline. Mag-Tan nodded and said, then I wish us a happy cooperation. In addition, if Dole Wizard wants to develop somewhere else, try to inform us. After all, we have cooperated for so long, and our interests have been tied together. If it were someone else, they might not be as easy to talk to as us. Dole nodded and smiled. Of course, I trust you. After talking about some things and confirming the details of the transaction, Mag-Tan and Hades left quickly. After seeing the two off, Dole sat quietly in the room and thought carefully about some things. Soon Morris, Sano, Ramen and other third-level wizard apprentices came in succession, a total of 13 people. Morris, Sano, Ramen, and Sketch were the first batch of students to enter the third-level pharmacist. Now a year has passed, and they are capable of being independent. Looking at his students, Dole showed his dignity in class. Everyone entered together. Looking at Dole, he was still a little uncomfortable, because the lecturer rarely looked for them, and he was now the hall master. He had to see the overall situation, but now it seemed that there were no outsiders among them. Chapter 251. Seeing that Dole was very serious, everyone was very tactful, and didn't say anything. Seeing that everyone was present, Dole coughed, attracted everyone's attention, and spoke in a low voice. On the 16th, the 4th level potion course will start tomorrow. He paused and said, I know that you have all signed up for the course, so I won't say much about the rest. I will take on some work that others can't do in the future, and I want to assign it to you. I wonder if any of you are willing to do it. Morris and Sano, as well as several people who were promoted to level 3 at the beginning, were immediately excited. As a level 5 pharmacist, Dole Wizard can contact many more people than them. This is a benefit for them. Almost everyone was excited and said in unison, I do. The voices were very uniform, and the volume was so loud that it was deafening. Dole touched his ears, which were a little uncomfortable, and felt a little comforted. He smiled faintly. If that's the case, then I start making arrangements. Morris, Sano, and Ramen looked at each other, feeling indescribably excited. The hall master finally got it. Although the magic potion hall is now nominally under the jurisdiction of Dole, most of them are doing their own thing. Dole is not willing to waste more time on daily affairs. Now that he is finally willing to open up his rights, these students are so happy. Especially Morris and Sano, the first few colleges to advance, have a look of sweetness after suffering. Although they are third-level pharmacists and can earn some money at ordinary times, the number of orders is not large after all. In the college, the one with the most orders is probably Dole. As long as he gives them a little bit of the work he can get, it will definitely be enough for them to live a good life. Morris said at this time, Master, we will definitely guarantee our quality. That's right. You can't let down the teacher's reputation. Sketcher said happily. Teacher, don't worry, as long as there is a quality problem, I will twist the head off for you. That's right, me too, me too. The group expressed their opinions one after another. Dole nodded and said, quality is the foundation, not something to be guaranteed, it must be done well, otherwise, if the brand goes bankrupt in the future, who will be willing to find us? Okay, now Ramen will count the contents of the medicines you can make, and I will assign you tasks now. Ramen stood up and said excitedly, okay, master. The group reported the potions they are good at one after another. The content of Dole's lectures is very broad. It is not about a complete potion, but about the extraction of many herbs, and then it is up to the students to play by themselves. What can be refined depends on the individual. For example, Morris is very good at refining mental potions, just like himself, but Sano is the opposite. He is very good at refining strength potions, agility potions, etc., while Ramen prefers other types and refines different potions according to the formulas he gets. Of course, Dole will definitely not provide them with formulas. This is the custom in the pharmacist world. Ramen quickly collected all the potions of everyone. Dole just took a look and nodded, distributing the work to ensure that everyone gets the same benefits. For the potions that these other people are not very good at, he plans to hang them in the pharmacy hall and offer a reward for refining. As a level 5 pharmacist, he has a lot of orders in his hands, and with the start of his level 4 course, Even several small counties around him have set many orders, especially those wealthy nobles, who really have too much money to spend. Especially the level 5 mental potion and level 5 strength potion, the number of orders was about to bury him. After the arrangement, everyone was driven away, leaving only Ramen. Ramen was promoted after Morris and Sano, together with Skechers, but Ramen was different from Skechers in that Ramen's language skills were okay. This time he also applied to become a lecturer. He decided to teach Ramen some of his own little tricks, so that he would not be at a loss in class. In fact, Ramen was already 26 years old this year, 9 years older than him, and the age difference between the two in academics was the opposite. Dole gave Ramen a special lesson, and Ramen was very moved, so one taught seriously, and the other listened seriously. In the sky far away from Arangel College, a black fog was suspended in the air, mixed with the dense black clouds in the surrounding sky and earth. A heavy rain is coming. The black fog and the cloud seemed to be out of tune with each other. In the slightly gloomy world, the black fog was somewhat eerie and terrifying. From a distance, it seemed as if the black fog had turned into a series of twisted and strange figures. When the black fog came to Arangel Academy, on the top floor of Arangel's mage tower, Arangel suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes penetrated the magic tower and looked into the void. He saw the black fog, and the other party seemed to be unconcealed, showing in front of Arangel. When Arangel saw the black fog, he was immediately shocked. Why did she come? His figure flashed, and he also turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared from the original place. When he appeared again, he was already in the mountains dozens of kilometers away, standing opposite the fog. His figure slowly condensed and became the appearance of Arangel, and his expression was a little solemn. At this time, the black fog was also slowly rolling. Seeing Arangel coming, it soon condensed into the appearance of an 18 or 19-year-old girl. She had thick red lipstick on her lips and strange patterns on her face, as if she was a rebellious girl who had gone against the norm. Junior brother, long time no see. A strange doctor's voice that sounded like metal friction came from his mouth. If others heard this, they would probably be a little shocked. Arangel, who looked like he was in his 70s or 80s, was actually called a junior brother by a girl. Arangel looked at the girl, his mouth twitched slightly, and at the same time he was a little alert. He slowly opened his mouth in a heavy voice. Senior Sister Wushu, I haven't seen you for decades. What are you doing this time? It was originally a relaxing and happy thing for the senior brother and sister to meet, but when the two met, although they were not on edge, they felt a little more unfamiliar. Wushu looked at Arangel, with a cruel look on his exaggerated face. The establishment of new cities such as what's new city has affected me. I hope you can delay their progress. Arangel's mouth twitched slightly, and then he showed a sarcastic look. Do you think I can affect them? Wushu snorted, and said, as far as I know, the expansion of what's new city is under the leadership of your academy. As long as you delay providing them with detoxification materials, I can leave calmly. Arangel shook his head and said, Senior sister, for the sake of our past together, today I will pretend that I have never seen you go. Wushu's eyebrows were raised, and the expression on his weird face became ferocious. Are you sure you don't want to help me? Arangel shook his head. There is no way to help you. Don't think that you can abandon your identity as a black wizard just because you established an academy? Wushu shouted sternly. Arangel sighed and said, No matter what I did in the past, I am now the dean of Arangel College. If you leave today, I can pretend that nothing happened. If you come again, you can blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 252. Wushu looked at Arangel, and the expression on his face changed in an instant, sometimes cruel, sometimes cunning, sometimes angry, and sometimes horrified. After a while, her expression calmed down, and she looked at Wushu with a pair of cold and ruthless eyes. I heard that the pharmacy hall of your academy is good, and the little guy in charge of the pharmacy hall is also a handsome boy. Can you lend him to me for 2 days? Arangel's calm face changed slightly, and said, I'm afraid that won't work. I can give you a batch of potions, but the matter of borrowing people is out of the question. Wushu saw this and immediately understood Arangel's bottom line. She said with a cruel voice, It seems that the child is very important to you now. Let me guess, are you going to use him as a cauldron? Arangel was alert and speechless at the same time. Senior sister, I am no longer a black wizard, there is no such thing as a cauldron, and the child is protected by a powerful force. I suggest you don't provoke him, so that your disgusting bugs will not be taken care of. Wushu's face darkened when he heard this. Will you help me or not? Arangel shook his head. I can't help. Wushu said hatefully, Aren't you afraid that I will do something irrational when I go back? Arangel thought of something, and a look of desolation appeared on his face. His eyes were still fixed on Wu Shu, not daring to look away for a moment. The woman formed by the black fog saw this, looked at Arangel fiercely, then turned around, turned into a black fog, and disappeared into the world. In the sky, one could vaguely see strange colors disappearing in the void. On the ridge of the mountain, a pug-like creature was leisurely watching the excitement, and when he saw the black fog disappear, his figure also disappeared. On January 18th, the 4th level pharmacist course officially started. The classroom was not big and could only accommodate 30 people. When Dole walked into the classroom, there were only 22 people sitting in the classroom, which were all the 3rd level pharmacists in What City and the surrounding areas. The classroom was in a mess. They were all exchanging feelings and experiences. When Dole stepped into the classroom, everyone looked at this young and scary lecturer. Morris, Sano, Raman, Skechers and others sitting in the first row smiled. Dole didn't hold anything in his hand. His mental power was directly connected to the magic screen. He said directly, "I won't say any more nonsense. You all know who I am. I'm not interested in who you are. Now let's start the formal lecture. The key to the 4th level potion lies in more accurate purification, and the analysis and judgment of the 4th level herbs and various biopharmacology. The accuracy and control of mental power must be improved. I won't say much about these. Next, I will use cordyceps as an explanation course to explain in detail the extraction method and purification of this 4th level main material. Cordyceps is a not very common 4th level herb. It is very difficult to purify. Some people were dissatisfied with Dole's words at first. They are respected figures everywhere. When they were about to get angry, they heard the following words and sat up straight and didn't dare to say a word. This is the real dry goods. Dole didn't want to waste more time. It took about 2 hours to introduce cordyceps carefully, and then began to explain the second type, the eyeball of the demon goat. This is also an unconventional 4th level main material, which is used to refine something called true vision potion. Both herbs are unconventional and difficult to extract. Under normal circumstances, no one would explain them to them, but Dole explained them directly, and in great detail. Everyone stared at them without blinking, taking notes quickly. Some people couldn't write by themselves, so they even used magic hands. The classroom was silent, with only Dole's sonorous and unquestionable voice. Soon, 4 hours passed. Dole used his mental power to write the last word on the magic screen, then turned around and walked away. Those people hadn't finished copying yet. When they finished copying, they found that there was no one in the classroom. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. The person behind asked the person in front, "Is this how lecturer Dole teaches?" The person in front was too lazy to pay attention to the person behind him, and only answered, "Yes, it's that direct." The people in front were all Dole's direct descendants. They finished their notes and hurried out. They were going to go back to do experiments to verify whether they could do it. How could they care about the noobs behind them, until someone behind said, "Why are you still standing there? Go back and try it. I can use these 2 things. Try them quickly." Everyone was stunned, and then walked out in unison. Soon, the classroom was empty. In the magic potion hall, Dole looked at the list sent by Hades, gave him the things he had refined in the past few days, and said, "Have you sent all the materials?" Hades nodded and said, "Yes, they are all in the designated location." Dole nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work. I will go there in the next few days." He was not going to tell others about refining the magic tower. Even if they knew that he was refining the magic tower, he would not let them know that he was refining it himself. After getting Hori's magic house, he systematically learned how to build the magic tower. With his already high mental control, he made great progress in the past few days, and was able to start building the base of the magic tower. Hades looked at Dole's immature and somewhat mature face, and said a little shyly, "Brother Dole, I want you to help me?" Dole turned his head and looked at Hades, and said with some doubt, "What can I do for you?" Hades raised his hands, rolled up his sleeves, and revealed a pair of strong arms. His arms looked no different from those of ordinary people, but there were bumps under his skin, which looked very creepy. Dole suddenly became interested. As a pharmacist, he had the responsibility of a doctor. Not long after, 2 small insects fell into Dole's hands. At this time, Hades' forehead was covered with sweat, and he looked at the 2 small insects with some resentment. Dole didn't want to ask how the little bugs came from, but seeing Hades' expression, he knew that things might not be that simple. It must have been done by a wizard, but who would use such a boring method on a warrior? These 2 little bugs don't seem to have much killing power. As a pharmacist, he needs to master a lot of things, But for a biological wizard, he obviously doesn't know enough. The scary thing about wizards to ordinary people is that they have many schools, each of which can cause great killing power to creatures, such as poisons, such as plagues. Plagues are a kind of biological witchcraft. Under normal circumstances, no matter which empire it is, they will do their best to hunt down wizards, who can create such a kind of almost natural disaster. After sending Hades away, Dole came to the door, looked at Ball, and said, "Where have you been these days? Is there anything wrong?" Chapter 253. Ball just jumped in from the window. The defense of the potion hall was like nothing to him. Ball laughed and said, "I discovered a little secret these days, and took a look. This world is much more interesting than I thought." Dole was puzzled. What secret? Who did you see having an affair with? Ball looked at him with disdain and said, "This is much more interesting than having an affair. Do you know the origin of Arangel Academy?" Dole shook his head and said, "I don't know. I only know that it was established by Arangel and his 4 disciples." Ball thought for a while and said, "Then let me tell you, Arangel was a dark wizard before, or a very scary biological school." Dole's eyes showed an unbelievable look. How is this possible? Arangel was able to establish an academy, of course, with the tacit approval of the Honor Wizard Alliance. If he was a dark wizard, how could he become the head of a school? Barr's news was a bit too explosive and unbelievable. How is this possible? Ball climbed up from the window calmly, as if taking a leisurely walk in the garden, and returned to his doghouse. He chuckled, "I didn't expect that. You can find out if you check someone. Wushu, he is Arangel's junior sister. They met on the mountain today, but Arangel ignored her request." Dole actually believed it in his heart. After all, there was no reason for Ball to lie to him, and it was meaningless. If Arangel was a dark wizard, what school did he belong to? What was he going to do by establishing an academy? Did he want to use the huge population in the city to complete his secret? But it didn't make sense. If he did something, the Gory Wizard Alliance would not be a pushover. His mind was filled with endless questions. "Lord Ball, if you say that Wushu is Arangel's junior sister, which school is he from?" Ball said lightly, "The insect school. Her purpose of coming here should be your pharmacy hall." The corners of Dole's mouth twitched immediately. He was only a 5th level pharmacist. How could he help an old witch who was at least 5th level? He had to be at least a 7th level pharmacist. There are 9 levels of pharmacists in total. In fact, according to academics, it is only level 7, because wizards above level 8 don't need any kind of potion in the world. They comprehend the principles of heaven and earth, and use real-world products. They don't need any mundane things at all. The insect school is the most terrible black wizard school. Their way of fighting is to use all kinds of the smallest insects. Plague is one of them. It is simply a human-shaped natural disaster. It was terrifying that such a person was nearby. He immediately asked, "What should we do? If this person comes to trouble Arangel, will we be affected?" Ball shook his head, "Probably not. If she really comes to trouble, Arangel will not sit idly by with the resources of Arangel Academy. Just wait, the old guy will take action soon." Ball frowned as soon as he finished speaking. Arangel sent a message to summon all students and lecturers above the 3rd level pharmacists to hold a meeting in the Arangel Magic Tower. Dole pretended to be calm and went to attend the meeting. There are now quite a few level 3 pharmacists, with about 20 registered. This is a powerful resource for the entire Was City. The more level 3 pharmacists there are, the faster the level 1 professionals can be promoted to level 2 professionals, which saves a lot of time. The meeting started soon. Arangel made a pretentious speech, then took out 3 potion formulas and distributed them. Dole got the level 5 potion formula in his hand. He was frightened after just one look. He suppressed his shock and checked it carefully like everyone else. Advanced Inactivation Potion. Kills all tiny bacteria below level 6 that are harmful to the human body. Can be used externally, taken internally, or sprayed for prevention. After Arangel issued the formula, he looked at Dole seriously and said, "This is a hard task. You can't be careless. 3 days later, I need you to make all the potions and send them to the law enforcement department. All resources will be allocated by the pharmacy hall, and the college will provide the funds." Dole nodded. "Yes, Dean, I'd like to ask, what are you going to do?" He pretended to be puzzled. Arangel's expression was a little heavy, and he glanced at Dole. "Confidential matters. Don't ask if you shouldn't ask. You will know when the time comes." Dole didn't ask. Back to the pharmacy hall, Dole handed over the required amount of potions to Lu Ming and other managers, and then began to study the level 5 inactivation potion. This thing is simply a killer for biological wizards. If he encounters that old woman, he will rely on this thing to save his life. Strictly speaking, Arangel was a traitor, so for Dole, he did a good thing. At this time, Ball lay on the ground, without raising his head, and said, "Someone came in, very powerful." Dole was stunned, his face changed slightly. "Is it that person?" Ball said nothing, still lying on the ground. Dole immediately closed the door, took out all the drugs, put them on the laboratory table, and began to mix them. There is a lot of advanced knowledge in the inactivation potion, as well as a lot of biological knowledge. The materials used are also multi-purpose: goat stomach, wet moss, slag under the mud pond, and many things that seem unreasonable, but they just make up this kind of drug to deal with mass destruction. Different from the traditional plant potion purification method, these things must be handled carefully and take a long time, but Dole is just in time now. Ball said again at this time, "I delayed him for a while. You mix it as soon as possible. I suspect her target is you." Dole's forehead was sweating. "Aren't there 2 level 5 pharmacists in what city? Why did he come to me? He, a level 5 wizard, can't solve the problem, so he came to me to fight." He couldn't help cursing. Bar laughed. "You sound like a grudge now." Dole was choked and stopped talking. He concentrated on handling the things in his hands. Wushu hibernated for 3 days, using insects to make sure that Arangel did not do anything out of line, and then he condensed an insect clone and quietly lurked in the academy. Although she was sometimes crazy and sometimes cruel, she was not careless in doing things, otherwise she would not have lived until now. She urgently needs a level 5 pharmacist. Originally, the man from the Pharmacist Alliance was her target, but now there is a better choice, her junior brother's man. Maybe it's not bad to use him. Last time, she took the initiative to ask for someone, but unfortunately, Arangel refused. Otherwise, she, a level 5 wizard, would not have to do such a despicable thing. Entering the magic potion hall easily, Wushu did not launch any mental fluctuations, because there was a huge magic circle here. Although it was only level 4, it was still easy to find his clone. Chapter 254. But she soon found that she seemed to have thought about it wrongly. After all, this is also a magic circle, and it still has certain abilities. He soon found that after walking through a few rooms, the room he had just walked through appeared in front of him. Illusion array? Wushu's mouth curled up slightly, and his body collapsed, turning into tiny insects and scattered in all directions. However, she soon found that she was still spinning in the same place, which was a bit scary. A large-scale magic circle of level 4 could actually control her, a biological wizard of level 5 who specializes in breaking magic circles. How could this be possible? Instinctively, she noticed that something was wrong, but after thinking about it, she couldn't escape without alerting the defenders. Who is stationed here, and why is he so powerful? She calmed down and stood there thinking about countermeasures. In the room, Ball smiled slightly. "No matter how smart you are, you don't know that I am playing tricks, hee. The inactivation potion is very difficult to make. It took Dole 3 hours to make the first batch, which was 17 bottles in total. The quality can only be said to be average. The process of making these potions is very complicated." He learned a lot and gained a subtle understanding of biological wizards. Biological wizards, fundamentally speaking, study microorganisms. They start with macroscopic biological mountains, such as crows, venomous snakes, scorpions, etc. After their mental power is strong, they begin to study subtle things, such as flies, mosquitoes, etc. If they are a little more powerful, they can study various organisms smaller than mosquitoes, fleas, small ants, etc. If they are more powerful, they can study various fungi, bacteria, viruses, and plagues. Among them, viruses and plagues are the most terrible, and the damage they bring is very exaggerated. Often, if there is such a wizard in an area, then at least no one will live within a radius of 100 kilometers. When they are doing experiments, as long as they leak a little, it will cause a catastrophe to the surrounding biological environment. This is also the reason why biological alchemists are rare now. In many cases, the Glory Alliance wizards will prohibit the dissemination of related knowledge. The inactivation potion was born under such conditions. Their killing principle is to fundamentally destroy the core part of bacteria and viruses. After refining, Dole knew how to deal with these invisible things. He quickly put the potions in the bracelet and nodded to Ball. Ball nodded and released the old witch with a sly smile. Wushu was almost furious and her mind was close to chaos. She had been walking for several hours and used various methods to enter a room. She was going crazy. At this time, the invisible insect swarm she turned into took a step forward, and her eyes suddenly opened up, revealing the appearance of the potion hall, and saw the people coming and going in the corridor. She was stunned for a moment, and did not control the insect swarm itself, and a trace of subtle breath leaked out. Feeling this, she hurriedly restrained her breath, but that trace of power had already dispersed. It took less than 3 seconds, and the members of the potion hall, who were still chatting and laughing on the first floor, fell down one by one, and their lives and deaths were unknown. This horrific scene frightened everyone at the staircase. Someone immediately ran to the corner, slapped the wall, opened the emergency magic circle, and blocked the entire first floor. Dozens of students fell silently, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. This was simply a horrible incident. Wushu thought it was not good. He turned into a puff of smoke and quickly rushed up. If his senior brother knew about this, he would probably turn against him immediately. Dole also received the news at this time. He walked out quickly, and met Lu Ming, who came to the door. "Sir, something happened downstairs. I don't know what to do," Lu Ming said anxiously. Dole was not panicking at all at this time. He nodded and said, "I received the news. This matter should be related to the dean. He asked them to refine the potion in advance, which should be to deal with this situation. I have already refined it. Here are 5 bottles. You take it down, walk to the entrance, and sprinkle it in the air. Wait 10 minutes before going down. I have other things to do." Lu Ming also thought of the previous incident with Dean Arangel and became more panicked. What kind of enemy did the dean offend? The other party actually ran into the academy? He took Dole's 5 bottles of potion and hurried downstairs. If he was a little later, who knows what would happen? Dole packed his clothes at the door, looked around, and then went downstairs and ran outside. While running, he released a flame shield, and a layer of high-temperature red surrounded him. No matter what wanted to enter his body, it had to be filtered by the flame shield first. He ran slowly to the 5th floor. Wushu had already exposed himself at this time, so he didn't care about anything and rushed up from below. He may not know other things about Arangel Academy, but he still knows the basic building regulations. With a huge level 5 mental power, he looked at a certain void, and then he ran to the corridor entrance. He didn't scan all places in the building with mental power, and mental power was not omnipotent within the range of the formation. Although he was already level 5, he still couldn't detect the energy barrier. At this time, she had seen the appearance of the level 5 pharmacist she had heard from the mercenary. She snorted coldly and rushed over directly. She needed to act in a hurry and kidnap this person before Arangel found out, otherwise, this trip would be in vain. She knew Arangel very well, and using any means to achieve the goal was just child's play. Dole felt a strong malice staring at him from all directions. Before he could react, he saw a faint smoke floating from the stairs. Was it these smoke that gave him a strong warning like a catastrophe? His intuition told him that as long as he touched these smoke, he would die immediately, and there would be no exceptions. Arangel's junior sister found him, and Dole's heart sank. The fire on his body suddenly expanded, surrounding himself into an egg. There was orange-red fire all around him. At the same time, he raised his hand, and a scorching ray shot out from the fire, and shot towards the black fog. The black fog rolled, and when it saw Dole, it wrapped up directly, not afraid of the scorching rays. The rays shot into the black fog, and the black fog automatically bypassed the light, forming a white hole in the black fog. Dole saw this. How could he not know that this was definitely a suppression of rank? The opponent's mental reaction speed was much faster than his own. The scorching ray burned over, but the speed was too slow. The opponent could dodge directly when approaching. He stirred the scorching ray in the black fog, but it didn't touch anything. The opponent's speed was very fast, and soon arrived in front of Dole. Dole saw this, and did not resist excessively. The opponent came for him. The 5th level wizard, the magic power alone could crush him to death. He watched the black fog wrapping him up, and those black things lay on the flame shield, not afraid of the flame at all, and then he felt that the surrounding fire elements were disappearing rapidly. Chapter 255. He struggled symbolically, and increased the output of magic power a little bit. He only lasted less than 2 seconds before the black fog broke through the flame shield, and enveloped his whole body. Enshrouded by the fog, Dole only felt that his eyes went dark, and he could not see anything. Then his whole body seemed to be touched by countless small insects. Before he had time to carefully experience what it was, a sharp pain directly overwhelmed all his consciousness. He fainted. The black fog turned in the corridor, then broke through a window, and flew out directly. At this time, on the Arangel magic tower, a magic power like a volcanic eruption was rising rapidly, and the speed was very fast. Obviously, Arangel had already known that she was still not leaving. When Arangel activated the magic tower, she would not be able to leave. The black fog turned in the sky and quickly went to the horizon. At this time, Arangel's voice came from the magic tower, resounding through the world. Wu Shu, you are looking for death. The explosion like thunder spread all over the place. The iconic Arangel magic tower was surging with magic power at this time. It exploded quickly like a volcanic eruption. The ground of the entire Arangel Academy shook quickly, and then the Arangel magic tower quickly flew up from the ground, releasing its terrifying power and chasing the black fog in the sky. How terrifying would a wizard who controls the magic tower be? The whole academy was boiling. The movement of the magic tower was too loud, and the whole academy was moved. Besides, who was this person who dared to take action in the academy where Arangel was in charge? This was too much of a disregard for Arangel, the 5th level wizard. No wonder the Arangel wizard was angry. What did that person do? At this time, Wu Shu turned into black mist and had already pulled the speed to the highest, faster than a flying bird, almost 100 meters per second flying into the sky, and his direction was Mingyang Mountain Range. Wu Shu flew very fast, and at full speed, she did not dare to relax at all, because in the distance behind him, a huge monster was chasing her like a meteor. It was a magic tower of a level 5 wizard, and it was also her senior brother's. Wu Shu had to fly at full speed. The speed of the magic tower was very fast, and soon it caught up with her not far behind. Wu Shu used his mental power to take a look, and then snorted in his heart, and the black mist suddenly turned into 3 parts. One continued to move forward, one went to the left, and one went to the right. The aura on each black mist was exactly the same, without any change. Arangel was furious at this time. He turned on all the functions on the magic tower regardless of any consumption. Every minute, thousands of magic crystals were consumed, which was very difficult and shocking. But at this time, he didn't care so much. Wu Shu slapped himself in the face in front of everyone in the academy. This was no longer a question of senior brothers and sisters, but a dispute of reputation. At this moment, he saw that Wu Shu turned into 3 black mists. He chased the middle one without saying a word. In the sky, a huge monster flew, chasing a small black mist. The huge magic power was unscrupulously radiated in all directions. Where the magic tower passed, all creatures screamed and fled in all directions. The wizard tower represents the highest magic level of the human race and the highest alchemical creation. It is unparalleled for the improvement of a wizard. A level 5 wizard, relying on his own wizard tower, can even fight against 3 or 4 level 6 wizards without wizard towers. This shows that the wizard tower flew, and all creatures retreated. The black fog was extremely fast, and the distance every minute was more than 5 or 6 kilometers. It was like a black lightning in the sky, but the giant behind was faster, and soon caught up with the black fog in front. When the distance between the two was shortened to 2 kilometers, a white light suddenly flew out from the magic tower, and in just a blink of an eye, it caught up with the black fog. The white light approached the black fog, emitting strange power, and enveloped it. The black fog suddenly decomposed and turned into tiny black-gray stains, falling to the ground like a piece of black rain. There was nothing in the black fog. In the magic tower, Arangel saw this and his pupil shrank. I was deceived. Arangel was annoyed. He knew the other party's intention. Dole must have been captured. His face suddenly became gloomy. This trip out cost a huge amount of magic crystals, but he did nothing. Damn it. He thought of something, and the magic tower turned in the air and continued to fly towards Mingyang Mountain. He knew very well what Wu Shu was capable of. As long as he spent a little patience, he would be able to find him out sooner or later. Her direction was Mingyang Mountain, so she should be inside Mingyang Mountain, absolutely correct. When they were still brothers, although Wu Shu was not the only woman, she was indeed the most ferocious among the women. She had excellent talent and improved very quickly, so she acted without scruples and was straightforward. Arangel liked this woman at first, but after some things happened, his master died, and several brothers died or were injured. The survivors either found a place to linger or, like him, abandoned the dark and joined the light. He knew about Wu Shu, but he didn't expect that he was so close to him, right under his nose. It was a pity that he didn't notice it for so many years. Although Dole came from the Northern Kingdom, this child is extremely talented and insecure. If he stays in Wu Shu's hands for a while, who knows what he will become? He may become more terrifying than Wu Shu. In addition, he likes to use poison. If he learns some of Wu Shu's abilities, the dual attributes of poison and insects, the Glory Empire may really produce a terrifying genius. No, he must not succeed. He urged the magic tower to shrink its size. Soon, the huge magic tower with more than 10 floors became like a delicate palm-sized bird and flew towards the Mingyang Mountains. As a biological wizard among wizards, the characteristics of the places he can stay are very obvious. He believes that he can definitely find it. Duolai's body is completely unconscious at this time, without any perception. All his mental power and feelings have shrunk back to the sea of consciousness. Outside the sea of consciousness, fine mists swept back and forth like rangers, forcing his mental power to retreat back to the sea of consciousness and not come out at all. These mists can emit strange fluctuations, which will block his mental power. It is very magical. If he didn't know that this is the method of biological wizards, he would have thought it was a strange magic. Dole was not in a hurry. The other party could abduct him, so there must be a purpose. He would not die so easily. He carefully observed these mists, and couldn't help but marvel at the ability of biological wizards. These mists were actually a tiny insect. If he could practice this method, wouldn't he be invincible in the world? But it is definitely impossible to be invincible in the world. These insects must have some limitations. Maybe they are afraid of something. Didn't Lord Arangel ask them to refine something? I don't know how long it took. The mist outside the sea of consciousness dissipated. Dole instantly felt his body, and then regained control of his body. Chapter 256. Opening his eyes, it was a little dark outside. He unconsciously used the twilight vision, which was a natural ability after being promoted to level 2. Even if he didn't release it actively, he could use it easily. In front of him was a cave. The cave was cultivated very flat, and the walls outside were angular and square, just like a house built on the ground. He looked around and found that he was in a hall. There were all kinds of small rooms around the hall. Each room was blocked by a thick stone door, and there were seals on the doors. There must be something terrible inside. The 4 walls of the hall were all covered with various magic lamps, emitting soft and bright light, illuminating the entire hall, and even the dust on the ground could be counted clearly. Although the light was bright, the stone room was very cold, even a little gloomy, making people feel a little tight on the skin, and a faint cool air seemed to drill into the bones from the outside, making people feel cold all over. Feeling here, Dole couldn't help but feel a little hairy. The home of a lone biological wizard must be full of dangers. There must be many dangerous places, and various dangerous mechanisms to deal with possible accidents. You must not take it lightly. At this time, a black fog suddenly emerged from the surrounding world. The black fog fell to the ground, and quickly condensed into a human shape. A young girl with a very strange face appeared in front of Dole. She had a good figure, and was in perfect condition. Her limbs were slender, strong and round, but this dress and the makeup on her face made people dare not look directly at her. He pretended to know nothing, stood up calmly, and faced the strange woman, bowed slightly, and said with some fear, "My lord, I am just a small pharmacist. I don't know why you brought me here." Wushu did not find that Dole was abnormal. He behaved exactly like those who had just been captured. At the beginning, he was still very calm, thinking that nothing could happen, but in the end, he was still scared to death. She looked at Dole with strange eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up, pulling out an ugly and cruel smile. "I need you to help me do something. If you do it well, you can go out. If you don't do it well, you will be the same as others." Dole was stunned. He was not the first person she caught. So where did the people in front go? The result was naturally self-evident. He was immediately shocked, and his face showed a trembling look. "Sir, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Why did you bring me here from afar? Besides, I may not be able to use the tools you have here." Wushu had seen many little rascals, but it was the first time she saw Dole saying something so honest. She sneered and said, "The ones I give you are naturally the best. Don't play tricks. My patience is limited." Dole hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, I will do my best. If you have anything, please tell me." Ball stood on a hilltop in Mingyang Mountain, looking at the surrounding peaks like a forest. His eyes were fixed on the west, and drops of saliva fell from the corners of his mouth. Who would have thought that this stupid woman actually built a base near Longshan? She still has some brains. Yes, yes, I can come out to steal dragons at any time in the future. I don't actually need to eat dragons now. I just need to have a good meal, and I can calmly return to level 6. Ball closed his mouth, stopped drooling, and then buried himself in the shadow behind the stone, quietly closing his eyes. Just then, he saw a small thing, whistling from afar. Although the thing was small, its power was not low at all, and it was even much larger than the average colored dragon. As soon as it appeared in the forest, it immediately caused all the commotion in all directions, and it was not an exaggeration to say that the chickens and dogs were flying and jumping. The wizard tower of Arangel. This old guy actually spent a lot of effort to come here to find Dole. Ball was a little surprised. He looked at the little thing whistling and whistling. It was very arrogant in the forest, but no monster dared to go up. Arangel's wizard tower shocked the city of What's. He personally went out, obviously to deter all the surrounding races. At this time, the voice that told him to get out last time rolled out from the mountain again, and the sound waves rolled, fiercely hitting the small black dot in the sky. Human, get out, this is not the place for you to run wild. The small dot burst out with a strong magical light, as if it had turned into a small sun, ignoring the opponent's sonic attack. At the same time, a low and irritable voice came from it. Old dragon, I have abided by the agreement with you, and have not set foot in Mingyang Mountain for decades. However, my disciples were captured by an old biological wizard. Have you seen it? The old dragon did not expect that Arangel would violate the price for this reason. No, get out quickly. If you don't get out, I will take action. In the distant sky, I don't know when a black cloud appeared, and the black cloud quickly condensed, with a trend of getting bigger and bigger. Under the black clouds, the mountain was shrouded in a shadow, and it seemed that something was brewing inside, and it was about to come out of the shadow. Arangel's voice came from inside, and a cold snort resounded through the world. Old dragon, don't think I'm afraid of you. You couldn't do anything to me 10 years ago, and what can you do 10 years later? Arangel suddenly became irritable. He had turned on all the functions on the magic tower, and scanned the mountains, but he had not found any clues. In just a moment, he had scanned hundreds of miles of mountains, and couldn't find even a hair. The mountains were particularly quiet at this time, and even some powerful creatures in the sky slowly fell into the mountains at this time, not daring to come out to pick thorns. A man and a dragon talked in the air, and no creature dared to interrupt within hundreds of square meters in the middle. Even the colored dragon species, and other creatures that were usually extremely arrogant were silent at this time. The old dragon was a god famous in the mountains. If he dared to confront the god at this time, it would naturally not be something that ordinary creatures could deal with. The black clouds rolled and soon rose to a distance of dozens of miles, but the old dragon never made a move, but the pressure was getting bigger and bigger. It was obvious that the old dragon didn't know what he was brewing. Arangel's loud voice suddenly resounded throughout the land. Who has seen a woman who plays a biological wizard? If anyone tells me her whereabouts, I will immediately offer a bottle of level 6 human power potion. Hearing this, the mountains were still extremely quiet. The old dragon hiding in the mountains was also stunned at this time. He didn't know what to do with his half-brute power. Is this guy really looking for someone? But the arrow is on the string, and has to be shot. If this guy doesn't leave, he will have to take the initiative. Just then, he saw that Arangel talked nonsense and left impatiently. His direction was in other directions, just bypassing his side, and didn't come in. If he really dared to come in, he might have to fight. Chapter 257. The old dragon breathed a sigh of relief, and slowly dispersed his momentum. The wizards of the human race are just shameless. They rely on the extremely powerful wizard tower to fight against each other. Otherwise, ordinary level 5 wizards, even level 6 wizards, would not dare to pick on him. Ball stood in the shadows, looking at Arangel who was leaving, and felt a little surprised. This guy, who could not see, was still a tough guy. He actually relied on the wizard tower to confront the old dragon. It was interesting. But that guy would never have thought that the wushu he was looking for was at the junction of the distant mountains and Longshan, right under his feet. No matter how powerful the wizard tower is, it has its limitations. He did not scan him at all. Thinking of this, he suddenly had an idea, and then his body turned into a shadow and chased the direction of the wizard tower. Since he was here, he would take this opportunity to put a hat on Arangel, and eat 3 or 4 level 5 magic beasts from him first. At this time in the mountains, Wushu had handed over all the things he was going to do Dole, asking him to do it within a short period of time, otherwise, he would bear the consequences. In fact, Dole did not need others to squeeze him. When he saw something, his eyes lit up. Wushu was willing to do anything, even to the point of falling out with his senior brother, to kidnap him here. The biggest reason was that her meditation method had reached a bottleneck, and her skills had also reached a bottleneck. She was only one step away from entering the 6th level. She had no money to build a magic tower, and no extra talent to learn potion science. She could only capture others here to help him prepare potions. As long as he succeeded, he could officially become a super master of the 6th level. If level 5 can suppress one side, then level 6 strength can also have a place for her even in the entire Northwest. She just kidnapped Dole, and did not cause any damage in Was City, and did not even let people know his existence. The northern province should not embarrass her. All this has been in his plan for a long time. He just needs a pharmacist, that's all. Although the previous pharmacists were useless, I hope this one will be useful. Dole now has his own stone room, and got the key to the door. The magic lamp in the stone room is very bright, and the dark stone room is like daylight. This is purely a laboratory with all kinds of facilities, high-level alchemy tables, and even various auxiliary instruments, glass cups, separation instruments, ventilation, and activation, etc. are all available. Although it is unknown how many meters underground, Dole knows that he will definitely not be able to leave in a short time. Wushu is a biological wizard. She can even transform herself into tiny terrifying creatures through biotechnology and magic. She has reached the peak of level 5, and is only one step away from level 6. What Dole needs to do is to use drugs to upgrade the microorganisms cultivated in his hands to level 6, and cooperate with him to complete the promotion to level 6. Although it looks simple, this level has made her stagnate for at least 30 years. There is no pharmacist who can cooperate with her to complete this work. Dole's heart sank, and he looked around. He felt that although this matter was dangerous, it was very promising. Biology is also a kind of magic potion, and its lethality is very exaggerated. As long as he continues to study here, he will definitely grow as powerful and ferocious as the other party in the future. However, although the conditions here are good, he took a look and found that the experimental materials are much worse. In addition to the tiny cells provided by Wushu, there are very few drugs. Dole decided to observe first what kind of microorganisms Wushu, the terrifying biological wizard, is studying, and what his evolutionary paths are, and then he can provide a targeted list of drugs for her to prepare. A microbial research up to level 7, Dole felt full of excitement. Not long after, in the sealed alchemy table, part of Wushu's cells had appeared in front of him. Of course, Wushu himself was also inside, and she watched Dole do everything. After a long time, Dole stood up in silence, turned on the switch, killed the cells inside, and then opened the book Wushu gave him to see that this was her study notes and cultivation process. Dole urgently needs the knowledge in it now. I don't know how long it has been, and I don't know how many days and nights have passed. Dole frowned and put down the book, looking at Wushu, and said, "Are you sure that the microorganism you evolved is correct?" His eyes were full of bloodshot. Obviously, the things in the book were too attractive, and he was already overdrawing his mental power to read. Wushu was resting. When he heard the question, he opened his eyes, and showed a trace of solemnity on his weirdly made-up face. There shouldn't be any problem. I know the cultivation process of this creature exactly. Dole shook his head and said, "I saw your experimental process. There is no problem with the process. There is no problem with a creature called Xianxia worm, but its nature conflicts with yours. Xianxia worm can be upgraded to the 8th level of wizards at most. It is very powerful, but it has an essential flaw." Wushu looked at him with a mocking smile on his face. "I know what you are talking about. Xianxia worms parasitize corpses. I am not an undead or a corpse ghost. Is this what you want to say?" Dole nodded and said, "The essence of the current situation is not the evolution of Xianxia worms, but the compatibility with you. You are a living thing, and Xianxia worms only recognize dead things, so you and Xianxia worms are destined not to be together." Wushu looked at him, his face began to become ferocious, and a vague pressure in the stone room emerged from nowhere, and hit Dole fiercely. Dole felt like his head was hit by a sledgehammer, and he suddenly saw stars, nausea and retching. The fatigue of many days suddenly hit his heart, and he vomited with a wow. Wushu didn't care about Dole's life or death at all, and said coldly, "I know this problem. I called you here to solve this problem, not to let you raise the problem." Dole's mind was numb, and his stomach was particularly uncomfortable. He finally understood how his predecessors died one after another at the hands of this madman. This was simply an impossible task. This was his first time to contact the Department of Biology's alchemy, but he had heard of the name of the Xianxia worm, which was a very cruel creature. He suppressed the strangeness in his body, lowered his eyes, stared at Wushu's slender legs, and said word by word, "The black corpse worm is an ancient poisonous worm that only parasitizes corpses or dead things. It will not be easy to change its living habits, but I have a general plan. It depends on whether you can accept it." Wushu looked at Dole, withdrew most of his mental power, and said, "I have tried many plans, and I can accept them all. The only thing I can't accept is that I want to be a mother even if this body dies. This is my greatest wish in this life." Dole was stunned when he heard this. It was the first time he heard that a woman who played with insects actually wanted to be a mother. Chapter 258. Wizards who play with microbial transformation will basically abandon the concept of ethics and devote themselves to the great wizard career. Many of these wizards will become neither human nor ghost, but they all have a very powerful feature, that is, unparalleled power. What the hell is getting married and having children? He said with difficulty. Then why don't you give birth to a child now, and then do this? Biological transformation is originally an irreversible thing. Wushu looked at Dole, with a kind of leisurely light in his eyes. It seems to be a good idea to give birth to one now. She lowered her head, her eyes revealing thinking and madness. No, I want many, many children. If I give birth to one now, if I transform into another appearance, I can't give birth to other children. No. At the end, she suddenly said decisively. Dole finally understood the dilemma faced by his predecessors. This woman obviously has a hole in her brain. He could only bite the bullet and say, well, I try my best. The Xianxia worm is an ancient poisonous worm, one of the worms that many biological wizards dream of. Wushu, this woman, actually succeeded. He could imagine how powerful his and Arangel's master was back then. Arangel is about to be promoted to level 6, and this woman is also about to be promoted to level 6. With 2 level 6 apprentices, how many levels must the master be? This is too terrifying. You know, there are only a few level 6 apprentices in the entire Northwest Province, or even the entire Glory Empire. It's terrifyingly powerful. When he thought of this, he looked at Wushu and felt a little dreadful in his heart. If this guy is promoted to level 6, I don't know if Ball can still beat her. You know, Lord Ball is only more than level 5 now, and he just bullies people by relying on his natural strong status. I don't know where Lord Ball is, and I don't know where Arangel is. At this time, Arangel Academy was really in chaos. The 4th level pharmacist course was finally opened, but the teacher was kidnapped after only 3 or 4 classes. This was incredible for all pharmacists, especially Morris, Sano and other direct students of Dole. This was no less than a bolt from the blue for them. The powerful Dean Arangel took action that day and directly controlled the Wizard Tower to look for people all over the world. The terrifying power shocked the entire What city and even the surrounding cities, but even so, he did not chase Dole Wizard back, which simply ruined the reputation of the entire Arangel Academy. In the Magic Potion Hall, Morris, Sano and others gathered together. After discussing for a while, they all silently gathered together to form their own small forces and small groups. Although the lecturer was gone, his inheritance remained. His thinking and his methods were enough for them to use for many years. The lecturer taught without reservation. Even without Dole, they could still follow his path. It would only take a little more time. At the same time, Arangel returned from outside and sent a message to the entire Northwest Province that a terrifying 5th-level biological black wizard was hiding in the Mingyang Mountains. After hearing this news, whether it was What City, Fingshu City, or other cities that relied closely on the Mingyang Mountains, they were greatly shocked and felt like they were facing a great enemy. The meeting hall of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Arangel sat on the left, and opposite him was Dennis. The person presiding over the meeting was not his badge, but a gray-haired old man. His eyes were bright, like a ray of light, warming everyone. This is Wallace, the pillar of the city of What's, the guardian of the Honorable Wizard Alliance, who is almost at the level of the 6th level. The Honorable Wizard Alliance, 5 Tower Masters, the President and Vice President, various managers, more than 30 people, all present. In addition, there are 3 people from the City Lord's Mansion, the current City Lord Stanting, the Deputy City Lord, Warden, and Nick, who also represent the families behind them. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy, almost no one talked, and all looked at Wallace in front of them in silence. When the last person arrived, the door of the conference room slammed shut, and the light of the shielding magic circle slowly spread from all around, covering the entire conference room. Wallace glanced at everyone, some of whom he knew, some of whom he didn't know, and he had been in seclusion for too long. If it wasn't for the big matter this time, he didn't want to come out. He glanced at Arangel, his eyes full of caution. I believe everyone knows why you are called here this time. Next, let Dean Arangel introduce the situation. For a moment, everyone's eyes looked at Arangel. Arangel was being stared at by everyone, and his shoulders couldn't help but sank. Although they were not level 5 wizards, and did not have strong mental power, the will of level 5 warriors close to level 6 was just as strong and powerful. He glanced at the patriarchs of the 3 major families, nodded slightly, and said, the situation is like this. Everyone knows my origin, so I won't say much. There are a total of 17 disciples under my teacher's name. Currently, there are a total of 7 alive, and there are also 3 with strengths above level 5. This time, the one who kidnapped the level 5 pharmacist Dole was one of my junior sisters. She is the legendary Wushu, a level 5 biological wizard. According to the current situation, his purpose of kidnapping Dole should be very clear, that is, to use the pharmacist's ability to impact the level 6. If she impacts the level 6, the consequences will be disastrous. The atmosphere in the conference room became even more heavy. Even if a 6th level black wizard released a little bit of power, the damage caused would undoubtedly be very terrifying. They all knew that Arangel had gone after him, but when he reached the Mingyang Mountains, he disappeared. Obviously, the other party was hiding in the Mingyang Mountains. The question was what to do now. Stantine was silent. As the mayor of the city, he couldn't help but stand up. This was related to the development of the city, and the rise and fall of the family. Before he spoke, Wallace, who was presiding over the meeting, frowned and looked at Arangel and said, "Are you sure he is trying to reach the 6th level, not doing anything else?" Hearing this, everyone looked at Arangel. Arangel closed his eyes and nodded. Wallace said, "What kind of black magic is she good at?" Arangel said, "Xianshurworm." Hearing this name, all the people on the magic side were shocked. Your teacher actually got the Xianshurworm. How is this possible? Hasn't this thing been extinct for thousands of years? Dennis couldn't help but spoke out. At the same time, the vice presidents and tower masters of the Glory Wizard Alliance were also extremely shocked. What is a mysterious corpse worm? If it is sacrificed to level 6 or above, it will not be invincible at the same level, but at least it will not die easily. It is a very tenacious and terrifying worm. When Hoswell heard about the mysterious corpse worm, his eyebrows slightly raised, and a glimmer of inconspicuous light burst out in his eyes. He has no hope of being promoted to level 5, but now it seems that there is still a glimmer of hope. If the mysterious corpse worm is sacrificed, he can transform into a lich. Thinking of this, he looked at the others, but saw that Wright, who was at the same level as him, seemed to have a glimmer in his eyes. Chapter 259. At the conference table, things got weird for a moment. Arangel looked at the expressions of everyone around him, and sneered in his heart. If Wushu was so easy to deal with, why would he come to the Glory Wizard Alliance? He could just find her slowly. The problem now is to find her quickly and rescue Dole. As for other things, the Glory Wizard Alliance can do whatever it wants. It has nothing to do with him. The Xianshurworm is indeed an ancient strange worm with great power, but it has to be obtained by fate. Moreover, the advantages and disadvantages of the Xianshurworm are very clear. He knows that it will be very passive when facing people with thunder magic. Wallace's eyes are also full of light, and his hands flash various gestures inadvertently. Communication technique. When everyone saw this, they were shocked, and some ideas surged wildly in their minds. Dennis looked at everyone, with a hint of sarcasm on his face. He said calmly, "The Xianshurworm is one of the strange worms in the world. As long as it enters the body, it can be almost immortal. I know you may have some ideas, but it is not unreasonable for this worm to be transformed into black magic. First of all, its control is too weak, which may cause many problems. Secondly, if you want to perfectly control the Xianshurworm, you must at least turn yourself into a corpse and take the path of lich or undead, which is also the path of black wizards. I advise everyone to focus on how to rescue Dole Wizard." Dennis did not have no ideas, but he felt that he could rely on himself. Although the traditional elemental flow is a bit weak, it is actually the same when it reaches level 6. The cost of the Xianshurworm is too high. Stanting, the 3 major families did not express their opinions at this time, but they were all born as military generals, so they didn't know at this time. They were going to go back and check the information carefully. What exactly is this Xianshurworm? It seems that everyone values it very much. At this time, the people from the Pharmacist Guild suddenly said, "We are willing to cooperate with us, but after the matter is done, we need living Xianshurworms for research." Dole didn't know that because of his disappearance, the entire Northwest Province had already taken action. His disappearance not only affected the entire West City, but also many other forces. Arangel did not hide this matter, but made a big fanfare and invited everyone to deal with Wushu. In the Bright Laboratory, he had not eaten for 3 days, and was madly studying the characteristics of Xianshurworms. Xianshurworms themselves are only very small, but they have amazing toughness and patience. Dole used many methods to test any Xianshurworm, and the abilities they showed were simply amazing. If they didn't like corpses, I'm afraid Dole would really want to transform himself into a lich. If he could replace this thing and turn himself into a Xianshurworm, I'm afraid no one in the world would kill him. Immortality, invincibility, these two thoughts spun wildly in his mind. Next to him, a black mist floated quietly in the air, staring at him closely. That was Wushu's insect mist. She herself was not here, and sent a small wave of insects to monitor him. For her now, Xianxia Worm is her, and she is Xianxia Worm. However, academically speaking, he is at most a part of Xianxia Worm. When Xianxia Worm is promoted to level 6, the essence hidden in his body will make him reject Wushu, which will cause a great conflict. Between the body and Xianxia Worm, Wushu can only choose one. If it were an ordinary person, it would be no big deal if the body was transformed into a physical entity, but Wushu actually wanted to marry and have children like an adult, which was unreasonable. With him like this, who would want her? In the past few days, he has figured out most of the characteristics of the Xianxia Worm, seen live worms, and read all the information. The next step is to study the active characteristics of the Xianxia Worm at a high level, the reaction of integrating into the flesh, record, and crack the secrets in the Xianxia Worm's body. As a pharmacist, although he is not a biological magician, many materials are from living things, and he knows how to end the characteristics of a living thing. He first wants to give birth to a weak Xianxia Worm. He cannot use a complete 5th level Xianxia Worm. He is only at the 3rd level, and cannot control such a high-level Xianxia Worm. At most, he can control the 4th level. Therefore, he needs to take a newborn Xianxia Worm, or a batch of newborn Xianxia Worms for observation, or even introduce them into his own sea of consciousness, cultivate them as his companion pets, receive various information, and cultivate their growth. However, this cycle is too long. Wushu has complete training methods from level 1 to level 5. Now it only lacks the experimental level 6, so Dole has a lot to do. In the past few days, he has also figured out Wushu's trajectory. She spends most of her time doing experiments in the cave. She is also a high-level pharmacist. In addition, she is also a very skilled biological researcher. In the laboratory, he has seen at least more than 30 kinds of terrifying creatures. Any of these things released can cause a devastating disaster to a city. In a small part of her time, she would go out to collect various information, rob caravans, and collect gold and silver. Why would he know that? Because she would bring back the dead and feed those terrible creatures. After Dole's last fantasy about her completely disappeared, he concentrated on doing experiments. No matter what kind of person she was, Dole didn't care at all. He just needed to concentrate on absorbing knowledge. Not long after, 10 small eggs appeared in his sea of consciousness. These were the eggs of the Xianxia Worm. At the same time, on the table in the laboratory, there were almost 20 glass culture dishes, all of which were single Xianxia Worms. Dole observed and stimulated the growth of the Xianxia Worms through various means. The raw materials for the growth of the Xianxia Worms are the corpses of various creatures. It seems that it only likes to eat corpses and rarely eats living things, so the corpses in the freezer play their role. Morning, noon, afternoon, and evening, observe 4 times a day, feed once every time you observe, and observe its characteristics, analyze its characteristics with mental power, and record them. As for the Xianxia Worms that merged into the sea of consciousness, Dole used magic to feed them, which was another way to communicate with them. Wushu had always done this. When feeding with magic, Dole felt the resistance of the Xianxia Worms, but did not completely reject them. The consciousness of insects is generally weak, and they can be used after a little refining, but the more powerful the insects are, the stronger their resistance is. This is why many biological wizards are like dead every time they level up, because every time they level up, the will of the insects is improving and resisting their refining. This is something hidden in the essence of the creatures, it is nature. Every time they level up, the nature is liberated a layer. For biological wizards, suppressing the nature of the creatures has become the most difficult thing. He is going to change the way of feeding with magic on the one hand and feeding with insect corpses on the other. Chapter 260. The diet of the Xianxia Worm is very wide. It can eat almost any corpse of any creature. Because it is very small, it will be full after a little feeding. Therefore, Dole is going to feed it with his own body, specifically, with his own blood. Release some blood, dry it, and feed it to the Xianxia Worm. In this way, the Xianxia Worm will have its own dead tissue in its body, which can weaken some of its resistance. This is a routine learned from another book, and it is not known whether it works. Refining the Xianxia Worm is a very long process, and cannot be done overnight. He decided to observe it for a long time. It is actually not bad to have this thing as a trump card. There are many ways for insect masters to refine insects, such as the most common mental substitution method, the one-watt insect refining method, etc. Just choose one that you can use. Each school cherishes its own refining method and rarely leaks it. In order to let Dole join his big team faster, Wushu opened their school's refining method to him. This refining method is called Xianhua. It uses one's own perception of magic, spirit, and humanity to emit spiritual fragments, and constantly uses one's own memory to impact the spiritual body of the creature, weakening its own nature, so as to control it. Slightly weaker insects are directly assimilated by the endless spirit. It can be said that it is very useful. Xianhua is also a useless method. Dole is also using it. When refining insects, he first suppresses the insects with mental power to prevent them from making trouble, and then every 10 minutes, he copies part of the memory of the books he reads, and then bombards the insects. His mental power was very huge. After a few days, the resistance of the insects was not so obvious. Their own memory weakened and became used by Dole. When he officially began to control the Xianxia worm, Dole realized how powerful this thing was. Although it was only very small in size, its body was very hard. Things of the same level could hardly break its body. Steel and refined gold could not. Hardness was part of it, and the other part was that it was too small. Dozens of insects were not noticeable at all, but if it invaded the body from the outside, it would definitely be dead. This thing was also highly poisonous, which added a bit of horror. When he noticed this, Dole felt cold all over. If this thing was promoted to level 6 by Wushu, combined with her strength promoted to level 6 in the northwest, I am afraid that if the real bosses did not come out, this guy would be invincible. When he sensed this, Dole actually had some motivation. His purpose was also to become stronger, and learning potions was only to assist himself. Now there was another path in front of him, so he should take a look first. After thinking about all this, Dole carefully considered some of the necessary elements for cultivating the Xianxia worm, and had some ideas in his mind. After thinking for half an hour, he communicated with the black fog left in the room. Lord Wushu, I want to go around and collect some necessary materials. Soon, Wushu's cold voice came out from the black fog. If you need anything, I will provide it. No need to go out. Dole raised his eyebrows, and said slowly, you can use the Xianxia worm to follow me and block the breath on my body. What I need is some ordinary soil, and ordinary insect corpses. These things are difficult to collect. Wushu thought for a moment. Okay, you can only move around in the nearby hills. Dole breathed a sigh of relief, and then he saw the black fog flying over and covering his body. The black fog is Wushu. Wushu is the black fog. Being covered by these things on the body is like being in Wushu's arms, zero distance contact. Dole is still a little uncomfortable. Although this thing has no body temperature and no touch, he feels uncomfortable when he thinks that this is an old monster that has lived for more than 100 years. I am still a virgin, but I was molested by an old witch who is more than 100 years old. Shameful, but he didn't think about this for too long. After closing the laboratory, he walked out. This basement is very long. Except for the laboratory, there is no light in other places. After entering the corridor, you can't see your hand in front of you. Stretching out your hand and flicking it, a little light flew out from the fingertips and floated above your head. The corridor was very narrow and very long. The walls around it looked like they were eaten by something. Seeing this, Dole became thoughtful. He walked and looked around. Soon he became impatient and then used the flying technique. He flew for more than 20 minutes before he saw a little light above his head. At this time, a slightly damp breath came in from outside, the smell of decay, rotten leaves, rotten magazines. These are the breath of nature. After 20 days, I finally got out. Dole didn't feel anything on the surface, but he was actually excited in his heart. Although learning knowledge made me happy, staying in that dark place would never make people happy. Soon, the cave entrance was reached. The cave entrance was very inconspicuous, just a crack on the mountain wall that could be seen everywhere. There were such cracks everywhere. When Dole arrived at the cave entrance, the view in front of him was clear. There was a mountain above his head, blue sky and white clouds in the distance, and a small depression with water in front of him, which was full of leaves. The water was very clear, and the moss under the pool was clearly visible, and small fish could be seen swimming in it. Dole didn't know where this was. He looked around and shook his head slightly. If he couldn't fly up to see where this was, no one knew where it was, but if he used magic, he would probably go crazy on the spot. As for the communication technique, there was no need to think about it at all. Thinking of this, Dole stretched his waist and flew out the few Xianxia worms he controlled, and they fell to the surroundings. He did not control them on his own, but gave full play to the nature of the Xianxia worms, letting them move freely around and observing their habits. Cultivating insects is a very long process. Just watching Wushu spend decades to upgrade it to level 5, you can know how difficult the process of cultivating this thing is. Dole is not in a hurry. He is still young and has plenty of time. Now he is afraid that Wushu can't wait that long. If he guessed correctly, I am afraid that people from the entire Northwest province will come here at this moment, looking for her all over the world, a black wizard close to level 6, tut tut tut. As he was thinking, a figure in the sky passed from a distance, and went to a farther place. At the same time, a roar came from the mountain. He heard the sound. It was the roar of a dragon. Hearing this, he probably knew where he was. If he could hear the roar of a dragon here, he was near Longshan. He stood at the entrance of the cave, hiding himself honestly, and did not dare to emit any magic fluctuations. He couldn't leave now. At least, he had to learn all the knowledge thoroughly before leaving. At this moment, a very violent magical fluctuation was heard in the distance, followed by a series of violent explosions. The air waves surged, echoing in the valley, the mountains collapsed, the earth shook, and a series of heart-pounding magical fluctuations were heard. Chapter 261. In the distant mountains, an angry voice came from Longshan. Damn human race! Get out of this mountainous area. This is not the place for you. Humph, as long as you tell me the whereabouts of that person, I will leave naturally, otherwise, it is impossible. The person who came was also very tough, and he directly retorted. He was powerful, and not afraid at all. The powerful voice spread to hundreds of miles around. Dole naturally heard the voice, and felt very interesting. At this time, he felt dozens of powerful auras appearing from Longshan. At this time, the aura of the person who just spoke quickly went away, and he should have fled. Dole's mouth twitched. This is Longshan. There are thousands of adult dragons alone. Without the strength of level 6 or above, and the assistance of the magic tower, that person dared to act rashly here. TSK, fight, the happier the better. Dole thought in his heart, and at this time, his Xianxia worm sent him a message of fullness. Dole collected all the Xianxia worms, carefully observed them with his mental power, recorded all the information, and then returned to the cave leisurely. On the top of the mountain, Wushu turned into a dark brown leaf, stuck to one of the pine trees, and looked around quietly. In recent days, there are indeed a lot of people in the mountains, and most of them are above level 4 or 5, looking for her like crazy. She knew that she was afraid of stirring up a hornet's nest. She thought to herself, Senior brother has developed well in recent years, and he can mobilize so many forces. It's really not easy. It's rare for a black wizard to be so whitewashed. But she didn't know that many forces came out to look for Dole because of Dole's face. After all, as long as a 17-year-old level 5 pharmacist is rescued, and the relationship is not bad, there will be a steady supply of potions in the future. Potions determine the fate of a family. The higher the level of the pharmacist, the more favored the higher level family is. This is the reason. A level 6 pharmacist can directly raise the overall upper limit of a family, and raise the lowest strength to level 4 or above. This is a temptation for any family, not to mention Dole, who has no background and no worries. Wushu's talent is high, but not low, otherwise he would not have been promoted to level 5. You know, for most wizards, level 4 is a very powerful threshold. No matter how talented they are, if they can't get past level 4, they will only be level 4 in their lives. Thinking of this, she turned into a leaf, and turned into a butterfly and flew out of the mountain. After Dole came here, he was very diligent. He got the notes of all the pharmacists before him. He had made some achievements in the past few days. He made a list of medicinal materials, and memorized the names of these medicinal materials in his mind. She was also a pharmacist, so it was easy for him to understand the prescriptions written by Dole. Not to say that it was very unique, but at least it had a direction, and she was very pleased about it. Without sleeping much, with his level 5 strength, he had already arrived above the South Base swamp and continued to fly forward. The advantage of merging with the Xianxia worm is that if you don't cast magic, you can't be detected by others, and with the help of the characteristics of the Xianxia worm, you can change into any appearance and move around with the help of the characteristics. For example, if he changes into a butterfly, he can fly slowly, and if he changes into an eagle, he can fly in the sky, but the disadvantages are also obvious. The Xianxia worm itself also needs energy. He needs to eat every few hours, and the diet cannot be without meat, preferably rotten corpses. This makes Wushu very depressed. From a distance, he saw Fengxiunu's city, and quickly landed, restrained all the breath on his body, wrapped himself in a black dress, and walked towards the city. The Xianxia worm is extremely toxic, and she needs to perfectly control the Xianxia worm. Entering the city, she quickly found a place where she could buy magic materials, and she walked in. Half an hour later, Wushu came out with a frown, and after leaving the city, he quickly flew away. He needed to go to Fengxiu City, Huazi City and other cities, go to the auction house, the Adventurers Guild, and the underground black market. Several materials that Dole wanted were very rare, and they were indeed proven to be useful, so she had to find them all. After walking around Fengxiu City, he quickly discovered that there seemed to be few people in the Glory Wizard Alliance. Seeing this, her eyes lit up. After the Xianxia worm eats, its body will decompose all the substances and absorb all the substances it needs. The substances it doesn't need will be stored on the surface of the body to form various toxins. The shell of the Xianxia worm has a good inhibitory effect on energy. It is almost not afraid of any witchcraft of the same level. They like dark energy very much, don't like overly domineering elements, and are very afraid of and repulsive to the thunder element. The division of the Xianxia worm usually lasts about 2 days. The sub-body will not continue its own level and attributes, and needs to be cultivated from level 0. Dole's notes were densely packed with hundreds of pages of things, all of which were the various characteristics of the Xianxia worm. He did not completely copy what others had said, because he was afraid of being misled. After reading it once, he ignored it, and did the experiment again. This was a rigorous academic attitude, not a personal reason. The Xianxia worm, which had eaten its fill, had quickly been promoted to the first level of a formal wizard under Dole's full supply and magic stimulation. Although this thing was small, it was promoted very quickly, and was relatively simple to control. In addition, his training method was proper, so the promotion speed was very fast. At this time, he felt a little bit of magic fluctuation outside, and Wushu's black mist floated in from outside. The black mist fell to the ground and quickly turned into a human form. Dole looked at Wushu. This guy still dressed himself up like a ghost. His originally delicate face was covered with various camouflages, which was ugly to death. But her expression was very happy. Wushu came to Dole, waved his hand, and a lot of things fell from his hand. Soon, a layer of things was spread on the ground. She stared at Dole, as if she wanted to see a flower on his face. Everything you want is here. Next, do the experiment with peace of mind. I didn't expect that just arresting you would attract the attention of the entire Northwest province. Dole ignored Wushu's gaze. His eyes stayed on Wushu's bulging chest for 2 seconds, then moved to his face. His young mouth was a little dry. Wushu has a great figure, with a protruding front and a thin waist. If it weren't for the fact that he was an old witch over 100 years old, to be honest, he would be a little tempted. He said calmly, I will speed up the test in the next few days. If what I imagined is correct, it will take only half a year to succeed. Wushu frowned. Half a year, the opportunity will be gone. He glanced at Dole's dishonest eyes on him, and his expression was slightly proud. This little guy seemed to have grown up. But she then said coldly, you only have 3 months. After 3 months, I will replace you. In 3 months, she will leave here. She can't stay here anymore. In terms of understanding herself, that senior brother is definitely not bad. She thought about her future, thought of her senior brother, waved her hand, and a spiritual shock rushed towards Dole. Chapter 262. Dole was totally unprepared, and his head seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer. His eyes went dark, and he fell straight down, his head hitting the ground with a thud. Wushu looked at Dole, sighed, then squatted on him, undressed him, and took tissues and samples from all over his body. At this time, she felt a little strange. Dole was a little too strong, and under his wide clothes was a strong tendon, so she couldn't help but touch him. After taking all the materials on his body, the last thing was Dole's lower body. If you die, I will find a woman to continue the next generation for you. Wushu said expressionlessly, opened his mouth and spit out a black mist, which flew out and enveloped Dole, covering him with a layer. Not long after, Dole, who had no sense, twitched. Wushu left with satisfaction. Dole didn't know that he had never slept with a woman in his life, but he was actually slept with a group of bugs. If he knew about this, he would definitely want to die of shame. I don't know how long it took. I woke up from my confusion and felt inexplicably sleepy. This sleepiness was not from the spirit, but from the body. He hurriedly got up and carefully checked himself to see if the woman had done anything to him. After a while, he relaxed, as if he had not lost anything, but subconsciously, he felt as if he should have lost something. What did that damn woman do to him? At this time, there was a slight movement behind him, and he immediately got up and looked behind him vigilantly. Wushu's charming face came from the bright place, with a graceful figure and a terrifying face. She looked up and down at Dole, and her mouth twitched slightly. When you wake up, go to do the experiment quickly. I saw that among the 25 petri dishes you made, 6 seem to be dead. Xianxia worms are difficult to kill, and Dole can actually kill them. This is beyond Wushu's surprise. Dole can kill one Xianxia worm, so he can kill thousands of Xianxia worms on her body, which makes her alert. Dole was stunned. 6 died? This was a bit beyond his expectations, because he thought that 7 should die. What might this woman do? He hurriedly said, I go now. I have some plans that should be able to strengthen the Xianxia worm and promote its upgrade. This woman is extremely cruel. He doesn't want to fight her head on. At this distance, even Lord Ball won't be able to save him in time. He doesn't know why this woman knocked him unconscious. Something should have been put on his body, but he may not be able to feel it with his current ability. Thinking of this, he calmed down and prepared to study and do experiments with peace of mind. Arangel has been very uncomfortable these days. Arangel College has suffered the most serious blows since its establishment. Darkgate College and surrounding colleges took this opportunity to promote it crazily. As a top-level wizard of level 5 with a 12-story magic tower, with actual combat power comparable to level 6, he couldn't even keep an alchemy lecturer under control and was snatched away by someone. This matter is indeed too outrageous. For a time, Arangel was surrounded by all the surrounding colleges. Students dropped out and refunded tuition fees. Such things happened every day. In a fit of rage, Arangel challenged the 2 academies one after another and opened the magic tower to the gate of the academy. Only then did this kind of thing slowly calm down, and the competition turned from open to private. These days, he was so sad that he wanted to vomit blood. The academy is the foundation of Arangel, and one of the important means of making money for him to maintain his magic research. It must not be lost. Therefore, in addition to encouraging the Glory Wizard Alliance, What City, and other surrounding cities to find the Dan Jr. sister, he also issued a huge reward. So recently, there have been constant conflicts between humans and monsters in Mingyang Mountain Range, which have affected areas above level 4. The conflict between humans and monsters has been intensifying, causing the situation in the region to change constantly. The great races in Mingyang Mountain, the dragon race, the wolf race, and the tree race, have expressed dissatisfaction with the human race. The conflict has been intensifying. After a period of time, many lives have been killed and injured. At this time, Arangel has been hiding in the mountains and mobilized his 4 level 4 masters to find any place in the mountains where Wushu can be found. He had already guessed what the other party was up to, and he must not let her succeed. If she succeeded, he would be the first to suffer after he was promoted to level 6. When the master gave him the knowledge of alchemy, Wushu had been coveting it. If she became stronger, she would definitely set her eyes on the secret book in his hand. Level 5 wizards have strong camouflage abilities. He put away the magic tower and quietly leaped through the mountains. He stood on the top of the mountain and looked around. He had been to this area 5 times, and today was the 6th time. He finally found something different. This area was too quiet. Even the area between the dragon race and other races was too quiet. He had not observed it before because he had not found any alien breath. After a careful observation, he found that there were very few corpses here. It is understandable that there are no corpses of large creatures, but it is a bit too much that there are no corpses of microorganisms. It is obvious that there must be something around that digests the corpses of these creatures. There are many insects that eat corpses, but it is rare to see such clean and dense eating. This must be a creature that likes corpses very much. When he thought of this, he slowly jumped down from the mountain and searched in the mountains. On the mountain opposite him, Wushu looked at this side closely, and he felt a strong breath. The Xianxia insect sensed something with energy. Although it did not sense who the other party was, it could feel that the other party was very powerful. This is the unique danger perception of insect creatures. The other party is very powerful. She just thought about it for a while, and guessed who was coming. There are many people in Huazi City, Fengxiu City, and Luoyan City who can pose a threat to herself, but there is only one person who makes the Xianxia insect feel a strong crisis, her own senior brother, Arangel. Thinking of this, she restrained all her breath and floated down the mountain. Soon, he came to the cave. At this time, Dole was doing experiments nervously. He cultivated his own Xianxia worm, which had reached the 3rd level, the same level as his own. Using dried dead blood to cultivate Xianxia worms was indeed a wonderful method. With the addition of magic power, and the corpses of insects outside, Xianxia worms grew very fast. The growth of Xianxia worms drove his own growth. Dole felt that he had reached the middle stage of the 3rd level. Of course, he was fleeced by Wushu. Her Xianxia worm level was relatively high, and it was easy for her to control the Xianxia worms on her body. Every time he upgraded, he made himself dizzy, and then he didn't know what tricks he had. Dole felt very depressed, because every time he was done by her, his body was inexplicably a little weak. Chapter 263. As a pharmacist, he soon realized that he had kidney deficiency, but he didn't use his kidneys. Why did he have kidney deficiency? After refining some medicinal materials and solving his own problems, he reinvested in the cultivation of Xianxia worms. In addition to the Xianxia worms on Wushu, he also cultivated the Xianxia worms on his body outside. Now, the number of Xianxia worms on his body has exceeded 200, which is already a very large number. Of course, for Wushu, this number is very small. In front of the laboratory, Wushu looked at Dole quietly, watching him cultivate Xianxia worms. His cultivation method is very strange, but very effective. She also tried it. The fusion degree of Xianxia worms and herself increased a little bit, and her heart was greatly shocked. You know, at her stage, improving a little bit for combat effectiveness and the control of Xianxia worms is a terrifying progress. Now she is only one step away from entering the 6th level. Wushu was looking forward to it. She had waited for this day for too long. As long as she could be promoted to level 6, she could truly come out of the darkness and into the real sunshine. Level 6 is the top existence for any power. The appearance of a level 6 is a strong deterrent to the entire empire, not to mention that she is a black wizard. Therefore, she also knew that now is the most dangerous time. If she is found, she will definitely fall into a desperate situation. A level 6 is not allowed by any power, not to mention that she is a black wizard. She came to the front of the several instruments that Dole was doing experiments, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Dole was the 5th pharmacist he had captured. The previous pharmacists left behind many good things, but they were not very useful. Most of them were due to her own efforts. She was also a very powerful pharmacist. If she were placed outside, she would definitely be level 6. But she was not a pure pharmacist after all. She relied on time to get to this level, and had no innovation ability. Dole was very young and had strong innovation ability. It only took her a few months to master various skills. At this time, he saw that a Xianxia worm in the culture dish suddenly exuded a strong desire to eat, and at the same time, a strong corpse gas burst out from his body. Dole quickly ran over from the side, and suddenly pierced into the culture dish with his mental power. Corpse gas? Is this the key to level 6? Dole quickly looked at the number next to it. It was the worm on Wushu's body. There was no problem. The Xianxia worm before level 5 only showed extremely strong tenacious vitality and powerful swallowing ability. But this Xianxia worm burst out with a strong corpse gas, which made his eyes light up. He hurriedly adjusted the test bench, and after a brief thought, he threw the various insect corpses he had collected onto it. At the same time, he said to the back, "Wushu, bring over the most powerful corpse you have collected." Wushu snorted coldly when he heard Dole's command, and was somewhat dissatisfied, but he still walked over quickly. The Xian corpse worm was himself, and he naturally understood the changes that had taken place in the Xian corpse worm in front of him. This Xian corpse worm was evolving, and the appearance of corpse chi made her feel a little cold in her heart. What is corpse chi? It is a unique smell that only appears after the corpse has become stiff. It usually appears on zombies. When it appeared on Xian corpse worms, she had a premonition of something. However, she quickly took out a huge corpse from her body. This was a thing similar to a red deer, but it was very powerful, at least level 4. Without thinking, Dole directed the poisonous corpse gas to the red deer, preparing to transform the red deer into a corpse. At this time, the corpse gas on this single black corpse worm had reached its peak state. It quickly ate everything provided by Dole, and still exuded a strong desire to eat. Seeing this, Dole looked serious and glanced at Wushu. Wushu's expression was numb. She probably knew the direction of the evolution of the black corpse worm, and her face looked a little ugly at this time. This kind of evolution was not the direction she wanted. "Can you suppress its desire to eat?" Dole asked. Wushu shook his head. She needs to evolve, and needs huge energy. "I'm afraid that a red deer alone can't satisfy it." Dole looked at her and asked, "Do you have enough corpse sources?" Wushu's face looked a little ugly. She didn't dare to go out these days. Dole understood when she saw this. The corpse gas entered the body of the elk, and it was only a little bit transformed. The red meat only turned a little bit into dark brown, but it was too late to care about it. Dole thought for a while, poured a bottle of medicine on the body of the elk, and then pushed the body to the black corpse worm. The black corpse worm, which was not as big as a hare, showed a strong desire to eat, and quickly rushed into the body of the elk. Soon, the body of the elk shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. It is hard to imagine that a creature not even as big as a hare can have such an appetite, and directly eat food hundreds of times larger than itself. As the Xianxia worm ate, the corpse gas on its body became stronger and stronger, and it burst out with a stronger desire to eat. Xianxia worm is Wushu. Wushu is Xianxia worm. At this time, her expression was painful. This is not the evolution direction I want. This is not the evolution direction I want. Her eyes were red. Dole shrugged and said expressionlessly, obviously, this is its evolution direction. After being promoted to level 6, part of his nature will be released. You need to promote yourself to level 6 as soon as possible, or transform into a lich, zombie or something like that. Otherwise, the Xianxia worm will backfire, and the corpse gas on his body will directly turn you into this kind of thing. Wushu's face looked even uglier, and she didn't see any movement. Dole's face changed slightly, and the whole person seemed to be hit by a mountain, flying out like a cannonball, and slammed into the wall behind him. The wall cracked, and Dole was embedded in the wall. Wushu knelt on the ground with an extremely ugly face. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Dole's eyes went dark. His lungs felt uncomfortable. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, the magic shield was opened in advance. He pulled himself out of the wall, carefully recalled the cultivation direction in the culture dish just now, and his heart was slightly trembling. After the Xianxia worm reaches level 6, it will produce corpse gas, which is the enemy of any living thing. No wonder Wushu is so desperate. If it is a normal person, who only has ideas about witchcraft and immortality, then the corpse gas produced by the Xianxia worm will not have any effect on him at all. But Wushu still wants love, and wants to have children, so it won't work. He exhaled, looked at the sad Wushu, and said loudly, Master Wushu, you can refine a clone and transfer the Xianxia worm to the clone. I know a secret method that can refine a zombie clone. Wushu's desperate expression brightened up instantly, and he turned his head quickly. Little ghost, you didn't lie to me? Chapter 264. Dole slowly exhaled, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said as if nothing had happened, this method is not without price, the price is the division of the soul. Of course, I am not without requirements. I need all your knowledge of pharmacy and biology. Wushu's face became uncertain. At first glance, she would definitely agree to this deal, because it is too suitable for her now. But think about it again, what did Dole get? He got all his level 6 pharmacist experience. This is the real big profit. This is his experience for hundreds of years. She only thought for less than 2 seconds, and then said indifferently, I have written down the experimental process. Do you think you have any advantages? Dole looked at Wushu and said bitterly, believe it or not, I will kill you now. Wushu showed a trace of sarcasm, just for lying on you, a level 3 trash. She didn't say the last word, because a thing that looked like a pet dog suddenly walked out of the wall and stood next to Dole. The dog had no power or aura, but it passed through all her defenses and came to her. Wushu was stunned. Dole showed a sarcastic look, you have to agree to this request, whether you agree or not. Arangel is already nearby. If you don't trade, you will deal with corpses for the rest of your life. Dole's words overwhelmed Wushu's last bit of rationality. She only thought for half a second, then waved her hand, and threw a piece of jade over. Dole took the jade piece, and was taken back a step by the power of the jade piece. He was not excited or relaxed at all, but stared at Wushu closely. With a sweep of his mental power, all the information in the jade piece appeared in his mental power. He breathed a sigh of relief, then took out a jade piece from the storage bracelet, imprinted a secret method into it, and threw it directly. A wisp of mist came out of Wushu's body, and mist continued to join the surrounding stone chambers. They were all his insect clones hidden around. Seeing these densely packed weapons, Dole couldn't help but feel a little scalp numb. Ball also felt a little scalp numb. He was not sure that he could completely avoid the Xianxia worm. This ancient strange worm was simply cheating. The jade piece entered the jade piece, and soon, Wushu's body turned into mist and disappeared on the spot. I accept your favor, and will give you a small surprise in the future. Wushu's voice came from a distance, and quickly disappeared on the spot. Soon, all the black fog in the stone chamber disappeared, turning into an ordinary stone chamber. At the same time, the magic circle that suppressed the stone chamber also disappeared quickly, and the laboratory was exposed. Arangel's mental power swept around, going deeper and deeper underground. Soon, he sensed a blind spot in the mental force field. He could not feel anything in this place. You know, this is mental power. There is no blind spot. It can only mean that there is a magic circle here. As soon as he looked over with his mental power tentacles, he felt a familiar mental power suddenly rushing out of the mountain and heading towards the horizon. No difference. Arangel suddenly roared, and the magic tower flew out of his hand and quickly grew larger in the air. He turned into a puff of smoke and merged with the magic tower. In the sky, the magic tower quickly burst out with extremely powerful magic fluctuations and jumped out directly, heading towards the horizon. Wushu fled eastward at a very fast speed. At this time, a human face condensed behind the smoke, looking at the magic tower behind him, and was slightly shocked. This guy must be crazy, she thought about it, and said directly through dozens of kilometers, the boy is underground, he is not dead yet, if you don't go he will die. The magic tower transformed by Arangel suddenly stopped in the sky, drew an arc in the sky, and went back directly. Wushu was relieved when he saw this. Now that the direction of the 6th level is known, Dual-Eye's mission is completed. She did a little trick on Dual-Eye, but it had nothing to do with his life. It was just a small positioning. Doing so was just to scare Arangel, and he really went back. At this moment, Wushu encountered a powerful magic across the airspace in front of him. A powerful lightning bolt thicker than a human waist struck across the sky, purple, and like a punishment from heaven. When Wushu sensed this, she had no time to dodge, and the insect fog was directly struck by lightning. The insect fog in the sky dissipated, leaving only a small part, which was hastily divided into several parts and fled in all directions. In the sky, lightning flashed and quickly went in other directions, but it was unknown how many were hit at this time. Not long after, 2 old men, holding slightly exaggerated staffs that were taller than their height, each walked out of the void, looked down, and snorted coldly. These 2 old men, 1 man and 1 woman, had different magic robes on their bodies, but the patterns marked on the magic robes were very exaggerated, as high as level 6. The exaggerated lightning was from their hands. She still escaped. These black wizards have strange means, and are very good at escaping. They are too difficult to kill, the female wizard said expressionlessly. The male wizard was at a high place, and he slowly lowered his body. As he lowered his body, he smiled faintly. After your lightning strikes, she will probably need to recuperate for more than 10 years to recover her current strength. There will be no problems for the time being. Even if there are problems, they will be in the future. The female wizard nodded, and she looked at the male wizard with a sharp gaze and said, "Why don't you take action?" The male wizard shrugged. If 2 level 6 wizards stationed in the northwest can't take down a level 5 black wizard at the same time, it would be too embarrassing to tell others. Well, to be honest, I am not sure I can keep her. The female wizard looked a little ugly when she heard this, and her mental power stirred the magic elements in all directions, forming a small magic turbulence. She also followed the male wizard to descend. In name, the Mingyang Mountains are still for Warcraft. They captured people here, and the other party didn't mind. But now that they have captured people, if they continue to act arrogantly, they may be targeted, especially the old dragons in the mountains, who may attack them. The 2 just exchanged a few words and flew out of the mountain together, at a very fast speed, like lightning. In the mountain, Arangel put away the magic tower, and sank into the mountain. After the magic circle disappeared, he had already found an underground passage in the place where he had sensed for a long time, and soon found the basement. He saw Dual-Eye and the things in the laboratory, and his eyes suddenly emitted infinite light. Wushu walked too fast, and didn't take many things with him. He walked in slowly from the entrance, and saw Dual-Eye still sitting there, as if thinking about something. Dole also sensed Arangel. He stood up, looked at the 5th level wizard, bowed slightly, and said, "Meet Dean Arangel." Arangel looked at Dole, and his mental power scanned his whole body silently, and his face turned pale immediately. This guy is full of energy, not like Wushu said he was dying. Damn it, I got fooled. Chapter 265. Arangel nodded, looking at the things in all directions calmly, and his mental power swept fiercely. In the culture dish in front of Dole, he saw the black corpse worms, and he was a little surprised. These black corpse worms had Dole's marks on them. Obviously, Wushu left this thing to him. His heart moved slightly, and he was about to speak, but he saw Dole speak first. He looked at him, and smiled faintly. "Dean Arangel, Master Wushu will be promoted to level 6 soon." Arangel looked at Dole, and was immediately surprised. What? She found a way to make the black corpse worms advance? Dole shook his head and said, It wasn't her who found it. I helped her find it. This is the record. Dole said, took out a small notebook and handed it to Arangel. Arangel looked at the small notebook, glanced at it, and then his eyes couldn't help but widen. Dole actually gave him such an important thing. You know, his master didn't complete this feat back then. How could he give it to him so easily? He felt that the thing in Dole's hand was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He raised his head, looked at Dole, and said solemnly, "Why are you telling me all this? Why are you giving me this thing?" Dole smiled faintly. "You are the junior brother of Master Wushu, aren't you curious?" Arangel's face sank. Wushu really told him about his relationship with him. He snorted coldly and said, "Don't get me wrong. The relationship between Wushu and me is known to the world. The establishment of Erlanger Academy was also facilitated by the Honor Wizard Alliance. My identity as a black wizard has been known to people for decades." Dole was stunned. He just wanted to test this guy, but he didn't expect him to be so blunt. He thought about it and said, "So that's the case. Originally, I was thinking of using this thing to save my life." Arangel's mouth twitched. "I won't kill you. Your current ability makes me very jealous. Go back and teach. It's been half a year, and the students are almost gone. The face of our Arangel Academy still depends on you to save it." Dole breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing that Arangel didn't pursue him. Before he spoke, he heard Arangel say, "Did you get Wushu's things?" Dole thought about it, nodded, and said, "I guess so. I gave her what she wanted, and she satisfied what I wanted." Arangel nodded, and he turned his eyes to the petri dish on the top of the laboratory. His eyes were a little heavy. "The Xianxia worm is a double-edged sword. You should be careful. Come back with me now. Since Wushu has been promoted to level 6, I have to think of a way to be promoted to level 6, otherwise I will suffer a great loss if I meet her next time." Arangel sighed, turned around and walked out. Dole paused and began to pack up. Half an hour later, he came outside and saw the deep valley and the pool of water under his feet. He let out a long breath. At this time, Arangel had released the magic tower, which became 3 meters in size and suspended in the air. Dole looked at the magic tower and felt a little sour. He didn't know if Finn had shown him the materials. If he didn't, hundreds of thousands of gold coins would be wasted. However, this trip was not without gains. At least I got a lot of knowledge of pharmacy and biology from Wushu. As long as I accumulate it for a few years, I can transform it into my own and make more money then. Arangel saw Dole's expression, and his mouth twitched slightly. This kid really wanted to build a magic tower, and even bought the materials. "Humph, you must build it in Arangel Academy." He coughed and said, "I asked someone to transport your things to the academy. You can count them after you go back in the next few days. If you want to do anything, I will ask someone to help you. Don't think that I will do anything to you. We are now a cooperative relationship, but I can't bear to let you go." Dole looked at Arangel, a little surprised. His little actions were known to others? What does it mean to be reluctant to let him go? He was about to speak, but Arangel said, "You must at least help me train a level 5 pharmacist before you can leave." Dole's mouth twitched. "Hey, do you think a level 5 pharmacist is a cabbage?" Arangel didn't care at all. Soon after, the magic tower soared into the sky, and then disappeared into the mountains. In the mountains, several eyes staring at this side returned, and an old dragon closed his eyes. He got up, stretched out his hand, and pressed his aching eyebrows. The group of human warriors finally left. If they didn't leave, they might not be able to suppress the dragons below. 2 level 6 and 4 or 5 level 5 warriors were enough to start a war in the mountains. Fortunately, they were very restrained and no violent conflict occurred. In the eyes of the high level, the low level forces have been fighting all the time. This is also a way to cultivate tribes, increase hatred for the human race, add motivation, and promote the progress of various groups. The human race is the same. They want to kill them all, but the high-level forces are relatively peaceful and rarely fight. This is because once they take action, they may not be able to control the situation, and it is easy to escalate the situation. Of course, there are also races that like to stir up trouble, such as the red dragon among the colored dragons, who like to harass the human race when they have nothing to do. Those people are gone. Practice with peace of mind, and when you reach level 6, go and flatten the human city in the South Bay Swamp. The voice of the old dragon spread throughout the valley. "Yes, ancestor." A few impatient voices came back from the surrounding mountains. The old dragon thought for a while, and said, "Mobilize all spies to find out who this dual eye is, and why he has attracted so much attention." When Arangel returned to What City, the news that Wushu was driven away had spread throughout the city, the surrounding small counties, etc., and Arangel did not need to explain much. All the high-level officials of the Glory Wizard Alliance and the counties were relieved. Arangel did not say that Wushu was about to be promoted to level 6, because it was meaningless. Those two injured Wushu. Even if she wanted to be promoted to level 6, it would be at least decades later. Decades later, he still didn't believe that she could not be promoted to level 6. Arangel was very confident in himself. Back in the academy, as soon as Dole appeared in the tower forest, the news spread in all directions like wings. After Arangel placed the magic tower in its original position, he gave Dole a few instructions and returned to the magic tower. Dole, in the stunned and shocked eyes of everyone, walked towards the magic potion hall as if nothing had happened. At the entrance of the magic potion hall, all the students were shocked. Dole was back and unharmed. At the entrance, several students stood there, looking at Dole, crying with joy. "Lecturer, you are finally back. You are back. If you don't come back, the magic potion hall will be in chaos." That's right. Dole glanced at these people. They were all from the 3rd level class. He no longer led them, but the friendship was still there. He just smiled faintly and said, "I'm back." Then, he walked inside. Chapter 266. Who is the current head of the potion hall? One of the students blurted out, "It's Vice Dean Nicholas." Dole nodded and sent a message casually. He needed to rest for 2 days, so Nicholas should take over the position. He hadn't had a good sleep in the past 6 months, so he should come back and live a peaceful life. At this moment, a figure came quickly from the sky in the distance, with overwhelming momentum, which not only alarmed Dole, but also everyone. He had just flown over the Arangel Academy when an extremely loud voice came. The Honorable Wizard Alliance has issued an order, ordering Dole to report to the Honorable Wizard Alliance immediately. Those who violate the order will be treated as black wizards. The voice had already appeared from the sky at this time. It was Hoswell, who had a grudge against Dole. At this moment, another heavy voice sounded above the Arangel Tower. "I have checked it myself, there is no problem." Hoswell was a level 4 peak wizard, and his momentum was extremely strong, but when he met Arangel, he could not be tough, and could only lower his voice and say, "This is the decision of the leader of the Glory Wizard Alliance. It has nothing to do with me. I am just here to pass on the order." Arangel was angry when he saw Hoswell, and heard this, and said with a slightly angry voice, "I give you 3 seconds. Get out of here, I am in a bad mood now." Hoswell stood in the sky, and as Arangel said this impolite word, he felt a force wrapping around him from all directions, and the arrogance just now disappeared immediately, and the sweat on his forehead immediately flowed down. This is Arangel Academy. He usually acts arrogantly in the Wizard Alliance, but here, he is courting death, so he secretly complained in his heart. He quickly retreated, holding back his breath and admitting defeat. "I've got your message, I take my leave now." He turned around and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Dole looked at the direction where Hoswell disappeared, and sighed in his heart. He had been with a dark wizard for so long, so it was no wonder that the Honor Wizard Alliance would react. He turned around and walked out. At this time, he saw a figure walking out of Talon and walking towards him. "Don't worry, I go with you." A voice came. Dole took a look and it was Lamb. Having not seen Lamb for half a year, Dole felt a little familiar. He strode forward with a happy smile on his face. Lamb looked at Dole, and was relieved to see that he was still in high spirits. He did not have the joy of reunion, but was full of solemnity. "Someone is investigating you. I'm afraid they are not friendly. You should be careful. I go with you. It's easy to be targeted if you go alone." At this time, the two were already facing each other, and Dole bowed slightly to Lamb. Dolly frowned. He could think of something. He was just afraid that he would turn into a dark wizard, or ask some trivial questions. He was not afraid of these. He would ask if they asked. Of course, he would definitely not talk about academic matters, and he also needed to be vigilant. There were so many wizards stuck at level 4 in what city? I'm afraid many of them would pay attention to the Shinkorp's worm. He thought for a while, and said, "Then I trouble Vice Dean Lamb. I need to go back to the laboratory." Lamb's face looked ugly. "Your laboratory has been occupied by someone." Dolly's face darkened. "Then let's go to Lamb Tower first." Dole was instantly in no mood to return to the potion hall. Lamb nodded and said, "Come with me." Lamb still kept the room that Dole had once lived in the tower. Many large furniture that had not been moved were still there. Dole only needed to put what he needed in it. In addition, the mysterious corpse worm that he wanted to hide the most was hidden in a sealed jar. This thing must not be discovered by anyone, not even Lamb. The mysterious corpse worm usually feeds on rotten corpses, and has a strong corpse poison on its body. It is a powerful killer. If it is found by someone, I am afraid the consequences will be really unimaginable. Now it is really imperative to have an independent magic tower. Dole thought of this, and made a slight decision in his heart. He must build a magic tower at all costs. He thought of what Arangel said before, and his heart moved slightly. After coming out of Arangel Tower, the two immediately flew up, one in front and one behind, and flew towards the city of What's. In the sky, two figures floated away, very chic, but their postures were different. Lamb was in a standard upright position, with winds surrounding him. The winds were not strong, but pushed him forward. His figure seemed as light as a feather. Dole leaned forward slightly, with his head in front. The strong winds were precisely controlled to spray out from behind him, using the reaction force to push him forward, with almost no waste. In terms of speed, Dole was faster. Lamb nodded. In terms of witchcraft attainments, Dole's control was indeed unmatched. For such a person, it was very easy to refine potions and use witchcraft. The speed of the two was not slow. It only took them 20 minutes to see the walls of What City. At this moment, 10 kilometers outside of Wazi City, the two could feel dozens of very powerful witchcraft fluctuations. Then, they turned their heads, and saw that the people from the Honor Wizard Union and the Pharmacist Guild were already waiting there. The leader was Dennis, the president of the Honor Wizard Union. In addition, O'Neill, Hoswell, and others who were familiar to Dole were also there. The people from the Pharmacist Guild were not weak either. President Huai and others were all high-level people with strong strength and ability. In addition, a 5-story miniature magic tower stood next to it. All of them had serious expressions, as if they were facing a great enemy. Seeing this, Dole was slightly stunned. These people really treated themselves as dark wizards. If I were a dark wizard, would I still come here? I would have run away long ago. Dole felt a little unhappy, and even a little uneasy. Lamb also saw this situation, and asked him to be patient, and wait, and see the situation first. Dole nodded. Actually, he was not nervous. With his current knowledge of potions, they definitely wanted him to stay. The two turned in the sky and flew over here. On the ground, Dennis and the president of the Pharmacist Guild, Huolai, looked at each other and said solemnly, "Here he comes. Wushu is a 5th-level black wizard. I don't know what tricks he will use. We have to be careful." Huolai nodded and said, "I have moved the magic tower here. Don't worry. Besides, Arangel has already seen it. Do you think he won't be angry if we make such a big fuss?" Dennis said, "There is nothing we can do if he is angry. This is the basic process. As long as we make sure that Duolai is not in danger, there is still a future for our pharmacists in Huazi City." Huolai nodded, sighed, and said, "I am afraid that Duolai will have some grudges because of this, and he might be poached by someone else." Dennis shook his head. "Don't worry, he won't. As long as we make sure that he has no problems, we will let her go directly. It has been half a year. Who knows what tricks Wushu has used on her? Arangel may not be able to skin all of them. In addition, it is a good opportunity to see what kind of meditation he is practicing." The two of them immediately understood each other. Chapter 267. Dole came from the Northern Kingdom. Logically, he would not have a very good meditation method. From the current situation, he not only did not use the meditation method of Arangel College, but also did not like the meditation method of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Obviously, he must have a very powerful meditation method. No matter what the reason, Dennis must find out the secret of him. This is the original intention of the existence of the Glory Wizard Alliance. At this time, Dole saw this battle and considered this. In fact, he was not afraid. After all, the current Son of Fire element was not the main method in the future. No matter how they checked him, it didn't matter. Anyway, he would change it in the future. The other things on his body were also left in the magic tower. The only thing that could attract attention now was the meditation method. Other things, such as potions, robes, and staffs, were not what the other party wanted to covet. After the two turned in a direction, they soon came to the outside of the magic tower. The top floor of the magic tower. The magic circles on the 4 walls were fully activated, and energy was circling around in a regular route. All kinds of detection magic circles and scanning magic circles were activated. A group of people came up from the door and looked at Dole's back, revealing covetous looks, especially the 4-level tower masters, whose eyes were full of aggression. Dole didn't like this kind of look, and Lamb warned him with his momentum. However, Dennis and others were all around 4 levels, and Lamb's momentum was just a joke to them, and they didn't care at all. Dennis walked in front, side by side with Dole, and behind him were Lamb, Housewell, and other tower masters. The tower was very quiet. There was no other sound except the footsteps. The atmosphere was a bit solemn. After arriving at the top floor, the magic circles around had been opened one by one. The hall was a flat floor with nothing on it. There was only a small magic circle on the ground, which drew all the surrounding energy into it. Dennis looked at Dole, bowed slightly, and said with a solemn expression, "This is the best level 6 detection magic circle of our Glory Wizard Alliance. It can detect any kind of toxins, plagues, marks, negative alchemical items, and curses in your body. You have been with the Black Wizard for half a year. We believe that you must have her methods." Dole's face had no expression. He glanced at the magic circle. The magic circle was a round thing, embedded in the ground, emitting a soft light that was not dazzling, but when he saw the magic circle, Dole felt as if he was not wearing clothes and was displayed in front of everyone. He breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed the case. He smiled faintly and said with an indifferent look, "Are you standing in it?" Dennis nodded. Seeing Dole cooperate so well, some people frowned, and some people relaxed. Dole smiled faintly. "Although I have been with Wushu for half a year, I spent most of the time doing research and observation. Nothing else happened. Besides, I am a pharmacist. I should know better than anyone what methods he used on me." The people around frowned, thinking that Dole was shirking responsibility. But at this time, Dole took a step and walked towards the magic circle. Dennis frowned and explained with a solemn expression, "I can't cross the rules at this time. The methods of the Black Wizard are not something that people like us can understand." In the crowd, Oswell sneered and said, "Wushu is a terrifying Black Wizard who will be promoted to level 6 soon. What can your little tricks do to her?" His words aroused everyone's agreement, that is, the one who was besieged and died back then left behind 4 disciples, who are now level 5 and close to level 6. "We can't be careless at all. Dark Wizard, that one back then was a terrifying figure who dared to massacre the city. The wheel of history cannot pass through our what city?" Another person said coldly. Everyone was solemn and unified at this time, and at the same time, they understood each other tacitly. Oswell was very satisfied with these words, so he said, "The Xianxia worm, one of the top 10 terrifying poisonous insects in the world, is lurking in your body. You don't know, little guy, just be obedient." Dole stopped at this time, looked back at Oswell, and felt a little angry. This guy repeatedly made trouble for himself, which is really annoying. "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I will arrest you and interrogate you carefully." Oswell's eyes narrowed into a straight line, and his mental power surged out. At this time, Dennis, who was standing in front, turned his head and glanced at Oswell. Oswell immediately shut up and put away his momentum. Dole suppressed his anger and let out a long breath, thinking, "Let's get over it today, and I will settle with you later." He slowly walked into the magic circle and stood in the middle of the light circle. Seeing this, Dennis nodded slightly. This kid's overall view is still good. He then made 2 hand seals, and 2 magic lights flew around. Suddenly, the energy flow in the surrounding world became violent. Soon, the whole hall was surrounded by various lights. In front of everyone, the light formed a magic barrier. Soon, all the characteristics of Dole's body were revealed in the barrier, including muscles, bones, fascia, and blood vessels. At the same time, a huge magic phantom appeared above Dole's head. Everyone couldn't help but look at the magic phantom. The magic phantom looked like a pure fire element, but it was not substantial. Instead, it was a little illusory. This was because he was only level 3. The magic power was not pure enough to condense into a substantial form, but the essence of the magic phantom was already very clear. Son of the fire element, how is this possible? Isn't this technique lost? Seeing this phantom, the first person to exclaim was the tower master, Oswell. Immediately after him, someone else exclaimed, "How is this possible? Son of fire element, didn't this technique disappear? So his trump card is here?" Lamb was also a little shocked at this time. It was no wonder that Dole's ability to control fire was like cheating. If it was this technique, it would be easy to explain. Everyone was shocked at this time. Dennis' heart sank. He had been thinking for a moment and sighed at this time. Son of fire element is very powerful, but it has great limitations. It can only be practiced to level 6. Dole's ceiling is also level 6, as long as he doesn't change to meditation. Lamb was really amazed at this time. If he had known that Dole was practicing this technique, he would have exchanged it directly and spent all his savings. At any time, the essence of the Son of Fire element meditation is also terrifying. How many people can practice to level 6, not to mention this very pure destructive meditation method. I think it's okay, O'Neill said at this time. Hearing the conversation between the two, everyone around understood. Yes, how many people can be promoted to level 6? The Son of Fire element can be ranked in the top 3 among the level 6 meditation methods, which is still very valuable. Chapter 268. Hoswell said firmly, if that's the case, we in Huazi City can pay a price to buy this meditation method. A top level 6th level technique can improve our meditation method library, and handing it in will also be a good contribution. He was also a little jealous of this technique. After all, it can be cultivated to the 6th level, and its power is quite good. He has only cultivated to the 5th level. Hualai coughed at this time, and glanced at Lam. Lam's face changed at this time. Hoswell was trying to force him. He hurriedly said, that depends on Dole's own willingness. No matter where this technique comes from, he has to be willing to do it. I always feel that there may be some secrets behind him. Dennis nodded and said, of course, we have to ask Dole's opinion. We can't force it. They can't afford to offend a 5th level pharmacist, who is also a pharmacist proficient in poisons. At this time, Hoswell looked around and said loudly, then take this opportunity to ask first. The atmosphere suddenly calmed down, filled with a bit of weirdness. This is the magic tower, and it is the magic tower they have focused on. There is no safer place in what city than here. If Dole is tortured here, he will definitely have nowhere to run, unless there is a level 6 master to conquer this wizard tower. Weird solemn. Lamb's heart sank. These people may have impure intentions today, and they can't be settled peacefully. Especially this Hoswell, who has repeatedly targeted Dole, obviously wants to get Dole's meditation method for free, and also wants to control him. This mentality is extremely vicious. The most terrifying thing is that he felt that other people seemed to have the same idea, especially the 4 tower masters, who all had impure intentions at this time. He was about to speak, but saw Dennis snorted coldly at this time, saying, we are the official organization of the Glory Empire, and we are responsible for the fate of the Empire. How can we do such a thing? Hoswell, if you have this idea again, I will apply to the higher authorities to re-examine your qualifications. How is this different from a black wizard? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Several tower masters immediately retracted their heads, especially Hoswell, whose expressions were full of ugliness. Lam breathed a sigh of relief, and he said coldly at this time, Lord Wallace, Lord Dennis, Lord O'Neill, according to the reaction of the magic circle, there is no problem with Dole. There should be no curse, virus or anything like that, he is safe. At this time, in the light, Dole was bright and transparent, without a trace of impurities, which showed that he had no problems at all. Dennis took a careful look at the screen to make sure there was no problem. At this time, O'Neill said, Sir, there is no problem. You can cancel the formation. There is no problem with Dole. He has no corresponding means. It should be okay. O'Neill almost had that idea just now. When Dennis said that, he was startled. At this time, he adjusted his mentality and said hurriedly. Dennis nodded and glanced at Hualai. The two nodded at the same time. Hualai actually stood on Dole's side. After all, Huazi City needed a level 5 pharmacist. If he was forced into a hurry and ran away, it would be a loss for Huazi City. He glanced at Hoswell, and said in a deep voice, there is no problem with our Pharmacist Guild. Dole Wizard is safe. Dennis glanced at everyone behind him, and said in a deep voice, we don't have any problems here. You can announce to the public that the 4th level course is now open at Arangel College. He smiled and nodded. Lam was relieved when he heard this and said, we will go back and announce that Dole is back. This is good news for our college and the entire city of Wallace. Dennis and Wallace nodded at the same time. Hoswell was still a little unwilling. He whispered, since Dole is practicing the Son of Fire element, we can pay a price and buy him, of course, if Dole is willing. Lam looked at Hoswell, and his teeth itched with hatred. The others looked at each other, and sank in their hearts. Dennis thought for a while, glanced at Lam, and said, then ask. Lam's face changed slightly. Meditation involves a person's foundation. Dole knows this meditation method. This is his opportunity. Now these people. Looking at everyone and seeing their eyes, Lam knew that today's matter could not be let go. Forget it, I compensate Dole later. The magic circle closed with a bang, and various energies began to dissipate from the magic circle. Some energy was recycled into the magic tower. After a while, the light dissipated, and Dole's figure appeared from the magic circle. At this time, Dole's face was very calm, as if he was not the one being investigated just now. After seeing everyone, he stepped out of the magic circle with a faint smile on his face, President Dennis, President Wallace, I'm fine, I'm leaving. Dennis and Wallace looked at Dole, and before they could open their mouths, Oswald next to them said, It's okay, but you have been with the Black Wizard for half a year. Who knows if you have learned any weird tricks? We still need to observe for a while. By the way, you need to explain where your meditation method came from. When Dole heard this, his face changed slightly. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Oswald, then a cold voice sounded, Is this what you mean? Or what all of you mean? Observe your mother. If you keep nagging, I will use bar to kill her. Dennis looked back at Oswald, with a blaming look on his face, and said, We don't mean that. We also understand what Dean Arangel means. He needs you to go back as soon as possible. We just want to ask where your meditation method comes from. If possible, we can buy it. Dole's heart sank. He finally understood what these people were thinking. They were trying to take advantage of his meditation method. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at everyone and smiled faintly. If you want the meditation method, you should have said it earlier. It's okay. You can take 300,000 magic crystals directly, and all my cultivation experience will be included. Hearing Dole speak, Oswald's face sank. This price was not too high, but it was also quite outrageous. 300,000 magic crystals, which was comparable to the price of a magic tower. This guy clearly wanted the money to build a magic tower. He couldn't be allowed to succeed. If he succeeded, he would offend him. How could he survive in the future? Thinking of this, he was about to open his mouth and scold. Walleye and Dennis had already exchanged glances at this time. The other tower masters also nodded slightly, and agreed to the price. So Dennis said, Frankly, we can accept this price, so let's trade directly. Oswald was stunned. Seeing this, the smile on Dole's mouth disappeared. It was hasty, the price was too low. The transaction was conducted within the Glory Wizard Alliance. 300,000 magic crystals took up a large area. Dole vacated all the space in his bracelet to store all the 300,000 magic crystals. He didn't have much stuff either, just some potions, a few sets of clothes, a tent, and a magic wand, all in his hands. Chapter 269. The transaction of the meditation method was completed quickly. Dole realized at this time that the Glory Wizard Union and the Pharmacist Guild each paid half of the price, so each family only received less than 150,000 magic crystals. What a miscalculation. Then, he announced in the Glory Wizard Union that the course would continue. It was already the second half of the year, and it was just the time for the new semester, so it was natural to start the course. The pharmacists needed Dole's knowledge of pharmacy, and Dole also needed their resource support. It was a win-win situation for both sides. However, through this incident, Dole had no good feelings towards the Glory Wizard Union, especially Oswald. This guy was already on Dole's torture list. When he became stronger in the future, this guy would definitely be his #1 torture target. If he didn't kill him, he would have to make him half disabled. After leaving the Glory Wizard Union, Dole and Lamb went to the Adventurers Guild together, and then returned to Arangel College. This time, Dole did not return to the Magic Potion Hall, but lived in Lamb Tower. In the dark basement, the one wearing the silver firefly mask looked at the three people in front of him and whispered, That man is back. Let's talk about what to do. The other three also wore silver masks on their faces, and the four sat facing each other. We sent out several waves of people in succession, and even a 4th-level wizard should have been caught, but there has been no information about that man, so I suspect that there must be someone behind him, and his strength is quite powerful. This time, the news from the Honor Wizard Alliance is that he has a very powerful meditation method. Even the Honor Wizard Alliance is jealous, you can imagine. One person said. The third person spoke up, a clear female voice, If it doesn't work, then let's cooperate. The production of what we need is not large, and the demand is not high. If we cooperate with a third party, it may work. At present, we need dragon snake poison and toad poison. He can make both of them. The fourth masked man looked at the third masked man and said, I agree with the cooperation method. The places we have opened up in Mingyang Mountain are in great need of these two poisons, as well as the antidote for the fire lizard and several other antidotes. We have always relied on buying them from the auction house, but now we can buy them from him. The first masked man nodded, and he breathed a sigh of relief. During this period of time, they lost a lot of level 3 and 4 masters in one go, and some of them could not bear this consumption. He glanced at the other person and said, Okay, report this to the higher-ups. Also, number 3, how about you take charge of this matter? The woman was stunned for a moment, then thought about it and said, Okay, I contact him in another form, to see how much water this genius from the Northern Kingdom has. I admit his talent as a pharmacist, but I don't believe in his talent as a wizard." The woman's tone was full of doubt and suspicion, and at the same time, her powerful aura was full of confidence. The other three nodded. The first person said, "Then let's arrange it this way. You go first, and I arrange the other aspects. In addition, keep a close eye on the things in the mountains and that place. If there is any movement, notify everyone immediately." "Yes, yes, yes." The Rose Chamber of Commerce also took action at this time, because Dole was back. When he didn't come back, they were in a state of panic. Fortunately, their connections in Arangel College were not broken. With the support of Ramen, Skechers and others, the Chamber of Commerce had no problem maintaining the previous trading operations, but it had lost the high-end market. Now that Dole is back, Magtan received the news and called Hades to bring the raw materials, and immediately rushed to Arangel College. Although they knew that Dole had just escaped from the clutches of the devil, business is business. Besides, Dole had no income for half a year and must be very short of money. They also sent money to him. For a time, all forces heard the news and moved. In the city, the third-level pharmacists also heard the news and moved. When they heard that Dole was going to continue teaching, they immediately swarmed to Arangel College. Lamb and Arangel returned to the college. Before they arrived at the college, a message was delivered to them. Lamb smiled and said, "Dole, your potion master has recovered." Dole nodded and said, "Actually, I don't care, but there are many things in the laboratory that should be gone." "What a pity." Lamb nodded. He knew it a little late when Nicholas did this, otherwise he would definitely pay attention. Dole said at this time, "I plan to build the magic tower myself, and I hope Dean Lamb can help me." Lamb was refreshed and said, "You don't need to tell me about this matter, I will naturally worry about it. It just so happens that my disciples are idle, and have nothing to do. If you are willing to pay them, the construction of the magic tower should not be a problem." Dole smiled slightly. Of course, there is no such thing as hiring people to work for free. The two walked into the academy together. Back in the potion hall in his room, Dole saw a very clean laboratory, which had been cleaned up thoroughly without any extra things. He stood at the door and looked inside. His several disciples were already standing inside, waiting for him to come in respectfully. Dole walked in slowly, his 17-year-old face showing the maturity of a 25-year-old. Morris looked at Dole and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Lecturer Dole, when the news came out, we started to help you pack up." Nicholas was very considerate. Sano said shyly at this time, "We had no choice at the time. It's good that you are back." "That's right, welcome back, lecturer." Ramen was the most excited, and he cheered directly. "Welcome back, lecturer." "Welcome back, lecturer." With a series of voices, Dole smiled slightly. This is his team. He stepped in, looked at everyone, and said calmly, "I want to build my own magic tower. I don't care what this place looks like. I just want to say that I'm back." Dead silence. Everyone stared at Dole in amazement, and then there was a burst of ecstasy. It was naturally the best thing for Lecturer Dole to build a magic tower. With his character, he must be seeking benefits for all students. Everyone rubbed their hands excitedly. Morris and Sano said at the same time, "Lecturer, we are willing to buy the ownership of the 2 laboratories." Hearing this, the people around reacted immediately. "I want a laboratory too." "I want one too." For a while, everyone signed up enthusiastically. Dole shook his head and said, "I will let you try it for free when I am in the academy. I will not be here in the future." The students' faces froze and fell silent. The news of Dole's return was like a small stone thrown into a large fish pond, causing a range of fluctuations and alarming many forces, but it really had no effect on ordinary people. Dole had just returned to the magic tower. In the afternoon, Magtan and Hades arrived, which was also within Dole's expectations. Chapter 270. Renegotiate the order with the Rose Chamber of Commerce, accept the medicinal materials, re-update his own potion list, and let Magtan go back to prepare the materials. Dole can finally have peace for a while. He directly issued a task in the academy, hiring an alchemist at a high price to refine the basic materials of the magic tower. He planned to build an ordinary hexagonal magic tower. He had already taken a fancy to the blueprint, which was a Flying Fortress series blueprint. He would build a 3-story tower first, and let himself live in it first. The magician without a magic tower was still a little weaker in strength. Logically speaking, he was only 17 years old this year, and was not in a hurry, but the reality was that he had to be anxious. At present, his strength was not enough, and everyone was watching him, and he had almost no sense of security. It was a long-term accumulation process to enter the 4th level from the 3rd level. It was impossible for him to improve his strength in a short time. The magic tower became his guarantee. What's more, the magic tower could provide a lot of convenience for himself, and it could also provide a long-term accommodation environment for Lord Ball. 3 days passed quickly. When Dole had everything done, Williams also sent the list of 4-season courses. During the spring, Dole disappeared and the academy had no choice but to refund all tuition fees. I thought the brand had collapsed, but I didn't expect that the autumn list would have more names than the spring list. Dole just took a look and crossed out many names expressionlessly, which made Williams standing aside shudder. Almost all of these names were related to the Glory Wizard Alliance. He only took a look and could see that these people's names were all the backbones and elites of each tower. How did these people offend Dole? Some pharmacists of the Pharmacist Guild were not affected at all. Dole called the list over and said expressionlessly, "Notify these people to pay the fees. In addition, those who are crossed out should not come. I don't want to see them again in the future." Williams looked ugly, and he said with hesitation, "The Glory Wizard Alliance has made a lot of efforts during your disappearance. It's not appropriate for you to do this now that you come back." Dole's mouth showed a slight sarcasm. "Aren't there pharmacists from the Glory Wizard Alliance on the list? Why are they in a hurry?" Williams took a look at the list and seemed to find something wrong. These pharmacists seemed to be disciples and students of the Tower Masters. He immediately understood that Dole was going to intensify the conflict between their top and bottom levels. "Okay, I arrange it now. Then the class will start 3 days later?" Dole nodded. William said yes, turned around and left without talking to Dole. In 3 days, Dole also collected the materials taken from Arangel and handed them over to the hired alchemy students for preliminary processing. Originally, he planned to handle it himself, but with Lamb watching over it, it was no problem. The price was that he needed to provide Lamb with a batch of potions. This was nothing. After thinking about it, Dole issued a task. In the future, the potion supply of the Glory Wizard Alliance will be halved. The excess will either be put into the auction house or provided to various chambers of commerce. The new semester of Arangel Academy went on as scheduled. Except for some waves, the academy quickly got on track. In the School of Potion Learning, the small classroom that belonged to Dole alone was crowded. Even though many people were crossed out, there were still many people who came to learn. Dole followed the usual rules, finished the class, and left directly. He left the classroom quickly, and before he walked far, 2 female wizards quickly followed from behind and called him. "Lecturer Dole, please stay." Others were still taking notes, and did not see the 2 people. Even if they saw them, they probably didn't care. In the wizard world, men and women are not important. High-level wizards can even change their gender through biotechnology, which is very exaggerated. Dole stopped and looked at the 2 people. He recalled 2 names in his memory. These 2 people, one is from the Honor family of what city, and the other is from the Tracy family. When Dole saw that they were from the Tracy family, he became more cautious. He nodded and said, "What's the matter?" The woman from the Honor family nodded and smiled. "Lecturer Dole, our family wants to reach a long-term cooperation with you. I wonder what you think." Dole was a little surprised. He looked at the woman carefully. The woman was about 26 or 27 years old, but she looked 17 or 18 years old, the most youthful and beautiful age in life. Judging from her figure, she should not be a casual person. Her delicate face seemed to have put on some makeup. He thought about it in his mind, and then squinted his eyes, and said, "You are from the Glory family, a branch of the royal family that has been exiled outside. I wonder if you can cooperate with me." The woman smiled faintly. "We know that you are a level 5 wizard, so we want to order a batch of mental potions and magic potions from you. In addition, if possible, our family's mercenary group would like to order a batch of special medicines from you." Dole nodded and looked at the woman from Teresi. The woman from Teresi and the woman from the Glory Royal family were similar in appearance, each with its own merits. The woman from the Glory Royal family had a dignified and majestic appearance, while the woman from Teresi had a wild beauty. Her clothes were not like other magicians, covering herself in a wide robe, but were very cool, revealing her white and tender legs and arms, which made people unable to help but imagine. Dole was not impulsive, but thought that the Teresi family was related to the strange fire sparrow, and this guy should need all kinds of strange and exaggerated toxic drugs, and even provide formulas. When he thought so, the woman said, "Our Teresi family is the same, but we need a batch of antidotes and corresponding poisons. The other conditions are the same. Lecturer Dole, to be honest, We have a batch of venomous lizards that are often raised and hurt people. She made up a small reason. Dole glanced at the two of them, and sneered after confirming in his heart. These two people were probably the people of Guehua, and the Tracy family should be the mastermind of Guehua. He showed a gentle smile. No problem, as long as the price is right, I have no problem. The Glory family is a branch of the royal family of the Glory Empire, distributed in every corner of the empire. It is not that they did it on purpose, but that the family has become like this after a long time. The woman of the Glory family is called Finny, and the woman of the Tracy family is called Inoke. These two people were promoted to the 3rd level pharmacist not long ago, and they can't wait to take the 4th level course. Obviously, their purpose is not pure. Dole defined the two people. There are many people with impure purposes in the class, and Dole doesn't mind. His purpose is just to give lectures, and gaining connections is only secondary. As for these people, they can do whatever they want. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Teacher, let's talk about it in detail." Okay. Finny and Inoke took out a series of contracts and formulas. It was obvious that they had made sufficient preparations. When Dole saw the formula, he was also surprised. There are thousands of poisons in the world, but generally speaking, they can be divided into several types: acidic, alkaline, heavy metal, highly active, and even biological. Chapter 271. Dole used to only make acids, alkalis, and heavy metals. He learned how to make biological poisons from Wushu, so he is not unfamiliar with all kinds of poisons. The two people came up with all kinds of formulas, even highly active poisons. This makes people sigh, how dark these forces are, and they actually use these things. In addition, the antidote is also very interesting. Most of them are for poisonous lizards and scorpions, which reminds him of an organization. These people are probably not just strange fire sparrows, they are probably also related to the terrorist organization of sand scorpions. He just took a look and smiled. I take this matter. The first batch will be delivered in a month. The first batch will not be charged, even if it is the cost of the top formula. Inoke nodded. She breathed a sigh of relief in her heart and looked at Finny. Finny hummed at this time, and said, "Okay, we are not in a hurry for this batch of poisons and antidotes. We have other channels. We just want to give Wizard Dole another way to make money. I heard that you are going to build a magic tower. Can we buy the right to stay there?" Dole raised his eyebrows and thought, "Since you want to jump in by yourself, it's okay." He smiled and said, "Okay, I am planning to practice a 3-story magic tower now. If the funds are enough, I can build a 5-story or even a 7-story. Money is something that comes to everyone." In the magic potion hall, Dole calmed down again. He tidied up, sat in the room, and meditated. He will change his meditation method in the next few days, changing the Son of Fire element to the Son of Storm. After the Fire element meditation method is exposed, this method will definitely be targeted by others. The Son of Fire element is powerful, but the shortcomings are also obvious. He needs to cultivate the Son of Storm before others fully study this method. Moreover, he was going to use hallucinogenic potions to improve his strength. Both Inoke and Finny were at level 3 at a young age, which put a lot of pressure on him. Time passed quickly, and more than a month passed quickly. Dole came to the backyard of Talon and watched from a distance. At this time, the wizard lamb was standing in an open space, looking at the people in the alchemy hall in the distance, assembling the tower. The tower was made of various woods and magic bricks. These materials alone cost Dole hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Although the cost of hiring workers was offset by various potions, it also cost hundreds of bottles of potions. The value was not low. In the magic world, work has always been fast. From the beginning of assembly to the successful assembly, it took less than a day. Dole looked at this side from a distance and did not come over. After seeing the main body of the magic tower was formed, he turned back to the magic potion hall. He was going to prepare for the transaction with the strange fire sparrow. Not long after, Finny and Inoke came in at the same time, and at the same time, there were several powerful warriors behind them. These warriors were all at level 4, and standing in front of Dole, they created some considerable pressure for him. The poisons these two needed were a bit troublesome, but the antidotes were easy to make, and he didn't have much in stock. He made a batch of antidotes for these poisons, just in case they would be used on himself one day. Finny and Inoke came forward. Finny bowed slightly and smiled faintly. "Palace Master Dole, did you call us here to complete the transaction?" Dole nodded. He turned around, took out 2 small boxes, opened them, and let everyone take a look. There were various red, green, and yellow potion bottles in them, and the colors were translucent. Obviously they were all poisons or antidotes of very high purity. Then he nodded dignifiedly, took one of the alleys, and took out a small box and handed it to Dole. Dole scanned it with his mental power, and knew that it was full of magic crystals, and then threw it to the back. Einike had also finished looking at all the potions at this time, and a cute expression appeared on her pretty face, saying, "Lecturer Dole is really amazing. We asked many people to refine these potions, but none of them succeeded. I didn't expect that you succeeded in just 1 month." Dole looked at Einike. This guy dressed even more hotly today. There was very little fabric on his chest, which was bulging, squeezing out a shallow gap, making people look at him. She didn't seem to be here to trade today, but to attend a banquet. This outfit was obviously a dress. He just glanced at it and smiled. "This is my specialty." Einike naturally saw Dole's glance, and felt a little proud in his heart. A boy of 17 or 18 years old is the easiest to lose control, and seduction is not easy to catch. "Teacher, I also want to learn these techniques of making poisons. Can I help you?" "Of course, I won't learn for nothing. I will pay 100,000 gold coins for each poison." She came close to Dole, and shook his arm shamelessly. Dole saw this and thought, "I didn't have a chance before, but now the opportunity has come." He pretended to think and quietly attached a black corpse worm to his clothes, then went along his arm, and got into Aniko's body. Unnoticed. After doing all this, he shook his head and said, "These poisons require at least the level of a 5th level pharmacist. You can't reach it now. When you can reach the 5th level, I can teach you step by step." He gently took Aniko's hand away from his arm, and touched his arm. It was smooth and slippery, and seemed to feel good. He looked at Aniko calmly, with no sadness or joy in his heart. There are 2 extremes for women like this who come from aristocratic families. The first type is chaste, and no one looks down on them, but the other type is just the opposite, the socialite type, who will do anything to achieve their goals, and even just a part of their goals. It seems that Aniko is the second type. Aniko was a little disappointed at this time, but also a little secretly happy. Dole, this guy, looks serious, and seems to be a pervert. As long as he improves his pharmacist ability, he still has a chance to get close to this guy and use it in the future. Although Aniko's pharmacist strength is not good, her wizard strength is actually at level 3, which is very strong. She is ranked in the first sequence among the younger generation. Then I will work hard and try to help Lecturer Dole. Aniko smiled sweetly. Then he glanced at Aniko and smiled. The 2 took the box and left. Dole watched the 2 leave, and when they left his sight, his face quickly turned cold. Ball walked out of his sleeping place, looked at the backs of the 2 women, then turned his head, and looked at Dole. "Your acting skills are self-taught." Dole's mouth twitched and ignored him. Ball thought for a while, walked out of the door, and quickly disappeared from Dole's sight. Dole didn't care about him, and returned to his bed, and entered the meditation method. In his sea of consciousness at this time, there are 2 major systems. One is the fire element that is more than 2 meters high, and the huge flame occupies most of the world, and the other is the storm element spirit that is less than 1 meter in size. The storm element has just been visualized, and has not yet formed a scale. Dole needs to decompose the fire element step by step, and integrate it into the storm element. Chapter 272. This period will last about 15 days. He does not need to deliberately decompose the fire element. With the status of the storm element, the fire element will be completely decomposed automatically, so he does not need to worry too much. What he needs to do now is to practice other witchcrafts related to wind, thunder, water, ice and fog, and create new spell models. This is a big project. After a few days, Hades came once, and Dole's place was completely quiet. In fact, when the people from the Glory Wizard Guild came once, Dole did not pay any attention to them at all. Unless Dennis came in person, he was too lazy to see the others, especially the Tower Masters. Dole did not want to see any of them. In addition to the spell model, Hall's Alchemy House, the alchemy masterpiece, was also being slowly eroded by Dole. As long as the main body of the magic tower was built, he could construct the various magic array routines described in this book. This is a rare high-level magic alchemy technique. The turmoil in the wizard world did not have a big impact on the mortal world, but it was very obvious in the professional world. After Arangel College rescued Dole, Arangel's potion hall burst out with powerful manufacturing capabilities, and its actions in the market attracted the attention of many parties. Half of the orders from the Glory Wizard Alliance were cut, and all of these orders were put on the market, causing all adventurers to scramble for them. At first, the adventurers thought it was just an occasional phenomenon, and they fought fiercely, but later they found that Arangel College made this matter a regular state, and they seemed to not care about the Glory Wizard Alliance at all. For this reason, there were many speculations in the professional world, and the Wizard Union also protested to Arangel Academy many times. For this reason, Arangel personally made a statement that he respected all decisions of Dole. He was the master of the Magic Potion Hall, and his decision was his. For this reason, Hoswell and others wanted to vomit blood. In the Wizard Union, his element tower was cut the most, and only 1/10 of the previous orders were left. The number of other potions had to be made up at the auction house, and the loss was more than tens of thousands of gold coins every month. But there was no way to deal with Dole, and the other party did not see him at all. For a while, Huazi City was a little turbulent. 3 months later, Huazi City ushered in the new year, and at this time, the scale of Huazi New City finally reached a certain extent, and it was approved by the Northwest Province to officially build a city named Huazi New City. The leader of Huazi New City began a new round of competition. The 3 major families, the Honor Royal family, and many nobles began a new round of competition, which made Arangel Academy have a rare quiet moment. The second day of the Chinese New Year. Dole sat in the laboratory, closed his eyes, and watched the last trace of fire element being swallowed by the storm element. The entire storm element also expanded rapidly, from about 2 meters high to about 4 meters. He took 2 bottles of potions from the side, one for mental power and one for magic power, opened the bottle caps, put them to his mouth, drank them together, and continued to meditate. Green smoke and blue smoke appeared in the sea of consciousness, and then were quickly absorbed by the huge vortex state of the storm element spirit and added to it. Soon, the storm element slowly began to expand, 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters. Not long after, Dole opened his eyes, with a solemn expression, neither sad nor happy. He raised his hands, palms facing the sky, and then a trace of lightning exploded in the palm of his right hand, and then turned into a fine arc of electricity, and above the other palm, a small whirlwind quickly formed. It was not a small whirlwind, but a whirlwind formed by wind blades, and there were ice blades mixed in the wind blades. This is a mixed magic, which is several times more powerful than a single magic. At this time of cultivation, Dole's temperament is also changing rapidly, from the temperament of a flame burst at the beginning, to now, like a huge storm that is gathering. After trying the 2 spells and magic, Dole nodded slightly, and dispersed the 2 spells. The lighting spells are powerful, but the witchcraft is very simple. The first level can only produce a small lightning, and the power gradually increases. After reaching the second level, it can be transformed into a thick lightning, or condensed into an electric whip, and the number is also increased. After reaching the third level, lightning can be summoned from the void, and the power is also increased. Let's not talk about the wind and water systems. With the addition of the storm element, the affinity of the wind element has increased, and dualized current flight speed has increased again. It used to take half an hour to go back and forth to Huazi City, but now it only takes less than 20 minutes. The speed is very fast. These days, the students are on vacation, and dualized magic tower is temporarily shelved, but the main structure has been completely built. In addition to practicing, he will arrange various magic patterns in the magic tower to form corresponding magic arrays. After the successful practice of the storm element, his mental power has increased again. He feels that as long as another month, he can touch the 3rd level high level. At that time, the difficulty of arranging magic patterns in the magic tower will be greatly reduced. There are many models in the Flying Fortress series in Hori's Magic Alchemy House. Dole only chose one model that is more inclined to flying and alchemy, but it is also not simple. The highest level of this magic circle is as high as level 6. Although it is a layered structure, Dole can now refine it by himself, but it is indeed very complicated. It is impossible to complete it without a year or 2. So, he was not in a hurry about the magic tower and followed the steps. While he was thinking about these things, there was a knock on the door outside. Ball was next to him, and said without raising his head, "It's a beauty." Dole glanced at Ball and said, "You old pervert, you want to have sex with any beauty you see." Ever since he knew that Ball had slept with Aniko, Dole has kept his distance from that woman. Ball laughed and said, "You don't want to eat, but you don't let me eat. In human form, I am more powerful than any human man." Dole felt disgusted, "You pervert." He coughed and then opened the door. Today is the second day of the Chinese New Year. Who would come to him? The door opened, and a rather unexpected face appeared in front of him. Dole stood up. "Carl?" Carl stood at the door, smiled and nodded, saying, "You didn't expect that I would come to see you." Dole was indeed quite surprised. Ball was really a prank. This guy was not a beauty, but a man. He turned his head and saw Ball, but saw that his body was constantly twitching, as if he was laughing. Come in. Long time no see. Carl stepped in and sighed. I haven't seen you for a few years. Your current achievements are beyond my reach. I worked hard to be promoted to level 3. I didn't expect that you have already been promoted to level 3. Dole felt the power in him. This guy was quite compatible with the Son of Fire element. He became the Son of Fire element so quickly and successfully promoted to level 3. Dole smiled faintly. Being a pharmacist always brings a lot of convenience. He waved his hand, and a few small bottles flew out from the cabinet in the room. For you. Chapter 273. Carl is a commoner, and his talent for alchemy and potion is not high. Fortunately, he has learned a lot from Dole, and has a foundation in potion. If he works with the Fiery Chamber of Commerce, his salary will be higher than before, enough for him to live. As the first wizard he met, Dole's attitude towards Carl was much better than others. Carl took the potion from Dole with mixed feelings. If it was before, I wouldn't dare to accept it. Now, I beat you, a local tyrant. Carl said a little embarrassedly, I will rest for a few months. You don't mind if I stay here for a while. Dory was stunned. You don't work in the Chamber of Commerce anymore? Carl shook his head. No, the Chamber of Commerce is repairing. Some time ago, we encountered setbacks. Now, as the leader of the 3rd level, the strength is not enough. You must be at least level 4, or even level 5 to guard the Chamber of Commerce and conduct transactions across the Empire. It was a light sentence, but Dole could imagine the bloody storm. Combined with the situation he had experienced along the way, the caravan must have encountered irresistible factors. He thought about it and smiled. Okay, you can help me during this time. There are not many people I know who I can trust. Hearing this, Carl was immediately grateful. He went around and around, learning all kinds of knowledge. So far, 3 years have passed, and he has only upgraded his magic pattern learning to the 3rd level. He relies on enchanting for professionals, who have just entered the extraordinary to make a living. Life is very difficult. Here in Dole, he can learn a lot. Thank you very much. I heard that you are now the master of the Magic Potion Hall. Is this place under your jurisdiction? Dole shook his head and said, I am only the nominal hall master. Generally speaking, each position has its own duties. Just do your own things well. I don't have much power. The real power is in the hands of Dean Arangel. It's not that Dole has no power, but he is usually too lazy to manage things. Most of his time is spent on refining medicine and practicing, and he rarely shows up. Carl nodded, and he suddenly remembered something and said, Last year, I met a female wizard in the Northern Kingdom. She said she knew your alias Lin Rui, who should have arrived in the Glory Empire now. Dole was stunned and said almost without thinking, Is his name Jasmine? Carl nodded and said, Yes, it seems that you really know each other. Do you want me to help you find it? Jasmine didn't know Dole's true identity. He only knew the 2 identities of Lin Rui and Adwa. If Carl didn't tell her, she probably wouldn't be able to find him even if she died. He thought for a moment and said, Okay, I haven't seen her for a long time. I wonder how she is doing. According to the normal development of wandering wizards, she has just entered the extraordinary at most. When thinking of her, Dole thought of the days when the 2 of them were sneaking around, and felt a little emotional. In a blink of an eye, a few years have passed, and time flies. Dole was going to go out, but now that Carl is here, he could only take him out. When they came to the back of Tallinn, and saw the newly built magic tower, Carl's eyes suddenly shone with infinite light. He almost trembled and said, Is this yours? Dole nodded solemnly and said, Yes, it is now under construction. There are still major magic circles that need to be branded. I decided to do it myself after the new year. I have asked them to enter the basic magic patterns for these materials you see, which are basically enough. Carl has traveled a lot, so he naturally knows the role of a magic tower for wizards. A level 3 magic tower can be used by a level 3 wizard to fight against a level 4 wizard, and a level 4 wizard can dare to fight against a level 5 wizard. The magic tower is the real foundation and lifeblood of a wizard. The cost of a magic tower is also extremely expensive. Some wizards cannot even build a magic tower in their entire lives. It is simply incredible that Dole can own a magic tower. Carl said excitedly, I have nothing to do these days, so I will help you study it. It just so happens that my magic pattern learning is about to reach level 4, so it is a good time to study. Dole turned his head, glanced at him, and said, That's what I mean. Let's think about it together. While others were celebrating the new year happily, Dole had already started his own magic tower plan, and at the same time, the struggle in Huazi City gradually came to an end. The final ruling power of Huazi New City fell into the hands of the Huazi family, led by the most outstanding warrior of the Huazi family. Although the Glory Empire belongs to the Wizard Empire, most wizards are not in power, so it still fell into the hands of warrior professionals. After the new city was officially settled and had independent enfeoffment rights, a large number of investors began to stake out land in the new city, building taverns, shops, etc. For a time, the new city was in a life and death struggle, and there were fierce open and secret struggles every day. When it comes to matters involving interests, no one will give up easily. At this time, Dole seized the time to get the formation of the Magic House. The Hexagonal Magic Tower is a level higher than the Pentagonal Magic Tower, and there are many main magic formations that can be filled. In the Glory Empire, there are a total of 30 types that can be found, and there are as many as 10 types that are very plastic in the later stage. There are almost no problems with strengthening, upgrading, and stacking layers. There are also several types suitable for potion masters, and the effects are pretty good, and they are more defensive. In Hall's Alchemy Magic House, there are also a few that Dole likes, and he plans to use one of them as the main magic circle of the Magic Tower. The name of this magic circle is Chris Reaction Furnace. The magic circle is divided into 3 major sections, which can be refined in stages, namely Chris Molten Fire Furnace, Chris Chain Defense Array, and Chris Magic Fire Double Pupil. The Molten Fire Furnace is mainly responsible for gathering energy, and is responsible for the energy supply and energy storage of the entire Magic Tower. The Chain Defense Array is mainly for defense, and the Magic Fire Double Pupil is focused on offense. This magic circle combines defense and offense, and it is also more inclined to alchemy. Dole likes it very much. As for Chris, he is the author of this magic circle. The elementary magic circle only needs the strength of level 4 to complete. Although Dole is not good enough now, he can complete it as long as he is careful. It took a few days to mark various marks in the magic tower, indicating where to change the magic pattern and where to arrange something. After passing part of the magic pattern to Carl, the two of them got busy. This busy work took more than 10 days, and the school was about to start. Combined with the previous progress of the magic circle, Dole finally completed the preliminary magic circle. Next, he completed the refining of the magic pattern of the central furnace. The central furnace needs a very good quality furnace, preferably an alchemy furnace, which Dole needs to buy himself. However, at this point, he was basically completely relieved. High-quality furnaces can be bought in Arangel College. The master of the Alchemy Hall has one for sale for a long time, but no one can afford it, and no one uses it. He just needs to buy it. He had to use potions to wash off all the magic patterns in the furnace, replace them with the Chris magic circle he needed, and recast it, so it would take him some time before he could completely move into his own magic tower. Chapter 274. A complete 3-story magic tower, depending on the strength of the owner of the magic tower, generally takes about 2 to 3 years to build. If the capital chain is not sufficient, it may take 3 to 5 years, and some people may even need longer. Dole's funds are completely sufficient. In total, he spent almost 1 million gold coins, not counting any losses. In addition, Dean Arangel and Vice Dean Lamb mobilized personnel and overcame all difficulties. It took more than half a year to build most of the main body. After the new year, Dole officially turned 18. At the age of 18, you can officially inherit the title in the Empire. At the age of 18, you have the qualifications for formal independence. Although the Empire can declare independence at the age of 14 or 15, it is not until the age of 18 that you are truly treated as a complete adult. The 15th day of the first lunar month. The various instructors of the Academy began to return. On the 16th day of the first lunar month, the students began to return. On the 17th day of the first lunar month, some courses have been opened in advance, most of which are on the warrior side. At this time, many people will gather here in the Magic Potion Hall, some to sell raw materials, and some to buy potions. When Dole and Carl walked out from behind Talon, a lot of talents had gathered at the entrance of the Magic Potion Hall. These people could be seen at ordinary times, but they rarely interacted with each other. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the store, a figure jumped out from the crowd and walked towards Dole. He was a little surprised that this was Bernard, whom he had not seen for half a year. Since he was captured, he had never seen this guy again. Unexpectedly, he jumped out again. Next to Bernard, another little girl also walked out. She was about 15 or 16 years old, with a pair of eyes full of spirit. She was only as tall as Bernard's shoulders, and her whole body was covered under a wide magic robe, but she looked very thin. She followed behind Bernard, looking timid. Dole saw Bernard and just glanced at him, then stopped paying attention. Bernard was a little embarrassed. Seeing that Dole ignored him, he could only bite the bullet and said, "Palace Master Dole, I want to join your magic tower. I am willing to pay 10,000 gold coins per month." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding voices suddenly quieted down, and even the people on the side of the warriors opened their mouths and pricked up their ears. 10,000 gold coins a month. This is simply a sky-high price. Carl was slightly stunned, and Dole paused, a little stunned. Bernard is a 4th level pharmacist and definitely has the ability, but why does he want to join his magic tower? Is it for this little girl? This is 10,000 gold coins a month. Dole can't help but be a little tempted. He thought about it, and said in a deep voice, "Come up with me, I need to know your purpose." Bernard felt a little relieved when he heard this. Dole did not refuse directly, which meant there was a chance. He nodded hurriedly and said, "Okay." He reached out his hand, tightly grasped the little girl's hand, and followed behind Dole. After the 4 people left, there was a wave of uproar behind them. Soon someone recognized Bernard's identity. For a while, there was an uproar at the entrance of the magic potion hall. Bernard was one of Dole's students last year. Although he was not outstanding, his fame was not just in pharmacy. He was a 3rd level wizard, close to the 4th level strength, very powerful. Among the 30s and 40s, Bernard is already a rare genius. As a civilian, Bernard's talent is very good. He offered a price of 10,000 gold coins a month, which shows the competitiveness for Dole's wizard magic tower qualification. Soon after, this word reached the ears of other wizards. There was an uproar in Arangel Academy. Hearing this price, many pharmacists wanted to strangle Bernard to death. How could they bid this price? At this time, Dole and Bernard were already standing in Dole's living room. Except for the living room, other rooms were transformed into laboratories, all marked as restricted areas and not allowed to enter. Dole had already made this place watertight, because he was doing some biological experiments to cultivate Shientia worms. If this ancient strange worm can be cultivated to a high level, even hell creatures like Ball will have to take a detour when they see it. Dole must focus on cultivating it. Bernard stood in Dole's laboratory, and his mental power kept warning him to stay away from here. He was a little scared. As a wizard close to level 4, he should not be afraid, but his intuition told him that there were too many deadly things here. Dole pointed to the stool at this time and said, "Sit down, both of you." He found 2 cups at random, manipulated them with magic hands, and poured delicious juice. Bernard relaxed his mind, sat on the stool, took a cup for the little girl and took a cup for himself. Dole looked at the little girl, a little confused. Where did this guy kidnap this little sister from? Bernard had recovered at this time. He looked at Dole and said, "I still have the same conditions as before. I want to join your magic tower as your subordinate. The monthly fee is 10,000 gold coins. How about it?" Dole was not in a hurry to answer at this time, and asked puzzledly, "Why do you have to spend such a big price to live in my magic tower?" Bernard calmed down, and had already prepared a plan in his mind, saying, "There are 2 reasons. First, you are the most talented pharmacist I have ever seen. You will definitely be a great pharmacist in the future. There is no need to ask. Following you, there is definitely a future. Second, you can escape from the hands of a level 5 wizard, and you must have extraordinary means. I believe you can protect yourself well and protect us at the same time. It's that simple." Hearing these 2 reasons, Dole's mouth twitched. It seemed quite plausible. 10,000 gold coins a month, to be honest, he was really tempted. He glanced at the little sister, looked at her whole body, and said, "Who is this?" Bernard pulled the little sister who didn't want to come out, and said with a smile, "This is my sister Rosa." Rosa was standing in front at this time, feeling uneasy. She suddenly plucked up her courage, looked at Dole, and said, "Brother Dole." Then she quickly lowered her head. The moment Rosa raised her head, Dole felt that Rosa was actually quite beautiful. Why was she so shy, and seemed to have some inferiority complex? Seeing Rosa's look, Bernard sighed. "Our mother and father were servants in a noble family. We were beaten and scolded when we were young. Later, my father spent a lot of money to send me to the academy. Then things got better. It was not until I was promoted to level 3 that my family became completely independent. My sister is like this now, because of the habits she developed when she was a child. She can't change it." He slowed down and said, "My sister's talent is not bad, but she is a little late. She has just entered the extraordinary now." Dole looked at the 2 siblings and was a little surprised. It's good for one person in a family to have talent, and these 2 guys are talented. The parents of these 2 people are weird. He thought about it and said, "Okay, I agree, but in the near future, I need you to help me do something. If you do it, I can let you live for free for 10 years. Bernard was immediately refreshed, and his eyes shone with infinite light. Just tell me if you have anything, as long as I can do it. Chapter 275. The two of them talked in a babble. Rosa stood behind them, listening to their conversation, and her fear was less. This boy was not very old, even younger than his brother, but he was already a very powerful wizard, which was really enviable, but sooner or later she would be able to do the same, she secretly encouraged herself. At this time, she heard about furnaces, alchemy furnaces, hall masters, etc., and her mind had already flown to other places. That's right, Dole handed over the things that he should have done to Bernard. After all, he became famous at a young age, and there were many people who were hostile to him in Arangel Academy. Giving it to others can reduce the hatred rate. Level 4 pharmacists are more than 1/3 stronger than level 3 pharmacists in mental control. I don't care what school of thought you use, mental control must meet the standard, otherwise the success rate will be shockingly low. Dole slowly let out a breath and ended his first lecture at the age of 18. Compared with the last time, the number of people this time is not large. Except for some of their own students, the number of other students is much less. The lesson of last autumn is still vivid, and many people are watching. After saying the last sentence, he turned and left. Behind him, Bernard hurriedly put away his notes, and followed from behind. Morris, Sano and others were still writing at this time, and did not see these at all. Dole glanced behind him. At this time, Bernard came up and said anxiously, Dole, I met with the people from the Alchemy Hall yesterday. They only have 3 statues in stock that can meet your requirements. One is 150,000, one is 170,000, and one is 250,000. The 150,000 one is just an ordinary refining furnace, which is assembled with 3,000 refining pattern arrays. The 170,000 one is slightly higher grade. The main material is molten heavy copper, which has a very strong ability to resist high temperatures. The 250,000 one is made of 1,000-year-old black iron and incorporates some heavy metals. As Dole walked, he lowered his head and thought for a while, and said, Are you sure that the 170,000 is molten fire heavy copper? Bernard nodded heavily and said, I've seen it. It's true, and the weight is not low, otherwise it can't be sold for 170,000. Dole thought for a while, and said, Raise the price to 190,000. Let them wash off the magic pattern, and then buy it. As he said that, he turned his wrist and took out 4 gold cards. 1 gold card is 50,000, and there are 10,000 left. The other 10,000 is to help me buy some level 4 extraordinary blood, the more the better. Bernard was very positive, nodded, and then turned and left immediately. Compared to Dole's course, he valued the other party's right to live in the magic tower more, and there would be plenty of opportunities to ask for advice in the future. Not long after, Dole returned to the magic potion hall. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Rosa playing with a level ruler on the table in the living room out of boredom. Rosa jumped up when she heard the voice, then lowered her head a little awkwardly. Dole felt funny. This little girl was really funny. He walked over, touched her head, and said, You are about the same age as me, don't be so restrained, your brother only asked you to help me, he didn't sell you to me, what are you afraid of? Rosa heard this, her voice was as small as a mosquito, still lowered her head and said, No, I'm just used to it. Dole was a little unhappy. He came to the balcony window, looked back at Rosa, who was still standing in the living room, and slowly said, Come here. Rosa said, Oh, then slowly walked over to the window, standing more than 3 meters away from Dole. Dole waved and asked her to stand beside him. Rosa came over a little stiffly. Dole asked Rosa to raise her head, pointed out the window, and said, What do you see? From the balcony, you can see the front of the potions hall, the students standing there talking, and some of the various people who were authorized by the academy to come in. Rosa glanced and said, I saw 56 students and 32 others. Dole raised his eyebrows. You counted the heads quite quickly. What else did you see besides the heads? Rosa raised her head, took a look, and lowered her head again, saying, I saw them talking. The corners of Dole's mouth twitched. She reached out, grabbed the clothes on Rosa's shoulders, and pulled him over. Rosa instinctively wanted to resist, but her strength was not enough to resist Dole, and she was controlled by him. At this time, Dole grabbed her head, and controlled her head, which made Rosa very uncomfortable. What is Dole going to do? Is she going to violate me? Then how should I resist? She suddenly blushed. Dole was perceptive, and naturally realized that he might have gone too far, so he touched her head and said, Look up and look over there. Tell me, what are those people doing? Rosa raised her head and looked in the direction of Dole's eyes. She saw those social people. They seemed to have formed several groups and were talking to the students. She quickly thought of the reason, so she said, "Are they trying to curry favor with those students and want them to help buy medicine?" Dole nodded and said, "Then who do you think is better and better between you and those students?" Rosa thought of what her brother said, lowered her head again, and said in a voice as small as a fly, "I will." Dole was so angry that he shouted louder. Rosa was at a loss after being yelled at by Dole, and tears were swirling in her eyes. Dole was speechless. He let go of her, patted her shoulder, sighed, and said, "Look, you are better than any of them. You are more powerful than any of them. Look at those adventurers. They are still begging those students in a low voice, right? You are better. Look at the expressions of those students. Look at their attitudes. Which one is not arrogant? Which one is not holding their head up and holding their chest up? Look at you. You are just like a wilted eggplant." Dole let go of her, touched her head again, and said, "You are a wizard, born to be a superior existence. You are like this now. How can you be a wizard?" Rosa was a little uncomfortable with what Dole said. She raised her hand, wiped her tears quickly, and immediately said loudly, "I will change." After saying that, she lowered her head again, not daring to look up at Dole. Dole is addicted to touching hair, and I have to say that Rosa's hair is not bad. "Let her go," Dole said slowly. "Go read the book on the complexity of society on the bookshelf." Rosa lowered her head, said "Oh," escaped Dole's clutches, and walked away quickly. Dole put a lot of pressure on her. She didn't dare to talk back. He was obviously younger than her brother, but she didn't dare to talk back. Damn it. I actually cried. It's so embarrassing. Dole looked at Rosa, watching her walk away, and felt an inexplicable sense of nurturing in his heart. This little girl is only 1 year younger than him, but she is a relatively normal teenager. If she is trained well, she may grow up to be a helper in the future. Chapter 276. Rosa is different from Bernard. Bernard has long been accustomed to the ways of the world. Even if he helps him too much, the two of them are at most exchanging interests. But Rosa is different. She is still young and has not yet fully matured in humanity and morality. As long as he is nice to her, he will definitely gain something in the future. Thinking of this, Dole touched his chin and smiled slightly. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside. Dole was too lazy to waste his mental power, and directly manipulated the magic circle to open the pharmacist's door. Standing at the door was a middle-aged woman with a strong breath on her body. Just standing there, Dole felt a strong pressure. She was wearing a signature magic robe of the Glory Wizard Alliance, which was wide and majestic. On her chest, there were 4 white dragons. A 4th-level water wizard. "Who is this?" At this moment, another person came from the side. It was Wordsworth, the vice president of the college. After he came to the door, he bowed to the middle-aged woman and said, "Your Excellency, why didn't you tell us in advance so that we could receive you?" The middle-aged woman glanced at Dole in the room, then moved her eyes away and looked at Wordsworth, showing a professional smile. "No need to bother you. I'm here just to find Dole Pharmacist." Wordsworth's heart sank. He glanced at Dole, stepped into the room, and said as he walked, "Dole, this is the Inspector of the Northwest Province, the Honor Wizard Alliance, Lord Shilon." Dole was slightly startled. "Inspector? This is sent by the Northwest Honor Wizard Alliance to monitor various places. He has the authority to monitor the Honor Wizard Alliance in various regions, and has great power. Why did he come to me? The Honorable Wizard Alliance did force him, but he also quickly fought back, and kicked all the pharmacists related to the Honorable Wizard Alliance out of his pharmacist class. Was it because of this?" This thought turned in his mind. Dole stepped forward, bowed slightly, and said, "Lord Shilon." Shilon looked at Dole, and her professional smile turned into a smile of scrutiny. Following Wordsworth, she stepped in and looked around the laboratory. Dole's heart sank as he followed her gaze. There were many things in his laboratory that were beginning to be shameful. Shilon took a look and didn't pay too much attention. He looked at Dole and said, "Dole, right? Not bad, not bad. At such a young age, you are already a 3rd-level wizard. You have a bright future. I asked you to come here today to confirm one thing." Dole's heart sank, and he came. He nodded and said, "Please ask, sir." Shilon looked around and set his sights on one of the rooms. "Is Rosa here with you?" Dole was slightly stunned. He was not looking for his own responsibility, but Rosa. She actually knew Bernard and Rosa? Shilon suddenly smiled and said, "Didn't Bernard tell you? His mother is in my family." Dole felt a little surprised. This Lady Shilon was obviously a noble at first glance. She had a noble temperament, and looked high above him. Although she looked at him level, she was full of pride and a little disdain, which was a unique characteristic of the nobles. But why did she come to Rosa? At this time, Rosa heard the noise and walked out of the next room. He saw Shilon at a glance and was immediately terrified. She ran over quickly and was about to kneel down in front of Shilon. Dole quickly stepped forward, grabbed her collar, and pulled her, his face a little surprised. Rosa struggled hard, but couldn't get rid of Dole. Worth was a little surprised to see this. Shilon saw Dole's action, frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. After Dole restrained Rosa, he shook his head. I don't know what this child went through when he was a child. Now this performance is really a bit disappointing. Let me go, Rosa whispered, as if she was afraid of alarming someone. Dole said expressionlessly, stand up straight, and I will let you go. Rosa struggled for a while, but couldn't break free, so she could only stand up straight, and Dole let him go. Shilon saw this, and roughly understood what Dole was going to do. This child was interesting, but is it easy to fundamentally change a person? She smiled and scolded coldly, Rosa, you are a wizard now, so you don't have to kneel down to others all the time. Except for those who are stronger than you, you need to perform magic etiquette. You don't need to kneel down to anyone. Remember, this is the dignity of a wizard. Look at yourself, where is the dignity of a wizard? Rosa lowered her head, and didn't dare to look up. Dole was a little surprised. He thought Shilon would be angry. He said, Rosa is out, ask if you have anything to say. Rosa was really scared in her heart. You know, even many years ago, this Lord Shilon was a very powerful figure in the family. She had seen it many times. It was really a death sentence to offend her like this. But Lulai grabbed her collar, and she couldn't do anything. The noble was moody, and although she said so, Rosa was not happy at all. Shilon nodded, he looked at Rosa and said, Rosa, I want to ask you, are you willing to come with me and be my disciple? As soon as these words came out, the room became unusually quiet. Not only Dole was shocked, but even Worth behind her was also shocked. Oh my god, it turned out that this old woman came here because of this? If Rosa became Shilon's disciple, wouldn't the two siblings soar to the sky in one step? Worth himself was a 4th level wizard, and naturally understood that there was a gap between 4th level wizards. As an inspector, Shilon had a complete magic tower. He remained silent, and quietly observed the development of the situation. As long as it was not related to Dole, it had nothing to do with him. Rosa was not even a member of the academy. Rosa also looked up at this time, a little stunned. She wanted to accept me as a disciple? How is this possible? This is a 4th level wizard. Should I agree or not? If I don't agree, what if she wants to investigate the crime of me and my brother? For a moment, she was entangled. The room was inexplicably quiet. Everyone was waiting for Rosa's attention. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Rosa raised her head and plucked up the courage to say, I will wait for my brother to come back. Wherever he goes, I will go. Shilon frowned, slightly displeased. Rosa has excellent talent, and Bernard is actually not bad, but Bernard is too old, and no longer has the value of development. If you still want to take Bernard with you, it will be a bit of a loss. She carefully thought about the gains and losses. It is not so easy to train a disciple, and the issue of resources is not a simple matter. If a wizard has no resources, then his achievements will be very limited. Bernard is an example. She glanced at Dole at this time, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Although resources are the first factor, the little boy in front of him is indeed another exception. He is his own resource. She thought for a while and said, Okay, I respect your decision, and wait for your brother to come back. She looked around and didn't like the surrounding laboratories. There were too many dangerous things here. This Dole might not be as gentle and simple as he seemed. Chapter 277. I'm in the Arangel, waiting for your brother to come back, you come with him. Shilon said. Rosa lowered her head and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Shilon looked at Dole meaningfully and turned to leave. Behind him, Worth hurriedly followed, and as he walked, he gave Dole a strange look. Dole was expressionless all the time. He let Rosa go only after Shilon left. Remember, you are not allowed to kneel to anyone in the future, understand? Kneeling on one knee is not allowed. Dole said a little angrily, you are a wizard now. Do you know what a wizard is? Rosa just breathed a sigh of relief, but was scolded by Dole, and immediately lowered her head again, not daring to look up. Look up, Dole said with some regret. Rosa did not dare to look up. Dole didn't have much temper, he sighed. Go to your room and read the book I mentioned carefully. When Rosa heard this, she lowered her head and ran away. Seeing her like this, Dole touched his forehead speechlessly. This little girl is really servile. I have another job in the future. At least I have to make her normal. He returned to his room and began to meditate. The storm elemental spirit is many times larger than the fire element in size. The first level storm elemental spirit is 3 meters tall, the second level storm elemental spirit is 10 meters tall, and the third level storm elemental spirit is even 20 meters tall. He has now reached the middle stage of the third level, and the storm spirit has expanded to more than 40 meters in the sea of consciousness. The storm spirit is in the form of a constantly rotating storm, with negative air pressure in the center. Winds are constantly surging upward from below, and around it is the true essence of the storm, constantly rotating winds, wind blades, and the wind is mixed with frost, rain and snow, which come and go with the whistling wind. At the same time, lightning flashes in the wind and rain, and it is very terrifying at first glance. This is the son of storm. In the natural world, a mature son of storm can even grow to thousands of meters high, connecting the sky and the earth. Once it appears, it will be a natural disaster for tens of thousands of miles. The son of storm element is just a meditation method. Although it is not so terrifying, after level 5, the son of storm is also tens of meters high, controlling the celestial phenomena within a few kilometers, which is very powerful. In the past 6 months, as bottles of mental power potions and magic potions were taken, Dole felt that his speed was not slower than those geniuses. He has no shortage of resources, skills, and magic wands. When he reaches a higher level in the future, he can even use the branches of the Tree of Life as magic wands. Compared with those so-called geniuses, he only lacks some equipment, high-level magic robes, headdresses, high-level life-saving props, magic scrolls, alchemy equipment, etc. He still lacks these. He has put most of his financial resources on the magic tower. He has not had time to do these things. As long as the magic tower is built, it doesn't matter whether there are any equipment or not. The magic tower is everything to him. It was already night when Bernard came back. He came in with a hint of joy and pulled Dole away. It's done. I take you to see it. Dole was pulled away and asked in confusion so fast. Bernard said, as long as the money is paid, everything else is not a problem. I have someone pull it into the magic tower. The magic patterns on it have been completely washed off. Next, you just need to put the magic patterns you need on it. Do you have a plan? If it is used as an energy center, the magic furnace is no joke. When Dole asked for the furnace, Bernard knew what he was going to do. It must be built as a magic center, so when Dole asked, he naturally knew what he was going to do. Sure, otherwise why would I ask you to wash off the magic pattern? The main body of the magic tower was built, and the furnace was now built. The next step was the magic array. He himself was not very talented in magic patterns, so it would probably take half a year to finish it. But there was no rush. The two quickly came to the backyard of Tallinn. When they were almost in front of the magic tower, they saw many people circling around the magic tower. They were all visiting. Seeing this, Dole felt heavy in his heart. The two quickly entered the tower and came to the 3rd floor. It was empty here. There was nothing except the floor. Even the walls on the west side were completely leaky. There were no window panes. They were empty. You could see the sky outside. The wind blew past, and it was a little cool. At this moment, a huge fiery red furnace stood solemnly in the middle, almost half the height of the floor, and 7 or 8 meters wide, giving people a sense of majesty and solemnity. Dole just took a look and felt relieved. That's right, it was exactly what he wanted, and the money was not wasted. He thought for a while and said, "Do you know Shilon?" Bernard was proud of himself, thinking that I did a good job, but he was a little confused by his question. Shilon, he knew many Xylans, but there was only one Shilon who impressed him the most, and that was the nightmare of himself and his sister. He thought for a while, and a low voice sounded, "No, if you are talking about the person I imagined." Dole looked at the furnace and said casually, "She came to find me today and met your sister." Bernard was shocked and looked at Dole in disbelief, saying, "What does she want to do? I have come here, but she is not going to let her brother and sister go. Damn it!" Dole turned around and glanced at him, smiling faintly. "I knew you would react like this. She didn't do anything. She just wanted to take your sister as a disciple. What do you think?" Bernard was stunned and fell silent. He and his sister actually have good talents, but they lack resources. For this reason, he took the initiative to embark on the path of pharmacy to make money for himself and his sister in exchange for resources. Now his career has started, and his sister has started to live better with him. He hesitated for a while. He knew what Shilon was. If he wanted to take his sister as a disciple, then the benefits would naturally outweigh the disadvantages. But the problem was that he had seen the methods of these nobles. If he took his sister as a disciple, no matter how successful she was, her end would definitely be the same as those people, either becoming a tool or becoming as cold-blooded as them. He didn't want this to happen. Bernard would rather train his sister himself. As long as he does more work in Dole and takes more orders, he will not lack resources. The room was very quiet, with only 2 people. Dole saw that he was silent, but he didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he came to the furnace and began to observe. He wanted to measure it. The size and regulations of the furnace would affect the establishment of the magic circle. He needed to study it when he went back and choose the appropriate scale of the magic circle. This can't be sloppy. The power of the furnace represents the power of the magic tower in the future. If the magic circle is not chosen well, it will either be a small horse pulling a big cart or a killing intention with a butcher knife. In short, the effect will not be very good. He checked the furnace inside and out, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Not long after, he had extracted all the data he needed. Chapter 278. Bernard had already made his decision at this time. He raised his head and looked around, feeling a little safe, identified, and even proud. Dole came down from the stove, glanced at Bernard, and smiled slightly. Have you made a decision? Bernard glanced at Dore and said solemnly, I have made a decision. Actually, there is nothing to decide. From a social perspective, being a disciple of Lord Shilon has short-term advantages, but there are no long-term advantages. The disadvantages are very obvious. Such a big man has a purpose in accepting disciples. We can't afford the final consequences. Bernard himself is a 4th level, powerful, and Shilon is just a little higher in status than him. Dole nodded, sighed, and said, I was going to persuade you, but with your experience you should be able to figure it out, so I didn't say anything. Shilon is definitely not someone who is attracted by your sister's talent. There should be many other factors. Bernard nodded. As a wizard, he has no shortage of knowledge and thinking ability. In the end, he only weighed the pros and cons. Bernard felt that he could take good care of his sister. As long as he could find an advanced meditation method, the future would be no worse than in Shilon. Moreover, he was already planning this matter, and the meditation method was not a difficult thing. The 2 quickly left the magic tower, came outside, and then quickly separated. In recent days, Bernard let his sister live with Dole, but he himself paid to live in the Lamb Mage Tower. One is to trust Dole, and the other is that he also has some small thoughts. Back to the Lamb Mage Tower, before entering, he met a figure walking towards him. Bernard just glanced at him and laughed. Guduz, you're going out so late? Guduz glanced at Bernard, smiled, and said, Hello, Pharmacist Bernard. I'm going to find Dole. I've run out of potions recently. Bernard nodded and said, he just returned to the potion hall. It's a good time to find him. Guduz nodded, goodbye. Guduz came to the potion hall. It was completely dark at this time. Dole was on the balcony, looking at the scenery outside. Guduz knocked on the door, and went in quickly. As soon as he entered, Guduz became serious. After taking a look at his room, he said to Dole, Dole, Shilon might be doing something bad to you. Dole nodded. I can guess that there are too many dangerous things in this laboratory. As an inspector, there is no reason for Shilon not to review me, but don't worry, it's okay, I have already dealt with some of them. He had already packed up some of the shameful things, and the rest were routine experiments of pharmacists. He was not afraid of a review. As for things like the black corpse worm, he had just hidden them in the magic tower. As long as no one wanted to steal his things, they should not be discovered. Guduz breathed a sigh of relief. He came here mainly for this matter. Every time he came to Dole, he felt a whirring in his bones, and a little numb on his scalp. He would never come here if there was nothing wrong. It was too dangerous. Pharmacists are all dead perverts. Guduz muttered, then you better be careful. Shilon has great power. If he wants to harm you, he might do something extreme. Dole nodded and said, well, take your potion with you. He casually threw a few bottles of magic potion and mental potion on the table. Of course, these were sold to Guduz, but at a favor price. If it was the market price, Guduz couldn't afford so much. Thank you. Guduz smiled immediately, put away the potion and left the room. The door closed quickly. Dole's expression became solemn, and he stood in the hall thinking. At this moment, a subtle voice caught his attention. He turned his head, and found that it was Rosa. At this time, Rosa poked her head out of the room and looked at Dole, with a guilty look in her eyes. Brother Dole, thank you for your trouble. Dole shook his head and said, it's nothing, You should hurry up and practice. In the early morning, at dawn, after a while, Shilon appeared outside the magic potion hall on time. At the same time, behind Shilon, there was another man, who, like Shilon, wore a gorgeous magic robe. The difference was that both of them held magic wands in their hands, and they were full of energy, as if they were ready for battle. Beside them, Lamb, Williams, and the 2 vice presidents were in the line, in addition to the 2 disciples of Arangel, Worth and John. Such a big battle? Dole frowned slightly, and at this time, Ball raised his head from his feet and said, "This woman has murderous aura. I'm afraid her intention today is not simple." Dole frowned and said, "For a disciple, it's not necessary." Ball glanced at him and said casually, "For others, crushing you to death is as simple as crushing an ant. What's the big deal? You blocked her way, and she crushed you to death. It's that simple. Hurry up and make the super vitality potion so that I can recover my strength. I can eat as many of these little things as you want." Dole frowned, feeling a little chill in his heart. She wanted to kill him just because he blocked her way? What kind of logic is this? But what Boss Ball said was right. It was too easy for her to kill him, just as easy as hunting wild animals in the wilderness. Just because he thought those wild animals would affect ordinary people, they deserved to die. It was the same for Shilon now. Weak strength is the original sin. Thinking of this, he touched his storage bracelet. He didn't want to cause trouble, but he was not afraid when things came. There are still a few important materials missing. Do you think I don't want to refine it for you? It's been more than a year, and the materials haven't been collected yet. Dole also complained. This super vitality potion has no formula in this world, and no one has collected the relevant materials, so there has been no chance to make the potion until now. Ball snorted and stopped talking. He could see Dole's efforts. He was not really lazy. He just said it, but didn't really blame Dole. At this time, those people have come to Dole's door. He let out a long breath. 4 or 5 level 4 masters came to him. Dole still felt a little pressure. The door rang lightly. Dole controlled the magic circle and opened the door. Everyone appeared at the door, and John and Worth walked in first. Worth frowned and glanced at the laboratory. He was a little surprised. The last time he came here, he didn't feel how scary it was. This time he really came here and realized how exaggerated a pharmacist's laboratory was. There are 5 laboratories here, 4 of which can pose a threat to him. It's really scary. He walked in calmly, looked around, and looked at John. John was also heavy in his heart at this time, and he also felt the weirdness here. Everyone walked in. Chapter 279. Dole came to the door of the living room with an expressionless face and bowed to everyone. "Hello, gentlemen. What are you doing here today?" Before Lamb could speak, Worth snorted and said meaningfully, "Someone suspected that you had finished weapons of mass destruction here, so we came here to check. Fortunately, the inspector is here to review your entry qualifications." Before Dole could speak, Lamb said dissatisfiedly, "Even if it is an inspection, it is the Huazi City Honor Alliance that will do the inspection. Lord Shilon is the inspector of the Northwest Province, but without the Huazi City Honor Wizard Alliance, he has no right to inspect any wizard in my Arangel Academy. In fact, everyone knows that Shilon's approach is indeed not in line with the inspection process." Shilon stood at the door, frowned slightly, and felt a little dissatisfied. This Lamb is too biased towards the wizard from the Northern Kingdom. Behind Shilon, the man who was also wearing a magic robe said lightly, "I can represent the Huazi City Honor Alliance. I will be in the Huazi City Honor Alliance soon." Hearing this, everyone thought, "You haven't taken office yet, right?" The other party came prepared. Dole's heart sank, but he still smiled and said, "Since it complies with the procedures, then check it. There is nothing good in my laboratories. They are all poisons used for experiments. You can take a look if you want. In addition, the poisons I use are all in line with the green list of the Honor Empire. I have not manufactured or refined atypical poisons." Lamb directly followed Dole's words. "Wizard Dole has been in my academy for 3 years. I believe in his character." Shilon came up from the back, looked at the labs around, and said coldly, "Whether it is true or not, we will know after the search. Since you have no objection, we will start the search. We will also examine your entry qualifications. As your guide, please ask Wizard Lamb to leave." Lamb's face suddenly became ugly. He was about to say something, but he saw a spiritual force from Shilon rushing towards him, and his shoulders suddenly sank. His face darkened, and he stepped back and stopped talking. John and Worth looked at Shilon, then at Lamb, and then at Dole, and they understood. This Shilon, in order to accept an apprentice, is really shameless. However, In order to protect Dole's status, the master has issued a death order to the two of them, and will do his best to ensure Dole's status and safety, so it is not easy for Shilon to do anything wrong. Although she is the inspector of the northern province of the Glory Wizard Alliance, her authority is limited to the Glory Wizard Alliance, and she does not have much power to constrain them, the students of Arangel. Worth came out and stood beside Lamb, blocking Shilon's sight. He smiled faintly. Since Dole agreed, then check it. Dole is the only pharmacist in our Arangel college, and even in what city. I hope that you two will be gentle, otherwise, we will not be able to explain to the master. Lamb's momentum was blocked, and he relaxed and looked at Worth with a complicated expression. Worth has always stood on his own position. It is rare for him to say a word for others today, not to mention that he has not taken the blame himself. It is really rare. Shilon snorted coldly. The inspection was fake. Her purpose was to force Rosa to become her disciple. She didn't come all night yesterday, and she didn't see that Bernard. It was probably hopeless, so today's incident happened. Since it has come to this, she must find out something. She stepped forward and stood in front of Dole, smiling faintly. It's called an inspector, but it's not that strict. Please ask Dole to explain to us the role of your laboratories. As long as it does not exceed the standards of our Honor Wizard Alliance, I think a senior pharmacist is still trustworthy. I heard that the wanted criminal of the Alliance, the Black Wizard Wushu, once spent half a year with you. Everyone's face changed. Shilon was going to roast Dole on the fire. It was estimated that everything they saw would be poured on his head. This was not a good sign. Dole smiled faintly at this time. The Black Wizard Wushu forced me to make potions for him. I didn't obey him, so he locked me up for half a year. Fortunately, Dean Arangel rescued me later. You don't know yet, but Dean Arangel is Wushu's senior brother. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief again. If it is related to the black magic Wushu, then the first one involved is his senior brother. Shilon was very unhappy at this time. Dole's expression was indifferent, and obviously didn't take her seriously. As for Shilon's affairs, she naturally knew about it. She thought to herself, this young man is too cunning. He hasn't been stimulated yet? That black wizard is indeed hateful. In this case, let's start. Please ask Dole, the pharmacist, to introduce it. Dole's advanced laboratory has a total of 8 rooms, one of which is his main residence, the middle is the hall, one is Rosa's, and one is the warehouse. 5 of the rooms were sealed by magic circles. These magic circles were made by him personally. They were not of high level. They were practical magic circles in Hall's Alchemy magic house, which were very targeted. Dole walked to a laboratory, opened the seal, and set up a wind wall to allow people to enter and exit. Then he went in and introduced, I have cultivated spores of 12 kinds of precious bacteria in here. Please wrap yourself with magic shields. These spores have very strong adhesion, and are very dangerous. The main purpose of cultivating these spores is to feed some other things I cultivate. When the group heard Dole's words, they all opened magic shields to isolate themselves from the outside world. Precious bacteria must be super poisons, with extremely strong toxicity, and strong transmission. In the name of pharmacy, there are many of these poisons, about thousands of species, but there are also hundreds of species that work on high-level wizards, and no one dares to be careless. Everyone walked into the room at this time, and could see at a glance that there were 16 or 17 culture tanks in the room. There were various ecological environments in the culture tanks, and there were colorful mushrooms in them. Among these colorful mushrooms, a slightly purple and blue mushroom strain made everyone gasp. Black bacterium. It is also a level 4 super poisonous fungus in the spore state, and its reproduction ability is extremely strong. The mature body even exceeds level 6. What is this thing in here? This thing must have reached level 6. If you take this thing out and throw it into someone's house, it will definitely kill the whole family. Shilon put on 2 more layers of her magic shield to completely isolate the inside and outside. Her face was a little ugly. After recognizing what was here, she thought in her heart that this was indeed a famous poison in the name of the Pharmacist Guild, but it was allowed for pharmacists to grow it because these things were excellent raw materials for other medicinal materials. She had seen them in other pharmacists. But these things are indeed terrifying. After she opened the magic shield, she felt unsafe and opened a special piece of jewelry. Her life was the most important. The pharmacist is really dangerous. If this guy wants to deal with her, she will not be able to leave this door today unless she is warned. Behind Shilon, the man who was about to take up a position in the Honor Wizard Alliance of what city also turned pale. The pharmacist is the most terrifying profession in the world, a profession scarier than the Black Wizard. As expected, Any pharmacist above level 5 should not be underestimated. Chapter 280. Lam had calmed down at this time. It was his first time to visit Dole's laboratory. When he looked at John and Worth, he couldn't help but feel a little numb. The things in here are really weapons of mass destruction, but they are also very legal, and there is nothing wrong with them. This is just one laboratory. Wouldn't other laboratories be even more terrifying? Dole introduced all the strains one by one, smiling and saying, pharmacists are born to deal with various poisons and pathogens in order to observe or cultivate and refine various related antidotes. Therefore, cultivating these things is also allowed in the manual of the Pharmacist Guild. Do you have any questions? Shilon carefully scanned everything and indeed did not find any contraband. Her face was a little ugly, and then her heart sank. She said, since it is allowed by the Pharmacist Guild, then I would like to ask, what does Wizard Dole cultivate these things for? Dole nodded, still expressionless, and said calmly, Lord Shilon asked a good question. Please follow me to the next laboratory. Everyone was eager to get out quickly and filed out. When they came to the living room, they came to the second laboratory under the leadership of Dole. This time, they did not dare to go in. After Dole introduced the key points, they opened the magic circle and left in a line. What did they see this time? 5 poisons. Scorpions of various colors, toads of various colors, poisonous snakes of various shapes, etc. Although there are not many of them, they all look terrible. Dole introduced them as he walked. After the introduction, he said, pharmacology pays attention to the relationship between life and death. Although these are all poisonous, they can be used very well when combined with certain potions. For example, the fire poison on this fire lizard can be refined into crystal fire potion to improve the warrior's fire resistance and fire affinity, and it is very valuable. This green water spider can be refined into a high-level eye brightening potion to improve vision, etc. I don't need to introduce the others. Those fungi just now are used to feed these things. Do you have any questions? Compared with various fungi, the threat of various poisons was greatly reduced, and everyone's faces looked better, but they still dared not be careless. These things in here, no matter who they met, were not good. He got these things to make potions, and it seemed that the quality of these potions was not low. As long as the pharmacist played well, he was really a money-making machine. John Worth's eyes were a little red. Shilon's heart sank at this time. She looked carefully again, and did not find any contraband. She looked around and suddenly said, Wizard Dole's attainments in alchemy are not low, and this magic circle is very targeted. She also said with a hint, a pharmacist, and with such a good attainment in magic circles, you are obviously playing tricks. However, hearing this, others didn't care at all. Compared with Dole's amazing achievements in potion science, this little attainment in magic circles is simply not worth mentioning. Dole did not answer, but laughed and said, this is all chance. Lord Shilon will not even care about such a small matter. Shilon's face darkened, and he was about to get angry. The man behind him stopped him. He looked at Dole and said, we, the Wizard Alliance, naturally don't care about these things. This is personal privacy. Since there is nothing to do here, let's go to the next one. Being stopped, Shilon also understood that someone might have already communicated here, and it was normal that nothing was found. Sure enough, in the next 2 laboratories, although Dole cultivated some things, they were not things that were explicitly prohibited by the Honor Wizard Alliance and the Pharmacist Guild, but it was obvious that some things were missing, and it was obvious that there were some before. She couldn't get angry. After the tour, she came to the hall, looked at the closed door, and then looked at the living room table that Dole used as a workbench. Her face was extremely gloomy. This time, he really failed to steal the chicken and lost the rice. His reputation was ruined. Thinking of this, her face became even gloomier. For the first time, he wanted to deal with a 3rd-level wizard, but he didn't succeed. At this time, Lam, Worth, and John all relaxed. As long as Dole was fine, the master would have an explanation. Dole smiled at this time. He was about to speak, but saw Shilon snorted coldly, saying, although I didn't find out what you were going to do, it is obvious that someone had tipped you off before, and many things in your laboratory disappeared. I now have reason to suspect that you are hiding contraband. It's not too late for you to hand it over now. Dole's face gradually became gloomy, and Lam, John and Worth's faces also became gloomy. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Dole looked at Shilon and said slowly, I don't have any contraband here. Lord Shilon, please don't use these unfounded things to frame me. Shilon was immediately angry. How dare you question me? Dole snorted coldly. People have come to the doorstep. What is there to be afraid of? At most, let Ball go and bite her to death. I am not questioning you, I am doubting you. As the inspector of the Glory Wizard Alliance, what is your intention in coming to me? I have the right to complain to the Glory Wizard Alliance about you. I will report your actions today to the Glory Wizard Alliance truthfully. Shilon narrowed her eyes, and her momentum suddenly soared. She raised her hand, and a transparent palm suddenly emerged from in front of her, grabbing Dole with lightning speed. She was already angry. Do it now? Everyone was a little stunned. Worth also reacted very quickly. As soon as Shilon made a move, he moved and stood in front of Dole. The magic shield on his body formed layers in a moment, covering himself. At the same time, John also reacted at this time. He raised his hand, and a wall of earth appeared in front of Dole. But although they were fast, they still couldn't stop the magic hand. Dole's alarm was raised to the extreme, as if he had encountered a catastrophe. His body reacted naturally. He squatted suddenly. In less than half a second, his body moved to the side. At the same time, he communicated with the magic circle around him, and the two laboratories opened with a bang. All this happened in a flash, and even Lamb didn't react. Shilon's palm grabbed the air, felt the two laboratories opened, his face changed slightly, and he hurriedly floated back. This damn kid is in danger here. If he can't hit him, he has to leave quickly. At this moment, the wizard snorted coldly, and his immense mental power covered the entire place. Stop, Dole, close the lab quickly. A circle of energy covered the surroundings, like a materialized force, tightly blocking the door of Dole's lab. At the same time, his enormous mental power, like a real tentacle, formed a chain, grabbed Shilon, who was flying backwards, and stopped him in midair. The huge, endless mental power has been released, immediately overwhelming the whole place, shocking everyone. This person is actually a level 5 wizard, and he is good at mental power. Everyone's face changed, and they dared not move. The materialized mental power overwhelmed the whole place, and immediately stopped all the conflicts.